It was the height of June. On the playground of Jiangcheng University. It was graduation season again, and graduation photos were being taken. Lin Yang, have you heard? Xu Mengyao hasn't been to school for half a year. Lin Yang and his friend Chao had just finished taking some photos and were resting in the shade. Chao's gossipy manner amused Lin Yang. Chaozi, don't be so gossipy. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't spread rumors. This kind of thing can really damage someone's reputation. Although he had some doubts, he didn't delve into it. Xu Mengyao was the woman who had topped the list of campus beauties at Jiangcheng University for 4 consecutive years. Since her appearance, the campus beauty pageant at Jiangcheng University had lost its previous disputes. All the men were willing to vote for her. No matter how beautiful the other girls were, they had to come in second or third place. He used to be one of those voters. Since that incident, he hadn't voted again. This isn't just something I spread, all our classmates are talking about it like crazy. Think back. Whenever Xu Mengyao appeared on the playground before, it would cause a commotion. Have you seen that kind of commotion in the last 6 months? Chao didn't give up and wanted to continue the discussion. Seeing Lin Yang's calm expression, he also felt bored. Hey Yang, if you hadn't voted for Xu Mengyao before, I would really suspect that you like boys. In these 4 years of college, you haven't had a single relationship. You mean before, you used to have at least a few girls around you, but this past year it's gotten even more outrageous. You're clearly quite handsome, the girl from the next class is chasing after you, how can you pretend not to see it? Chao sighed. After saying that, he hugged himself as if he had suddenly realized something. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? The next second. Lin Yang gave him a flick on the forehead. Stop talking nonsense, I have someone in my heart. Lin Yang sat on the lawn, looking ahead, his gaze somewhat distant. No way, Yang Ji? You're secretly dating someone behind your brother's backs? What's your girlfriend's name? Is she pretty? Chao seemed to have heard something incredible. His gossip spirit was burning brightly again. I don't know. Lin Yang shook his head. Yang Ji, you're not having an online romance, are you? I never thought you were so sassy. Be careful, she might be a big guy. Chao's eyes widened. He never expected Lin Yang to be so reserved in his flirting. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. Lin Yang shot him a glare, and Chao immediately shut up. Lin Yang, can we take a picture together? At this moment, the class beauty walked over cautiously with a phone. Of course, Yang Ji, you're free. Chao stood up as if joining in the fun, frantically hinting to Lin Yang. Online dating is nothing compared to real dating. He was a perfect wingman. Sorry, I don't take pictures. Lin Yang's face was expressionless as he directly refused. Dude, that's the prettiest girl in the next class. Do you know how many people line up to take pictures with her? You just turned her down like that? What a waste. What a waste. You're such a jerk. If you really can't handle it, give me the chance. Chao looked heartbroken. If you want to take pictures, go find her. The school beauty wants to take pictures with you, not with me. Chao felt like crying. Hey Yang, you didn't actually give your heart to that online girlfriend, did you? Online dating is risky, be careful when you meet her in person. Don't accidentally get yourself involved. Chao's voice still echoed in his ears. Lin Yang's thoughts drifted away. He did have someone in his heart, but it wasn't his online girlfriend. His heart had already stopped on that night 10 months ago. That night was a class reunion. 3 years of classmates, watching everyone go through internships or graduate school entrance exams. Life had become fulfilling and busy. That reunion became everyone's last moment of indulgence. He was the same. Drunk and disoriented, he felt the world spinning. He had no idea how he got there. When he woke up the next day, he saw a mess. It was a hotel, and there were torn stockings on the bed. He felt the lingering warmth of the bed, but couldn't find that person. Even with a hard-won memory, he could only recall some scenes of physical activity. He was too drunk to remember who he had been with. It was his first experience. And it was with that girl. Since then, he had tried hard to find her, but without any news. So much time had passed, and he still hadn't found a girlfriend. That incident had slowly become an obsession. What are you thinking about, Yang Ji? Come take a picture. Lin Yang was reminiscing when a small, chubby hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Oh, okay. He was about to take the picture when the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Don't bother with it, it's probably just a spam call. Chao wanted to pull Lin Yang to take the picture quickly, but Lin Yang still stopped and answered the phone. Is this Lin Yang? A soft, weak female voice came from the other end. Lin Yang was very familiar with that voice. For the first 3 years of university, before he had that unrequited love, he had always kept an eye on Xu Mengyao. Is something wrong? At that moment, Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat, a rare occurrence. He was also very curious. He had never had any contact with Xu Mengyao, so how did the school beauty have his phone number? Can you come to the hospital? I'm at Sacred Heart Hospital, bed 12 on the 4th floor. Xu Mengyao's voice carried a hint of pleading. This weak plea for help, coupled with her former dream girl, was hard for anyone to refuse. Lin Yang wasn't surprised. Brother Yang, where are you going? We're about to take a group photo. Chao saw Lin Yang turn to leave and quickly grabbed him. The school beauty needs to see me about something. I have to go over there. We're not taking the group photo, but remember to Photoshop it into my graduation photo later. Lin Yang said this and turned to walk out of the school gate. Chao stared blankly at Lin Yang's departing figure. After a while, he jumped up and down in anger. If you don't want to take pictures, just say so. Why are you bringing up the school beauty? The school beauty hasn't been to school for half a year. Yu Yang. I'm not going to Photoshop you. Sacred Heart Hospital. Lin Yang stood at the hospital entrance, stunned. He thought the school beauty was sick and couldn't find anyone to help her. He never expected this to be a maternity hospital. Who would stay in a hospital like this? He suddenly remembered what Chao had said earlier. The school beauty hadn't been to school for more than half a year. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be? He hadn't expected so many people. The elevators were packed. Finally, resigned, he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. After circling around, he finally found bed number 12. It was a double room, and the bed next to it was empty. As soon as he entered, he saw Xu Mengyao lying on the bed, her face pale. Next to her were 2 small cribs. The 2 babies had their eyes closed, seemingly asleep. The scene was too shocking. Even the composed Lin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. The school beauty wasn't just pregnant, she had given birth. And twins at that. Lin Yang swallowed hard and tiptoed to the seat next to Xu Mengyao's bed. It all felt so unbelievable. Seeing Lin Yang, 2 lines of tears streamed down Xu Mengyao's pale face. Lin Yang, do you remember that night of our junior year reunion? Her voice was soft, almost breathy. Of course I remember. A lot of strange things happened that night. Lin Yang nodded. He didn't just remember, he would never forget it for the rest of his life. I'm sorry, Lin Yang, I really couldn't hide it anymore. Actually, the person who went back to the hotel with you that night was me. I was also drunk at the time, and everything just happened naturally. When I woke up, I was really shocked. I was so scared, so I secretly saved your phone number and ran away. I thought it was just a coincidence one night, and I thought we wouldn't have any contact again. But I didn't expect to find out I was pregnant a month later. Xu Mengyao was a little emotional, and tears kept falling. I'm so sorry, Lin Yang, I didn't mean to lie to you. They are my children, and I really can't bear to abort them. I thought I could raise the children myself, lied to my parents about going to work, and secretly rented a place, but now I have no money. I don't want to burden you, I really can't hide it anymore, I really don't know how to raise these 2 babies. She became more and more guilty as she spoke. She lowered her head, her hands twisting incessantly. If she hadn't been completely broke and afraid to tell her parents, she truly wouldn't have considered finding Lin Yang. She knew this decision was too impulsive, and she had never discussed it with Lin Yang. This wasn't fair to him. But right now, she simply couldn't afford to support 2 babies. The babies had just been born, and she could barely afford hospital care. You mean, these 2 babies are my children? Lin Yang struggled to process this news. The school beauty was pregnant and had given birth. He thought that was shocking enough. He never imagined he was the father. He would never forget that night. And he hadn't told anyone. Xu Mengyao's ability to recount the details of that night meant that the woman from that night was indeed her. He had considered countless possibilities. He had searched for far too long. He never expected that person to be the school beauty. The girl he had a crush on for 3 years in college had just given birth to. Oh, his baby. Lin Yang, I know this is unfair to you. I called you here hoping to borrow some money. I can write you an IOU. If I can get through this, I can raise the baby myself. The school beauty still felt embarrassed. She was worried Lin Yang would think she was taking advantage of him, so she quickly explained. Only then did Lin Yang finally process the situation. If it's really my child, then of course I'll take care of it. But I'm thinking of doing a paternity test first. What do you think? Lin Yang wasn't unwilling to believe the school beauty. It was just that everything had happened so coincidentally. Better safe than sorry. If it was really his child, he would definitely take responsibility even if it meant going bankrupt. If it wasn't his child, he wouldn't spend a penny more. Lin Yang knew this suggestion was somewhat offensive. He felt a little embarrassed when he brought it up. Unexpectedly, the school beauty wasn't angry at all. Instead, she nodded emphatically. "You're right, I support the paternity test." "Aren't you angry? Don't you think I don't trust you?" The school beauty's agreement was so readily accepted that Lin Yang felt uneasy. "Why should I be angry? If it were me, and I were suddenly told by a phone call that I'm pregnant with 2 babies, I would make the same choice as you." Xu Mengyao smiled weakly. Lin Yang didn't say anything more and went straight to the paternity testing department. He had brought his ID card because he was worried about other things happening during the graduation photo shoot. After explaining the situation, the paternity test was arranged. Paternity testing for newborns requires a direct oral swab. The doctor came to collect samples from Lin Yang and the 2 babies. "Doctor, when will the results be available? If we expedite it, the results can be available in as little as 24 hours. The doctor's expression was somewhat cold as he faced Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao. They had seen far too many paternity tests like this in this department. "How much is expedited?" "Expedited fee is 1,000 yuan per sample. The paternity test itself is 2,400 yuan, plus 2 expedited samples, totaling 4,400 yuan. Lin Yang quickly paid the fee, then felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, he had a habit of saving money. He had saved up nearly 10,000 yuan, so although it hurt, he could still afford it. He needed to know the results of this matter as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications. After finishing all this, the sun had already set outside. The sky was dyed a golden yellow. Lin Yang returned to the ward, looking at the helpless school beauty and the 2 babies beside her. He first went to the baby's crib. He glanced at them. "Why are the 2 babies so ugly? They don't look like you at all." Lin Yang frowned. The school beauty's skin was like cream, fair and translucent. The 2 babies, however, looked wrinkled, their little faces like the folds on a bun. Extremely ugly. Just then, a nurse came in for a routine checkup. She heard Lin Yang's words and burst out laughing. "Newborns aren't good-looking. After being soaked in your mother's amniotic fluid for so long, your body is all wrinkled. It'll take at least a month for it to slowly look better," the nurse explained kindly to the 2. "Is that so?" Lin Yang nodded. He still found it unbelievable. Was the school beauty this ugly when she was born? Seeing the school beauty on the hospital bed, Lin Yang found it hard to imagine. Although the paternity test results weren't back yet, there was a very high chance that both babies were his. Lin Yang didn't plan to leave that night. He stayed at the hospital to take care of the school beauty and the 2 babies. Xu Mengyao had just given birth and was very weak. Taking care of the babies almost entirely fell on his shoulders. The 2 babies were very fussy. He didn't even know how he got through the night. Sunlight filtered through the leaves onto the hospital bed, casting dappled shadows. The entire ward was bathed in a soft golden light. Everything was full of vitality, just like the 2 babies. "Wah!" The cries of the 2 babies pierced the sky. Lin Yang sat helplessly beside the stroller. He had tried many ways to amuse the babies, but they hadn't opened their eyes yet and couldn't play with them. He didn't know how to soothe them. The babies might be hungry." Xu Mengyao's face was flushed, and she opened her mouth, but then stopped herself. "Really? What should we do? Should I go buy some formula?" Lin Yang was a little confused. You hand me one of the babies first, and I'll feed them." Xu Mengyao's voice was soft, and her face was already flushed. She was completely different from her usual aloof goddess demeanor. She had become a shy little cutie. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately understood. No wonder Xu Mengyao seemed so shy earlier, she was actually trying to feed the baby. "Ahem, you feed the baby first, I go for a walk and come back in a bit." Lin Yang was also a little shy. He casually picked up one of the babies and handed it to Xu Mengyao, then cleared his throat and turned to leave the ward. Before leaving, he made sure to close the door. "Mr. Lin? Your expedited paternity test results are in." Lin Yang had just stepped out when he saw a nurse coming over with a document. He nodded, took the document, and opened it. The results showed a 99% similarity rate, confirming that both babies were his children. Although this had been basically confirmed yesterday, seeing the paternity test results still gave Lin Yang a strange feeling. He was a father. The mother was Xu Mengyao. If he had said this in the school group chat, he might have been beaten to death. But now, it had actually come true. Ding, host is being tested. Congratulations to the host for binding the daddy system. Please make a choice. Option 1, take care of the babies, reward 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2, leave immediately, earn the title of coward. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in Lin Yang's mind. A system? During his time skipping classes in college, Lin Yang read a lot of online novels. He was naturally familiar with systems. But he never thought a system would find him. What was there to choose? The two babies were his children, and a paternity test had been done. He never intended to shirk responsibility from the beginning. I choose one. Lin Yang's choice had nothing to do with the system. This was his inner decision. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the system, you have received a reward of 100,000 yuan. Note, taking care of the babies will earn you a reward. The next second, Lin Yang immediately received a message. Your China Construction Bank account has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, current balance is 1 yuan. Holy! This system is too efficient. Lin Yang's eyes widened when he saw this message. This system is real. 10,000 yuan isn't a lot, but it's enough to last for a while. Most importantly, it means that as long as he takes care of the babies, the reward will definitely come again. Then it won't just be 10,000. Lin Yang thought excitedly. He immediately went out to buy some supplies for the babies, diapers, formula, baby clothes. Only after raising children do you realize how many things a tiny child needs. After buying the baby supplies, Lin Yang specially went to get some food for Xu Mengyao before returning to the ward. He thought Xu Mengyao would have finished feeding the babies by now. Unexpectedly, she was trying to put the first baby down to pick up the second. She failed. Lin Yang didn't return for a long time, and Xu Mengyao didn't know if he had gone for a walk or simply hadn't come. But the babies were still hungry, so she had to try. Unfortunately, she was extremely tired and didn't even have the strength to pick up the babies. Disheartened, she placed the babies beside her and sighed silently. Just as she was feeling sad, she looked up and saw Lin Yang. That moment was like seeing light. Lin Yang, you didn't leave? You didn't abandon me. Xu Mengyao had just given birth and was at her most vulnerable. Her emotions were fluctuating wildly. The moment she saw Lin Yang, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. It was the joy of something lost and found again. It was also a huge surprise. How could I abandon you? You just gave birth to 2 babies for me, you're the mother of my children. Lin Yang placed the bags and packages on the cabinet next to him. Only then did Xu Mengyao realize that he wasn't leaving at all. On the contrary, he had specially gone to buy so many things for the babies. These must have cost a lot of money, right? She lowered her head again. When she decided to keep the babies, she had been delusional. She thought she could work and support them even while taking care of them. Now she realized that everything cost money. And with her current physical condition, she couldn't even support herself, let alone the babies. They're just small things, they don't cost much. Lin Yang's tone was very gentle. As he spoke, he took out the soup he had just made. It's almost noon, you haven't eaten breakfast, you must be starving. Have some soup first, I'll get you lunch later. Lin Yang said, taking out a spoon. He scooped up a spoonful of soup, brought it to his lips, and gently blew on it before placing it to Xu Mengyao's lips. Xu Mengyao stared blankly at Lin Yang, even forgetting to open her mouth. Aren't you hungry? Lin Yang's words pulled Xu Mengyao back to reality. 2 red clouds rose on her fair and delicate cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, she finally opened her mouth slightly. After taking a sip of soup, Xu Mengyao's face scrunched up like a bun. It tastes awful, bitter and sour. What kind of soup is this? She stuck out her tongue from the bitterness. She didn't want to drink another drop. This is Shanghua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine soup. Lin Yang insisted on scooping up another spoonful, blowing on it to cool it down, and then placed it to Xu Mengyao's lips. But this time, Xu Mengyao's face was full of resistance. Lin Yang, can I not drink this soup? I'm a patient, you can't bully a patient. Xu Mengyao pouted, asking pitifully. When the soup was brought closer, she instinctively backed away. Why, after having a baby, you become a baby too? Sweetie, this helps with uterine contractions and lochia discharge. I just asked the doctor, and they said you need to drink this. Lin Yang was amused by Xu Mengyao's pitiful appearance. He hadn't expected that the usually aloof schoolgirl would actually turn into a little kid after having a baby. If her classmates saw her like this, their eyes would probably pop out. You even asked the doctor? Xu Mengyao was touched by his question. Her face was filled with conflict as she looked at the bowl of soup. Xu Mengyao looked up at Lin Yang, then down at the soup. Finally, she took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Ignoring Lin Yang's spoon, she picked up the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Burp, I'm done. Xu Mengyao's face was still scrunched up, her head held high, looking like she wanted praise. She drank too fast, leaving a trail of stains around her mouth. She looked both cute and funny. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He gently wiped the stains from her mouth with his thumb. Lin Yang's sudden closeness made Xu Mengyao a little nervous. Her heart pounded. But she didn't back down. She just sat there blankly. Why did you make yourself look like a little cat after drinking soup? Hearing Lin Yang's amused voice, Xu Menyao's fair face turned even redder. She had only been thinking about holding her breath so the soup wouldn't be bitter anymore. She hadn't paid attention to her appearance. She pouted and didn't speak, mainly because she was shy. This was the first time she'd been so unconcerned about her image in front of a boy. I heard from Chow that you haven't been to school for half a year? Lin Yang noticed the school beauty's discomfort and initiated a conversation, asking casually. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao smiled bitterly. Yes. At first, I didn't feel anything when I was pregnant, and I didn't want any little lives to be lost because of me. Back then, I still went to school as usual. Although there were some suspicions, I just said I'd gained weight, and that's how I kept it a secret. But I was carrying twins, and my belly kept getting bigger. Later, I realized I couldn't hide it anymore, so I took a leave of absence and rented a place outside. Xu Mengyao glanced at her belly. Fortunately, the babies were finally born smoothly. All her hard work and perseverance hadn't been in vain. Listening to Xu Menyao's casual descriptions, Lin Yang felt a pang of heartache. Xu Mengyao had truly sacrificed so much to bring two babies into the world. He held Xu Mengyao in his arms and gently patted her back. Thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, I'm here for you from now on. I'll face anything with you. Lin Yang's voice was low, yet very serious. He hadn't known before that he would never let Xu Mengyao suffer any more grievances. Upon hearing these words, Xu Menyao's eyes instantly filled with tears. She had endured so much alone for so long, never daring to tell anyone about her exhaustion. At this moment, she finally had a shoulder to lean on. At first, she could only sob softly. Later, her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, dripping onto Lin Yang's shoulder. Lin Yang, thank goodness for you. Xu Mengyao sobbed between sobs, sincerely expressing her gratitude. At this moment, the tension she had been holding in finally eased completely. Ahem, I didn't mean to disturb you too. At this moment, the nurse stood helplessly at the door of the ward, caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, she couldn't help but clear her throat, hoping to attract Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang's attention. Xu Mengyao quickly got up from Lin Tian's embrace, hastily wiping away her tears. She wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. It's okay, new mothers are easily agitated. But your husband is really good, very patient in comforting you. The nurse quickly smiled, unable to resist praising Lin Yang. She had seen a bit of it from outside the door. She hadn't expected this young couple to be so sweet. For a moment, she felt like a stray dog, kicked while on duty. Husband Xu Mengyao blushed and secretly glanced at Lin Yang. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang was also looking at her. Their eyes met. She instantly looked away shyly. But the word husband lingered in her mind for a long time. Nurse, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao both tacitly refrained from correcting the term. This is a routine checkup for newborns. I need to take the babies to be weighed and then do some simple health checks. The nurse said as she pushed the stroller, trying to take the babies away. As Xu Menyao's gaze remained fixed on the babies. She wanted to get up but didn't have the strength. Do you need me to come with you? It'll be easier if I'm here. Lin Yang noticed Xu Menyao's worry and offered. Don't worry, we're professionals, we won't lose your baby. It's almost noon, you can use this time to get the new mother some food. The nurse couldn't help but tease the new parents, seeing their worried expressions. She had initially thought that such young parents probably lacked a sense of responsibility. But it turned out to be the complete opposite. Her attitude became even warmer. As they spoke, the nurse gave one of the strollers to a colleague, and the two pushed the baby away. Without the baby, the bed next door was still empty. The ward suddenly felt deserted. Lie down for a while, I'll be back. Lin Yang turned to leave, but Xu Mengyao grabbed his sleeve. Where are you going? Xu Mengyao looked at him expectantly, like a pitiful little thing about to be abandoned. I'll go get you some food, I'll be right back. Didn't the nurse just say? I'll get you some food while I'm at it so I can take care of the baby. Lin Yang explained patiently, a smile playing on his lips. Xu Mengyao nodded, but her little hand still wouldn't let go. Sweetie, wait for me a bit, I'll be right back. Lin Yang gently stroked Xu Menyao's hair. It was so soft and smooth. Okay, Lin Yang, don't leave me. Okay? Xu Mengyao murmured softly. But they were very close. Her voice still reached Lin Yang's ears. Silly girl, I'm just going to buy some food, I'll be right back. How about this, we'll keep the video call on the whole time. You can even point out what you want to eat, okay? Lin Yang could sense that perhaps because she had just given birth, Xu Mengyao still felt insecure. And as a father, as Xu Mengyao man, he naturally had to do better. He simply took out his phone and had Xu Mengyao turn on hers. The two added each other on WeChat. Then he made a video call. This time, Xu Mengyao finally let go of his hand, and a smile returned to her face. Taking advantage of the relatively low crowd, Lin Yang quickly went downstairs to the cafeteria. Lin Yang, I want to eat that. Lin Yang, I want to eat this too. Xu Mengyao pointed in the video, as if they had agreed. Lin Yang patiently got her food, and also got one for himself. After quickly getting his food, Lin Yang didn't even wait for the elevator, climbing straight back upstairs. Xu Mengyao leaned against the bed, her beautiful, watery eyes fixed longingly on the doorway. Until she saw Lin Yang's figure, a smile bloomed in her eyes. Lin Yang, I'm so hungry. But I didn't buy the fried chicken, it's too greasy, it's not suitable for you to eat right after giving birth. Lin Yang bought a whole bunch of takeout boxes, big and small. He first put the takeout on the table, then helped Xu Mengyao set up the small table. Then, the food filled the table. Did I just choose so much? Isn't it a bit too extravagant? Xu Mengyao clicked her tongue in surprise. She had already spent a lot of money to have the baby. She had even learned to be frugal, and usually couldn't bear to eat too well. So this time, she wanted to eat a little bit of everything she saw. Before she knew it, she had chosen so much. Silly girl, now is the time when you should be nourishing your body the most, it's not extravagant to eat anything. Lin Yang patted Xu Menyao's head affectionately. She was the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. He remembered once. A rich second generation drove a sports car to the school, with a trunk full of flowers. He told Xu Mengyao. As long as she was willing to be together, he would give her anything, from cars to flowers. Back then, Xu Mengyao was still the aloof school beauty. Seeing this scene, she didn't even say a word, just turned and left. Now, for the sake of the baby, she actually felt that eating a few more dishes was a luxury. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached. From now on, don't think about these things anymore. I'm here, leave these things to the man. Lin Yang met Xu Menyao's gaze. He spoke seriously, word by word. Xu Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously nodded. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and slowly dripped down her cheeks. Why are you crying again? I've only been here for 2 days, and you've already cried 3 times. If people didn't know, they would think I was bullying you. Lin Yang smiled and gently wiped away the tears from Xu Menyao's face. You're not bullying me. I just feel that you're too good to me. Xu Mengyao said softly. You're the mother of my child, who else should I be good to if not you? Lin Yang said, but another thought aired in his mind. Xu Mengyao wasn't just the mother of his child. She was also the woman he had liked for 3 years in college. And now, for the 4th year, she was the one who haunted his dreams. Since fate had now bound them together, he naturally wanted to cherish her. Lin Yang picked up a piece of fish and fed it to Xu Mengyao. Having learned from the last experience, Xu Mengyao wasn't as shy about being fed by Lin Yang now. However, her face was still flushed. She slightly opened her small mouth and ate it in one bite. The two had just finished eating when the nurse returned. Ahem, I hope I didn't disturb you too this time? Before entering, the nurse coughed solemnly. Not only did I not disturb you, we were all looking forward to your arrival. Lin Yang noticed that Xu Mengyao seemed to subconsciously turn her head away whenever someone came by. She rarely made eye contact with strangers and didn't say much. Lin Yang had noticed this before. At that time, he only thought Xu Mengyao was aloof. She didn't like socializing. But this time, being so close, Lin Yang noticed that Xu Menyao's fingers were constantly fidgeting. She was clearly nervous. Could it be? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Yang's mind. Could it be that Xu Menyao's previous aloofness wasn't due to pride, but rather social anxiety? Yao Yao, don't you think so? Lin Yang deliberately turned to interact with Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao clearly didn't react immediately, nodding stiffly. Her eyes seemed somewhat uneasy. Her fingers fidgeted even more frequently. This behavior confirmed Lin Yang's guess. He finally realized that the aloof campus belle that everyone knew about throughout his 4 years of university wasn't truly aloof at all. She was just a cute girl who was afraid to talk to people because of social anxiety. The campus belle image had just collapsed? Nurse, is our baby healthy? Lin Yang suppressed a laugh, turning to ask the nurse. Right now, this matter was definitely more important. Both babies are healthy. The older one is a boy, weighing 56 pounds. The younger one is a girl, weighing 52 pounds. Remember to name the babies soon, you still need to get their birth certificates. After the nurse finished speaking, she enthusiastically explained some baby care knowledge to Lin Yang. Lin Yang listened very attentively. He even took out a small notebook and wrote down all the important points. It's rare to see such a conscientious father like you. Miss, you are so lucky. Before leaving, the nurse couldn't help but sigh. After the nurse left, Xu Mengyao's tense body finally relaxed. Lin Yang also felt this obvious change. He became even more certain of his previous guess. Yao Yao, it's time to name the babies. Lin Yang said softly. His Yao Yao made Xu Mengyao blush again. For so long, because of social anxiety, she rarely interacted with people. She certainly didn't dare to date. She didn't even have many friends. Apart from her parents, this was the first time someone had called her so intimately. It seems pretty good. Xu Mengyao's lips curled into a secret smile. Do you have any names you like? Lin Yang was still asking for Xu Mengyao's opinion. Xu Mengyao shook her head in distress. Actually, I've thought of so many before. But none of them sound good. How about you decide? She looked at Lin Yang, handing over this arduous task to him. In that instant, she suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders lighten considerably. She knew very well that she was not only handing over the naming rights of her baby, but also her trust. I think Yunhe and Xingluo are good. Brother Yunhe and sister Xingluo, what do you think? Since confirming that the baby was his, Lin Yang had been frantically thinking of names. He finally settled on these two. The candlelight shines deep behind the mica screen, the long river gradually falls as the morning star sinks. Yunhe and Xingluo. These two names are really good. 9 months had passed since she found out she was pregnant. Xu Mengyao racked her brains every day but couldn't think of a name. She didn't think Lin Yang could come up with a name so quickly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang actually came up with names for the babies right away. Yunhe, Cloud River, evokes a sense of freedom, soaring through the sky, perfect for a boy. Xingluo, Starfall, gives a gentle and romantic feeling, ideal for a girl. She repeated it, increasingly satisfied. Then let's call them Yunhe Xingluo. Lin Yunhe, Lin Xingluo, babies, these are your names from now on. Are you satisfied? Lin Yang lowered his head, smiling as he teased the two babies. The two babies were only 2 days old and their eyes weren't even open yet. Naturally, they didn't understand what Lin Yang meant. But it wasn't just an accident, or perhaps it was destiny. The two actually made two ah sounds, as if in response. Lin Yang, do they really like these names? Xu Mengyao was instantly delighted to see the baby's reaction. Even Lin Yang didn't expect the babies to be so cooperative. The two weren't happy for long. The babies started crying again. It's normal for newborns to cry. At this age, babies don't have much awareness. They can't express their needs with words, so they can only use crying to get attention. Seeing the babies cry broke Xu Mengyao's heart. She wanted to hold them but was too weak. Lin Yang, why are the babies crying? She could only ask Lin Yang for help. Fortunately, the nurse had taught her a lot of knowledge before leaving. Following the nurse's advice, Lin Yang first touched the diapers of the two babies. Sure enough, they were warm. No wonder they're twins, they even together. I'll take care of them, don't worry. Confirming that the reason for the crying was pooping, Xu Mengyao felt relieved. Leaning against the bed, she watched Lin Yang's actions with great anticipation. Lin Yang's movements were very gentle. First, he opened the baby's diaper and gently lifted her legs. This is Xingxing's meconium, Lin Yang exclaimed. He then pulled the diaper out and threw it in the trash. Next, he used some baby wipes he had bought to gently wipe Xingxing's bottom. After cleaning, he applied a thin layer of diaper rash cream. Only then did he lower the baby's legs and open a new diaper. He carefully put the new diaper on the baby. After changing it, he even carefully checked the tightness of the legs. Lin Yang, have you ever raised a child before? Xu Mengyao was stunned. Although she was a mother, she had never been exposed to this before, and all knowledge about raising children was still a mystery to her. She had never practiced it herself and was even worried that she wouldn't do it well. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang's series of actions were so smooth and effortless, as if he had done it many times before. What are you thinking about? Baby's skin is so delicate, I'm afraid I might accidentally damage it if I touch them. So I watched the video a few times to learn. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. You're amazing. You learned so well after just a few watches. Xu Mengyao gave him a thumbs up, showering him with praise. At this moment, Lin Yang had just changed his younger sister's diaper. His older brother was still crying. He didn't stop there either, quickly changing his brother's diaper as well. After finishing with both babies, he suddenly heard a familiar mechanical voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the baby's diapers for the first time, reward 150000. Lin Yang then received another text message. In just 2 days, 250000 had been deposited into his account. Seeing his balance, he couldn't help but feel excited. This system was indeed powerful. This money was at least enough for him to get through his current difficulties. With both babies' diapers changed, the room fell silent again. Lin Yang, what if I'm too slow in the future? You learn things so fast, you'll leave me behind in no time. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang with concern. She wasn't actually slow, but seeing Lin Yang's smooth and effortless movements, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She'd already been a burden to Lin Yang, and now she was completely clueless. Wouldn't she be disliked, thinking about the future so soon? Lin Yang laughed at her words. I didn't mean that. Xu Mengyao finally realized. She had subconsciously included Lin Yang in her future plans. She even felt that this man would definitely appear in her future life. If Lin Yang hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have even realized it. Now, her face was more than just flushed. She buried her head in the pillow, afraid to look at Lin Yang, terrified of being teased. Her heart pounded wildly, worried that Lin Yang would reject her. I didn't mean that. If you didn't think that way, I'd be very sad. Lin Yang's pleasant voice rang out from above. Why is someone turning into an ostrich? Does he not want to have anything to do with me? He feigned disappointment. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao didn't have time to be nervous and quickly raised her head. No, it's not that. I'm just afraid you'll laugh at me. Lin Yang, I really didn't mean to trouble you. But it's so nice to have you here. Xu Mengyao's face was still red, and she gently tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve. Her voice was soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it still reached Lin Yang's ears. Didn't I say? I'll always be by your side from now on. After you're discharged from the hospital, we'll get our marriage certificate. I want to give you a title, and give the baby a title too. This time, Lin Yang also put away his smile and became serious. This was not a joke. Now that they had a baby, he had to take on the responsibility of a man. It's just a pity. Before Xu Mengyao could even be happy, she heard Lin Yang's last sentence. What's a pity? Do you have someone you like? She looked at Lin Yang, her eyes misty. It's a pity everything is too rushed right now, and I haven't been able to give you a grand wedding yet. Don't worry, once the babies are a little older, I will definitely give you a grand wedding. I'll make you my most beautiful bride. Lin Yang saw that Xu Mengyao was almost crying. He quickly explained, I don't care about any wedding. Thank you for believing me, and I'm willing to stay by your side. Having just given birth, Xu Mengyao was at her most vulnerable and helpless. Just when she was completely lost, Lin Yang appeared from the darkness, radiating light. For Xu Mengyao, it was like seeing salvation. She was never good at talking to people and was terrified of social situations. But when Lin Yang was by her side, she didn't feel afraid. On the contrary, she felt a strong sense of security at that moment. Ahem, I'm here to disturb you again. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to ruin your good atmosphere every time. It's just that the babies were born and need to be bathed now. The nurse blushed and stood at the door. She knew she had come at the wrong time. However, everything in the hospital has a fixed schedule, and she couldn't afford to wait that long. So, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and knock on the door again. Why so sweet? Who's she trying to kill with sweetness? Wah, it turns out she was the one being killed by the sweetness. When she stepped into the ward, her legs felt like they weighed a ton. She felt like she was glowing. She was practically a giant light bulb. So babies need to be bathed right after birth? Lin Yang wasn't angry that the atmosphere was interrupted. He just remarked, cleverly drawing attention back to the baby. Yes, babies are so small at this age, adults aren't very gentle. It's safer for us to bathe them. By the way, parents can accompany their babies when they're bathed. Are you going? Upon hearing this, Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up. Can I come along too? Her voice wasn't loud, and she didn't look at the nurse when she spoke, but at Lin Yang. Her little hand was still tugging at Lin Yang's sleeve, seeking his opinion. Showing off their affection in front of everyone. Bullying single people like this. The nurse looked at Xu Mengyao, such a beautiful woman, looking so pitiful. Lin Yang was so handsome and sunny. For a moment, she didn't know who to envy more. Nurse, can she walk around now? Lin Yang knew that Xu Mengyao was timid and a bit socially awkward. He took the initiative to speak for her. She had a natural birth, so as long as she feels strong, she can get up and walk around anytime. Speaking of which, More activity is also good for recovery. The nurse nodded. Yao Yao, do you feel strong? If you want, I'll take you there. After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Yang gently asked Xu Mengyao. I can do it, I want to go. Xu Mengyao's upturned face was full of anticipation. Okay, then let's go together. As he spoke, Lin Yang gently helped Xu Mengyao up. He then gently helped her put on her shoes. Wow, your husband is so considerate. You're so lucky. The nurse's eyes almost sparkled as she watched Lin Yang's series of actions. Sure enough, good men are always someone else's. Xu Mengyao's face was still flushed. Hearing the nurse's words, she didn't refute the nickname. Instead, she nodded almost imperceptibly. Lin Yang smiled. He helped Xu Mengyao slowly stand up. Having just given birth, she was still weak. Her body felt limp. Every step she took was slow. Lin Yang, I'm so useless. Maybe I shouldn't go. Xu Mengyao had only taken a couple of steps when she felt powerless. She pouted and looked at Lin Yang with a pitiful expression. Sweetie, hang in there a little longer, we're almost there. Lin Yang held her arm with one hand and put his arm around her waist with the other. His tone was very gentle. The two nurses pushing the baby behind them felt like they were being bombarded with sweetness every second. After walking a few steps, they didn't even feel hungry anymore. Wah, this dog food is plentiful. Finally, they arrived at the newborn swimming, bathing, and massage center. Since there were two babies, and Xu Mengyao was a bit socially awkward, Lin Yang chose a private room. Inside, there was a special swimming pool and all sorts of supplies prepared for the babies. Wow, they're twins. The two babies are so cute. The two massage therapists each took one baby. First, they used clean cotton towels, dampened and wrung out, to clean the babies' faces. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao watched attentively, trying to remember all the massage therapists' movements, afraid that they wouldn't do it well when they bathed the babies themselves in the future. Next, we'll wash the baby's hair. Who wants to try? Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao were clearly eager to try. Can we do it together? Lin Yang asked directly. Now it was Xu Mengyao's turn to panic. Lin Yang, I don't have the strength. I'm afraid of hurting the baby. She tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve and whispered. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Okay, let's do it together. Lin Yang took Xingxing from the masseuse's hands. Following instructions, he held her on his lap, supporting the baby's head and spine with his strong hands. Xu Mengyao carefully washed the baby's hair beside him. The newborn's hair was very soft and fine, a light color. Xu Mengyao was exceptionally gentle when washing the baby, afraid of accidentally hurting her. You two are so in sync. We usually see parents washing their own hair, but I never expected you two to cooperate like this. You're so loving. Even the masseuse had never seen such parents before. Watching the two of them working together to wash the baby's hair, she couldn't help but smile like an ant. After Xingxing's hair was washed, it was Yunyun's turn. Having tried it once before, Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao became more skilled this time. Then the masseuse took the two babies to wash other parts of their bodies. Lin Yang, like a diligent student, frequently asked various questions. The two massage therapists patiently explained everything. Ding, congratulations to the host for bathing the babies for the first time. Reward, infant care ability. After the two babies finished their bath, Lin Yang heard the familiar voice in his mind again. Infant care ability? He hadn't expected the system to offer such a thoughtful reward. Ever since confirming he had two babies, Lin Yang had been constantly searching online for information on how to care for them. Even so, his knowledge was still limited. He worried about what he might encounter outside his area of expertise and be unable to handle it. And then, the system provided the infant care ability. Instantly, Lin Yang felt a warm current rush into his mind, merging with his memories. The next second, he suddenly realized that all the infant care knowledge was now filling his mind. He could choose freely. Now he didn't have to worry anymore. At this moment, the massage therapists had just finished massaging the babies. Both babies are all cleaned up and ready to go home. The babies are so cute and well behaved, they haven't made a sound all day. The massage therapist couldn't help but praise them. Newborns are actually quite difficult to control their emotions. Many babies will cry or scream from time to time. For them, these are normal phenomena. But these two babies were so quiet and enjoying themselves the whole time. This is truly rare. The babies have been praised. Quickly thank the two aunties. Lin Yang was even happier to hear the praise than to hear it praised himself. After saying goodbye to the massage therapist, he took Xu Mengyao back to the ward. Before the two could speak, a doctor walked in. Miss Xu, when will you settle your hospital bill? You paid over 20,000 last time, and now you owe another 20,000. The doctor's attitude was alright, but Xu Mengyao's face flushed. That 20,000 was all she had. Now she really had nothing left. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been in such a debt for so long. Lin Yang, can you help me? Consider it a loan. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back once I can go back to work. Xu Mengyao tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve again, her voice increasingly hesitant. With 2 babies to take care of, she didn't know when she'd be able to go out and earn money. Even if Lin Yang didn't want to help, she felt it was okay. Finally, she lowered her head in frustration, staring blankly at the pristine white sheets. Why are you thinking like that again? Didn't I tell you? I'll take care of things from now on. Don't overthink things. Lin Yang cupped Xu Mengyao's face, affectionately poking her forehead. You stay here and take care of the babies. I'm going to pay the bill, I'll be right back. Lin Yang quickly paid the bill and was about to return to his ward when he received a call from Chow. Since he rushed to the hospital without taking graduation photos yesterday, he hadn't contacted Chow. He had been taking care of the baby yesterday and hadn't even had time to check his phone. Sure enough, there were 2 missed calls from Chow. He guessed the guy must be worried sick. Brother Yang, where did you go? You didn't take graduation photos and didn't answer the phone. You didn't actually go to meet your online crush, did you? As soon as he answered the phone, it was Chow's anxious voice. Don't get sold out. Online dating is really unreliable these days. Brother Yang, you're such a grown man, and handsome too. How could you be so foolish? Chow talked for a long time. He spoke quickly and without interruption, not giving Lin Yang a chance to interrupt. Lin Yang finally got a chance to speak after Chow finished. I'm at the hospital. His words reignited Chow's anger. What? Yang Ji, you didn't get your kidneys kicked, did you? How did you get to the hospital so quickly? Which hospital? Give me the address right away, I'll come take care of you. Chow was startled. His tone became even more anxious. I'm at Sacred Heart Hospital, come on over. Lin Yang knew that if he refused Chow, the guy would definitely worry and lose sleep for several nights. For 4 years of university, this guy had truly considered him a brother. Now that he had a child, he didn't intend to hide it. After stating the hospital's name, he returned to the ward. At this moment, Xu Mengyao sat upright, staring expectantly at the door. Seeing Lin Yang return, she seemed relieved. Yao, my roommate Chow is coming to see the baby later. Since I've decided to walk this path with you, I also want everyone to know you exist. Do you think that's okay? Lin Yang sat down next to Xu Mengyao and asked softly. He knew very well that Xu Mengyao was socially awkward and might be nervous about this meeting. However, many things had to be faced. He still hoped Xu Mengyao could bravely take this step. Okay. Whatever you say. Hearing Lin Yang's words, although she was afraid of the meeting, the thought that Lin Yang was introducing her to everyone made Xu Mengyao feel like she had eaten a sweet candy. Not long after, Chow arrived at Sacred Heart Hospital. Following the address Lin Yang gave him, he climbed to the 4th floor and found bed number 12. Brother Yang, you're injured. Why are you at the Women and Children's Hospital? I can't forget, when I got out of the car, the doctor looked at me. Chow pushed open the door. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly looked up and saw Xu Mengyao lying on the hospital bed. Lin Yang was sitting beside the bed. On the other side was a stroller with 2 babies inside. I'm so confused, I think I'm hallucinating. He immediately left the room and pushed the door open again. It was the same scene, am I doing something wrong? Chow still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stubbornly retreated back into the corridor. This time, it wasn't just Lin Yang who was affected. Even Xu Mengyao laughed. Chow entered for the 3rd time. The scene before him remained unchanged. Hey, this is really weird. Don't go out, what you're seeing is real. This time, Lin Yang finally couldn't help but speak up. He seriously suspected that if he didn't speak up, this kid could repeat himself hundreds of times. This guy is really persistent. What the hell? Brother Yang, didn't you say you were having an online romance? How the hell did you end up with the school beauty? And what's with these 2 kids next to you? Hearing Lin Yang's words, Chow seemed to wake up from a dream, almost jumping up in shock. The scene before him was too shocking. 2 completely unrelated people appeared in the maternity ward at the same time. There were also 2 dolls next to them. Is this some kind of latest prank game? I forgot to tell you, my online romance partner is Xu Mengyao. Oh right, we have a child now. Lin Yang said calmly. So calm that even Chow couldn't remain calm. You rushed out without even taking graduation photos, and it really was because the school beauty wanted to see you? Chow slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered what Lin Yang had said before leaving. It turned out Lin Yang had said it a long time ago. He just hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was a joke. They both just graduated from university. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Lin Yang had somehow secretly gotten together with the school beauty. And he even became a father right after graduation. What are you thinking about with that deep look on your face? Lin Yang couldn't help but tease Chow when he saw his wistful expression. Brother Yang, I was just thinking, how come there's such a big difference between people? We both just graduated, and you're already a father. Chow couldn't help but feel envious. Especially seeing Lin Yang holding Xu Mengyao's hand tightly. He couldn't help but sigh. If those guys at our school saw you like this, they'd probably tear you apart. Lin Yang waved his hand casually. Who cares about them? After saying that, he calmed Xu Mengyao down. By the way, can I see the babies? I've never seen a newborn baby before. Chow was also full of curiosity about the two babies. He stared longingly from afar. Without Lin Yang's permission, he didn't dare to get too close, afraid of accidentally hurting the babies. Of course you can. These are twins, a boy and a girl. The boy's name is Lin Yunhe, and the girl's name is Lin Xingluo. Lin Yang perked up instantly at the mention of the babies. He introduced them to Chow with a beaming smile. It was the aura of a new dad. Chow suddenly felt that the person he had shared a dorm room with for 4 years seemed to have suddenly become a mature man, while he was still the same loser. The difference. That was the difference. Chow originally wanted to say something, but he was drawn to the babies. These two babies are so small. So newborns are only this big? They're quite cute, they're so well behaved, they don't cry or fuss. Chow couldn't help but sigh. The babies seemed even smaller than he had imagined. He had originally wanted to say hello to the school beauty. Just thinking about the school beauty's aloof demeanor makes me a little timid. Finally, he just nodded as a greeting. He seemed to adore the two babies. Brother Yang, keep this. After a while, Chow pulled a wad of banknotes from his pocket and stuffed it into Lin Yang's hand. What are you doing? Lin Yang tried to return it to Chow, but was refused. Brother Yang, we just graduated from university and don't even have jobs yet. It must be tough raising children. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, just ask. We'll have your brothers to help. This isn't much, but you have to accept it. Chow's earlier joking demeanor vanished. This time, his expression became unusually serious. Lin Yang, however, didn't want to accept the money. He knew Chow didn't have a job either. Judging by the thickness of the wad, it must have been at least 1,000 or 2. This was likely his food money for the month. Chowzi, I have money, but you still need it to live on. Lin Yang's words were true. After getting the system, even after deducting the medical expenses he had just paid, he still had more than 220,000 yuan. Although it wasn't a lot, it was enough to live on for a while. Besides, the system would have new rewards in the future. He wasn't in such a hurry for money. On the contrary, Chow had just graduated and was looking for a job. These days, he needed to rent a house and eat, and everything required money. Chow's family wasn't rich, just an ordinary family. He appreciated the kindness of being able to take out this money all at once. But he couldn't accept this money. Are you looking down on your brother? Brother Yang, although I don't have much money, I can still take out this little bit of money when you need it. If you don't accept this, then you're looking down on my little bit of money. Chow was extremely serious this time. He looked so earnest. Lin Yang felt that if he continued, this guy might get angry. Okay, I'll take the money for now. But if you ever need money, you'd better tell me. This was a hospital, after all, and Lin Yang didn't want to argue anymore. Although he accepted the money first, he definitely couldn't touch it. He would have to pay it back later, so the guy wouldn't go hungry. Of course, I'm counting on you to make money and help me out in the future. Chow chuckled. Xu Mengyao, watching the two interact, couldn't help but feel envious. Lin Yang seemed to be really good at socializing. He even had such a good brother. As for her, because of social anxiety, she didn't even have many friends. That's why she was short of money after being hospitalized and didn't know who to borrow from. In the end, she could only muster up the courage to call Lin Yang. Perhaps that was the difference. Chow was still playing with the baby. At this moment, Lin Yang received another call. It was his counselor calling. Lin Yang's counselor was named Chen Tingting. She was not yet 30 years old and had just become a counselor. She got along well with her classmates. She was also very pretty and popular. Lin Yang was a little curious. Why was his advisor calling at this time? Lin Yang, why didn't you come to take your graduation photos this year? Didn't we all agree to take a picture together while everyone was still here? He answered the phone, hearing his advisor's slightly puzzled voice. Advisor, I'm sorry, my baby was just born, I really can't make it. Lin Yang didn't intend to hide it. He told the truth directly. You have a child? When did that happen? You little rascal, how could you not tell your teacher about something so big? Which hospital are you in? I'll come and see. Chen Tingting was shocked to hear that Lin Yang had a child. However, university life is relatively relaxed. Besides, it was almost graduation time. She was quite happy for Lin Yang. Plus, they got along very well, so Chen Tingting planned to come and give a gift. I'm on the 4th floor of Sacred Heart Hospital. After giving the address to his counselor, Lin Yang hung up the phone. Yao Yao, my counselor is coming over in a bit. She's just coming to see us and check on the baby, don't worry. He said softly and gently to Xu Mengyao. You two are going too far. Single people are people too, could you at least offer a little pat on the back? Chao, standing nearby, was almost in tears. He had come to take care of Lin Yang, but Lin Yang was perfectly fine. He was the one who was being fed dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. He wondered if King some digestive pills would help in this situation. What did we do? Lin Yang asked innocently. He was just comforting Xu Mengyao. Wait until I leave, then you two can continue your lovey-dovey display. I can't take it, Bro Chao sighed dramatically, making Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao laugh. A while later, Chen Tingting rushed to Sacred Heart Hospital and found bed number 12. Advisor, you're here too. Luckily, there's you, a single dog, to share this dog food attack with me. Seeing his advisor arrive, Chao felt like he'd found his tribe. Get lost, who's a single dog with you? I'm a single aristocrat. Chen Tingting rolled her eyes at Chao. Then she turned her head. Her gaze lingered on Xu Mengyao. Lin Yang, you've been keeping it low-key, but you actually managed to win over the school beauty. You're something else. Although she was an advisor, Chen Tingting had paid attention to the school's beauty pageant. She'd only been there for 4 years, and Xu Mengyao had been the top contender for all 4. It caused quite a stir throughout the school. Even students from neighboring schools came to catch a glimpse of her. It was impossible for her not to follow it. Knowing that Lin Yang's wife was Xu Mengyao was even more surprising than knowing that Lin Yang was pregnant. Just luck. Lin Yang was unusually shy. Oh right, this is the stroller I prepared for the baby. The baby will definitely need this after being discharged from the hospital. Chen Tingting slapped her forehead and quickly pushed the stroller in. Then she suddenly noticed. There were actually 2 cribs next to Xu Mengyao. You have twins? Chen Tingting's eyes widened. Yes, counselor, I forgot to tell you. My children are twins, the brother is named Lin Yunhe, and the sister is named Lin Xingluo. Lin Yang introduced them to the counselor with a smile. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Oh no, I only bought 1 stroller, it's not enough for 2 babies. Wait a minute, I'll go out and buy another one. Now it was Chen Tingting's turn to be embarrassed. She hadn't asked any questions and rushed over. On the way, she thought about it and bought a stroller as a gift for the baby. But she didn't expect that the other baby had a pair, while she only had 1 stroller. No need, counselor. It's my fault for not explaining clearly. Lin Yang was also amused and quickly stopped Chen Tingting. It's already a favor that they even bothered to take a look. Besides, this stroller is a high-end model, he'd seen it in the store before when he was buying things for his babies. This stroller costs at least 3,000. Their advisor only earns a little over 10,000 yuan a month. Buying such a nice gift is already quite generous. It wouldn't be right to ask for another one. How can that be? I can't be biased. Chen Tingting, being a carefree person, said she was about to go buy it. But then a call came from the school, disrupting her plans. The school just asked me to go to a meeting. Consider this a gift I owe my baby, I'll definitely pay it back next time. Remember, this graduation photo isn't a big deal, but you have to submit your thesis on time. Chen Tingting reminded him again before leaving. Graduation thesis. Oh no, my thesis has a plagiarism rate of over 70%. Yang Ji, I need to go back and revise my thesis too. Wishing you and your wife a long and happy life together. He quickly slapped his forehead, blurted out those words, and hurriedly ran off. Lin Yang watched the 2 figures leave, both amused and exasperated. Lin Yang, your friend is so interesting. Your advisor is fun too. After everyone left, Xu Mengyao became much bolder. I was worried you'd be scared. My advisor isn't much older than us, we're like buddies. As for my buddy, he's a dog. Lin Yang sat down next to Xu Mengyao and said with a smile. A dog? Isn't he human? Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her pupils seeming to tremble. Aren't only people allowed to go to school? And the boy from earlier looked quite human. Have dogs evolved into this state now? She found it hard to understand, yet she trusted Lin Yang completely. You don't know yet, do you? There's a breed of dog that has evolved. It's been all over the news this year. You've been trying to conceive, so it's normal that you haven't been paying attention to what's happening outside. Chow is actually their experimental subject. Lin Yang didn't expect that his casual remark would be taken seriously by Xu Mengyao. Looking at her shocked expression, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so easy to fool. Teasing her like this, her reaction was truly delightful. Indeed, these innocent little flowers are meant to be teased. He couldn't help but continue teasing her. Technological development is really fast. Lin Yang, I feel like I'm falling behind the times. Sure enough, this time Xu Mengyao's pupils were more than just in shock. Her mouth was slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Clearly, this news was still too much of a shock for her. She was just pregnant, only 10 months along at most. How much has the outside world developed? Ha, I was just kidding. Chow is a person. Xu Mengyao looked both serious and adorable. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Xu Mengyao tilted her head, waiting for Lin Yang to continue. This guy has always been single, a complete and utter bachelor. Lin Yang explained further. So he really is a person, not a dog, right? Xu Mengyao nodded, seemingly understanding. Sure enough, this guy lacked social skills and didn't seem to understand these things. That's right, he really is a person. Lin Yang explained patiently, afraid that Xu Mengyao would misunderstand and think Chow was some kind of human-dog hybrid. That's good. I thought I was so out of touch with the times. Xu Mengyao patted her chest in relief. How could he have thought the school beauty was so aloof before? Lin Yang suddenly wondered. This school beauty was clearly an innocent and naive girl. She was incredibly cute. Sure enough, his impression from afar was that she was unreliable. All right, the nurse just told me that we need to take the baby to get vaccinated this afternoon. Can you just wait for me in the ward, okay? He had almost forgotten about it because of Chow and his advisor's arrival. Now he suddenly remembered. He glanced at the time. It was a bit late, but about right. I want to go with you. Xu Mengyao's voice was soft, but it was rare for her to bring it up on her own initiative. It's not that you can't go, but I heard there are quite a few people at the vaccination site. Are you sure you want to come with me? Lin Yang asked patiently. This time, Xu Mengyao's little hand, which she had finally mustered the courage to do, instantly dropped back down. Then, I'll wait for you here. She still chickened out. Wait for me obediently, and remember to call me if anything happens. I'm getting the baby vaccinated downstairs. I'll be up in a bit. Seeing Xu Mengyao's timid and aggrieved look, Lin Yang suddenly felt that he wasn't twins at all, but triplets. He quickly stroked Xu Mengyao's fur again. Okay. Then you have to come back quickly. Sure enough, after being stroked, a smile returned to Xu Mengyao's little face. She looked at Lin Yang expectantly. She waited until Lin Yang's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Next time I must muster up my courage. She then lowered her head as if deflated. He silently cheered himself on. At this moment, Lin Yang had already pushed his two babies to the third-floor vaccination area. Just as the nurse had said, a long line had already formed. Lin Yang was at the very back of the line. Although he was a little anxious, he could only wait. Wow, you have twins. How lucky you are. Are the babies boys or girls? Were your babies just born? They're so tiny and cute. Lin Yang, tall and handsome, and pushing two babies, immediately attracted a lot of attention. Everyone crowded around, asking questions. They're twins, a boy and a girl, Lin Yang patiently answered. Wow, you're so lucky. A boy and a girl. Two babies make a perfect pair. I'm so envious. These two babies are so well behaved, they don't cry or fuss. Upon hearing they were twins, everyone became even more envious. Even more people gathered around, asking all sorts of questions. They were all queuing together to get their babies vaccinated, but it turned into a lecture by Lin Yang alone. Many parents wanted to ask Lin Yang how to keep their babies so well behaved. Lin Yang had just received some childcare skills from the system, so he shared a few simple tips with everyone. Amidst the enthusiastic learning atmosphere, some parents even stayed close to Lin Yang after quickly getting their shots. The long queue quickly reached its end. Many parents were still reluctant to leave even after Lin Yang took his two babies for their vaccinations. Are the babies just born? The two doctors asked gently when they saw the twins. Yes, today is their second day, just over 24 hours ago. Lin Yang nodded. Now we're going to give the babies a BCG vaccine and a hepatitis B vaccine, the doctors patiently explained. Then, each of the two doctors picked up a baby. Good babies, time for your shots. The needles were then inserted into the baby's arms. The two babies waited patiently without crying or fussing until the vaccinations were finished. These two babies are so well behaved. This is the first time we've encountered such obedient babies. The two doctors couldn't help but exclaim. After all, this was a newborn vaccination. Newborns' emotions are uncontrollable, and they don't understand adult speech. In places like this, you often hear all sorts of earth-shattering cries. The two doctors were already used to it. Even though seemingly obedient babies would usually cry a few times after the vaccination, they never expected these two babies to not cry at all from beginning to end. They just waited so patiently. Did you hear that, babies? The doctor is praising you. Lin Yang smiled upon hearing the doctor's praise. Seeing that smile, the doctor was even more envious. With such a handsome father, how beautiful these two babies will be in the future. After the injection, Lin Yang was on his way back to the ward with his baby when he heard the voice in his mind again. Congratulations, host, on your first time taking your baby for an injection. You are rewarded with a Toyota Alphard. The car is parked in the hospital parking lot, and the keys are in your pocket. Everything rewarded by the system is from legitimate channels and has complete documentation. Hearing this, Lin Yang was stunned. The system's previous rewards were 100,000 or 150,000 yuan. Although that was a considerable sum for a recent college graduate, it wasn't too much. But this time, the system had directly rewarded him with a car. A Toyota Alphard. Lin Yang had noticed this car before. It was a 7-seater minivan, so even with his baby, there was no need to worry. He clicked on the reward and glanced at it. It was even the latest 2023 model. The price of this car was close to 1 million yuan. Compared to before, this reward was a qualitative leap, and it perfectly met his needs. Lin Yang was slightly excited. Even knowing the system's rewards would gradually increase, she hadn't expected such a huge increase. It seemed she wouldn't have to worry about being discharged. This system was truly considerate. Back in the ward, she continued to care for Xu Mengyao and the babies. 2 more days passed. Today was Xu Mengyao's 4th day in the hospital. All expenses were being covered by Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I want to be discharged. Xu Mengyao had just gotten out of bed and walked a little while before returning to the bed. She looked at Lin Yang expectantly, her voice soft but full of longing. Why do you suddenly want to be discharged? It's only the 4th day, you still need to recover properly. Lin Yang said gently, somewhat puzzled by Xu Menyao's idea. I can walk normally now. Although my strength hasn't fully recovered, it's fine now. Xu Mengyao said, raising her arm to demonstrate her muscles. Unfortunately, even after giving birth, she was still very thin. Are you worried about the money? Although Xu Mengyao didn't say it directly, Lin Yang saw through her little scheme. On his first day there, Xu Mengyao would order several dishes when he went to get food. These past 2 days, however, every time he went to get food, Xu Mengyao said she didn't have much of an appetite and only ordered 1 dish each time. He still bought 4 or 5 dishes at a time, as before. Xu Mengyao ate happily, not at all like someone with no appetite. He deduced then that this girl was probably secretly saving him money. Her sudden request to be discharged further confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, the mention of saving money made Xu Mengyao's face fall. She lowered her head dejectedly, her hands fidgeting. After a long while, she finally spoke softly, Lin Yang, staying in the hospital is so expensive. It costs so much money every day. I've made it so you haven't even had time to find a job yet, and now you're constantly burning money on me. She spoke with sadness, her beautiful eyes filling with tears. Tears fell onto the sheets. A tear stain quickly appeared on the pristine white sheets. I'm all right now. Shall we be discharged? At the end, Xu Mengyao mustered her courage and carefully took Lin Yang's hand. Lin Yang, I want to go home with you. Her voice trailed off, becoming increasingly weak until it faded into the air. These words melted Lin Yang's heart. He had told her many times that money wasn't an issue and that she shouldn't worry. But she still worried. He knew that if she continued to stay in the hospital, she would probably live in constant heartache and self-blame. I'll go ask the doctor if we can be discharged, okay? Lin Yang couldn't bear to see Xu Mengyao continue to be sad, and he was also worried about the potential harm of being discharged so early. So he told her the truth. Xu Mengyao nodded emphatically. Is the baby all right now? Is the mother feeling any discomfort? Just then, the doctor came to check on them. Everything's fine. By the way, doctor, will there be any issues if we're discharged now? Lin Yang answered the doctor's question first, then asked. Xu Mengyao looked up, secretly observing the doctor's reaction. You had a natural birth. As long as the mother can get out of bed and walk around normally, and doesn't feel any discomfort, she can be discharged at any time. If you want tea. Oh, be discharged, I'll give you a certificate. The doctor had a good impression of this loving and polite young couple. He was also very patient in explaining things. Okay, thank you, doctor. After receiving the doctor's certificate, Lin Yang returned to Xu Mengyao's side. Don't worry now. I'll go and complete the discharge procedures in a bit, and then we'll go home. He gently comforted her. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao's droopy face finally showed a slight smile. Okay. After comforting Xu Mengyao, Lin Yang went to the baby's side. Yao Yao, look, the baby smiled. He had just arrived at the crib when he saw Xingxing seem to have a smile on her face. Although the smile was unconscious. But it was still a pleasant surprise. It must be because the babies want to go home too, Xu Mengyao said earnestly. She turned and leaned over the bed, looking at the two babies. As if infected by their joy, Xingxing's smile hadn't faded, and Yunyun also smiled. The two babies' expressions completely melted Lin Yang's heart. These were his babies. The joy of becoming a father for the first time filled his heart. It was even more blissful than getting that car. After watching the babies for a while, Lin Yang stood up again. Yao Yao, wait here for me. I'll go get your discharge papers done. In Jiangcheng, there's a custom that patients should be discharged in the morning, ideally before 10 a.m. Although young people don't believe in these things anymore, Lin Yang still felt it was better to be safe than sorry. Since he was going to be discharged, he wanted to finish the paperwork early to avoid any delays. Okay, I'll wait for you, Xu Mengyao said, her gaze shifting from the babies to Lin Yang. He nodded heavily. With the doctor's certificate, the discharge procedures were not difficult. Lin Yang took the day's bill and prescription to the inpatient department to settle the bill. After confirming the relevant documents and his condition, all that was left was the settlement procedures. He still needed to pay over 5,000 yuan for the 2 days of hospitalization. Lin Yang didn't hesitate at all and paid the money directly. He then went to pick up some of the prescribed medication before returning to the ward. Can we go now? While Lin Yang was handling the discharge procedures, Xu Mengyao changed out of her oversized patient gown and into her own clothes. She was wearing the maternity dress she had brought to the hospital. Now that she had given birth, the dress looked loose and baggy on her, like a child wearing adult clothes. Even so, Xu Mengyao was still exceptionally happy to see Lin Yang return. Lin Yang secretly noted this down. Yes, we can go home now, he said, carrying Xingxing from the crib to the stroller Chen Tingting had bought. There was only one stroller. Lin Yang wanted to buy another one, but Chen Tingting had repeatedly warned him not to, that he had to pay her back. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him graduate. Although Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated, he still didn't buy a second stroller. Now he had to carry Yunyun in one arm and push Xingxing's stroller with the other. Let me push it. After these few days of rest, Xu Mengyao's complexion was much rosier. Although her strength hadn't recovered much, her hands were eager to try. I can do it. You need to ensure your safety first. Lin Yang was still a little worried about Xu Mengyao's health. He had specifically checked. Even with a natural birth, it usually takes a week to be discharged from the hospital. However, the doctor had done a simple checkup and confirmed that she could be discharged now. I can do it, Xu Mengyao insisted. Lin Yang then handed her the stroller. Fortunately, the baby wasn't heavy yet. The two slowly walked outside the hospital. Ding, congratulations to the host for bringing the baby home. A property in Xinghuan has been awarded. The property certificate is in the master bedroom drawer, and the key is in the host's pocket. Just then, Lin Yang heard the system's reward again. This reward was definitely a huge surprise. This time, Xu Mengyao was eager to be discharged. Lin Yang had originally planned to take her to his rented single room. The lease on that single room expired in a month, and he could find a better place to rent in the meantime. Unexpectedly, the system had proactively rewarded him with a property. Xinghuan was located in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Although the community wasn't very famous, both the property management and the landscaping were quite good. Lin Yang glanced at the property certificate. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, totaling over 80 square meters. The price would be at least 2 million yuan. Although it wasn't particularly large, it was enough for their family of 4. The air smells so good. I haven't been out for days. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath of fresh air. She missed this freedom a little. She quickly took out her phone and opened a ride-hailing app. Lin Yang, where do you live? I'll call a car. She turned her head to look at Lin Yang. Her eyes were slightly squinted in the sunlight. No need. Lin Yang shook his head. How can that be? I want to do my part. Lin Yang had already spent a lot of money these past few days. Although taxi fares were a small expense, she still hoped to share some of the burden with Lin Yang. She also hoped that she could share more in the future. Haven't you rented a place yet? Xu Mengyao suddenly thought of this possibility. Lin Yang had just graduated. She had been living in the dormitory before. It was normal that she hadn't had time to rent a place yet, especially after her hospitalization and spending so much money. In such a hurry, it would be quite difficult to come up with money to rent a place. She was really too careless and actually forgot about this. No wonder Lin Yang was a little surprised when she said she was discharged from the hospital. Xu Mengyao silently blamed herself. If it really doesn't work, I'll go and explain to my parents. Then, as if she had made up her mind, she made this difficult decision. I have a house, it's not because of that. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Xu Mengyao's guess. This girl was truly both cute and considerate. Of course I want to meet your parents, but let's wait until you're feeling better. Let's go home now. Lin Yang had also thought about it. Since they had decided to take care of the baby and Xu Mengyao, it was inevitable that they would meet each other's parents later. It was just that Xu Mengyao had only just been discharged from the hospital and her body hadn't fully recovered yet. Everything was too rushed. This matter could be postponed for now. Then why didn't you tell me your address? Now Xu Mengyao was even more curious. Don't you want to take me home? Since she had a house, why didn't she tell him the address? She asked this question with great difficulty. At that moment, she was extremely sad. What are you thinking about with that little head of yours? My car is parked in the garage, why should we take a taxi? Lin Yang laughed even harder, pointing towards the garage. Oh, I see. Xu Mengyao blinked. She was slightly surprised that Lin Yang had a car. Knowing he didn't want to take her home, she felt relieved. She followed Lin Yang directly. The two strolled together to the garage. The system had already told him the location and license plate. Lin Yang quickly found the car. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Luckily, he had learned to drive during his first summer vacation. Later, when he occasionally went out, he always borrowed a car to drive himself. He didn't have to worry about his driving skills. Wow, it's a minivan. Xu Mengyao was a little surprised to see the car. Lin Yang was a young man like her, shouldn't he usually buy a sedan? How could his taste be so unique? Not only did he buy a minivan, but it was a 7-seater. Yes, this will make it much more convenient to take the baby out to play in the future. Lin Yang smiled and opened the car door for Xu Mengyao. A baby carrier-style car seat was placed on the leather seat. Is this for the baby? Xu Mengyao looked at the unfamiliar object and asked Lin Yang curiously. Yes, this is a baby carrier-style car seat. It's specially designed for newborns. Lying in it, it can protect the newborn's body's safety to the greatest extent. Lin Yang explained with a smile. I didn't know there were such things. I only know about regular car seats. Xu Mengyao nodded as if suddenly realizing something. Newborns' bodies are too small, regular car seats don't provide enough protection. Okay, put the babies in the carrier seats. You sit next to the baby. Lin Yang said as he placed Yun Yun in the seat. Then he took Xingxing out of the stroller and placed her in the seat as well. After making sure it was secure, he helped Xu Mengyao sit down. Once all three were in the car, Lin Yang went to the driver's seat alone. He drove straight home. Sacred Heart Hospital is in the center of Jiangchang. Xinghuan is relatively suburban in comparison. The drive took more than half an hour. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of Xinghuan. Lin Yang took out the access card from his pocket. Welcome home. The security guard immediately opened the automatic door, shouting enthusiastically. Lin Yang drove all the way to the apartment building. As soon as he stopped the car, he turned around and found that the two little babies and the big baby were all asleep. Newborns are naturally heavy sleepers. As for Xu Mengyao, she was probably exhausted from all this time. Lin Yang didn't rush to wake them. He sat in the driver's seat for a while, waiting quietly. Xu Mengyao slowly woke up. She opened her eyes. What she saw was a car interior that was somewhat familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar. She was stunned for a moment. Her brain restarted. Lin Yang, did I just fall asleep? Xu Mengyao patted her forehead. She was a little annoyed. You're a new mother, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. It's normal to be tired. Lin Yang comforted her softly. Then he got out of the car, opened the car door for Xu Mengyao, and helped her out. He took down the folded stroller, unfolded it again, and gently placed Xingxing inside. He then picked up Yun Yun with his other hand. The series of movements were smooth and effortless. There was not a trace of impatience on his face. Lin Yang, is this a rented house? Xu Mengyao looked at the building in front of her with her watery eyes. There were 20 floors in total, and the room given by the system was on the 10th floor. It was considered to be the place with the best lighting and a relatively open view. Lin Yang was very satisfied. This is my home. No, this is our home. Lin Yang corrected her immediately after saying that. Our home. Xu Mengyao silently repeated these 4 words in her heart. A smile secretly appeared on her lips. The two took the elevator. They went all the way to the 10th floor. Apartment 1002. Lin Yang took out his key. He turned it gently. With a crisp click, the door opened. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment came into view. Although the apartment was not large, the design was very clever and made full use of the space. The open-plan design of the living room made the space look more spacious. Although the system said it had been renovated, she did not expect it to be so exquisite. Wow, Lin Yang, when did you renovate the baby room? Xu Mengyao went through each bedroom. When she came to the 3rd bedroom, she was stunned. The colors in this room were brighter than the rest of the room. The walls of the room were covered with various brightly colored wallpapers with cute cartoon characters and animal patterns. The 2 small beds in the room were covered with comfortable mattresses and cute cartoon sheets. 1 pink, 1 blue, clearly prepared especially for the baby. There's even a small desk and chair by the bed. In the corner of the room is a small storage cabinet, covered with cute stickers. The entire room is designed with childlike fun and cuteness in mind. It's obviously designed specifically for 2 babies. Lin Yang has been at the hospital with her the whole time. How could he possibly have had time to decorate the room like this? Looking at the whimsical room before her, Xu Mengyao stood there blankly, unable to understand. Lin Yang came over upon hearing the noise. Seeing the baby room, he was also surprised. Truly worthy of the system, its attention to detail is remarkable. It even prepared a baby room, and it was even designed to match the stars and clouds. This was an unexpected surprise. Wasn't Chao here the other day? I later paid him to help decorate. Lin Yang scratched his head. He certainly couldn't say it was a gift from the system, that would be too strange. So she just made up an excuse. Anyway, Xu Mengyao had only met Chao once. She simply pushed the responsibility onto her brother. Brothers, after all, are for this. Oh, I see. This room is so beautifully decorated, the baby will definitely love it. Xu Mengyao looked at the room, her eyes shining. She felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She never expected Lin Yang to be so thoughtful. Not only had he prepared so many baby supplies, but he had even specially prepared a room for the baby. She had been worried before, afraid that Lin Yang was only bringing them over out of a sense of responsibility. But now it seemed that Lin Yang truly cared about the babies. And he truly cared about her too. She was now even more certain that she had made the right decision. You've been walking outside for so long, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go and put the babies in their cribs. Lin Yang helped Xu Mengyao sit on the sofa. Then he put Yun Yun, whom he was holding, into the blue crib. Then he picked up Xingxing and put her in the pink crib. The 2 babies smiled again. Babies, let's go home. May you grow up healthy and strong. After putting the 2 babies down, Lin Yang squatted down to play with them. The 2 babies seemed to understand, babbling and cooing. He then soothed them until they fell asleep before returning to the living room. Lin Yang, is there anything I can do? Xu Mengyao sat helplessly on the living room sofa, watching Lin Yang bustling around, tidying up here and there. She felt terrible. She hadn't helped at all, and was only making things worse. She mustered her courage and asked Lin Yang, your most important task right now is to take good care of yourself during your postpartum period. Postpartum care is very important. If you don't take it well, it might leave you with health problems later. Lin Yang smiled. The main reason he was tidying up the house was to check where everything was. After all, this was his first time in this house. Xu Mengyao just sat on the sofa, watching Lin Yang tidy up with bated breath, her eyes following him intently. She waited until Lin Yang finished everything. Xu Mengyao was so bored that she was dozing off on the sofa. Yao Yao? Lin Yang's voice was soft, but it rang in Xu Mengyao's ears. Ah! Xu Mengyao immediately opened her eyes wide. I almost fell asleep again. Lin Yang, I'm so useless. Why do I keep wanting to sleep? Her voice was muffled. In the past, she was not only the school beauty, but also a top student. She would spend a lot of time reading. but now, let alone reading. Watching Lin Yang do housework for a while made her feel drowsy. You're just too exhausted. You need to replenish your energy slowly. Yao Yao, be good and go to your room to sleep, Lin Yang said, leading Xu Mengyao into the master bedroom. He helped her to the bed and turned to leave. Having just entered a completely unfamiliar environment, Xu Mengyao was still a little uncomfortable. When she saw Lin Yang about to leave, she subconsciously reached out and grabbed his wrist. Lin Yang, where are you going? Her voice was aggrieved and a little nervous. I'll go hire a postpartum nanny for you. You sleep here for a bit, be a good girl and I'll be back when you wake up. Lin Yang gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind Xu Menyao's ear. He spoke softly. A postpartum nanny? Won't that cost a lot of money? Money was Xu Menyao's first thought. 10 months of pregnancy meant she had so many things to buy. Her monthly expenses were enormous. And yet, she had lied to her parents about going to an internship, stubbornly saying she didn't need living expenses. She could only spend the living expenses she had saved up. In the end, it was true, she had no money left, so now she was very sensitive about money. Yao Yao, you had nurses taking care of you in the hospital. After coming home, I have to take care of both the baby and you, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of you. We'll definitely need to hire a postpartum nanny. Don't worry about the money. Your health is the most important thing. He knew her pregnancy must have been tough. Thinking of this, he felt even more determined to make up for it. Really? Xu Menyao's voice was soft, still a little hesitant. Of course. Once you've finished your postpartum period and recovered, we won't hire a postpartum nanny. Okay? Lin Yang continued to gently reassure her. His main reason for hiring a nanny wasn't that he couldn't take good care of the babies himself, but rather that he was worried about being overwhelmed. He already had 2 babies, plus Xu Mengyao, the older one. Having someone help would definitely make him feel more at ease. Okay. I'll try my best to recover. I won't let you spend so much money. Xu Mengyao looked up at Lin Yang, her small face showing a hint of determination. Okay, it's a deal. Lin Yang smiled and extended his little finger. Pinky promise, 100 years without fail. The two quickly completed the contract. If it was only for 1 month, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Finally, a smile returned to Xu Menyao's little face. Lin Yang immediately called a domestic service company and hired a top-notch postpartum nanny. She would arrive in the afternoon. After finishing all this, the sound of babies crying came from the nursery. Lin Yang almost jumped up and rushed over. Why are the babies crying? Let daddy see if they've pooped or are hungry. Generally, there are only 2 possibilities when babies cry at this time. Lin Yang first touched them, both babies' diapers were dry. They hadn't pooped, so they were hungry. Looks like the babies are hungry. Lin Yang picked up Xingxing and went to find Xu Mengyao. After placing Xingxing in Xu Menyao's arms, he quickly went to comfort Yunyun. Lin Yang. After a while, Lin Yang heard Xu Mengyao calling him. He directly carried Yunyun to the master bedroom. It's Yunyun's turn to eat. Yunyun, be good, go find mommy to eat. Lin Yang was about to put Yunyun next to Xu Mengyao when she stopped him. Lin Yang, Xu Mengyao hesitated for a long time, her delicate face flushed red. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she ultimately said nothing. What's wrong, Yao Yao? Lin Yang waited patiently beside her. Xingxing eats so much. I think I'm running out of food. Finally, Xu Mengyao blurted out these words quickly with her eyes closed. She then pulled the blanket over her head, leaving only her eyes peeking out. She looked at Lin Yang with a mixture of shyness and guilt. She was the baby's mother. Not only could she not take care of the baby, but now she didn't even have enough food. She felt incredibly guilty, especially having to tell Lin Yang. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. This was truly embarrassing. But if she didn't tell him, the baby would go hungry. Oh, I see. After all, they were twins. Feeding them directly with formula was quite a challenge. Lin Yang wasn't surprised to hear this. Instead, he found Xu Menyao's flushed face incredibly adorable. I'll go make formula for the baby. I bought some for them last time. It's such a waste of money if they don't eat it. Lin Yang first put Yunyun back in the crib. Yunyun was still crying loudly, not having eaten yet. Xu Mengyao felt terrible. But the formula wasn't enough. This wasn't something she could control. What good is growing big? It's still not enough to eat. She sighed silently. Making formula is a skill in itself. Now that Lin Yang had infant care skills, he wasn't worried. He first boiled the water and kept the formula warm at a constant 45 degrees Celsius. Then he started making the formula according to the instructions. Generally, 1 level scoop of formula corresponds to about 30 milliliters of warm water. The bottles have markings. The babies are newborns, so each serving is only 30 milliliters. Lin Yang carefully shook the formula. He didn't dare shake the bottle too vigorously to prevent excessive foaming, which could cause the babies to swallow air and have bloating. After he finished making the formula, he hurried to the nursery. He brought formula to the crying Yun Yun. Yun Yun was starving, and after receiving the formula, she sucked hard with her little mouth, her 2 little hands clenched into fists. She finished the formula in no time. Is the baby full? Good girl, you won't cry when you're full. After finishing her milk, Yun Yun became quiet again. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yang carried Qingqing back to the room and coaxed both babies to sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for feeding the babies formula for the first time. Reward, Chef God skill. After both babies fell asleep, Lin Yang heard that familiar voice again. Chef God skill. Although it wasn't money, Lin Yang was very satisfied. You see, food outside these days isn't very clean. Eating at the hospital before was out of necessity. Now that he's home, he certainly wouldn't eat out again. As for the postpartum nanny, Lin Yang only planned to have her help take care of the babies and serve Xu Mengyao during her postpartum period. He would definitely feel more at ease doing the food himself. This skill came at just the right time. Lin Yang smiled contentedly. He returned to the master bedroom and found Xu Mengyao pouting and looking out the window. Yao Yao, I'll make you more lactation-boosting dishes these days. As long as you cooperate and eat well. There will definitely be more milk, don't worry, trust me. Lin Yang sat on the edge of the bed, cupping Xu Mengyao's face in his hands, making her look at him. Really? Xu Mengyao's face instantly brightened upon hearing this. Although she was a little doubtful, she instinctively chose to believe him. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Yes, you won't lie to me. Lin Yang, I will definitely eat well. There will be more milk to feed you. Xu Mengyao perked up this time. Glug! Just then, a strange sound came from Xu Mengyao's stomach. Before she could finish speaking, she swallowed it back down. How embarrassing. Her stomach was actually making a gurgling sound right in front of Lin Yang. Will Lin Yang think she's too unladylike? Xu Mengyao had countless questions in her mind, but she didn't dare ask them aloud, afraid they would come true. She wanted to escape, but her face was still being held in Lin Yang's hands. She could only stare at Lin Yang, blinking her eyes, trying to pretend nothing was wrong, praying that Lin Yang hadn't heard. Yao Yao, are you hungry? Lin Yang smiled gently as always. For some reason, this time Xu Mengyao felt that besides being gentle, his smile seemed a little mischievous. Yeah, a little. Xu Mengyao shifted her gaze to the side, now too guilty to meet Lin Yang's eyes. Then wait for me at home, I'll go buy some groceries and cook for you. Okay? Lin Yang's voice was tinged with amusement. Afraid that Xu Mengyao would be too shy later, he tried his best to control his expression. Lin Yang, you need to come back quickly. I'll wait for you at home. Before Lin Yang left, the postpartum nanny arrived. Hearing the knock, Lin Yang had already guessed what was going on and immediately opened the door. Standing at the door was a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s. She still retained her charm. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? I am the postpartum nanny you hired. You can call me Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan bowed politely and introduced herself. She had been quite curious the whole way. This time, the job specifically requested that cooking not be required. And the price was the same as usual. This was the first time she had heard such a strange request. This time, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at Lin Yang. Seeing how youngly and Yang was, Aunt Lan was somewhat surprised. But she didn't show it. This was the basic professional ethics of a postpartum nanny. You've come at the right time. I'm going out to buy groceries. You can take care of the baby and the new mother. And familiarize yourself with the place. Then I'll trouble you. Lin Yang said with a smile. No trouble at all, it's my duty. Take care. Aunt Lan nodded readily. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She hadn't expected her employer to be so easy to get along with. Lin Yang changed his shoes and went out. He didn't completely trust the nanny. However, while cleaning the room, he discovered that there were surveillance cameras in the living room and the baby's room. He could watch the nanny's actions on his phone at any time, which alleviated many worries. Lin Yang did a quick check. Although his location was in the suburbs and not particularly good, it was convenient. There was a supermarket downstairs. The wet market was a little further away, only about a kilometer. Although it would be a longer walk, he still chose to go directly to the wet market, for freshness. Wet markets are always vibrant and lively places. This one was no exception. As soon as Lin Yang arrived at the entrance, he saw countless stalls displaying all kinds of vegetables. The vendors' calls and the customers' haggling filled the air. He went in without hesitation and found a pork stall. "Boss, how much are these pig's trotters?" He pointed to the trotters on the board. "Front trotters, 22, hind trotters, 20. How many do you want?" The boss was very enthusiastic. "The front trotters have more meat and less bone, so they're a bit more expensive. 2 front trotters, please. Can't you make it cheaper? My wife just gave birth, so I have to buy them from you." "Give me 2 big ones, boss," Lin Yang said with a smile. "This is a small business, I don't make much money anyway. I see you're a father at such a young age, quite responsible. How about this, you can give me 42 for these 2. The boss was shrewd in business. He deliberately pretended to be selling at a loss. "How about we round it down, boss, 40. I still have to buy them." Lin Yang struck again. Although the produce at the market is fresh, the prices are often inflated. Lin Yang was a thrifty person. Even with money, he couldn't squander it. The province belongs to the province, and the flowers belong to the flowers. "You're really good at bargaining, kid. Okay, here's 40, but don't tell anyone. You have to come back to buy from me next time." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, as if he had made a big decision. He took out a bag to pack pig's trotters for Lin Yang. "Thanks, boss." Lin Yang smiled and took the pig's trotters. Then he went to a fish shop. "Boss, how much are the sea bass?" He pointed to the bass in the fish tank. "Sea bass is 25 per catty, freshwater bass is 21 catties. Young man, would you like a whole one?" The fishmonger said, already picking up a net to catch the fish. "I'll buy the sea bass for 22. Give me a big one." Lin Yang waved his hand. "I say, young man, you're bargaining too hard. My cost price is only 23, you have to let me make some money. 24, I'll grit my teeth and sell it to you." Lin Yang knew that 22 was a bit low. In fact, 23 was the ideal price. The fact that the fishmonger quoted a cost price of 23 basically meant it was the lowest price he could offer. Lin Yang understood. "Then 23 per jean it is, boss. I just moved here, it's nearby. I'll have to come to this market a lot more often from now on," Lin Yang said with a smile. "All right then, young man. 23 per jean it is, consider it making friends." The fishmonger didn't hesitate this time, directly scooping a large, lively bass from the fish tank. "Young man, let me clean it for you, wait a moment." After saying that, the boss turned to go to the small room behind him. This room was used to clean fish. Usually, when you buy fish at this market, the boss will clean it for you. "No need, boss. I can take it home and clean it myself." But Lin Yang didn't intend to let the boss clean it. Instead, he waved his hand and was about to take it away. "Young man, cleaning this fish is quite troublesome, are you sure you can do it?" The boss's face instantly turned ugly. However, Lin Yang still insisted on holding out his hand. He took the still lively fish from the bag. He also bought some red beans and peanuts. Then he leisurely went home. Just then, the nanny finished changing the baby's diapers. Xu Mengyao was probably already hungry. And she was a little socially awkward. She sat on the bed waiting for him expectantly. "Yao Yao, I'm back. Are you starving?" Lin Yang put the bags he was carrying into the kitchen. He checked on the babies first. Then he went to the master bedroom to look at Xu Mengyao. "I'm not very hungry. I'll wait for you." Xu Mengyao gently shook her head. Before she could finish speaking, her stomach started rumbling again. Her face turned even redder. She wanted to find a place to disappear. Why was her stomach so uncooperative? It never gave her a chance to lie. How annoying. "Wait for me, the food will be ready soon." Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair again. Her hair was soft and felt great. Lin Yang felt that ruffling Xu Mengyao's hair was like petting a kitten. It was starting to feel addictive. Retracting his hand, Lin Yang hurriedly ran to the kitchen. "Mr. Lin, is there anything I can help you with? The baby's asleep, and I'm free." Aunt Lan hesitated for a moment, then went to the kitchen. "No need, I'll go kill this fish first," Lin Yang said, taking out the lively fish. "Mr. Lin, you can have the vendor kill the fish for you at the market, you don't have to do it yourself." She was still too young, lacking even this basic life experience. Aunt Lan shook her head, feeling she still needed to help. The vendors at the market go to the back room to kill the fish. They basically sneak around and replace the live fish with dead ones. If you let them kill it, the fish might not be fresh anymore. Lin Yang explained to Aunt Lan with a smile. These were all very common occurrences. And this was a fish meant to be nourishing for postpartum women. He naturally didn't intend to take that risk. Lin Yang's words left Aunt Lan stunned. She had initially thought this young man was unaware of the rules of the market. Unexpectedly, she was the one who didn't know the rules. So that's how it is. Mr. Lin, you know so much. I've learned a lot. Aunt Lan couldn't help but exclaim after realizing what he meant. Although she was a top-notch nanny, knowledgeable about nutrition, baby care, and postpartum care, she truly didn't understand the unspoken rules of the market. Hearing Lin Yang's explanation, she suddenly understood. Lin Yang ignored Aunt Lan and picked up a cleaver. With a swift motion, he stunned the fish. He then used the back of the knife to tap the scales, embedding the blade into them. By pulling downwards, he removed the scales from the fish. After scaling, he began to gut the fish. Lin Yang slit the fish open from the side, removed the intestines with scissors, and cleaned the belly thoroughly. He then removed the black peritoneum and cleaned the gills, all in one fluid motion. The entire process took only about 10 minutes. Aunt Lan was completely mesmerized, even forgetting to leave, watching intently. After cleaning the fish, it was time to cook. Lin Yang prepared 2 dishes and a porridge: peanut stewed pig's trotters, steamed sea bass, and red bean porridge. Every step he took while cooking was seamless. Worried that Xu Mengyao might be too hungry, he even prepared all 3 dishes simultaneously, maximizing his time. Aunt Lan initially wanted to help, then stood by to learn, and finally was utterly stunned. What kind of operation was this? Multitasking? Aunt Lan stood there, mouth slightly agape. At that moment, she suddenly understood. No wonder her employer had asked her not to cook. Her employer was incredibly capable. Even if she actually tried, she'd only be making a fool of herself. Half an hour later, the 2 dishes and porridge were ready. Aunt Lan, could you take the porridge over for me? Lin Yang said, carrying the 2 dishes himself and placing them on the dining table. Yao Yao, time to eat. He then went to the bedroom and called to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao had already smelled the aroma. Sitting on the bed, she felt her heart flutter. Her soul had already drifted to the kitchen. She thought it was the nanny's cooking. She couldn't wait to follow Lin Yang to the dining room, swallowing hard before even sitting down. Her saliva was flowing uncontrollably. Eat up, Yao Yao. Mrs. Lin is so lucky. These dishes were all made by Mr. Lin himself. I never expected Mr. Lin's cooking skills to be so good. I'm even ashamed of myself. Aunt Lan stood beside her, unable to help but sigh. This wasn't flattery. It was her heartfelt praise. Lin Yang's series of actions in the kitchen had completely amazed Aunt Lan. She's a woman too, and she's been pregnant before. Why haven't she met such a good man? Lin Yang first helped Xu Mengyao debone the pig's trotters, then picked out some meat for her. He then patiently removed the fish bones for her. Xu Mengyao didn't have to do anything, she just needed to eat. Did you make this? Xu Mengyao was focused on eating. Upon hearing that Lin Yang had cooked all the dishes, her eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Lin Yang in astonishment. Her family was wealthy, and she had frequented high-end restaurants since childhood. If she hadn't insisted on being self-reliant, she wouldn't have suffered so much during her pregnancy. She was certain that these 2 dishes were even better than those made by chefs in 5-star restaurants. The pig's trotters were tender and chewy, fully absorbing the essence of the broth after cooking, becoming soft and glutinous, and the broth thickened. At the same time, the aroma of peanuts and the umami of the pig's trotters blended perfectly. As for the sea bass, it was delicious, tender, and incredibly delicate. A bite of sea bass exploded on the tongue, a double delight. These 2 delicious dishes were actually made by Lin Yang? Yes, do you like them? Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then casually asked Xu Mengyao. So delicious. This is the first time I've ever eaten such delicious food. Xu Mengyao's mouth was still stuffed full. Her voice was a little muffled, and her cheeks looked like a little hamster's. She looked extremely cute. While busy eating, she silently gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. If you like it, that's fine. I'll make it for you whenever you want to eat it in the future, Lin Yang suggested, making a promise. Aunt Lan, who was standing next to her, suddenly felt a little jealous. She hadn't done anything, but she had already been fed dog food. Where could she find such a good man? After the meal, Lin Yang, I'll gain weight like this, Xu Mengyao said, looking a little melancholy as she lowered her head. She patted her slightly protruding belly. You're in your postpartum period now, and you need to nourish your body properly. Besides, you're already so thin, it would look better if you gained a little weight. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Xu Mengyao was indeed very thin. Even after giving birth to twins, her limbs were still very slender. Now, she didn't look like she had ever given birth at all. Slender branches bear abundant fruit. I really don't know how it grew. It's growing so well. After dinner, Aunt Lon did the laundry and tidied up the house. For the first time, she felt her postpartum nanny had become quite worthless. It was like she'd become a cleaner. Oh well. Mainly, Lin Yang was really amazing. Whether it was taking care of the baby or cooking, he did everything so meticulously and perfectly. Afternoon. In the baby room. Aren't the babies going to eat again? Newborn babies usually need to be fed every 2 to 4 hours. But Xu Mengyao food supply was severely insufficient. So she had to feed the baby half rice cereal and half formula. Lin Yang prepared 2 bottles of formula and returned to the room. Xu Mengyao picked up Xingxing. She glanced shyly at Lin Yang, then quietly turned away to feed Xingxing rice cereal. Although she turned away, Lin Yang was still quite surprised. Before, when Xu Mengyao was about to feed the baby, he would usually wait outside first. After all, although the two had a baby, they weren't that familiar with each other yet. In addition, Xu Mengyao herself is socially awkward. He was worried about scaring her, so he was generally careful. This time, he had just finished preparing the formula and hadn't had time to go out yet. Unexpectedly, Xu Mengyao not only didn't chase him out, but even turned around and fed the baby. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth, understanding. This was actually Xu Mengyao's way of expressing her trust in him. This girl wasn't good with words, but she was good at proving it with actions. Lin Yang didn't say anything. He simply picked up Yun Yun and fed him formula. After a while, feeling that Xingxing had drunk enough, Xu Mengyao put Xingxing back on the bed and picked up Yun Yun again. Let's switch. Although there isn't enough formula, we need to make sure both babies drink. Xu Mengyao said softly, still feeling a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Xingxing started hiccuping. Lin Yang quickly patted his back to help him burp. Ding, congratulations to the host for burping the baby for the first time. Reward, feeding massage technique. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Yang's expression froze for a moment. Should I say this system is quite detailed? It has to be said, the rewards given are indeed what he needs. However, if he were to offer it now, wouldn't Xu Mengyao think he was a pervert? Oh well, this matter isn't urgent anyway. He'll wait until Xu Mengyao needs it later. Lin Yang temporarily put the reward aside. Lin Yang, did you secretly become a chef while you were in school? Xu Mengyao blinked. The sudden question caught Lin Yang off guard. Why are you suddenly asking this? Becoming a chef while in school? How could she even think of that? You cook so well. And you saved money right after graduation, enough to buy a house and a car. Then you must have become a chef, right? A very skilled chef. Xu Mengyao stated her reasoning seriously. After speaking, she raised her small face to look at Lin Yang, looking for praise. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He gently ruffled her hair. I'm not a chef, he said with a smile. Now it was Xu Mengyao's turn to be surprised. If you're not a chef, then how come you have so much money? Although her family was wealthy, she knew that reason. College graduates were very poor. Her only good friend always said that recent graduates were cheap labor and couldn't earn much money. Forget about buying a car or a house, even renting a place and eating were difficult. She had always thought that recent graduates would be in dire straits, so she was even more worried about money, afraid that she would cause Lin Yang to go hungry. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang seemed different from others. I guess I'm just lucky. I made some small investments at school and made some money. He couldn't say that all his money came from the system. Lin Yang thought for a moment and found an excuse that wouldn't be wrong. I see. Lin Yang, you're amazing. Xu Mengyao nodded, seemingly understanding. She often heard her father talk about investments and such. But she was completely clueless about all these things. She never imagined Lin Yang could earn enough to buy a car and a house through investments while still in university. Although not the really good kind, it added up to over 2 million yuan. That's no small sum. After lying to her parents about going to an internship, she tried renting an apartment and finding a part-time job to earn some extra money. She only realized then that making money wasn't as easy as it seemed. Lin Yang spoke of it so casually now, but she had no idea what twists and turns he had gone through. She truly admired him. By the way, Yao Yao, she said, I'm planning to call my parents. Now that we're having a baby, we definitely need to inform them. Once my parents come, let them take care of the baby first, and then we'll go get our marriage certificate. Is that okay? Before, when she was still in the hospital, telling her parents wouldn't have been convenient. Now that she had a home, it was naturally different. Do you want to meet your parents? A flicker of panic crossed Xu Mengyao's eyes. Although she was very beautiful, and her studies and family background were impeccable, at this moment, she still felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. She was so nervous she could hardly breathe. Yes. Could it be that you don't want to continue this journey with me? Lin Yang sighed, feigning hurt. Xu Mengyao quickly shook her head. No. I'm just a little scared. Will your parents dislike me? Will they think I? Xu Mengyao lowered her eyelids. She didn't continue. Lin Yang understood. The two hadn't registered their marriage, hadn't met each other's parents, yet they had a baby. This kind of getting on the bus before buying the ticket behavior usually caused some resistance from parents. Xu Mengyao was probably worried about this too. He still remembered that blooming plum blossom. He also knew Xu Mengyao was a good girl. Don't worry, my parents are very nice people. And you're so beautiful and sensible, they'll definitely like you very much. Lin Yang's voice was very gentle, as if it possessed a kind of magic. Slowly, he soothed Xu Mengyao's tension and worry. Okay. Her voice was soft, but it made her stance clear. She wasn't just willing to meet Lin Yang's parents, she was also willing to register their marriage with him. Even without any complicated ceremony, as long as it was Lin Yang, it didn't seem like a big deal. Seeing Xu Mengyao nod, Lin Yang got up and dialed the number. Son, how have you been lately? Have you found a job yet? His father's concerned voice came from the other end of the line. It's Saturday, what kind of job are you looking for? Are you crazy? His mother bluntly exposed him. Oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Hearing his parents bickering, Lin Yang smiled. Mom and Dad, I have something to tell you, he said with a smile. What is it? Why are you making such a formality, son? You're not going to be unable to find a job, are you? Are you going to come back and sponge off us? His parents were somewhat surprised, unsure of Lin Yang's attitude. I'm a dad. Lin Yang took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that sharing this joy with his parents was actually quite stressful. Becoming a father for the first time, he felt he had matured a lot. But in front of his parents, he was still that child. After Lin Yang finished speaking, there was a long silence. Not a sound came from the other end of the phone. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. His parents seemed to be processing the news. Clearly, it was a difficult process. Son, you got that girl pregnant? What did she say? We'll take full responsibility for this. You're a man, you have to be responsible. It felt like an eternity. Then, Lin's father's deep voice came through the phone again. Yes, son, if that girl wants to have the baby, your parents will help raise it. We both have salaries, and we have spare money, that's enough. Anyway, we absolutely can't mistreat her. Lin's mother chimed in. The two were on the same side. Lin Yang was deeply moved. His father was a universitier, City professor, and his mother was a civil servant. Their salaries weren't exceptionally high, but they weren't low either. However, parents of that generation were very frugal. Even with money, they never squandered it, always trying to save it. Now, for their child, they were willing to give up this money. Mom and Dad, the babies have been born. They're twins, a boy and a girl. Don't worry, I've earned some money now, you don't need to contribute. I just wanted to tell you. Lin Yang composed himself slightly before explaining. What? The babies have been born, and they're twins. When did this happen? Where are you now? We're coming right away. Xinghe Bay. Lin Yang heard a knock on the door. A little puzzled, he still ran to open it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his parents standing there. Mom and Dad, why are you here so soon? Didn't I tell you to let me know when you got to the station, and I would pick you up? Lin Yang opened the door in surprise. He stepped aside to let his parents in. You really have a mind of your own now. Having a baby is such a big deal, and you didn't even tell your parents. Now you're only informing us after the baby is born. Lin's mother scolded Lin Yang as she changed her shoes. Then she put all the bags she was carrying on the ground. Mom and Dad, you came, why did you bring anything? There's a market nearby, it's very convenient to buy meat and stuff. Bringing other things was one thing. But Lin's father was even carrying a chicken. Your mom insisted I take it. Lin's father said innocently. What do you two men know? These are genuine free-range chickens, their nutritional value is completely different from those sold in the market. Postpartum women need to eat well, especially good ones. Lin's mother said earnestly, her voice quite loud. Mom, the baby is still resting. Do you want to see him? Lin Yang asked, both amused and exasperated, pointing towards the baby's room. Lin's parents' eyes lit up. Oh my, let me see my precious grandson and granddaughter. They quickly went to the baby's room. Meanwhile, Aunt Lan had already gone home. She had come today to familiarize herself with her employer's home. Xu Mengyao sat in the baby's room, her heart pounding with anxiety. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xu Mengyao felt as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She took deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. You must be Yao Yao, you're so pretty. You're just too thin, you need to eat more to help you recover. As soon as they entered the nursery, Lin's mother spotted Xu Mengyao sitting there. Although she had given birth to twins, Xu Mengyao still looked very thin. Lin's mother felt sorry for her. Hello, auntie, hello, uncle. Xu Mengyao stood up and politely greeted Lin's parents. After speaking, she stood obediently beside Lin Yang, like a little shadow. Yao Yao, if Xiao Yang ever bullies you, just tell me. I'll stand up for you and teach that brat a lesson. Lin's mother directly took Xu Mengyao's hand and placed it in her palm. While speaking, she glared at Lin Yang. Hey, how exactly are you taking care of this new mother? She's not even out of confinement yet, how come Yao Yao is so thin? Well, I still have some annual leave left, I'll ask for leave and take care of you during your confinement period. Lin's mother waved her hand, making this decision directly. Xu Mengyao was stunned. Mom, don't scare her. I've been cooking her delicious food, but she just can't gain weight. Lin Yang was also very troubled by this. He possessed culinary skills, with all sorts of recipes stored in his mind, readily available to him. Moreover, even before he started cooking, he always ordered a lot of food at the hospital, fearing he wouldn't get enough nutrition. Yet, Xu Mengyao's body seemed not to absorb anything, she hadn't gained any weight. Auntie, I've gained weight. Look, I even have a little belly. Xu Mengyao felt that Lin's mother was blaming Lin Yang for her. She quickly pinched her t-shirt, trying to prove she did have a little belly. What little belly is that? Lin's mother was amused by Xu Mengyao's action. She hadn't expected this little girl to be so protective of Lin Yang. It seemed their relationship was good. Wah! At this moment, the baby cried inappropriately. One baby cried. The first crying led to the others crying. Finally, both babies cried. The room instantly became lively. Oh, these are my precious grandchildren. Why is De Bao crying? Poor little thing, let grandma take a look. Hearing the baby's cries, Lin's mother quickly went to the crib. The baby just finished eating, he should now. Lin Yang said with a smile. Baby pooped? Sweetie, grandma will change the diaper. Lin's mother changed the baby's diaper quickly. Mom, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Lin Yang exclaimed. Of course, when you were born, Mom took care of everything. Your mom's still as capable as ever. Unlike your dad, he doesn't even dare to hold a baby. Lin's mother boasted while also taking a jab at Lin's dad. Lin's dad looked even more innocent. Dad, is what Mom said true? Lin Yang, always eager for drama, deliberately asked his father. Ahem, I was just worried about the child. Lin's dad turned his head away. The meaning was clear. Xu Mengyao stood behind Lin Yang. She stared blankly at the family's interaction, a pang of envy rising in her heart. She hadn't been home in so long. Shouldn't she find a chance to tell her parents? Yao Yao, Auntie brought you some free-range chicken from the village. Watch Auntie show off her skills tonight and treat you to something good. Before Xu Mengyao could think further, Lin's mother pulled her back to reality. Actually, she wanted to say that she had eaten exceptionally well today. The food Lin Yang had cooked was the most delicious she had ever tasted in her life, but expressing it like that was too difficult for someone with social anxiety. In the end, she simply nodded obediently. Old Lin, come help me prepare this chicken. Son, come help me out too. Lin's mother beckoned to Lin Yang. Yao Yao, you stay here with the baby and wait for me a while. I'll be right back. Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand, reassuring her with his eyes. Okay. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Mom, what can I help with? Lin Yang asked as soon as he came out. But his mother didn't seem interested in cooking. Instead, she pulled him into the living room. Son, I think that girl is quite nice. You two should find some time to get married. Don't wait until the baby grows up and feels that his parents aren't a family. By the way, take this card. This is some savings your dad and I have accumulated over the years. It's not a lot, but it's a few $100,000. Now that you're a father, you have to support the whole family, and there are many expenses. Lin's mother spoke earnestly. As she spoke, she took out a bank card and placed it in Lin Yang's hand. With mixed feelings, he glanced at the bank card. This was his parents' savings accumulated over most of their lives. It wasn't a particularly large amount, but it felt incredibly heavy. Mom, I can't take this card. Your son can earn money now and support this family. Don't worry about me. Lin Yang stuffed the card back into his mother's hand. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe her son. It was just that her son was about to graduate. Even if he found a job, how much money could he earn? Supporting two children wasn't something that could be done just by talking. As parents, how could they not feel sorry for their children? Mom, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you would worry. Actually, I made some investments when I was in school. And recently, my investments have done quite well, and I've made a small profit. Look, this house is what I bought. I also bought a car. Lin Yang knew that his mother's hesitation stemmed from worry. It was called maternal love. He explained patiently. How is that possible? Don't try to fool me just to put my mind at ease. Lin's mother subconsciously questioned. You see, although Jiangcheng wasn't a top-tier city, it was still considered a first-tier city. Housing prices were extremely high. This house was in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. To buy it, it would cost at least 2 million yuan. The couple hadn't saved this much money even now. Lin Yang was still a student, how could he possibly earn so much? Look, the property certificate is right here. Lin Yang knew his mother wouldn't believe him. He went straight to the master bedroom drawer, took out the property certificate, and handed it to her. Lin's mother suspiciously flipped through the certificate. She immediately saw her son's name. You really earned this much money? Lin's mother's eyes widened. Yes, Mom, you and Dad don't need to be frugal. Spend it as you like. I'll take care of you later. Lin Yang said seriously. He wasn't joking. Good, my son has grown up and is sensible. At that moment, tears welled up in Lin's mother's eyes. She was happier than if she had earned the money herself. Oh, right. This was passed down to me by your grandmother. It's like our family heirloom. I don't have much to give you for our first meeting, so give this to Yao Yao. From now on, she's the daughter-in-law I've chosen. Lin's mother suddenly remembered this. He took a small wooden box from his pocket. Inside was a jade bracelet. The bracelet was very translucent and looked quite valuable. Okay. This time, Lin Yang didn't refuse. He took the bracelet, examined it for a moment, and then closed the box. What? Just then, a cry came from the baby's room. Immediately following was the sound of Xu Mengyao frantically trying to soothe the baby. Mom, I'll go check on her. Lin Yang quickly ran back to baby's room. Seeing Lin Yang's anxious expression, Lin's mother smiled slightly. Our son is really something now, she shouted to Lin's father. Lin Yang arrived at the baby's room. He found that it was Xingxing crying. Yun Yun, on the other hand, was staring blankly at the ceiling, looking both obedient and bewildered. Didn't Xingxing just? Why is she crying again? Generally, babies cry because they need food or two. But this time, the baby had just eaten and pooped. Newborns can't express their feelings. This kind of crying for no apparent reason is the most terrifying. I don't know either. Lin Yang, is the baby sick? Xu Mengyao sat to the side, her eyes blurry with tears. She was at a loss trying to comfort the baby while anxiously asking Lin Yang. Faced with this situation, she was already flustered and could only rely on Lin Yang. Yao Yao, don't worry, it shouldn't be that serious. Lin Yang said as he picked up Xingxing. Why is the baby crying so hard? Is something wrong? You're not cute when you cry. Although he knew that Xingxing couldn't understand these things yet, Lin Yang still gently coaxed her. Lin Yang's voice seemed to have a kind of magic. Xingxing, who had been crying very hard, immediately stopped crying after hearing her father's voice. Her clenched fists gradually opened, and she lay obediently in her father's arms. There was no trace of crying anymore. Xu Mengyao stared blankly at this scene. Although relieved that the baby wasn't sick, she felt a little hurt. The baby seems to like you more. Her voice was muffled, and it was hard to tell if she was jealous or just being affectionate. I still like you. Lin Yang sensed Xu Mengyao low spirits and slightly smiled. He first coaxed Xingxing to sleep before gently placing her back in her crib. Then he took out the small wooden box his mother had given him. Yao Yao, this is a family heirloom from my mother. Accepting this means you're officially our daughter-in-law. Lin Yang said with a smile, handing the wooden box to Xu Mengyao. The box was exquisitely carved with patterns. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Yang, then at the box, and finally reached out. The wooden box felt incredibly heavy in her palm. This was Lin's mother's approval. Xu Mengyao carefully opened the box and took out a bracelet. What a beautiful bracelet. Can I wear it? She asked, looking up expectantly. Looking at Lin Yang, Xu Mengyao said, of course, this will be your bracelet from now on. Lin Yang nodded and then casually ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. Xu Mengyao carefully put the bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet clung to the curve of her wrist, warm and lustrous. Does it look good? Xu Mengyao raised her hand like a treasure, her beautiful eyes sparkling, anticipating Lin Yang's praise. It looks good. Lin Yang nodded without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lin's mother was scalding a chicken with hot water and plucking its feathers. Old man, you're too slow. Hurry up and chop some vegetables. This chicken soup needs to be simmered early, otherwise it won't be flavorful enough and won't be as nutritious. Lin's mother directed Lin's father. Okay. Lin's father, a university professor, didn't spend much time in the kitchen. He helped wash and prepare the vegetables, doing some menial tasks. His movements were a little clumsy, and he was frequently urged on. After calming the baby down, Lin Yang came out to help his mother. He saw the scene before him. All right, Dad, let me handle this. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He felt that at his father's pace, it wouldn't be easy to even have dinner ready. Are you sure you can handle this? You and your father, I've spoiled you rotten. You hardly ever cook at home. Lin's mother said, then casually mentioned Lin's father. Isn't it because my wife is a good cook? I don't need to cook, Lin's father said innocently. His words made Lin's mother very happy. Lin Yang secretly gave his father a thumbs up. Sure enough, only his mother could control his father. And only his father could subdue his mother. Moms changed a lot these days. Want to see me show you my skills? Lin Yang immediately rolled up his sleeves. Son, don't be so sure of yourself. Lin's father quickly stopped Lin Yang. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer later. Don't worry, Dad. Watch my performance. After saying that, Lin Yang directly took the onion that his father hadn't finished chopping. Chopping onions is a skill. If you're not careful, tears will fall like pearls from a broken string, unstoppable. Just now, Lin's father didn't know how to handle it. His eyes squinted after only a couple of chops. To see clearly, he rubbed his eyes with his hands. Then he couldn't even open them. As a result, his movements became slower and slower. When it was Lin Yang's turn, he simply dipped the knife in water and then chopped the onion at lightning speed. Son, when did you start to get this good? Lin's father and mother were stunned. Every onion slice was almost the same thickness. And the speed was fast and neat. The other prepared vegetables were the same, chopped in no time. His hands were like machines. While chopping vegetables, his hands never stopped moving. Even Lin's mother, who had been cooking for so many years, felt a little ashamed of herself. Isn't this all thanks to Mom's exemplary leadership? Lin Yang didn't take credit for it. Instead, he attributed the success to his mother. Lin's mother's lips curled into a wide smile that never faded. Lin's father also secretly gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. Sure enough, this was something only his son could do. All right, you two can get out of here. Now that I'm starting to cook, this is my domain. Lin Yang had originally wanted to show off his skills to his parents. But before he even started, his mother had already chased him out of the kitchen. He sat on the sofa in the living room with his father. The father and son sat on the sofa. Without his mother and baby to lighten the mood, they couldn't find a topic to talk about. In the end, Lin Yang simply slipped back to the baby's room, leaving his father alone in the living room. Ding, the baby met his grandparents for the first time. Reward, 1 pound of Yanshang Kong Guyulan tea. Lin Yang heard a familiar voice as soon as he entered the baby's room. Yanshang Konggu Yulan tea? His parents both loved tea. He'd heard of this tea before. It was a tea his father had always longed for but couldn't bring himself to buy. 1 pound cost 120,000 yuan, meaning a single brew would cost over 1,000 yuan. For ordinary families like theirs, it was an unattainable dream. He never expected the system to deliver such a lavish gift. His parents were coming, and he hadn't even thought about what to bring them. Now he didn't have to worry. Lin Yang, it's impolite for me to come empty-handed, Xu Mengyao said. I don't know what to bring them. She'd been agonizing over this for a long time, racking her brains but unable to come up with anything. Seeing Lin Yang return was like seeing a savior. Although she was socially awkward, she knew basic etiquette. Lin's parents had come all this way to see them, taking care of the baby and helping to make chicken soup. It wouldn't be right not to show some appreciation. But she was penniless. What could she possibly offer? Didn't you already express your feelings? Lin Yang casually took Xu Mengyao's hand and placed it in his palm. Feeling the warmth from Lin Yang's hand, Xu Mengyao's mood calmed down considerably. However, she was still very curious. What did I express? She tilted her head, looking at Lin Yang with some confusion. You just accepted my proposal, right? Doesn't that mean you're giving yourself to me? For my parents, this kind of expression is more meaningful and valuable than anything else. Lin Yang affectionately patted Xu Mengyao's head. The latter seemed to understand but not quite. Come and eat quickly. At this moment, Lin's mother's strong voice rang out. The babies were all asleep. Lin Yang led Xu Mengyao out of the room. 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table, all specially prepared by Lin's mother. As soon as they came out, Lin's mother directly led Xu Mengyao to sit beside her, as if looking at her daughter. Yao Yao, quickly try the chicken soup auntie specially made for you. This is the freshest free-range chicken, your uncle and I caught it right before we came. Saying this, Aunt Lin ladled out a bowl of chicken soup and handed it to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao was flattered and quickly took a spoonful. The chicken soup was clear and had a delicate texture. 1 sip, and the delicious flavor spread in her mouth. Although it wasn't quite as good as Lin Yang's, it was still a rare delicacy. So delicious. Auntie is amazing. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up. She immediately gave it high praise. It's good that it's delicious. If you want some in the future, Auntie will make it for you. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Auntie liked Xu Mengyao very much. This child seemed innocent and adorable, her thoughts written all over her face. A child like this couldn't be bad. Aunt Lin was very pleased that her son had found such a wife. At the dinner table, everyone chatted and laughed, although Xu Mengyao was nervous. With Lin Yang's company, she gradually started to join in the conversation. It wasn't much, but it was a significant improvement. When evening came, Lin's parents went to bed early. Lin Yang was starting to have a headache. The house had 3 bedrooms and a living room, not exactly small, but one was the baby's room, and the other was where his parents slept. If he went to sleep with Xu Mengyao, it seemed a bit too abrupt. Not going seemed strange too. He couldn't explain it to his parents. Faced with this choice, Lin Yang frowned. To his surprise, Xu Mengyao was still in the baby's room. The baby was already asleep, but she showed no sign of leaving. Her face was flushed, and her fingers were fidgeting. After spending time together, Lin Yang knew that Xu Mengyao only fidgeted when she was nervous. She hadn't fidgeted during dinner. That meant she was thinking about this too. Yao Yao, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? I'll sleep in the baby's room. The babies haven't settled in yet, and I'm worried they might wake up in the middle of the night and not find me. Lin Yang said with a smile. The babies are still very young. She's not yet capable of sleeping alone. If we leave her unattended at night, and something happens, no one can bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Lin Yang stopped worrying. The baby is more important. I want to be with you. Lin Yang, I'll take care of the baby with you tonight. Okay? Xu Mengyao took a deep breath, as if making a major decision. Her delicate face was filled with determination. She showed no intention of leaving. You're a new mother who just gave birth, you need to rest properly. Lin Yang was still a little worried. Then, I'll sleep here. There's a playmat in the baby's room. When the baby is older, she can play here. Unexpectedly, Xu Mengyao pointed to the playmat very seriously. She even ran to the master bedroom and brought her own blanket, placing it on the playmat. Lin Yang, I want to be with you. Xu Mengyao's voice was soft and sweet, like she was asking for help, or perhaps she was being coquettish. Lin Yang almost forgot that this was also a strange place for Xu Mengyao. Was she scared too? Okay. Lin Yang said, and went to the master bedroom. Xu Mengyao didn't know what he was going to do, so she just stood quietly to the side and watched. Soon, Lin Yang brought over another quilt and spread it neatly on the playmat. Then he placed the summer quilt that Xu Mengyao was holding on his quilt. If you're sleepy tonight, lie here. He looked up after he finished and spoke gently. What about you? Lin Yang had put the quilt on her. He didn't have a quilt for himself. It's not too cold in the summer, I'm fine. Lin Yang smiled. Summer in Jiangqing wasn't that hot. Occasionally, a night breeze would blow by, bringing a little coolness. But Lin Yang wasn't delicate. He wouldn't catch a cold because of this breeze. Xu Mengyao was different. She had just given birth and was already weak. This was precisely the time she needed to be carefully cared for. A slight mishap could lead to lifelong health problems that night. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, like the Milky Way flowing across the night. In the still of the night, neither Lin Yang nor Xu Mengyao could sleep. Lin Yang, what is your dream? On the playmat, Xu Mengyao hugged her legs, resting her head on her knees. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Yang. Dream? Lin Yang repeated the word. Then he smiled calmly. When I was little, my dream was to achieve communism. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xu Mengyao's mouth slightly open, her expression blank. She seemed a little taken aback. Her appearance was unusually cute, making him unable to suppress a smile. Just kidding. When I was little, I wished I was a billionaire's lost child. One day, I'd be adopted and taken home. And live a carefree life from then on. Lin Yang spoke slowly of his childhood dream. Because the dream was so silly, he couldn't help but smile. Childhood dreams are always the most fragile things, even if left unattended, they'll shatter one day. Just like him. As a child, he earnestly asked his parents to confirm this. He discovered he was actually their biological son. That was the sound of a dream shattering, mixed with the sound of slippers spanking his bottom. I see. Xu Mengyao's expression was a little strange. She seemed to be thinking about something. What about you? What was your childhood dream? Lin Yan also looked at her. At this moment, Xu Mengyao tilted her head. Her gaze went through the window, looking at the distant night. The night was deep. She couldn't see the direction. Finally, she lowered her eyes. I have no dream. Wow, you don't have a dream? Lin Yang's surprise made Xu Mengyao a little uncomfortable. She thought Lin Yang was going to call her a lazy. She lowered her head even further. What's the difference between that and being carefree? The expected mockery didn't come. Lin Yang's words made Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes widen slightly. So it can be understood this way? At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. Night deepened. Xu Mengyao lost her earlier energy. Her eyelids drooped, and she nearly succumbed to her drowsiness several times, yet she still forced herself to stay awake. Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Lin Yan covered Xu Mengyao with a summer blanket and sat between her and the baby. He would occasionally look at the baby, then at her, a satisfied smile on his face. The baby slept soundly, only needing to eat once. Later, Lin Yan also slowly drifted off to sleep. Morning. The night gradually faded. The sky brightened. Dazzling sunlight streamed through the glass, falling on Xu Mengyao. Her eyes fluttered slightly. She let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Lin Yang had gotten up some time earlier and was changing Yunyun's diaper. Lin Yang, didn't you sleep last night? Xu Mengyao sat up blankly, her eyes still sleepy. She had just woken up, her voice hoarse, tinged with self-reproach. She had promised to stay with Lin Yang. How could she have fallen asleep like this? I slept for a while too, the baby only woke up this morning after pooping. Yao Yao, wake up quickly. My mom made you some red date porridge, go drink some. Lin Yang said to Xu Mengyao, his hands never stopping. He quickly wiped Yunyun's bottom clean and changed her diaper. Yunyun, baby, you have a new diaper. Aren't you much more comfortable? After changing her diaper, Lin Yang held Yunyun in his arms, playing with her. What? Just then, Xingxing's cries rang out. What's wrong? Why is the baby crying? Lin's mother, who was in the living room, rushed into the nursery without a word. Yao Yao, go drink some porridge. Xiaolin, you go stay with Yao Yao, I'll take care of this. She immediately picked up Xingxing. Xingxing's cries continued incessantly. Even though Lin's mother tried everything, she showed no sign of stopping. Mom, let me try. Lin Yang put Yunyun back in the crib and then held Xingxing in his arms. Why is Xingxing crying? Daddy will tell you a story. He then began to tell Xingxing a fairy tale, gently rocking his body as he did so. Xingxing's crying finally stopped. Is the baby jealous? Our little one is so smart at such a young age. Lin's mother laughed heartily. She hadn't expected Xingxing to be so attached to her father. Yao Yao, go and eat something. We have important things to do later. Lin Yang comforted Xingxing while looking at Xu Mengyao. Although she didn't know what it was about, Xu Mengyao obediently nodded and went to the restaurant with Lin's mother. Xingxing loves Daddy so much. Daddy will tell you stories every day from now on. Lin Yang doted on his two babies, especially feeling their clinginess, which gave him a sense of satisfaction. After a while, Xingxing fell asleep right in Lin Yang's arms. He then gently placed her back in her crib and went to the living room. Lin's mother was chatting with Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao didn't say much, but she still responded attentively. However, her fingers kept fidgeting. It was clear she was very nervous. Mom, it's time to give Yao Yao back to me. Go chat with Dad. Lin Yang directly took Xu Mengyao's hand and pulled her to his side. Alright, you young people are so affectionate. I won't be a third wheel. Lin's mother was also very self-aware. She turned to leave. Wait a minute, Mom. I have something very important to ask you for help today. Lin Yang quickly called out to Lin's mother. What is it? Lin's mother immediately stopped. I'm going to ask Yao Yao to get our marriage certificate. Mom, could you and Dad watch the baby for us? Lin Yang's words almost made Lin's mother jump up excitedly. Why didn't you tell me sooner, you little rascal? I haven't even prepared the change of address fee for Yao Yao yet. Alright, you two hurry up and go. Your dad and I will also think about it. When you come back, we'll have a big meal to celebrate for you too. Lin's mother already liked Xu Mengyao very much. Xu Mengyao was so well behaved and cute. Auntie already liked her very much. With her grandson and granddaughter, she couldn't be more satisfied. Before, she was urging her son to get married to the girl as soon as possible. This way, the baby's household registration could be settled. She was worried that her son wouldn't get it. She didn't expect her son to act so quickly. In just one day, they would be getting married. Okay, then thank you for your help. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. He then tugged at Xu Mengyao, who was a little lost in thought. Let's go. Lin Yang's voice pulled Xu Mengyao back to reality. She nodded unconsciously, following Lin Yang downstairs and into the car. Even after sitting in the passenger seat, she was still a little bewildered. Lin Yang, are we getting married? She asked, turning her head to look at him. Don't you want to? He had already discussed this with Xu Mengyao, and she had agreed. Besides, they still needed to register the baby's birth. Getting the marriage certificate sooner would save a lot of trouble later. No, it's just a bit sudden. Xu Mengyao quickly shook her head, afraid Lin Yang would misunderstand. The baby's birth certificate isn't even done yet. It's good that we get the marriage certificate, it'll be easy. To register the babies. Lin Yang paused, looking at Xu Mengyao seriously. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a grander wedding later. It won't be so rushed. His expression was unusually serious this time. Xu Mengyao nodded shyly. Actually, the wedding and all that. I didn't really care. It's just you. Xu Mengyao's voice grew softer and softer. In the end, it was almost a murmur to herself. In fact, she had noticed Lin Yang when they were in school. Lin Yang was very handsome, the kind of handsome that exudes sunshine. He was never short of friends at school. Although she was always eye-catching wherever she went, she could never learn to socialize as openly and confidently as Lin Yang. Sometimes she even felt that her gaze would unconsciously follow Lin Yang. Later she realized that it must have been liking him. When she found out she was pregnant with Lin Yang's child, she couldn't even tell whether she was more nervous or happy. Anyway, no matter what, she was determined not to have an abortion. She had never told Lin Yang her little feelings before. This was the first time she had said something like this. It was almost like a confession. Fortunately, they were close enough that Lin Yang could hear what she was saying. I think so too. It's just you. Lin Yang smiled brightly, just like the day Xu Mengyao first met him. She was slightly lost in thought. After a while, a smile blossomed on their faces. Lin Yang drove Xu Mengyao to the nearest Civil Affairs Bureau. It was still early. Today wasn't a special day. There was no queue at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the two entered smoothly. Are you two getting married? Please fill out a marriage application form. The receptionist couldn't help but glance at the two of them a few more times. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. How beautiful their child would be. Lin Yang took the two marriage application forms and glanced at them briefly. They only contained some basic information. He took one out and placed it next to Xu Mengyao. He also took out 2 ballpoint pens from his pocket. The two filled out the forms and handed them back to the staff. Did you two bring photos? After checking the application forms, the staff looked up again. No. Is there a photo studio nearby? Let's go take some now. Lin Yang, as the pillar of support, held Xu Mengyao's hand. Whenever he sensed her nervousness, he would give her strength in this way. We have a photo booth here. You two go directly to the second floor, the first room on the left. After you're done taking the photos, just come down with them. The staff member patiently gave them directions. Okay. Lin Yang nodded. He led Xu Mengyao to the second floor. Sure enough, the first room on the left was the photo booth. He gently knocked on the door. After hearing a sound from inside, he pushed the door open and entered. The room wasn't very big. There was a desk and a computer in the room. Opposite was a red backdrop. You two want to take wedding photos, right? The photographer was a woman in her 30s. She was originally working on documents at the computer. Seeing someone come in, she subconsciously asked. She looked up and saw Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao. Her eyes lit up. She had been a photographer for so long, and this was the first time she had seen such a handsome couple. Yes, we're taking photos for our marriage certificate. Lin Yang nodded. Please have a seat, both of you. A quick photo shoot here costs 50 yuan. We'll take one set for you. We'll also give you a digital copy, which you can use later with a different background. The photographer became extremely enthusiastic. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao sat in front of the red backdrop. Both were a little stiff from nervousness. Come closer, both of you. This is a wedding photo shoot, there aren't many rules. Stand closer, a smile is fine. The photographer instructed while shooting. For some reason, Lin Yang felt like they had already done several poses, but the photo shoot wasn't finished. Are even the photographers at the Civil Affairs Bureau this dedicated now? They're really something else. Xu Mengyao cooperated well, posing with Lin Yang. They shot for a full 10 minutes. The photographer looked at his finished work with satisfaction. Newlyweds, I have a favor to ask. This photo shoot is free, and I'll send you the digital copies as well. Could I print out a few to put on the wall? You two are such a perfect match, and the photos are flawless. I'd like to use them as examples and templates. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao are simply too dazzling. Even in such a rudimentary photo studio, she could still take photos comparable to those from a professional photographer. This was her best work. She couldn't wait to show it to the whole world. Is it okay, Yao Yao? Lin Yang had no objections. It was just putting the photos there anyway. He wouldn't lose anything. Besides, he could Ave 50 yuan. Why wouldn't he take advantage of a bargain? Okay, sure. Xu Mengyao nodded gently. A hint of happiness flashed in her eyes. The photographer had just said they were a good match? They were a good match. Xu Mengyao couldn't help but secretly repeat the compliment in her heart. A beautiful smile appeared on her lips. You two, please choose which version you want. The photographer handed the camera to Lin Yang. Lin Yang flipped through the photos. There were actually more than a dozen versions. Yao Yao, which one do you like? Lin Yang held a camera in his hand, pointing the screen at Xu Mengyao. He flipped through the photos one by one, letting her choose. Xu Mengyao looked at them very seriously, occasionally showing a thoughtful expression. As she looked, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. Lin Yang, I can't choose. She pouted, looking at Lin Yang for help. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquetry. The photographer next to them felt his heart almost melt. How could there be such a cute girl in this world? Choose this one, please send me the others. Lin Yang smiled. He only selected one photo from among many. In this photo, Xu Mengyao smiled happily, like the rising summer sun, able to brighten up the surrounding gloom. He loved Xu Mengyao's smile. Okay, please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Nowadays, snapshots are taken with digital cameras and then printed out. They're ready instantly. 5 minutes later, the couple received a physical copy of the photos, along with digital versions of other pictures. The photographer even thoughtfully cut out 2 extra copies for them. Just give these 2 to the staff later. Okay, thank you. Lin Yang nodded and took the photos. Come find me if you need anything. Before leaving, the photographer was a little reluctant to part. Who knows how long it will be before he encounters such a good-looking couple again. After the photos were taken and the marriage application form was filled out, the next step was a simple review process. The process was quick. From now on, you two are legally married. Congratulations. The staff took out 2 red booklets and handed them to Lin Yang. Thank you. Summer sunlight filtered through the roadside trees, dappling the ground and falling on Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang. Lin Yang, from now on, we're husband and wife. Really? Walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xu Mengyao still felt it was unbelievable. Yes. Legally licensed, from now on, we're legally married. Lin Yang waved the marriage certificate in his hand. Can I take a picture? I want to commemorate this. Xu Mengyao looked at the 2 marriage certificates very seriously, like a curious child. Their names and their photo were engraved on them. This declared that they were now a family. Of course you can. That's perfect. Let's take a picture together and officially announce it. Lin Yang suddenly thought. Xu Mengyao was a bit socially awkward and insecure. She had repeatedly asked him if he had someone he liked. Now that they had gotten their marriage certificate, it was the perfect opportunity. Officially announce? Xu Mengyao blinked. She had heard of celebrities announcing their relationships and marriages. But they were just ordinary people. Did they need to make an announcement? Yeah, post it on WeChat Moments. Let all my classmates be so envious. Lin Yang smiled slyly. Xu Mengyao was the school beauty queen for 4 consecutive years. The campus goddess of all the boys. If those people knew that she was married and even had a baby, there would probably be a lot of lamentations. Why do your classmates envy you? Xu Mengyao tilted her head. This girl is so busy with social anxiety that she probably has no idea what others are thinking. She also doesn't know how popular she is at school. Because of you. You're a goddess to many people. Lin Yang smiled and ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Yao Yao, you're holding a marriage certificate too. Lin Yang didn't continue the topic. He placed one of the marriage certificates in Xu Mengyao's hand. The 2 of them each held one. They took this photo in the sunlight. Afterwards, Lin Yang edited a post on his WeChat moments, "For the rest of my life, I'll be with you." Xu Mengyao's lips curved into a smile. She clicked on the picture, zoomed in several times, and finally solemnly liked it. This photo was just the cover of the marriage certificate, without a picture. But as soon as it was posted on WeChat moments, it instantly attracted a lot of comments. Zhang Chang, holy? The class heartthrob actually got married. When did he start dating? He didn't even tell his buddies. Lin Fan, I remember this kid like Xu Mengyao before, right? Great, one less strong competitor. Chao, brothers upstairs, give up, this kid's wife is Xu Mengyao. Question mark. Chao's casual comment instantly caused an uproar. Countless classmates frantically typed question marks after seeing it. However, Lin Yang was completely unaware of this at the time. He was driving to the house Xu Mengyao had rented before. Now that they were married, she had completely moved to Lin Yang's place. This time, he was going back to pack his things and take everything with him. Anyway, it was a minivan, so the space was quite large. Xu Mengyao rented a small apartment with only one suite. Lin Yang, wait for me on the sofa for a while. It was the first time she had brought a man to her small apartment. Xu Mengyao's face was red. She felt a little awkward. You're the one who should rest. You can just direct from behind, I'll help you pack. Xu Mengyao was still a new mother. She shouldn't be too tired. It was her insistence that she come over this time. The lease was expiring in a couple of days, and if she didn't come, she'd have to pay another month's rent, which wouldn't be worth it. Lin Yang had no choice but to take on the task himself. I don't have much stuff, Xu Mengyao said, pointing to the wardrobe next to the living room. Just a few clothes and some books. The wardrobe was neatly arranged, with clothes folded inside. I have a suitcase I can use, Xu Mengyao suddenly remembered, pointing to under the bed. Sure enough, there was a pink suitcase with Hello Kitty and Kuromi stickers on it. So she liked these things. Lin Yang silently noted it down. He moved all the clothes into the suitcase. Then only the books were left. While moving the books, Lin Yang suddenly saw a very strange book, Dog's Heart. He glanced at the synopsis. It was actually a story about a dog turning into a human. Good heavens! No wonder Xu Mengyao had taken his joke about Chao being a dog seriously. So, she actually reads this kind of book in private? Lin Yang glanced at Xu Mengyao's other books. Sure enough, most were science fiction. He felt a bit of a contrast. He couldn't help but imagine Xu Mengyao carefully flipping through the book. Is there something strange? Xu Mengyao suddenly laughed when she saw Lin Yang. She was incredibly nervous. She had racked her brains trying to think of everything. There shouldn't be anything strange in her room, right? Sanitary napkins and such were all neatly stored in boxes. It's almost all packed. Check if there's anything you forgot. If not, let's go home. Lin Yang smiled and shook his head. Xu Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They walked around the small room, making sure nothing was missing, before leaving. Xingxing, this little devil, cried for ages. Nothing we did could soothe her. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao had just returned home. Lin's mother rushed over as if she'd seen a savior. Even Lin's father looked exhausted. Why is she still crying? Is she hungry? Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao's hearts skipped a beat. They were afraid the baby was sick. She's had formula, and she's pooped. The baby seems fine, she just keeps crying. Looks like I'm getting old, I can't even take care of a child properly anymore. Lin's mother felt guilty. Lin's father hugged her and comforted her. His expression was also somewhat disappointed. As the baby's grandparents, they had originally wanted to help look after the child, but they had let the baby cry for so long. It was really wrong of them. Lin's mother even wanted to call her son for help. Just then, her son returned. Mom and Dad, this isn't your fault, don't worry. I'll go check on the baby. Although Lin Yang was also worried about the baby, he didn't want his parents to feel guilty. He calmed them down first before rushing to the baby's room. Sure enough, Yun Yun was still staring at the ceiling, contemplating life, with her older brother's deep thoughts. Xingxing, on the other hand, was wailing loudly. What's wrong, Xingxing? Is she feeling unwell? Lin Yang quickly picked her up. At this moment, Xu Mengyao and Lin's parents also rushed over. If it's not good, let's go to the hospital right away. It's not good for the baby to be crying like this. The baby is so young, she can't express herself. What if she's feeling unwell? Lin's mother said anxiously in a string of words. Before she finished speaking, she saw Xingxing sitting peacefully in Lin Yang's arms. Her clenched fists had somehow come clenched. When Lin Yang interacted with her, she even babbled, as if responding. She looked incredibly cute. This baby was completely different from the one who had been crying her heart out just moments before. It's alright now, the baby is probably just clingy. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Xingxing had shown signs of being clingy before, but he hadn't been out for long. He hadn't expected the baby to be so clingy. She couldn't stand not seeing her father for even a short while. Perhaps this was a sweet burden. Lin's parents? That's it? The baby stopped crying? So the reason the baby cried earlier was because she couldn't find her father? It's good that the baby is alright. I was worried the baby might be sick. Although Lin's mother was a little frustrated, she was relieved to know the baby was healthy. Oh right, I almost forgot this important thing. Yao Yao, although you haven't had a wedding yet, you've still registered your marriage. This is the change of address fee we prepared for you. From now on, you two must live a good life. If that boy bullies you, just tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson. Lin's mother slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering this. Since they weren't married before, there was no need to give a change of address fee or change their address. But things are different now. Even without a wedding ceremony, they're legally married now that they're registered. They can't skimp on the gifts. Lin's mother took out a thick red envelope and handed it to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Yang, a little flustered. Seeing Lin Yang nod, she nervously accepted the envelope. Thank you, Auntie. Still calling me Auntie? You should change your address. Lin's mother smiled broadly. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Xu Mengyao's face was flushed. Although her voice wasn't loud, she still spoke obediently. My daughter-in-law, the more I look at her, the more I like her. Lin's mother's smile never faded. Alright, your father and I have achieved our purpose in coming here. We have to go to work tomorrow, so we'll head back now. Their main purpose this time was to see the baby, and then their daughter-in-law. Originally, Lin's mother had wanted to take some annual leave to help her son take care of the baby. After this incident, that idea was abandoned. Seeing this, her son was definitely better at taking care of the child than she was. She felt much more at ease. Mom and Dad, I'll take you to the station. Oh, and take this. This is a gift Yao Yao prepared for you too, but she was too shy to say it. Lin Yang knew his parents had to go to work and wouldn't be staying long, so he didn't try to stop them. Instead, he took out the Rock Valley Orchid tea, a gift from the system. Xu Mengyao, standing nearby, heard Lin Yang's words and her eyes widened. How did Yao Yao know we both like tea? But this tea is too expensive. Lin's father's eyes lit up, and he was about to reach for it when Lin's mother slapped his hand away. You two have to take care of the baby, money should be spent wisely. Let's return it. Lin's father stared longingly at the tea, swallowing hard. Lin Yang saw everything and almost couldn't hold back. Mom, you know that things at this price aren't easy to return, and you might even get ripped off. This is Yao Yao's heartfelt gift. If you don't accept it, you're disrespecting Yao Yao and us. Lin Yang pushed it forward again. This time it landed directly in Lin's father's hand. How can we do this? You younger generation shouldn't spend so much in the future. Lin's father said, frantically suppressing a smile. Alright then, just don't spend so much in the future. Although Lin's mother also felt it was a bit too expensive, she was extremely happy that her son and daughter-in-law had such a thoughtful gesture. On the way back, she even took several photos and posted them in the sisters' group chat. Lin's mother, oh dear, my son is so disobedient. I told him not to spend so much, but he insisted on buying it for us. Shen's mother, wow, Sister Lin, this is a rare gem. It's worth over 10,000. Xiao Yang is really something. Zhou's mother, Sister Lin, where does Xiao Yang work? Maybe you'll have a chance to help our child sometime. Lin's mother looked at the messages in the group chat with a satisfied expression. Lin Yang's home. In the baby's room. Honey. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang sat side by side on the playmat. She suddenly called out in a muffled voice. So softly that Lin Yang even thought he had misheard. He turned around. Seeing Xu Mengyao's shy expression, he was certain he hadn't misheard. The way she addressed him just now really was Xu Mengyao. This girl always managed to surprise him. What did you call me just now? Lin Yang pretended not to hear and asked again. Nothing, nothing. Xu Mengyao paused, quickly turning her head away, her gaze shifting, her face full of guilt and shyness. I definitely heard you call me. Lin Yang directly exposed her. Then why did you ask me again? Xu Mengyao practically buried her head in her hands. She was so shy. She'd seen on TV that after getting their marriage certificates, people always changed how they addressed each other, right? Lin Yang hadn't mentioned it. She hesitated for a long time before taking the initiative to change her address. She'd mustered the courage to call him that once, and was too shy to say it a second time. Because it sounds nice. I want to hear it again. It seemed she was confirming his words. After a moment, husb. And, she called out again. Her voice was still not very loud. 2 red clouds rose on her cheeks again. Wife. This time, Lin Yan also called her. This was the first time he had changed how he addressed her. Both of them felt a little awkward calling her that. They were both nervous and happy. Lin Yang. Xu Mengyao still felt more comfortable calling him by his name. What's wrong? Lin Yang felt the same way. Calling him husband and wife was a little too cheesy. On the contrary, Xu Mengyao always called his name in that soft and sweet voice. It had a more coquettish feel to it. It sounded better that way. Lying is wrong. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang very seriously and said each word clearly. How did it suddenly turn to lying? Who did he lie to? Lin Yang was a little confused. I didn't prepare gifts for uncle, dad and mom. Xu Mengyao originally wanted to call them uncle and aunt. The thought of having to change her address even though they were already married made her feel guilty. She forced herself to change it back. Mentioning it made her feel ashamed. It was really impolite. She had considered preparing a gift, but all her money had been spent on having the baby. Now, she had the will but not the means. Hearing Lin Yang send a gift in her name made her feel even more guilty. This was clearly what she should do. It should be considered deception, right? Xu Mengyao was very worried. She didn't want Lin Yang to become a liar because of her. Silly girl. We're husband and wife, what's mine is yours. How can it be considered deception? Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected Xu Mengyao to be so worried about something like this. And so seriously. It was so cute. Is that so? Xu Mengyao tilted her head, having never thought of it this way before. Lin Yang's words made it seem like there was no problem. Yes, that's it. Lin Yang nodded firmly. Now Xu Mengyao completely believed him. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. She apologized directly and sincerely. Xu Mengyao's expressions were always straightforward. She had no hidden agendas. The more straightforward she was, the more innocent and adorable she became. Lin Tian's smile deepened. He ruffled her dark hair. Ring ring ring, the urgent ringing of the phone broke the romantic atmosphere. Lin Yang took out his phone and saw Chao's name. He answered. Young Ji, you well better come to our alumni group right now, it's about to explode. This is the first time I've seen all the boys in our school having such a heated discussion. Missing this will make you regret it for a year. As soon as the call connected, Chao's familiar voice came from the other end. He was still as talkative as ever, leaving no room for others to speak. What's up? Lin Yang was completely confused. You'll see when you see it. Beep beep beep. After saying that, Chao hung up the phone directly, leaving Lin Yang bewildered. What's wrong? Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. I had a feeling Lin Yang's expression was strange after he answered the phone. Chao said the group chat is going crazy and he wants me to come check it out. Lin Yang opened WeChat with a suspicious look. He didn't know if the group chat had exploded. His Moments was definitely in an uproar. In just a few hours, there were already hundreds of replies. As for likes, they were pitifully few. Lin Yang glanced at it briefly and exited Moments, opening the alumni group. Lin Fan, Chao, stop spreading rumors. How could Lin Yang possibly be married to Xu Mengyao? She hasn't been to school for half a year, she must have transferred schools long ago. Zhang Chang, that's right, Chao, even if you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. I could believe you if you said Lin Yang was with the class beauty. Chao, you bunch of mortals, how could you understand the value of my inside information? So Chang called him over to prove the truth of his words? What is a bad friend? This is it. Lin Yang watched the endless battle in the group chat with a wry smile. In short, none of the other boys in the school wanted to believe he was married to the school beauty. And Chao was single-handedly debating with them, and he was even showing signs of a 50-50 split. Truly worthy of being called Chao. Lin Yang's reputation as a loudspeaker is well-deserved. Lin Yang. He didn't know what to say, so he just sent an ellipsis. Everything was understood without words. Chao, brother Yang, you're finally here. Chao, hurry up and tell them, everything I said is true. Seeing Lin Yang's message, Chao excitedly sent several messages in a row, and even tagged Lin Yang. Originally, Lin Yang wanted to keep a low profile. But he forgot about Chao. Even the best-laid plans can go awry. Lin Yang, that's right, Yao Yao and I got married. Since it's a done deal, he didn't plan to hide it anymore. They are now legally married. They're not afraid of what people say. Lu, are you drunk, kid? Or are you in cahoots with Chao to lie to us? Lin Fan, that's impossible. I haven't seen the school beauty for half a year. How could you see her? Zhang Chang, I don't believe it. Unless Xu Mengyao says it herself. Why is the group chat exploding? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Tian's exasperated expression. She became even more curious. Little did she know, she was the reason. These people don't want to believe you'll marry me. They're questioning me. Lin Yang said casually. Xu Mengyao's pupils dilated in shock. Why didn't those people want to believe it? Did they also like Lin Yang? In that instant, she felt pressure for the first time. Xu Mengyao thought alone for a while. Finally, she silently opened her WeChat moments. She wasn't good at socializing and didn't like sharing her life. Since WeChat came out, her moments had never had any content. But this time, she wanted to break through her own limitations. Zhang Chang, holy, look, the school beauty's moments seems to have been updated. Lin Fan, stop lying, I've been spying on the school beauty's moments for 3 years, and I've never seen her post anything. Molly, wait, something seems off about this moments? The alumni group exploded again. Although the school beauty didn't add many people, she didn't block strangers on moments. Everyone could still see her moments through the group. Countless admirers of the school beauty clicked in. Before, Xu Mengyao's WeChat moments background has always been a white kitten. It's probably a picture she found online. It hadn't changed in 4 years. So much so that many people felt a sense of peace seeing the little cat. It seemed no one had yet won over the school beauty. But this time, the white kitten was gone. In its place was a photo. It was a red background photo. In the photo, Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao were very close, both wearing happy smiles. Just now, Xu Mengyao had been going through several photos taken by the photographer, carefully selecting her favorite. She solemnly placed it as her background on her WeChat moments. Below this background, there was another post on WeChat moments. The post was very simple, Lin Yang and I got married. Only that one sentence, along with a photo of their marriage certificate. Now, surely no one will doubt it, right? She thought to herself. Little did she know, the alumni group was already filled with wailing. Lin Fan, Lin Yang, how did you manage to snag the school beauty without anyone noticing? Zhang Chang, the school beauty even changed her moments background and posted on moments for you, that's too much. Molly, brothers, I'm heartbroken. Chen Hao, Lin Yang, I'll never forgive you in this lifetime. Xu Mengyao's moments were right there. Now, there was no reason to comfort herself. A bunch of simps were furiously impotent. Chao posted a laughing emoji. Chao, what did I tell you? I have inside information. Chao, let me tell you, they not only got married, but they even have a baby. Lin Fan, what? Lin Yang, are you inhuman? The wailing in the group chat continued. Lin Yang was puzzled by the rapidly changing tone of the chat. It wasn't until he saw Xu Mengyao's moments that he suddenly understood. You posted on moments too? Lin Yang looked at Xu Mengyao with a beaming smile, his face overflowing with sweetness. Yeah, it's an official announcement. I want to join too. Xu Mengyao nodded earnestly. Thinking about her new moments background, she was quite satisfied. This was their first and only photo together. Why did you choose this photo? Lin Yang found it a little funny. It was a very formal red background photo, the kind used on their marriage certificate. Although they were both good-looking, even in this kind of ID photo, they were still a handsome man and a beautiful woman. But putting it as a moment's background just felt a little strange. We don't have any other photos. Xu Mengyao's face fell, her tone a little sullen. It wasn't that she didn't like taking photos. It was just that they hadn't known each other for very long. The selection was pitifully small. Isn't this easy? Lin Yang simply took out his phone and opened the selfie camera. Then, he took Xu Mengyao's hand and snapped a picture, almost like showing off. If we don't have any photos, we'll take some. At first, Xu Mengyao was a little uncomfortable. She wasn't wearing makeup and was still in her pajamas. She felt she didn't look good enough. Then she thought, Lin Yang was also wearing pajamas. Just like her. She gradually relaxed a lot. Occasionally, they would even pose together. They took several photos in a row. When taking the last photo, Lin Yang turned his head and kissed Xu Mengyao's cheek as he pressed the shutter button. Click, the photo was captured perfectly. This photo is the best, don't you think? After taking the picture, Lin Yang pointed to the one of him kissing Xu Mengyao's cheek. Xu Mengyao's face was flushed, and she didn't say anything. Let's go take some more photos of the baby. The baby was sleeping. Lin Yang tiptoed around with his phone, snapping several photos in quick succession. Although the babies hadn't fully grown yet, they were already much prettier than when they were first born. Lin Yang liked them more and more with each picture. He took several more photos. No wonder parents love posting pictures of their kids on WeChat Moments. Seeing how adorable the babies were, Lin Yang couldn't resist either. He selected a few good ones and posted them directly on his Moments, delivering another blow to the single people. After posting the baby photos, Lin Yang casually opened Xu Mengyao's Moments and glanced at them again. The red background was gone. In its place were the photos they had just taken. The one Xu Mengyao had chosen was Lin Yang's favorite, the one where he was kissing her cheek. Although she hadn't said anything, it seemed she liked it. She had even quietly changed her Moments background to it. Unexpectedly, besides being aloof, she was also a proud and arrogant person. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at Xu Mengyao. She was sitting on the playmat scrolling through her phone. You're still in your postpartum period, so don't look at your phone too much. Lin Yang sat down next to her and took the phone from her in a domineering manner. The screen was still lit. It was the Taobao search interface. Xu Mengyao's search keywords were surprisingly parent-child outfits and couple pajamas. You want to buy these? Lin Yang smiled at her. Yes. I've never worn them before. Xu Mengyao nodded seriously. Her eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. She used to see them on TV often. When taking pictures earlier, she noticed that the two of them were wearing their own pajamas. If they were couple pajamas, they would probably look even better, right? Then I'll buy them. You should get some rest. Lin Yang kept this in mind. At this moment, the two babies began their daily routine. Are the babies hungry? It's time for their food, isn't it? Lin Yang glanced at the time, knowing exactly what was going on. Yao, you go feed the babies their food first, I'll go make the formula. He gave the instructions directly. The two worked together. Xu Mengyao fed both babies until they were half full. The rest was replaced with formula. Once the babies were full and satisfied, they stopped crying. They even babbled occasionally. It was noon when the postpartum nanny, Aunt Lan, arrived. It had been agreed that she would come every day at noon to help out until evening. Yesterday, because my parents were visiting, she had taken a day off. Today was her first official day back at work. With Aunt Lan taking care of the babies, Lin Yang felt at ease and started cooking. Can I help you? Xu Mengyao blinked at the kitchen doorway, really hoping to be able to help. However, Lin Yang always treated her like a child, never letting her do any work, which made her feel frustrated and useless. Lin Yang noticed the expectation in Xu Mengyao's eyes. After a moment's thought, he finally relented. Okay, you can sit at the kitchen doorway and help me pick green beans. If you feel tired, you must rest, okay? Lin Yang found a small stool and placed it at the kitchen doorway. Then I brought over a trash can and placed it in front of the small stool. I took the vegetables out of the refrigerator. These vegetables were brought by her parents. They grew them themselves, and every single one was very fresh, naturally still covered in soil. This was to save her hands from getting dirty. Lin Yang even washed the green beans first before placing them next to Xu Mengyao. Looking at the bunch of green beans in front of her, Xu Mengyao casually picked one up and examined it. Then she looked at Lin Yang blankly. Lin Yang, how do I do this? She felt her face burning hot. She was incredibly nervous. She had insisted on helping, but she'd already failed because of her lack of skill. There was a chef in her family, she had absolutely no experience with this. Just pinch off both ends of the green bean like this, Lin Yang said with a gentle smile, patiently demonstrating to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao learned quickly and began picking the green beans herself. Xu Mengyao was picking vegetables. Aunt Lan was taking care of the children. The kitchen was peaceful and beautiful. Lin Yang, I've picked all the green beans. After a while, Xu Mengyao presented the picked green beans like a treasure. Although she tried to act nonchalant, her eyes were bright, full of wanting praise, like a kitten waiting to be petted. Lin Yang was chopping vegetables, so he couldn't stroke Xu Mengyao's hair. He could only smile gently. You did a great job. Put them in the bowl first, I'll chop them later. Although Xu Mengyao's green beans were of varying lengths, and some were even cut in half, he still didn't hold back his praise. He couldn't damage the child's confidence, could he? He thought that after helping a little, Xu Mengyao would be satisfied. Unexpectedly, after putting down the green beans, she quietly watched Lin Yang from the side. She didn't move an inch. She clearly didn't want to leave. She didn't dare speak, knowing she was too inexperienced and would only cause trouble. So she just watched longingly, her little hands itching to help. Several times she tried to assist, but then withdrew. Lin Yang noticed all these small movements. Go peel some garlic for me, Lin Yang said, handing her a head of garlic. I don't like garlic, Xu Mengyao said, taking a small step back. Her delicate face scrunched up like a bun. She was a picky eater. She didn't like many vegetables, and even more so those used for seasoning. Back home, the chef always avoided garlic. Don't be picky, Lin Yang said patiently. Besides, this is for seasoning, it makes the flavor better. Okay, Xu Mengyao pouted. She figured she'd just eat less of it, she thought to herself. Then she sat back down on the small stool and started peeling garlic. Sir, you two are so sweet. Aunt Lan had just put the two babies to sleep and was going out to get some baby wipes when she overheard Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao's conversation. She couldn't help but sigh. These two were truly happy. She had cared for so many pregnant women and worked for so many families, but she had never seen such a pleasant atmosphere. Sweet? Xu Mengyao, who was peeling garlic, heard the word and secretly grinned. She peeled the garlic with even more energy. Xu Mengyao had been a great help at lunch. At first, it was just simple tasks like peeling garlic and picking green beans. Later, she even learned to chop things and add seasonings. As a result, what should have taken an hour to prepare took a full 2 hours. Looking at the dishes on the table, Xu Mengyao smiled after her hard work and secretly decided that she would continue to help out often in the future. She was sure she could learn more and do more. She could become Lin Yang's best helper in the future. However, Lin Yang secretly thought to himself that he would never let Xu Mengyao help him again. It could have been done quite quickly, but after I helped, the speed actually decreased. And I also had to constantly keep an eye on her. If you really want to help, find her some of the simplest tasks. Summer afternoons always make people feel lazy and tired. After finishing their meal, Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao both took a nap. In the afternoon, Xu Mengyao was woken up by the baby's crying. Is the baby hungry? Xu Mengyao sat up groggily, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she spoke. Probably, it's about time for the babies to eat. Lin Yang had already woken up. He sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at the time, and then nodded. You go feed the babies some food, I'll make them formula. They decided to split up. Aunt Lan couldn't help with this, and Lin Yang didn't want to miss out on feeding the babies. So he insisted on doing it himself. Aunt Lan seemed a little surprised. Sir, isn't Madam feeding the babies? Why do you need to make formula? The babies are still newborns. They don't eat much yet, and they need to eat small meals frequently. Since the baby is already being fed with formula, there's generally no need to add more. She was just worried the baby was eating too much, which is why she reminded her. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao's face fell again. Her eyes drooped, filled with guilt and helplessness. She's not small at all. She had heard people on TV say that if you're very small, you might not be able to feed your baby enough. She even checked her measurements later. See, not small. Why can't she feed her baby enough? Xu Mengyao hugged Xingxing, tears welling up in her eyes. Yao Yao's formula isn't enough. The babies are twins, so it's not enough. Lin Yang explained simply. Oh, I see. No wonder. Madam is too thin, and two babies do need more. Aunt Lan nodded as if suddenly understanding. As she spoke, she gave Xu Mengyao a deep look, seemingly hesitant. Finally, she spoke. Madam, please don't think I'm being nosy. Actually, I've heard of a folk remedy before. This lady wasn't talkative, but she was very kind and respectful to her. Aunt Lan couldn't bear to see her upset. Really? Any other methods? Xu Mengyao quickly looked up. Lately, Lin Yang had been giving her dietary supplements. Although they had some effect, it wasn't much. It wasn't enough for the two babies. She was quite helpless. I heard from my previous employer that a massage can help. If that doesn't work, you can ask your husband to massage you. It doesn't take much effort anyway. Aunt Lan had been a postpartum nanny for so long and had seen a lot. Everyone talked about these things. So even if she said it, she didn't blush or skip a beat. She was very calm. But Xu Mengyao was different. Massage? Her eyes widened when she heard that word. The thought of Lin Yang massaging her almost made her freeze on the spot. That was too embarrassing. It wasn't allowed on TV. She hadn't seen it. It was a bit beyond her comprehension. Aunt Lan, are you sure this method will work? Lin Yang perked up at the question. It wasn't that he was a lecherous old man. You see, he had already acquired the technique of using massage to stimulate appetite, but he hadn't dared to act rashly. If he were to suddenly go and tell Xu Mengyao that he knew this technique and that a massage could work, it would sound too strange. They had just gotten their marriage certificate, and he didn't want Xu Mengyao to think he was a pervert. So he had to put it aside for the time being and wait for an opportunity. Aunt Lan's words were definitely the best opportunity. Therefore, he proactively asked, anyway, my last employer said it was very effective. Sir, you can try it too. We're husband and wife anyway, it won't matter. Need a massage? Aunt Lan couldn't help but chuckle. She could tell these two were a newlywed couple. Mentioning this matter made them both blush and their hearts race. It felt so good. She further confirmed that although she hadn't tried it herself, others had, and the feedback was good. She rarely found such a good employer and hoped to help alleviate their worries. Okay, thank you, Aunt Lan. Lin Yang nodded again. They had slept quite soundly. It was now almost evening. After saying this, Aunt Lan waved to the babies and left. At this moment, Xu Mengyao's face was burning hot. Should she ask Lin Yang for a massage? Should she or shouldn't she? She felt a battle raging within her. It wasn't resistance, just shyness. She thought about how the babies were too young and needed to be fed. Although formula milk can fill you up, it's not as nutritionally complete. Formula is still better. After much thought, Xu Mengyao decided that even with a low success rate, she should still try. Lin Yang, she said softly. Just thinking about it made her want to disappear. She was incredibly embarrassed. Lin Yang turned around, waiting for her to continue. Could you? Xu Mengyao repeated herself twice, unable to finish the sentence. She gripped her clothes tightly, rubbing them nervously. She could only desperately try to mentally prepare herself. Okay. Before Xu Mengyao could finish, Lin Yang smiled and nodded, readily agreeing. Now it was Xu Mengyao's turn to be surprised. But I haven't said what I'm doing. She looked up blankly. I'll give you a massage. I also hope the babies can eat more formula. We're husband and wife, why wouldn't I help you? Lin Yang smiled, this time with a hint of expectation. Okay. Xu Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yang had already mastered the massage technique. He immediately began massaging each acupoint. The massage lasted for 10 minutes. Soon, Xu Mengyao felt the effects. It really works. She looked at Lin Yang with surprise, no longer caring about being shy. Of course it worked. This was a skill given by the system. It's good that it works. I'll massage you for a while every day from now on. Lin Yang smiled. Beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. Not from exhaustion, but from his strong self-control. Do I have to do it every day? Xu Mengyao almost choked on her own saliva. She repeated in surprise. Yes, you have to stick to it for at least a week. Otherwise, the effect won't be that great. And you should massage me from time to time afterward. Lin Yang nodded. After all, he had already mastered the skill and knew the time limit. This was true. Okay. Xu Mengyao still felt her face burning. However, the thought that the babies would finally have food to eat made him very happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first time urging for baby food, gaining ownership of a maternity and baby supply store. Lin Yang suddenly heard the voice in his mind. So it wasn't just for babies, anything helpful to babies could work? This news excited Lin Yang. He immediately went to check out the maternity and baby supply store. It was located on Xingguang Road. The store was large, a full 500 square meters. The system had even sent him all the materials. This meant he was now the owner of the store. Lin Yang also specifically checked. After deducting all expenses, the store's profit exceeded 100,000 yuan per month. This meant he now had a fixed income of 100,000 yuan per month. He had been worried that the money the system gave him would only last a while. If the rest of the system focused on skills, the money would be a headache. But with this store, he no longer needed to worry. A large part of the reason Lin Yang hadn't mentioned meeting Xu Mengyao's parents was this. If he didn't even have a fixed income, how could he reassure people that they could entrust their daughter to him? But things were different now. He had a stable income of over 100,000 yuan a month. While he wouldn't be considered rich, he could definitely live a life free from financial worries. Lin Yang, I have something to tell you. Xu Mengyao's voice pulled Lin Yang back to reality. What is it? He waited for Xu Mengyao to continue. It's just my parents. Mentioning her parents, Xu Mengyao sighed. She had kept it a secret from them. But now they were married and had obtained their marriage certificate. The key was that she posted something on her WeChat moments. She guessed her parents were very busy with work and hadn't even had time to check WeChat yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped calling. She thought about it. If she waited for her parents to contact her, Lin Yang might be in a very passive position. So she wanted to take the initiative to contact her parents. We should tell your family about our situation. After all, we're married now, and I need to put their minds at ease. Lin Yang spoke earnestly. He loved Xu Mengyao and he loved the babies. So, as a man, you have to shoulder these responsibilities. But my parents' situation is different. Xu Mengyao's face was filled with conflict. No matter what, Your parents want their daughter to be happy, right? I will definitely prove them right. I can make you happy. Lin Yang gently stroked Xu Menyao's soft hair. His smile was gentle yet firm. I want to call and tell them. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. It was a difficult decision to make. Perhaps her father was still in a meeting. Perhaps her mother was busy shopping. But what must be faced, must be faced. I support you. Don't worry, I'm here with you. Lin Yang took Xu Menyao's hand, holding it tightly in his large palm, feeling each other's warmth. Only then did Xu Mengyao feel much more at ease. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. Honey, you finally decided to call Mommy? How's work these days? Mommy's having afternoon tea. Your Aunt Bei's here too, want to say something to her? Her mother's bright voice came from the other end. Xu Mengyao felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She gripped the phone tightly and took another deep breath. Mommy, I'm pregnant. I'm married. Better a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. She blurted everything out in one breath. Honey, it's not April Fool's Day, is it? Why would you think of playing a joke on your mother like that? Xu's mother looked at her newly done manicure and said with a smile. Clearly, she didn't believe her. Xu Mengyao confirmed again. Her tone was much firmer than before. Now that she had mustered the courage, she was definitely going to tell her parents this time. Xu's mother was happily drinking afternoon tea. Hearing her daughter's repeated confirmation, she realized something was wrong. Her daughter was usually quite reserved and wouldn't joke with them. Could it be? Xu's mother immediately stood up. You scared me to death. What's the matter that you're in such a hurry? The lady called Aunt Bei quickly patted her chest, quite frightened. She took a deep breath and looked at Xu's mother in confusion. Oh no, someone's taken my cabbage. You can drink yours now, I have to go check on my precious Yao Yao. Xu's mother said this and hurriedly left. When did you plant cabbage? Isn't your villa's yard full of flowers? Aunt Bei was left with a puzzled look. Yao Yao, give me your address right now. Your dad and I will fly over immediately. Xu's mother said directly. Xu's father was on a business trip abroad, and she had come along for the trip. She had originally planned to relax, but now it was an emergency. There was no time for relaxation. After getting Xu Mengyao's address, Xu's mother hung up the phone immediately. Then, a text message pulled Xu's father back from his meeting. What did you say? Yao Yao got married? And had a baby? Xu's father, dressed in a black suit, was still handsome and dashing despite being nearly 50. But at this moment, his face was ashen. Let's go see her right away. Don't be too angry, don't scare the child, Xu's mother comforted her. She had intended to buy plane tickets, but Xu's father waved his hand and chartered a plane. They were going back immediately. How is it? Meanwhile, the phone call ended. Xu Mengyao was still standing there, stunned. Lin Yang asked with some concern. Lin Yang, something happened. Panic flashed in Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes. She gripped Lin Yang's sleeve tightly, her hands trembling. Lin Yang took her hand and held it firmly in his large palm. I'll be there for you no matter what. Don't be afraid, tell me what's wrong. Lin Yang's tone was gentle, as if possessing a kind of magic that slowly calmed Xu Mengyao's heart. My parents are coming. Xu Mengyao spoke with difficulty. She had never been in a relationship before, nor had she ever lied to he. Our parents. This time, she not only dated but also lied about work, going off to prepare for childbirth. Now that her parents knew the truth, what would their attitude be? She was a little afraid to imagine. Actually, we should go, but you're in your postpartum period now, and we can't leave. Thank you for troubling them to come. Lin Yang nodded, not surprised. Since they were already married, it was natural for them to meet each other's parents. His own parents had already come. Now it was time to meet Xu Mengyao's parents. But Lin Yang, I'm afraid Dad will scold you. Xu Mengyao's voice was soft, but very anxious. Even if I'm being harsh, I'm right. I didn't even know you were giving birth. If you hadn't called me, I wouldn't be able to take responsibility now. But now that I have, I will definitely make you happy. Lin Yang held Xu Mengyao in his arms, gently patting her back as he spoke softly yet firmly. This was his promise, and his true feeling. Thank goodness for you. Xu Mengyao nestled in Lin Yang's arms, murmuring softly. Her panicked heart finally calmed down. However, she was still a little uneasy that night. Both of them waited. And so, they waited until the next morning. They had waited too long, and Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao had fallen asleep on the playmat. They were woken up by the urgent doorbell. Lin Yang opened his eyes first and checked the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. Xu Mengyao then slowly opened her eyes, clearly still half asleep. She snuggled closer to Lin Yang, looking confused. Then she realized something was wrong. Memories flooded her mind. She had actually fallen asleep in Lin Yang's arms last night? Xu Mengyao instantly woke up. She quickly sat up. Why don't you sleep a little longer? It's still early. Lin Yang watched the changes in Xu Mengyao's expression. From initial confusion to shock, and finally shyness. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling Xu Mengyao's hair. Xu Mengyao's hair was the best he had ever seen. It was black, shiny, and incredibly soft. Even in the morning, it showed no signs of frizz. It felt so good to the touch. I'm not sleepy anymore. Xu Mengyao's eyes hesitated. Before she could finish speaking, she couldn't help but yawn again. This time, she was even more shy. Lin Yan wanted to say something more, but the knocking on the door continued. Who's here so early in the morning? Lin Yang frowned slightly. He quickly tidied himself up and went to open the door. Standing outside was a middle-aged couple who looked to be in their 40s or 50s. They were clearly wealthy. Both their black suits and cheongsams were exquisitely made. It looks expensive. You're Lin Yang? Mr. Xu sized him up before speaking coldly, his demeanor that of a superior. Lin Yang was still a little confused looking at the unfamiliar couple. After a moment's thought, he realized these must be Xu Mengyao's parents. After all, Xu Mengyao's features resembled this beautiful woman's. Yes, Mom and Dad, please come in. Lin Yang turned to the side as he spoke. You're calling me that way too soon. I never said I wanted to acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Mr. Xu snorted. Mrs. Xu didn't speak, but the two went inside. By this time, Xu Mengyao had finished washing up and was much more awake. She peeked out from the bedroom, wanting to see who had come. Upon seeing her parents, she immediately pulled her head back in and quickly tidied herself before slowly walking out of the bedroom. Mom and Dad. She instinctively went to Lin Yang's side and greeted them. Although she had missed her parents a lot lately, but her personality prevented her from expressing herself with such enthusiasm. My darling Yao Yao, I missed you so much. You've been saying lately that you don't contact your family much while you're at work. How could you lie to your mother like that? Mom's so sad. Xu's mother hugged Xu Mengyao tightly. Her expression was very warm and direct. Seeing this contrast, Lin Yang felt a little conflicted, yet also quite curious. He had assumed Xu Mengyao's family members were also not very talkative, which would have raised such a socially awkward child. But now it seemed. How could Xu's mother be considered not talkative? Her emotions were incredibly unrestrained. Mom, this is Lin Yang. Xu Mengyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped out of her mother's arms. Her mother's enthusiasm still made her a little uncomfortable. She unconsciously moved closer to Lin Yang. First, she introduced him, he's my husband. As if that wasn't enough, she added. Something seems off. Hearing his daughter's introduction, Mr. Xu's face darkened further. Your name is Lin Yang? When did you start dating our Yao Yao? Mrs. Xu also frowned. Xu Mengyao had always been very well behaved. This time, she had unexpectedly done something so outrageous. Naturally, she wanted to confirm with. Oh, Lin Yang was a trustworthy person. Her mother's question made Xu Mengyao's face turn pale. She nervously stole glances at Lin Yang, wanting to say something but unsure how. If her parents knew they had only met once and done that, they definitely wouldn't accept it. Yao Yao is beautiful and outstanding. I fell in love with her at first sight when she entered school. Later, by chance, we got to know each other. I began to pursue her passionately. Luckily, after many years of effort, Yao Yao finally agreed to be with me. Lin Yang didn't tell the truth. He knew the truth was too dramatic and difficult for the older generation to accept, so he fabricated an experience. Hearing Lin Yang's account, Xu Mengyao's eyes widened. You two are classmates? Do you think you can give Yao Yao happiness? Xu's father asked directly. Dad, I'm very happy now. Lin Yang is very good to me. Xu Mengyao answered seriously when her father questioned her. She never usually argued with others. This was the first time. Before, Lin Yang had always protected her. She also wanted to protect her own happiness. Happiness? You're both students, without proper jobs. If you didn't rely on the family's money, you might not even be able to support your child. So how can you talk about happiness? Xu's father spoke realistically. As parents, they always had to consider these things. Lin Yang understood. I made some investments while I was in school, Lin Yang explained calmly. Although I didn't earn much, it was enough to live on. Later, I used the money to invest in a maternity and baby products store. Now, the monthly turnover is around 100,000 yuan. This amount of money might not be much for Xu Mengyao's parents, but for a recent graduate just starting out, it was quite a lot. At least it proved that he had sufficient ability. A maternity and baby products store? Xu Mengyao's pupils dilated. From the moment she arrived until now, she had heard too many shocking things. The most shocking thing was Lin Yang's ability. Shu's father still had a stern face. Xu Mengyao stood beside Lin Yang, her small hands constantly rubbing together. This was a gesture she often made when she was nervous. Although she knew that her parents might have a hard time accepting Lin Yang, she didn't expect the atmosphere to be so tense. Her parents had always been very open-minded. It seemed that they were really angry this time. Xu Mengyao sadly lowered her head. Lin Yang then took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. Let her head rest on your shoulder. Be her support. No one spoke again. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing. Then, Xu's mother's laughter broke the stiff silence. Oh dear, I can't keep up the act anymore, ha ha ha. Yao Yao, Mom thinks you chose a really good husband. He has a great temper and is very capable. Xu's mother laughed until tears streamed down her face. Lin Yang? Xu Mengyao? The sudden turn of events left Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao stunned. What was going on now? Didn't you tell me to get into character? Why are you the one who's already pulled out of character? Xu's father said helplessly. I couldn't help it. Seeing Yao Yao so sad and upset, I couldn't bear it. Besides, I really think this son-in-law is quite good. Xu's mother laughed until tears streamed down her face. She wiped away her tears as she spoke. Mom! You've accepted this? Xu Mengyao was also bewildered. Just a moment ago, she was immersed in the tense emotions, unable to pull herself out. Then, the next second, such a huge turn of events occurred. Yes, what's there to object to? To be honest, we should thank Shaolin. Xu's mother nodded, looking at Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao with a face full of satisfaction. Actually, your father and I have been worried for a long time. You're so beautiful, yet you don't have a boyfriend. We were even afraid you were a lesbian. Xu's mother said seriously. Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder, as if it were on fire, almost steaming. She secretly glanced at Lin Yang out of the corner of her eye, seeing his smiling face. She was incredibly shy. How could her mother say such things in front of Lin Yang? Shaolin, you are indeed a good child. Even though I didn't do a good job filming just now, you remained composed and handled it calmly. I admire that. This time, Xu's father stopped pretending. He revealed an appreciative expression, patting Lin Yang's shoulder heavily, as if he were about to entrust his daughter to him. Thank you, Dad. I will do my best in the future. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. She nodded solemnly in agreement. The matter was resolved perfectly. Xu Mengyao felt a little lightheaded, as if in a dream. Mom and Dad, are you really not angry with me? She couldn't help but ask again. Such a big thing. Did her parents accept it so easily? Silly child, we trust your judgment. Besides, your parents aren't old-fashioned. There are plenty of people waiting in line these days. What's there to be angry about? Xu's mother waved with a smile, her face completely devoid of anger. Speaking of which, let us see the baby. We're finally getting to be grandparents. Xu's parents' eyes lit up at the mention of the baby. The babies are inside, they should be awake by now. Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand and led her parents to the baby's room. It was a summer morning. The morning light slowly spread across the earth from the east, bathing the babies in a warm golden glow. The two babies seemed to sense that someone was coming to see them and opened their eyes. The babies were babbling and cooing. The babies are so cute. They look just like Yao Yao when she was little. Xu's mom couldn't resist the sight of the two babies. She immediately went over to them and started playing with them. Yao Yao was much prettier than them when she was born. These two babies are so ugly, Xu's dad retorted, seemingly showing off to Lin Yang. It was as if he was saying, see? My child is prettier than yours. Lin Yang looked at the babies, then glanced at Xu Mengyao beside him. He couldn't help but nod in agreement. I also think Yao Yao was definitely prettier when she was little. Weren't they supposed to be looking at the babies? Why was everyone looking at her? Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder. They played with the babies non-stop. Hearing the babies babbling, their faces were full of smiles, unable to hide their love. Mom and Dad, you play with the babies for a while. I'll go cook. Lin Yang glanced at the time and then spoke. You can cook? We can eat out too. There aren't many men who can cook these days. Xu's father, in particular, had never cooked before. When he heard that Lin Yang was going to cook, Xu's mother was very surprised. Yao Yao is still in her postpartum period, and her body is quite weak right now. I'm afraid that food outside isn't clean. It's safer to cook it yourself. Lin Yang smiled and responded, and Xu's mother nodded repeatedly. The The more she looked at this son-in-law, the more she liked him. As he spoke, Lin Yang turned to go to the kitchen. Before he even went out, Xu Mengyao grabbed him. "I'll help you." Xu Mengyao held onto the hem of his clothes with her small hand. She spoke timidly. She had helped a lot in the kitchen last time, and the thought of being able to help Lin Yang gave her a sense of satisfaction. This time, upon hearing that Lin Yang was going to cook, she wanted to help again. Little did she know, this reaction stunned Xu's parents. You see, although Xu Mengyao wasn't a spoiled princess, she always had a chef at home. She had never been in the kitchen before, nor had she ever considered it. Unexpectedly, she was now willing to do it. "Yao, you stay here with your parents," Lin Yang said helplessly. It wouldn't be polite to leave his mother-in-law and father-in-law alone. Xu Mengyao pouted, looking down with a hint of disappointment. "You two go ahead. It's fine for young people to be affectionate. Baby, we're here too." Xu's mother waved her hand. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up again. She quickly looked up, full of expectation for Lin Yang. "Since Mom said so, let's go." Lin Yang smiled helplessly. Fortunately, his parents had brought enough food. They still needed to go grocery shopping after this meal. Yao, you crack the eggs this time." Lin Yang took a few eggs and placed them on the counter. Then he took a small bowl and placed it on top. "Okay." Xu Mengyao nodded heavily upon receiving the task, looking eager to try. She thought she could crack eggs. She had seen it on TV before. People would just tap the side of the bowl with the eggshell and then break it open with both hands. The egg liquid would come out, so she followed her memory. She held the egg in her small hands and tapped it hard on the side of the bowl. Before she could even break it open, the egg shattered completely. Egg liquid splashed all over her hands. Many eggshells flowed into the bowl along with the egg liquid. Xu Mengyao looked at the bowl in a panic. It wasn't like that on TV. Had she done something wrong? Lin Yang had just finished chopping a vegetable. Turning his head to check on Xu Mengyao's situation, he saw the scene before him, Xu Mengyao sitting on a small stool, leaning against the corner of the wall. She looked down at her phone. The video playing on the phone wasn't very loud, just loud enough for Lin Yang to hear. "Today, how do you crack an egg?" Hearing this, Lin Yang almost burst out laughing. "Learning on the spot?" Yao. He wanted to help, but before he could even speak, he startled Xu Mengyao. She quickly turned off her phone screen, looking guilty. She had wanted to secretly learn and impress Lin Yang, but she'd been caught. I didn't learn how to crack an egg." Xu Mengyao's face turned bright red. She put her hands behind her back, shaking her head as she spoke. After saying that, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Oh no. She seemed to have inadvertently confessed. Lin Yang wanted to laugh even more, but afraid of hurting Xu Mengyao's confidence, he tried to be serious. However, Xu Mengyao misunderstood, thinking he was criticizing her. Xu Mengyao immediately lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Lin Yang. I think I've caused trouble again." She felt guilty. She had clearly wanted to help. "Why do you always cause trouble?" "The courage I finally mustered has completely vanished." "What are you thinking about?" "I wanted to tell you that I can teach you. No need to video chat." Lin Yang felt a pang of heartache seeing Xu Mengyao's disappointed look. "It was just a small thing. Aren't you angry with me?" Xu Mengyao looked up blankly, a hint of joy flashing in her expression. "What do you think of me every day? Do you think I would be angry with you over something so small?" Lin Yang sighed helplessly. He had said it many times. But that's just Xu Mengyao's personality. She easily takes things on herself. Perhaps her social anxiety is partly due to this. "But I can't even do this little thing well." Xu Mengyao lowered her head, lost in thought. "You've done very well. With you by my side, I feel more motivated to do anything." Lin Yang took her hand, preventing her from fidgeting with her fingers due to nervousness. "Really?" Xu Mengyao blinked in disbelief. Seeing Lin Yang nod affirmatively, a smile returned to her delicate face. "Then teach me. Can I learn to cook with you?" Her confidence returned. "Sure, but only after you finish your postpartum confinement. You need to rest now, you can't cook too much." Lin Yang nodded with a smile. He then demonstrated how to beat eggs to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao imitated him, beating the eggs and stirring clockwise. Although it was just meaningless mechanical repetition, she still looked satisfied. Lin Yang then started cooking, finishing just after noon. "Is the rice cooked? It smells so good." Xu's parents were attracted by the aroma. "Yes, Mom and Dad, let's eat now." Lin Yang nodded. Before he could even sit down, he heard the babies crying. The babies had eaten, so it was probably because they needed to. "You guys eat first, I'll go check on the baby, Lin Yang said without hesitation. He took off his apron and went to the baby's room. Xiao Lin is such a good kid. My darling Yao Yao, I'm feeling more and more at ease now. Looking at Lin Yang's figure, Shu's mother gave a thumbs up, showering him with praise. They had always intended to respect their daughter's choice. Since she had made her decision, they would accept it. But seeing how good Lin Yang was, they felt much more at ease. Mom and Dad, Lin Yang is really good, Shu Mengyao said firmly. Shu's mother chuckled. Yes, Xiao Lin's cooking is really good. Shu's parents both took a bite. The aroma of the food exploded in their mouths, stimulating their taste buds. So delicious. Even though they often went to high-end restaurants, including Michelin-starred ones, they felt that Lin Yang's cooking had a unique flavor. Yao Yao, why aren't you eating? Shu's parents were eating, but they noticed that Shu Mengyao hadn't even touched her chopsticks. They were a little worried. Was she sick and had no appetite? I'm waiting for Lin Yang, Shu Mengyao insisted. Shu felt as if they had suddenly been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. At this moment, Lin Yang had just finished changing the baby's diaper. Ding, the babies are meeting their maternal grandparents for the first time. Reward, a bottle of Guojia 1573 Zhonghua Tan. Hearing this reward, Lin Yang smiled slightly. You see, when his parents came last time, they brought tea. So this time, he would definitely have to show some appreciation to his mother-in-law and father-in-law. Fortunately, the system was also very helpful. The prices were about the same, so he didn't feel it was unfair. So he simply took the bottle of wine out. He saw that Mr. and Mrs. Shu were already eating. Shu Mengyao's chopsticks and bowl were still clean. Why aren't you eating? Didn't you like what I made today? Lin Yang knew that Shu Mengyao was a picky eater and didn't like many things. Although he thought it was unhealthy, his heart softened when he saw Shu Mengyao's bright eyes. However, even though she was a picky eater, Shu Mengyao had never been like this before, not eating a single bite. I wanted to wait for you to come back so we could eat together, Shu Mengyao said earnestly. Her serious expression touched Lin Yang. He couldn't help but ruffle her hair again before sitting down beside her. I'm back. Let's eat quickly. As he spoke, Lin Yang placed the bottle of wine in front of his father-in-law. Mom and Dad, it's rare for you to come all this way, and I didn't prepare anything. I happen to have a bottle of my treasured wine here. If you don't mind, please drink this. Lin Yang could tell that Shu Mengyao's parents were definitely wealthy. Especially Shu Mengyao's father, who always had the air of someone in a position of power. Although he had become much more approachable after letting go of his pretense, the aura he exuded was difficult to fake. Such a person couldn't possibly not drink. This wine isn't easy to buy. Sure enough, Shu's father smiled with satisfaction when he saw the bottle. Guojia 1573 Zhonghua Tan is produced in limited quantities every year. Even so, demand still exceeded supply. For him, the wine wasn't too expensive, and he couldn't afford it. But for a college student just starting a business, the price was quite considerable. Lin Yang's willingness to offer this wine showed his sincerity and respect. Mr. Shu was very satisfied. I just happened to come across it and thought I'd seize the opportunity, so I bought it. However, I don't drink much myself, and besides, Yao Yao is still in her postpartum period, so I have to take care of her. Perfect, you can have this wine. Lin Yang explained with a smile. These words made Mr. and Mrs. Shu even more satisfied. This young man was not only eloquent and capable, but he also always had Yao Yao in his heart. For parents, this was the kind of person they could entrust their children to. Shu Mengyao didn't realize any of this. When Lin Yang sat down beside her, a smile appeared on her face. Finally, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Mr. and Mrs. Shu were surprised to discover that their daughter was actually love-struck. Fortunately, she encountered Lin Yang, someone trustworthy. During the meal, Shu Mengyao pointed to the onion in her bowl. Lin Yang, I don't want to eat this, she said. You can't be picky, Lin Yang patiently explained. You need to eat everything for a balanced diet. Shu Mengyao pouted. But I don't want to eat it. Her bright eyes looked at Lin Yang expectantly. The next second, Lin Yang naturally picked up the onion from her bowl and ate it. Shu Mengyao's smile widened. She was pleasantly surprised to find that she seemed to have found Lin Yang's weakness. As long as she looked at him expectantly, he would nod. Shu Mengyao couldn't help but secretly smile. After a satisfying meal, everyone enjoyed themselves. Little Lin, you're a very good child. I have high hopes for you, Shu's father said, clearly a little tipsy. He patted Lin Yang's shoulder and said many things, earnestly giving him advice. Yao Yao was a child who was different from others from birth. Other children love to go out and play at a young age, but Yao Yao always stays at home. Her mother and I are worried that she has autism. She only had one sister, Huan, since she was little, and even in college, she still only had Huan. She didn't even have a boyfriend. For a while, we thought she was with Huan. Luckily, we have you, Lin. Shu's father mostly talked about Shu Mengyao life. In fact, Shu Mengyao had almost no embarrassing childhood stories, because she didn't have a childhood. Extreme social anxiety made her unwilling to interact with people, so her mind was as simple as a blank sheet of paper. She didn't understand other people's intricacies. She had very few friends. After spending a day together and observing some details, Shu's father was finally satisfied and completely entrusted his daughter to Lin Yang. Shu's mother also silently wiped away tears. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will never let you down. I will be responsible for Yao Yao's future. Lin Yang also felt the weight of responsibility. He spoke each word earnestly. This was a promise to Shu's parents, and also a promise to Shu Mengyao. After speaking, he embraced Shu Mengyao's petite frame. Lin Yang, I can take responsibility for my future. As long as you're in my future, that's enough, Shu Mengyao whispered. She didn't want to be a burden to Lin Yang. She wanted to do something for him. We're relieved to hear that. My head hurts a little, let's stop here for today, Shu's father nodded heavily. He then had Shu's mother help him to the guest room. Shu Mengyao and Lin Yang returned to the nursery. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yao Yao, wait for me. Lin Yang wasn't surprised at all. He opened the door directly. He seemed to say a few more words, then held up a package. What's this? Shu Mengyao tilted her head, looking at the package with curiosity. Open it yourself and see. Lin Yang didn't reveal anything, instead keeping her in suspense. He handed the package to Shu Mengyao. Shu Mengyao picked up the package with a puzzled look. She opened it with scissors. Inside were 2 sets of pajamas, identical in appearance, except for slight differences in size. One was a size S, and the other an XXL. Are these couples' pajamas? S. Hu Mengyao's eyes lit up. She had been secretly browsing Taobao last night. After all, couples on TV always wore matching pajamas. But these two were wearing separate sets, which didn't look harmonious at all. Even the photos didn't look as good. She had wanted to buy some, but Lin Yang had restricted her phone usage time. She hadn't expected Lin Yang to buy them today. Are deliveries this fast now? She opened the package with some surprise, took out the 2 sets of pajamas, and fiddled with them for a while. Shu Mengyao fiddled with her pajamas for a while with joy. Then it seemed like something came to mind. He turned his head to look at Lin Yang aggrievedly. Wasn't the concern just now on the couple's pajamas? Why did it suddenly change? Shu Mengyao's turn of events was too fast, and Lin Yang didn't keep up. I want to change into new pajamas. But I haven't showered for a long time, dirty. Shu Mengyao slung her little face. Pointed to himself. Since production to date, this has been almost a week. She hasn't taken a shower yet. Because Mama Lin specifically emphasized when she came over. Try not to take a bath during the confinement period. Otherwise, it is easy to catch a cold and fall the root of the disease. She was also frightened. So I have always been very well behaved and didn't take a shower. I need to change into new pajamas today. She didn't want to get her new pajamas dirty too. This is my first time wearing couple pajamas. It is of extraordinary significance. Let's take 2 more days and take a shower again in a week. Lin Yang thought for a moment. Also think that the maternity has just given birth, still have to wait. Although not as long as a month. At least let's wait a week before we talk. Then can I wash my hair? Shu Mengyao was a little disappointed. The next best opening. He looked at Lin Yang eagerly again. After one rejection, Lin Yang should not refuse a second time either. I can only nod my head. Well, I'll help you wash your hair. Blow dry immediately after washing. Save yourself from the cold. Lin Yang thought for a moment. Then open your mouth. Good. Shu Mengyao's little face instantly lit up. Like a little follower. He followed Lin Yang step by step. The two came to the bathroom together. To avoid Shu Mengyao coming into contact with cool water. The water in the house is always burning. Hot water can be supplied at any time. Lin Yang picked up the shower head first. Adjusted the water temperature. After making sure the water temperature was neither too cool nor too hot, she looked at Shu Mengyao. Yao Yao, keep your head down, let's wash here. He pointed to the sink. This is the most convenient. Good. Shu Mengyao still lowered her head obediently. The long hair like a waterfall all fell down. Lin Yang held the shower head in one hand. A song to help wet Shu Mengyao's long hair. Wait until the long hair is soaked, then add shampoo. Rub gently. Xu Mengyao's hair is very long. It took a while to clean it up. She adjusted her stance several times. After washing, Lin Yang hurriedly picked up a large towel and covered Xu Mengyao's hair. Then very gently helped her wipe the water droplets. Xu Mengyao looked straight at him with her big eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Yang asked with a smile while helping her wipe her head. "Lin Yang, you are so handsome." Xu Mengyao suddenly jumped out. It made Lin Yang a little dumbfounded. After wiping her hair, and hurriedly picked up the hairdryer. Very seriously blow dry your hair. Keep waiting until the hair is thoroughly dry. Lin Yang then put down the hairdryer. Xu Mengyao's hair had just been washed and looked fluffy. It showed her delicate face even more petite. Like a doll. "Great, this way you won't catch a cold." Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair again, making sure it was completely dry. He smiled with satisfaction. "Lin Yang, did you deliberately mess up my hair?" Xu Mengyao combed her hair again. She seriously suspected that Lin Yang was just testing her, deliberately playing with her hair. She had evidence. "No, I was just worried you'd catch a cold." Lin Yang shrugged innocently, smiling like a cunning fox. After washing his hair, Lin Yang tidied up and put everything away. Xu Mengyao skipped to the master bedroom, eagerly changing into their matching pajamas. The pajamas were off-white with a bear pattern. Upon opening them, Xu Mengyao discovered that her pajamas had a skirt underneath, while Lin Yang's were shorts. She changed into her pajamas with satisfaction and looked at herself in the full-length mirror. A smile unconsciously curved her lips, impossible to hide. Lin Yang left the bathroom and went to check on the baby first. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the babies were all fast asleep. It seemed they wouldn't be in any trouble anytime soon. He then followed them into the master bedroom. "Lin Yang, you change too." Xu Mengyao handed him his pajamas. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, watching him intently. Lin Yang waited a while, making sure Xu Mengyao wasn't leaving. Then he started taking off his clothes, placing his old pajamas by the bed. He used to work out in college, so he had a rather muscular physique, including six-pack abs. While not particularly defined, they were at least presentable. Xu Mengyao. Looking at Lin Yang's muscular body, Xu Mengyao's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. She was in such a rush, making Lin Yang change into his pajamas that she completely forgot to leave. Wah! Would Lin Yang think she was a pervert? She really wasn't a pervert. Really? Xu Mengyao kept thinking to herself, her gaze still fixed on Lin Yang, completely forgetting that she could leave now. He's got a really good physique. Slim when dressed, muscular when undressed. The ideal body. While Xu Mengyao was lost in thought, Lin Yang had already changed into his pajamas. "How is it? Not bad, right?" He looked at Xu Mengyao's flushed face and asked directly. Xu Mengyao nodded blankly, her face burning red. She hadn't quite recovered from the scene she'd just witnessed. Her gaze kept sneaking towards Lin Yang's stomach, thinking about those well-defined abs. Was it hard? She was a little curious. She suppressed these strange thoughts, because she was genuinely worried Lin Yang would think she was a pervert. "Looks good." After a while, Xu Mengyao nodded as if waking from a dream. "What's wrong with you? Why are you so slow to react?" Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. A whole minute had passed since he asked the question, and Xu Mengyao had only just responded. Especially seeing her flushed face, she was just too cute. "No, I'm not shy." Xu Mengyao quickly shook her head. Her face turned even redder after she finished speaking. "Oh no, how did she accidentally say that again? Did I say you were shy?" Lin Yang deliberately brought it up. "Lin Yang, shall we take some photos?" This time, Xu Mengyao didn't even argue. She picked up her phone and asked him expectantly. "She's learned her lesson, huh?" Lin Yang thought with a smile. He'd let her off the hook this time. This time, Xu Mengyao was noticeably more relaxed during the photoshoot, even adding more poses. Lin Yang cooperated fully. They took several more photos, spending half an hour just on pictures. Finally, Xingxing's crying attracted Lin Yang's attention, forcing him to stop to take care of the baby. Xu Mengyao sat on the big bed, happily selecting photos. They took many more pictures, all as keepsakes. She contentedly chose the one where they looked most intimate, opened her WeChat Moments background, and clicked to change it. The school beauty changed her background picture again. This news spread like wildfire. It circulated in Xu Mengyao's fan club. Many of Xu Mengyao's suitors clicked into her moments through alumni groups. Then they saw this even more intimate photo. "They're even wearing matching outfits, I'm so envious. What happened to not changing the background?" She's been changing it so frequently lately. Wha, aren't simps human? Can't you respect simps? Stop showing off, okay? Seeing Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang becoming more and more affectionate, the suitors were all crying. Tonight, it was another sleepless night for Xu Mengyao's suitors. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao, however, slept soundly. The two of them slept on the baby's playmat in the baby room, so that they could take care of the baby at any time and also keep each other company. Until morning. The sun rose from the east, emitting dazzling light. It illuminated the earth in a golden light. Under the sunlight, Xu Mengyao also woke up in a daze. She heard voices outside. She slowly got up and quickly washed up. She went to the living room. Xu's parents were talking to Lin Yang. Xu Mengyao approached and realized her parents seemed to be leaving. Yao Yao's awake. Your parents have some things to attend to and have to go abroad first. We're relieved to know you two are happy. Xu's parents smiled as they saw Xu Mengyao. Xu's father seemed a little embarrassed. He had drunk too much and lost his composure last night because he was so happy to know his daughter wasn't a lesbian. Fortunately, no one mentioned it. Mom and Dad, you're leaving so soon? Xu Mengyao asked, her voice muffled. She hadn't told her parents. She had been secretly living away from home for over half a year. Because of her large belly, she hadn't dared to go home, only making excuses about being busy with work. She had finally seen her parents, but now they were leaving so soon. She felt somewhat sad. Once we're done with this busy period, Mom and Dad will come over to spend some time with the babies. We're entrusting Yao Yao and the babies to you for now. Mr. and Mrs. Xu said solemnly, directly entrusting them with their care. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, everything will be fine with me. Here. Lin Yang nodded emphatically. He was a man. This was a responsibility he should shoulder. Then we're relieved. By the way, this is a little gift for the babies. It's not much, just a good omen. You can keep it for the babies. As she spoke, Mrs. Xu handed Lin Yang a red envelope. The red envelope was thin. It didn't look very valuable. Plus, it was for the baby's good luck, so Lin Yang didn't refuse. He smiled and accepted the red envelope, then saw Mr. and Mrs. Xu off. Are you unhappy? As soon as Mr. and Mrs. Xu left, Lin Yang turned around and saw Xu Mengyao with a droopy face, looking very dejected. My parents have always been busy. I've been flying around since I was little. My nanny always took care of me. Xu Mengyao sounded somewhat melancholy. It seemed she was thinking of her childhood. This was the first time Lin Yang had heard Xu Mengyao mention her past. He suddenly realized something. Xu Mengyao's social anxiety and reluctance to interact with others likely stem from her childhood experiences. I'll be by your side from now on, I won't leave. Lin Yang pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back with his large hand. Then he spoke in a firm tone. Lin Yang, it's so good to have you. Xu Mengyao leaned her head against Lin Yang's chest, silently sighing. A little while later, Xingxing started crying again. What's wrong with Xingxing? Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Yun Yun was always very calm. Except for pooping or being hungry, she rarely cried. She was very much like a good older brother. Xingxing was different. She would cry at the drop of a hat. But as soon as Lin Yang picked her up, she would stop crying. Xu Mengyao had tried picking Xingxing up after she cried, but it didn't work. That person could only be Lin Yang. Xingxing is trying to steal you from me again. Xu Mengyao pouted, her tone sour. Lin Yang chuckled as he picked up Xingxing. You're jealous of the baby too? Lin Yang hadn't expected Xu Mengyao to be such a jealous little thing. She even got jealous of the baby. Lin Yang. Let's go for a walk, okay? Xu Mengyao pretended not to hear about the jealousy. She looked at Lin Yang expectantly. Why did you suddenly decide to go out? Lin Yang frowned. He was more worried that Xu Mengyao might catch a cold. The last time they got their marriage certificate was to get the baby's birth certificates. There wasn't anything else going on now. It would be better for her to rest at home for a couple of days. But, didn't the doctor say I should walk around a bit? I want to go for a walk too. Xu Mengyao's voice was sweet and drawn out, like she was pleading. Okay then, a walk is fine. Lin Yang thought about it. That made sense. As long as he took good care of her and she didn't catch a cold, there wouldn't be any problems. So he nodded and agreed. Xu Mengyao had almost given up hope. Seeing Lin Yang nod, she was overjoyed. Really? Then I don't want to change clothes, can I just wear my pajamas? She looked at him excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Why were her demands getting more and more unreasonable? Lin Yang was somewhat helpless. Pajamas won't do, you still need to wear pants, otherwise you'll easily catch a cold. Although the summer temperature in Jiangcheng wasn't low, it was very windy. Wearing a nightgown outside would definitely make her catch a cold. Even if she wanted to go out, she would have to change into pants. But, it's very hot now. Xu Mengyao blinked, arguing earnestly. The wind is level 4 today, it's too hot to go. Lin Yang directly presented the facts and reasoned with her. Seeing this number, Xu Mengyao instantly lost her fighting spirit. Okay then. I'll go change. She reluctantly found a pair of loose-fitting capri pants, paired with a simple t-shirt. Even the most ordinary outfit looked striking on her. As for Lin Yang, he was wearing a pair of black shorts and a white t-shirt, relaxed and comfortable. The two were as usual. Xu Mengyao pushed the stroller. Lin Yang held Xingxing. Before leaving, he sent a message to their advisor. Lin Yang, advisor, if it's really not possible, I'll just buy this stroller myself. The advisor had threatened not to let him graduate. But these past 2 days, she'd probably been busy, and there hadn't been any news. They couldn't let it drag on like this. Soon, he received a message from advisor Chen Tingting. Chen Tingting, absolutely not. Chen Tingting, tomorrow, I'll bring the other stroller over. Chen Tingting, if you dare buy it yourself, I won't let you graduate. Another familiar threat. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Fine, he'd hold her for one more day. The two went downstairs together. Xu Mengyao was still a little dejected, looking unhappy. Yao Yao, are you still unhappy because you can't wear pajamas? They're too easy to catch a cold. Lin Yang coaxed her again. No, that's not it. Those are our first matching pajamas. We wanted to show them to others. Xu Mengyao turned her face away. Speaking softly, Xu Mengyao went downstairs wearing matching pajamas not because they looked good, but just to show off and let everyone see that they were a couple. Hearing Xu Mengyao's words, Lin Yang unconsciously grinned. Sometimes Xu Mengyao's thought process was really different, but she was also really cute. I'll go buy a few more matching outfits, so we can wear matching outfits when we go out from now on. Okay? Lin Yang smiled, feeling like he was coaxing a child. Xu Mengyao's slightly depressed face instantly brightened. Okay. She nodded expectantly. Xinghuan is a relatively large community in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. It's not particularly high-end, but it's considered mid-range. The community facilities are quite complete. You need to swipe a keycard to enter, so everyone in the community is a neighbor, and there aren't any strange people. The two were walking in the community when a woman came towards them. Oh my, what adorable babies. Are they twins? Seeing the babies, I almost couldn't move. The two babies were truly cute. Yunyun lay in her stroller, her eyes wide open, gazing at the sky. Xingxing's big eyes darted around, seemingly observing the world. It was impossible not to love them. Yes, twins, a boy and a girl. Xu Mengyao lowered her head shyly, unsure what to say. Lin Yang, on the other hand, replied calmly, twins, a boy and a girl. How wonderful. You young people are so beautiful, your babies will be amazing in the future. The old woman couldn't help but exclaim, her face full of affection. She couldn't resist playing with the babies. The two babies weren't afraid of strangers at all, even babbling softly. Did you two just move here? I haven't seen you much before. The old woman chatted with Lin Yang while playing with the children. Xu Mengyao was very polite, nodding occasionally but not saying much. Lin Yang chatted casually with his neighbor. Yes, we just bought this house not long ago. My daughter lives here too, around your age. You two already have babies, but she doesn't even have a boyfriend. Sigh, I wonder when this old woman will be able to hold a child. The old woman shook her head in disappointment. If you like babies, you can come visit me from time to time. The babies love having lots of people too, Lin Yang said with a smile. Neither baby inherited Xu Mengyao's social anxiety. They actually became even more boisterous when people came over. It was clear the babies really enjoyed being around people. Great, that's wonderful. They exchanged addresses and contact information. The old woman reluctantly left. Xu Mengyao's tense body finally relaxed slightly. She visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Lin Yang, her face full of admiration. Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Lin Yang felt Xu Mengyao's gaze. Lin Yang, you're amazing. You weren't nervous at all when you were talking to others just now, Xu Mengyao praised earnestly. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Was that really impressive? Xu Mengyao's little head certainly had a different way of thinking. Then shouldn't you be even more relieved? With me by your side, you don't need to deal with these things. Lin Yang affectionately ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. That seemed true. Because Lin Yang was so capable, she didn't need to be so capable. Even under his wing, she could still be happy. Thinking of this, a bright smile appeared on Xu Mengyao's face. Summer. The sky was a clear, bright blue, with white clouds drifting freely. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang walked under the shade of trees in the neighborhood, both wearing sweet smiles. The first to resist the summer heat was Yun Yun. Her wailing broke the temporary tranquility. "Did Yun Yun?" Lin Yang asked, touching her diaper. It was indeed wet. A bit heavier than before. There wasn't time for a walk anymore. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao rushed home. They wiped Yun Yun's bottom and applied baby powder. After he finished, he changed her into a new diaper. Ding, first time taking the baby for a walk, reward, Patek Philippe Starry Night Watch. The watch and receipt are in the bedroom drawer. Hearing this reward, Lin Yang was surprised. He hadn't expected to get a reward for taking the baby for a walk. The Starry Night Watch is a classic Patek Philippe model. In terms of craftsmanship and complexity, it's one of the best in the watch world. Therefore, it's very valuable. This watch is probably close to 3 million. The rewards are getting more and more luxurious. However, Lin Yang doesn't usually wear a watch. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yang went directly to the bedroom to get the watch. Xu Mengyao's child was in the nursery, looking somewhat confused as Lin Yang left. After a while, she saw him return. "Yao Yao. Is this for you?" Lin Yang didn't even look at it before handing the form to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao took the box in surprise and opened the watch. Her parents were wealthy and had seen many brand-name products. They were very familiar with Patek Philippe and knew that this kind of watch was very valuable. "Lin Yang, do you still have money?" Xu Mengyao's first thought was not that she was happy to receive an expensive gift, but that she was worried about Lin Yang. Although she knew that Lin Yang also had a maternity and baby products store, which could make money, it only earned him a few $100,000 a month. To suddenly take out 2 or 3 million to give her a watch still made her feel uneasy. "Don't worry, I still have money. Since we got our marriage certificate, I haven't given you a decent gift yet. This is just a small token of my appreciation," Lin Yang said with a smile. "Now, this watch is so beautiful. I love it." After confirming that Lin Yang hadn't spent money recklessly and still had some money, Xu Mengyao looked at the watch in the box with great joy. This celestial watch features a design depicting the starry sky, a celestial map, the moon's phases, its trajectory, and the clock's age. It's incredibly complex. But the starry design and the 22 diamonds it's set with are an irresistible beauty for girls. Xu Mengyao was no exception. She was absolutely enamored with the watch. It was the first gift Lin Yang had given her. She immediately put it on her wrist. After a moment's thought, she even took a picture and posted it on her WeChat Moments. "Lin Yang gave this to me." Her caption was still very simple, just a single sentence, yet it once again caused a sensation. The alumni group exploded again. This time, it wasn't because of Xu Mengyao, but because of Lin Yang. Lin Yang gave the school beauty a Patek Philippe watch. "I checked, that thing costs 2 or 3 million. Ma Tong, how is that possible? I don't remember Lin Yang's family being that rich." "Lin Fan, could this guy have given the school beauty a fake? The school beauty is too naive, she's been fooled." Everyone was indignant. You have to know that the price of such a watch is extraordinary. And everyone is a poor student who just graduated. Lin Yang even has to support his baby. Many classmates know that although his family is not poor, they are definitely not that rich. Based on this, they speculated that this guy gave the school beauty a fake watch just to show off. The alumni group was boiling again. The simps were all indignant for Xu Mengyao. How could this guy fool their school beauty? Everyone even discussed wanting to expose Lin Yang. Lin Yang was completely unaware of all this in the group. He just remembered the red envelope his mother-in-law and father-in-law had given him when they left. He wanted to open it and take a look. He had accepted it because he thought it wasn't very thick. But when he opened it, he found a bank card inside. There was also a note on the back. "There's 5 million in the card. The password is Yao Yao's birthday. This money is for you as a reserve fund for raising the baby." Lin Yang was stunned when he saw the note. He knew Xu Mengyao's family was wealthy. He didn't expect them to be this wealthy. 5 million in one go. And it was just a reserve fund. "Yao Yao." Lin Yang's expression was a little serious. Xu Mengyao nodded curiously, letting him continue. "Keep the money here. I didn't expect your parents to give so much. You can keep it for now." Lin Yang didn't plan to keep the money himself. Anyway, they were married now. It was only natural to hand over the financial power to his wife. Besides, now he not only had the system, but also the income of tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan a month from the maternity and baby products store. Lin Yang wasn't short of money of 5 million? Xu Mengyao wasn't too surprised to see the money, but a hint of joy appeared on her face. This was her little treasure trove. Lin Yang, if you need money, you can ask me for it. She said this happily. This was something she had dreamed of for a long time, but all her allowance had been spent. Now she could finally say it out loud. How happy she was. Okay, you'll be a little rich girl from now on. I'll still have to rely on you for help. Lin Yang nodded with a smile, his tone full of doting. Lin Yang. I'm serious. If you need it, take it. But then, Xu Mengyao emphasized it again very seriously. She looked both earnest and adorable. I'm serious too. But right now, I don't need it. Lin Yang's smile deepened. By the way, Yao Yao. Aunt Lan will be here soon. I'll go out for a bit, you can rest at home for a while. Lin Yang suddenly remembered this. Where are you going? Xu Mengyao tilted her head and looked at Lin Yang. I have to go to the maternal and child supply store to run something, Lin Yang explained patiently. I want to go with you. I want to see your store too. Is this love? Xu Mengyao always felt. He wanted to know more about Lin Yang. Where did Lin Yang want to go? She wanted to follow him. Just seeing Lin Yang every day makes me feel good. When I can't see it, my heart seems to have lost its place. Half hanging in the air, I can't let go. The store is a bit far, you are still in confinement. Let's do this, I'll take you on a trip in a few days. Lin Yang opened his mouth with a smile. This time he mainly went to inspect the shop first, although the system has gone through all the processes. And the shop also has a maid store manager. But he, the boss, has never been there, so it doesn't matter. It just so happened that Aunt Lan would also come over to see the children in the afternoon. He also wanted to take this opportunity to take a look first. By the way, you can also go and get something back for the babies. Well then. You have to come back early. Xu Mengyao lowered her little face in disappointment. I have gone out for a walk today. She also knew that it seemed a little too greedy to go out again. Isn't there still WeChat? If something happens, just send me a WeChat message. Or send me a video directly. Lin Yang shook his phone. Didn't think of it. Xu Mengyao was not only unhappy when she heard this. The little face collapsed even more. Can't I find you if I have nothing to do? She raised her eyes pitifully. A pair of beautiful eyes are filled with water. There's nothing wrong with her. Aha. Just wanted to stick to Lin Yang. Nothing is okay. As long as you want, you can find me at any time. Looking at Xu Mengyao's pitiful expression like an abandoned kitten, Lin Yang couldn't help laughing. Lo smiles and opens his mouth. Good. This time Xu Mengyao's little face finally hung back with a smile. For some reason, it still seems a bit like when he succeeded. Lin Yang suddenly felt. Xu Mengyao was afraid that she was not deliberately pretending to be pitiful just now, right? Bad learning. Really bad learning. I've learned to cheat. However, he was willing to be deceived. It did not expose Xu Mengyao's lame acting skills. Wait until after Aunt Lan comes over. Lin Yang also happened to go out. The name of this maternal and infant products store is AIPA Maternity and Baby Products Store. It is also a chain store. Open on the road to Starlight. Star River Bay is not far from Starlight Road. It takes 10 minutes to walk. It's noon now. Everyone went to eat, and the flow of people was not much. Just a few customers occasionally came in. The store manager by Jia saw Lin Yang. I couldn't help but take a second look. She is a maternal and child products store. My parents, who came here on weekdays, didn't look that young. The key is, this young man is really handsome. It's not inferior to those little freshmen on TV. What are you going to buy, sir? We have a complete variety here, and it's a very regular chain store. Oh. Usually all the salesmen were needed to go over, but this time Bai Jia came in person. Say a few words to this kind of handsome guy. It can be considered enjoyment. I'm Lin Yang, I came to see the store. Lin Yang briefly introduced himself. Bai Jia, as the store manager, knew that the shop had a new owner. Before Lin Yang arrived, he had specifically spoken to Bai Jia on the phone. At that time, Bai Jia thought the owner's voice sounded very young. She hadn't expected him to be so young and handsome in person. Hello, boss. I'm Bai Jia, the store manager here. Bai Jia nervously swallowed. Since learning about the new owner, the employees hadn't had a good night's sleep. No one knew what kind of person the new owner was, or if he would lay them off. This meant they could very well wake up one day to find their jobs gone. Now, with such a young and handsome owner standing before her, Bai Jia became even more nervous. Bai Jia was worried about the awkward atmosphere and even more worried about leaving a bad impression on Lin Yang. So she quickly suggested it. Okay. Lin Yang nodded. His understanding of the shop was only based on the system. He hadn't visited it in person yet, so he needed to take a look first. Our shop has 7 sections. They are the milk powder section, food section, diaper section, toiletries section, clothing section, toy section, and accessories section. All the items are brand name products sourced through legitimate channels. Our location is quite conspicuous, with good foot traffic during the day, but the customer flow is a bit lower at noon. When talking about professional matters, Bai Jia became much more confident and explained in detail. She had been the shop manager for more than 3 years and knew everything about the shop inside and out, including the revenue and employee situation. That's why she was even less willing to leave. After working in a job for a long time, you inevitably develop an attachment to it. She nervously introduced the entire shop to Lin Yang. Lin Yang's expression was blank, revealing no emotion, which only heightened the tension. "Boss, this is the current situation of our shop," Bai Jie explained, followed by her general plan. She then awaited Lin Yang's final decision. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. The shop assistants glanced over every now and then. Lin Yang's decision affected their work, so everyone had to pay attention. "Good, let's continue with your plan," Lin Yang finally nodded with a smile. He knew Bai Jia was very capable. She had already done a great job managing the shop to its current state. The system had shown him the previous reports. Since Bai Jia arrived, the maternity and baby store, which used to take in tens of thousands of yuan a month, had become a source of hundreds of thousands in profit. She was a rare talent. He wasn't stupid, he wouldn't change anything. Really? Bai Jia's eyes lit up. Her heart, which had been pounding, finally settled. She exclaimed excitedly. "However, the contract needs to be changed," Lin Yang said, his words leaving Bai Jia no time for joy. She was nervous again. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. Was this fire going to burn her too? "Boss, what changes are you planning?" Bai Jia's heart sank to the bottom once more. Before, it was 10% commission on profits exceeding 100,000. This time, I'll add some more. If profits exceed 200,000, then you can get 20% commission on the excess. Lin Yang stated directly. Hearing this, Bai Jia felt like she was on a roller coaster. Her heart soared to the sky. Her eyes widened. Her breathing became rapid with excitement. This contract was equivalent to a step up for her. "Don't worry, boss, I will definitely work hard. I will do my best to run the store even better." Bai Jia patted her chest to guarantee. She had a great figure. The pat made her chest sway. She was truly excited. Lin Yan walked around the store again. He picked up some things the babies needed and was about to leave when he received a WeChat video call from Xu Mengyao. He immediately accepted. "Yao Yao, I'm in the shop right now, let me show you." Lin Yang then turned the camera around and filmed the entire shop for Xu Mengyao. "Wow, the shop is so big." Xu Mengyao looked around briefly and wanted to go even more. "I'll bring you there in a few days." Lin Yang turned the camera back and said with a smile. "Lin Yang, I missed you." Xu Mengyao's voice was muffled, but her eyes were bright when she looked at Lin Yang. He hadn't expected Xu Mengyao to be such a clingy little thing. He had only been away for a short time. But thinking about the 3 babies waiting for him at home, Lin Yang also felt eager to go home. "Sweetie, you and the babies wait for me a little longer. I'll be right back." Lin Yang's tone became even gentler, softly comforting her. "Okay. I'll wait for you." Hearing Lin Yang say he would be back soon, Xu Mengyao's face lit up even more. Excitement sparkled in their eyes. They chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. Lin Yang then walked out of the baby store. "Sister Bai, what's the boss doing with baby supplies? Does he already have a child?" "No way, he looks so young and handsome, I hope he doesn't get married too young." "Was he talking to his girlfriend on the phone just now? She was so sweet, I'm so envious." Several shop assistants gathered around, gossiping. They hadn't had time to pay attention to Lin Yang's appearance before, worried about being fired. Now that they were sure they could continue working there, their hearts were fluttering. "Alright, you guys get back to work." Bai Jia quickly dismissed the shop assistants, gazing in the direction Lin Yang had left, lost in thought. Lin Yang carried a bag of baby supplies. He wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, he planned to go to the market first. He'd almost finished the things his parents had brought over the past 2 days. He still needed to buy some more groceries, otherwise he wouldn't have anything for dinner. "Buying meat again, young man? This meat is all freshly slaughtered today, very fresh. How about you buy some?" Lin Yang insisted on buying the groceries himself. He gradually became familiar with the shop owners, especially the butcher. He was very friendly to him. Give me some ribs, I'm planning to make some soup today. And a chicken, please. Lin Yang planned to make a rib soup for Xu Mengyao today, along with sesame oil chicken and stir-fried vegetables. A combination of meat and vegetables, nutritious and delicious. Alright, I'll give you all premium ribs. The shopkeeper smiled and weighed out a pound of ribs and a chicken. Lin Yang then went to buy some other groceries. He returned home laden with purchases. Lin Yang, you're back. Lin Yang had just opened the door when he saw Xu Mengyao standing there. Why are you waiting here? He was both amused and touched, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart. I missed you. Xu Mengyao's personality was always very simple and direct. I never hide what's on my mind. If I miss someone, I'll say it out loud. Just like now. She threw herself into Lin Yang's arms. She didn't know why, but she felt a deep sense of security in his embrace, making her want to stay. Lin Yang was still carrying bags and hadn't had time to put them down, so he could only lean back, letting Xu Mengyao snuggle against him, enjoying her adorable clinginess. Indeed, the more he interacted with Xu Mengyao, the more he liked her. And the more he learned about her unknown side, her picky eating habits, her social anxiety, her clinginess, and her jealousy. Thinking of these things, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Yao Yao, if you don't get up soon, I won't be able to carry you anymore. He was still carrying so many things. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao quickly got out of Lin Yang's arms. Xu Mengyao's face was flushed. She stirred her fingers shyly. She missed Lin Yang so much that she didn't even notice what he was carrying. She just threw herself into his arms. She hadn't expected that the longing would come so overwhelmingly, like a tidal wave crashing down. Even though Lin Yang had only been gone for a short time, she felt empty. She attributed this feeling to postpartum complications. Perhaps there was also a little bit of love and dependence. You must be exhausted? Xu Mengyao tried to take the bag from Lin Yang's hand, but he dodged her. I'll put it down. The stuff is quite heavy, don't carry it. Lin Yang smiled and put the groceries in the kitchen. He also put the baby supplies in the nursery. Xingxing, Yun Yun, do you miss Daddy? He stood directly next to the crib, bent down, and played with the babies. Although the babies were still small and couldn't understand words yet, but they were still babbling, as if responding. The babies really love their dad. They respond every time the master speaks. Aunt Lon exclaimed in surprise. She had been helping take care of the babies for a few days. The babies were indeed very well behaved and cute, but they rarely responded. Yes, the babies are closer to their dad. Xu Mengyao pouted behind her, adding a sour comment. Aunt Lon couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Lon, thank you for your help today. Have some with us after you finish cooking. Lin Yang also said with a smile. After spending these few days together, Lin Yang felt that Aunt Lon was very capable and ethical. She always arrived and left on time, never overstepping her bounds. Thank you, sir, but I have a baby at home who needs feeding. I won't stay. Aunt Lon smiled gratefully. She felt that Lin Yang's family was truly the best employer she had ever encountered. Not only did they have no demands, but they also treated her like a friend at home. And there wasn't much work to do. Sometimes she even felt guilty taking the money. She just wanted to help with as much work as possible. Alright then, it's getting late, you should go home now. Lin Yang nodded and didn't linger. Aunt Lon had just left when Lin Yang received a message from Chao. Chao, brother Yang, what are you doing? I called you but you didn't answer. Lin Yang, oh, I went to a baby store. Chao, buying things for the baby? My third aunt seems to work in that field. Why don't you go there and buy some things? She can give you a discount. Lin Yang, no need, I happen to own a shop. Lin Yang, what's up? Chao, oh nothing. Chao puzzled Lin Yang. But then he thought about it. Chao was usually a bit unpredictable. It seemed to make sense. A while later, Chao suddenly sent another message. Chao, brother Yang, it's resolved. Lin Yang? Chao, look at the alumni group. Lin Yang was completely bewildered. What was resolved? He opened the alumni group and took a look. It turned out everyone was discussing Xu Mengyao's post on social media, thinking she bought a fake watch. And Chao, that kid, claimed to own a huge baby and maternity supply store, earning hundreds of thousands a month. Since Chao's claims were so outrageous, and it turned out to be true, they definitely had inside information. No one dared to refute him, only able to let out a long, angry roar. We're all human. Why didn't you tell us when you evolved? We're all still students facing unemployment after graduation, and you're already a boss. The alumni group quieted down considerably. Lin Yang looked at the chat history, both amused and exasperated, feeling a headache coming on. Chao was good in every way except for his excessive attention-seeking. And since this was helping him out, he couldn't say anything. Fine, he'd pretend he didn't see it. Yao, I'll make you some pork rib soup today. Lin Yang simply put his phone aside. Xu Mengyao was also eagerly waiting for food. Her eyes lit up at the mention of pork rib soup. She loved soup, even though she was a picky eater. She liked many kinds of soup, especially the soup Lin Yang stewed. It was so fresh and flavorful. She couldn't stop drinking it every time. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded happily, looking forward to the pork rib soup. Lin Yang hadn't even gone to the kitchen yet when the phone rang again. Could it be that kid Chow again? Lin Yang picked up his phone and glanced at it. It was actually his advisor, Chen Tingting, calling. Hey Lin Yang, where do you live? Send me the address right away. Hurry up. As soon as he answered, it was Chen Tingting's urgent voice. I live in Xinghuan. Lin Yang sighed and gave Chen Tingting the address anyway. Alright, you guys wait at home. The stroller will be here soon. Before Lin Yang could say anything, Chen Tingting hung up. For some reason, Lin Yang felt this scene was a little familiar. It's Chow really is a disciple of Chen Tingting. The advisor is coming again later, Lin Yang quickly told Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's face immediately fell. Yao, are you scared? If you don't want to see her, you can stay inside. Lin Yang knew this. Xu Mengyao was naturally socially anxious. Now that she faced Aunt Lan every day, she was much better. But with Chen Tingting, she had only met her briefly once. It was inevitable that she would be nervous. No. I want to get to know your friends too. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Then why are you unhappy? Now it was Lin Yang's turn to be confused. If the counselor comes, then, will I still be able to drink the soup? Xu Mengyao looked up at Lin Yang pitifully. She was worried that the counselor would stay too long and wouldn't have time to make soup. Wah! She wanted to drink it. She really wanted to drink it. And it was because of this? Lin Yang was truly at a loss for words. Xu Mengyao's thought process was always so unique. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Of course I have time. When the counselor comes over, why don't we have her have dinner at home with us? That way it won't take up cooking time. Lin Yang offered a solution directly. He knew exactly what was going on. The reason the counselor specially brought a second stroller was simply to offer him some assistance. After all, as a college student facing the prospect of finding a job, the pressure of raising a child is immense. The counselor was a good friend of his and very considerate, worried that he might be short of money, which is why he used graduation as leverage. He remembered this kindness and was determined to treat him to a meal. Okay. Xu Mengyao's face lit up with a smile again upon hearing that she could have pork rib soup. As for the counselor wanting to eat together, although she felt a little awkward, there was chicken soup to drink. A little awkwardness didn't matter. She really wanted to meet Lin Yang's friends and learn about his life. Knock knock knock. At this moment, a series of rapid knocks sounded at the door. Just from the manner of the knocking, Lin Yang knew that it was his counselor. Lin Yang had just opened the door when he saw Chen Tingting standing there, pushing a stroller exactly the same as before. This is for the baby. Take it quickly. Chen Tingting pushed the stroller directly in front of Lin Yang and went into the house with a carefree attitude. Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, Chen Tingting was very quiet and pretty. When school first started, many boys in the class secretly regarded her as a goddess. But they didn't expect her personality to be so tomboyish. As time went by, everyone inexplicably became buddies. Even the few boys who were interested in her before had given up. They even started calling her Brother Ting. Chen Tingting, however, remained the same as always. She maintained this style. Brother Ting, I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'll pay you back with a bigger one on your birthday. Lin Yang poured a glass of water for Chen Tingting. In his memory, her birthday should be coming up soon. She didn't earn much as a counselor. These 2 strollers probably cost half a month's salary. They definitely need to be returned. Look at what you're saying. How could a poor student like you afford to raise my child? You know, if you make a mistake later, just don't say I'm your teacher. Chen Tingting was tired from walking and took a sip of water. Speaking of which, your apartment is pretty good. The rent must be expensive. Chen Tingting said, looking around the building. She knew the Xinghuan complex. A 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment like this probably costs around 3,000 yuan to rent. Not cheap. Oh, you mean this? It's my own apartment. Lin Yang said casually. But Chen Tingting didn't take it lightly. She almost spat out her water. She ended up coughing for a long time. What did you say? Where did you get the money? You even bought a house. Chen Tingting felt like crying. She was worried her student couldn't afford to raise a child, so she spent a fortune on strollers. Who knew he even owned a house? She wanted to cry. Why is there such a big difference? Lin Yang said casually, I was lucky and made some investments, earning a little money. Just then, Xu Mengyao came out. Hello, counselor. Although she was a bit socially awkward, she was very polite. After seeing Chen Tingting, she nodded and greeted her. Look at him, and then look at you. What a sensible girl. How did I end up looking for you? Chen Tingting couldn't help but sigh. She had just brought the stroller over and hadn't even heard a thank you. She had even been completely crushed. Wah, being a counselor is painful. Being a good counselor is even more painful. Counselor, Lin Yang is a very good person. He knows a lot, he's super capable. Xu Mengyao thought the counselor was talking about Lin Yang. She spoke earnestly, wanting to help explain. Chen Tingting suddenly froze for a moment, then realized what she meant. Ha! Just now. Was she forced to eat dog food? She didn't even open her mouth. No way? Why did they lure the dog in to kill her? By the way, Tingji, you've come at just the right time. It's almost time for dinner at home, why don't you just eat here? Lin Yang's words pulled Chen Tingting back to reality. That's so embarrassing. Since you've invited me so sincerely, I'll accept. Chen Tingting plopped down on the sofa. Xu Mengyao was stunned. So this is how it works? It seems like she's gained even more useless poses. Yao Yao, can you stay here with Brother Ting while I go cook? It was already dusk. The afterglow lingered on the horizon. Any later, and the sun would set. Xu Mengyao was a new mother, and her mealtimes needed to be regular. Lin Yang thought for a moment, then decided to cook first. I want to stay with you. Xu Mengyao's voice was soft, but her eyes held anticipation. She seemed less nervous around Lin Yang than with strangers. But if Lin Yang wasn't there, she would still be nervous. Okay. Lin Yang nodded gently. Then he looked in Chen Tingting's direction. Brother Ting, just make yourself at home, wander around as you like, we'll go cook first. When speaking to Chen Tingting, Lin Yang's voice was much more casual. Chen Tingting almost rolled her eyes. How can you be like this? I'm a guest. Fine, you two lovebirds are showing off your love, I won't bother you. Remember to make the food delicious. I'm going to see the babies. As she spoke, Chen Tingting ran to the nursery. Seeing the two adorable babies, her heart melted. She didn't have time to care about Lin Yang and the others anymore. Yao Yao, if you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. We can just have Tingji pack some food to take home and eat by ourselves. In the kitchen, Xu Mengyao sat obediently on a small stool, helping to pick vegetables in front of the trash can. Although it was just some simple work, she was very enthusiastic and did it very seriously. Lin Yang was still a little worried. Lately, people had been coming to the house from time to time. He was worried that Xu Mengyao would not be used to it. It's okay. It's good that you're here. Xu Mengyao had already taken a bold first step. Although she was timid, she was also determined. I'll always be by your side. If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Seeing Xu Mengyao's choice, he felt very gratified. Xu Mengyao had been holding back her efforts. After these few days of practice, she could now help out smoothly, at least without making things worse. She was quite excited about this. The two of them worked together and in just 1 hour, they had made 3 dishes and a soup. What smells so good? Originally, Chen Tingting was playing with the children when she was suddenly overwhelmed by a fragrant aroma. Tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Following the scent, she arrived at the kitchen door. There, she saw Lin Yang cooking the last dish, sesame oil chicken. And on the table were still 3 dishes and a soup. Did you make all of this? Chen Tingting pointed to the dishes on the table, swallowing hard, trying her best to suppress the urge to run and eat. She wanted to maintain a certain image in front of Xu Mengyao and not scare the children. Yes, the last dish is ready too. Let's eat. As he spoke, Lin Yang skillfully ladled the sesame oil chicken onto a plate. The sesame oil chicken was golden and glistening with oil, emitting a rich aroma. Chen Tingting swallowed even more frequently, her eyes fixed on the plate of chicken in Lin Yang's hand, her gaze unwavering. She waited until Lin Yang placed the chicken on the table. Xu Mengyao sat next to Lin Yang, while Chen Tingting sat opposite him. The 3 of them sat down. I won't stand on ceremony, Chen Tingting said, being a guest and naturally outgoing. She picked up her chopsticks and immediately took a bite of the spicy chicken. The chicken was tender and smooth, the aroma of sesame oil perfectly blending with the chicken's freshness. Each chew sent the fragrance exploding in her mouth, spreading outwards. Holy, delicious. It was as if it were dancing on her tongue. She couldn't help but close her eyes, savoring this satisfaction. Then, she exclaimed, "Lin Yang, you really don't hide your talent. I never knew you could cook so well." Chen Tingting gave a thumbs up. From the moment she took her first bite, her mouth never stopped. "Of course, there's a lot you don't know." Lin Yang laughed heartily. He had a good relationship with his advisor, so he wasn't so reserved. Naturally, he didn't need to be too modest. As he spoke, Lin Yang picked up an empty bowl and filled it with pork rib soup. He placed it in front of Xu Mengyao. "Yao Yao, you need to nourish your body now, drink more pork rib soup." All the dishes he made were prepared according to the postpartum nourishment recipes. Each dish also provided the nutrition that Xu Mengyao needed right now. However, Chen Tingting wolfed down her food. She ate way too fast. Lin Yang was starting to panic. How could Ting Ji, who looked so small, have such a big appetite? Xu Mengyao, seemingly afraid that Chen Tingting would finish all the food, also started eating seriously. Before, Xu Mengyao always worried about getting too fat and not looking good at meals. This time, however, she didn't have time to worry and just ate very attentively. Lin Yang was very satisfied with this. It seemed necessary to have Ting Ji come a few more times. He hadn't expected such an unexpected benefit. Chen Tingting didn't stop for a moment. She ate her fill. 3 of the 4 dishes were empty. She was a little embarrassed about the last one. As a guest, she couldn't very well finish all the dishes on the host's table. Based on this etiquette, she restrained herself from doing so. Xu Mengyao usually ate very slowly, chewing carefully and elegantly. This time, she seemed to have been influenced by Chen Tingting. Her cheeks were stuffed full, like a little hamster, and she kept chewing diligently. "No wonder you managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend, so you've got this skill. Teach me sometime, okay? Next time my mom pressures me to get married, I'll just cook them a Manchu Han Imperial feast. That'll shut them up." Chen Tingting patted her stomach contentedly, imagining her parents' astonished expressions after she cooked the feast. "Cooking requires talent, Ting Ji, you're not cut out for it," Lin Yang teased. "Yao Yao, look at your husband, what kind of person is he? You'd better teach your husband how to speak properly in the future, so he doesn't get beaten to death when he goes out." Chen Tingting rolled her eyes. She then complained to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened upon hearing this. She looked at Chen Tingting with some worry. Why did those people outside beat him up? "I'll help him." She blinked, asking earnestly, seemingly trying to find a solution. "Ah, your wife is so cute." Chen Tingting was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Now I like Xu Mengyao even more. This is how a little girl should be. Pure and kind. And quite brave too. Lin Yang, did you do something wrong? Is someone outside really going to hit you?" Seeing Chen Tingting didn't answer, Xu Mengyao turned her head and looked at Lin Yang very seriously. Her small hands reached out and tightly grasped Lin Yang's large hand. "I won't leave you. If anything happens, we'll face it together." Her voice was still soft and sweet, but exceptionally firm. Although she didn't know what was happening outside, that didn't matter. Because of trust. She trusted Lin Yang. It had nothing to do with outsiders. Lin Yang was also moved by these words. He felt relieved. Xu Mengyao wasn't joking. This girl could be very serious about certain things. "No one hit me. Nothing's happening outside. Don't listen to Ting Ji's nonsense. She's lying about 10 out of 9 things." Lin Yang smiled and comforted Xu Mengyao, explaining further. "Oh, I see." Xu Mengyao nodded in relief. "All right, I won't disturb you 2 lovebirds anymore. I have to go to school tomorrow, let's go." Chen Tingting was now full and had eaten enough dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. She didn't want to stay here for another second. How could there be a place where the air was filled with that sour smell of love? Wah, it really doesn't give single people a chance to live. If she stayed any longer, she'd be in trouble. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao saw Chen Tingting off to the elevator and went back to their room. "Lin Yang." Xu Mengyao suddenly called him softly. Lin Yang tilted his head, waiting for him to continue. "Massage." A blush rose on Xu Mengyao's cheeks. She lowered her head and said shyly. Lin Yang's massage really worked. Although it was only once, it had increased her food supply. Yes. Because her parents came, she didn't get a massage. After all, she was too shy and embarrassed. Now it was evening, so she should get a massage. She was worried Lin Yang would forget, so she reminded him. "Yes, it's time for another massage." Lin Yang was both expectant and helpless. Xu Mengyao was a new mother and needed to rest. Although their relationship was official, he still had to be patient for a while. Facing such a voluptuous figure, having to massage her while enduring it was truly inhuman. They went to the bedroom. Lin Yang massaged Xu Mengyao for another 10 minutes. He used very professional massage techniques. But Xu Mengyao's face was still flushed. She kept her head down, not daring to meet Lin Yang's gaze. Her little hands were fidgeting nervously. Several times she even felt too shy, and her breathing became heavy. After the massage, Xu Mengyao felt a fullness. The effect was excellent. Just as the massage ended, the sound of a baby crying came from next door. It must be hungry, the babies arrived right on time. Hearing the crying, Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had just finished the massage. The babies seemed to know perfectly well that this was the right time to eat their food, and they were sure to be full. Xu Mengyao couldn't wait either. First, pick up Xingxing and feed her some food. Lin Yang then picked up Yun Yun to comfort her temporarily. That's the downside of having twins. You can only take care of one at a time. The older brother just has to be patient. Fortunately, Yun Yun is quite well behaved and acts like a good older brother. After Xingxing finished eating, Xu Mengyao picked up Yun Yun. Lin Yang then took Xingxing and patted her back to help her burp. Babies often swallow air while eating or experience bloating due to indigestion. This makes their stomachs feel very uncomfortable. Burping helps babies expel this gas and feel more comfortable. Sure enough, Xingxing lay comfortably in Lin Yang's arms. At first, she was babbling, as if playing with him. Later, her big, round eyes blinked more and more slowly. Finally, she fell asleep. Night. The sky was like ink spilled, deep and enchanting. Under the twinkling stars. Xu Mengyao was intently watching videos on her phone. Lin Yang had given her a rule: she only had 2 hours a day to play on her phone. It was very precious. She didn't want to miss a single second. After feeding her babies, she came over. Originally, she wanted to find a TV series to watch. But when she opened the browser, she accidentally clicked on something. A page popped up showing a very scantily clad, beautiful woman. Wow! Xu Mengyao's eyes widened. This girl, how come she's so big? She stared in shock at the beautiful woman on the page. Then she looked down at herself. She hadn't thought she was small before. It seemed like she was outshone. She lost so badly. The more Xu Mengyao looked, the sadder she became. No wonder she couldn't feed Yun Yun and Xingxing. Was it because she really wasn't big enough? She only had Huan Huan as a sister. But Huan Huan was even smaller. Without comparison, there is no harm. What's wrong? Lin Yang had just coaxed Xingxing to sleep and returned to the playmat when he saw Xu Mengyao's shocked expression, seemingly with some self-doubt. Lin Yang. Xu Mengyao looked like she had suffered a significant blow, her face downcast as she looked at Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up a glass of water and listened as she continued, drinking as she spoke. Am I small? Xu Mengyao asked earnestly, even with a hint of heartache. This was the first time she had realized that her figure wasn't good. The thought that it was because of her that she couldn't feed the babies properly filled her with immense guilt. Pfft! Lin Yang hadn't even swallowed the glass of water before he spat it out, spilling it all over the floor. Yao Yao, what strange thing did you see again? Xu Mengyao's words were so shocking that Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. Xu Mengyao, as the school beauty, was top-notch in both looks and figure. The saying, slender branches bear large fruits, perfectly described her. If this counts as a bad figure, then he can't even think of anyone with a good figure. I saw this, Xu Mengyao said sadly, handing her phone to Lin Yang. The phone screen still showed that website that had popped up by chance. A woman in a modified nurse's uniform, barely covered, was kneeling on the page. Next to it was written, "Brother, come play with me." Indeed, the woman's figure was quite impressive. Even a little disproportionately so. Where did you click on this website? You're not allowed to look at these things anymore, Lin Yang said, both amused and exasperated. These kinds of websites are always pushing the boundaries. They deliberately find sensational content to lure people in. He had high moral character and didn't click. He closed the page directly. I wanted to watch TV, and it popped up by itself, Xu Mengyao said, also feeling wronged. She was watching something perfectly fine. Suddenly, she was hit with this shock. Lin Yang, should I go to Fengxiong? Would that give the baby more food? Xu Mengyao's imagination ran wild. She started daydreaming. No need. You're already perfect as you are. Besides, isn't that enough food for the babies I've been massaging lately? Lin Yang was both amused and helpless. Sometimes he really couldn't understand what was going on in Xu Mengyao's head. In short, her thought process was very strange. Really? Xu Mengyao was still a little uncertain. In fact, it wasn't just because of the babies. It was also because of Lin Yang. After seeing this photo, she secretly looked it up. It seems that boys like big ones. Wah! Would she not be attractive enough? Of course not. I think you're just right. Lin Yang nodded very firmly. This was no joke. Xu Mengyao had a well-proportioned figure, a slim waist, and long legs. From any point of view, she could be called a beauty. That's good. Xu Mengyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was no longer worried. She couldn't help but glance at her phone again. Lin Yang had already closed that webpage. She couldn't find it. Naturally, there was no way to compare. She started watching TV and forgot about it. In the following days, the massage took effect. The babies were finally full. Xu Mengyao no longer needed to be sad about not being able to feed them enough. Afternoon. Cicadas chirped incessantly. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. After lunch, Xu Mengyao nestled on the sofa, her expression somewhat strange. Yao Yao, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yang noticed this and quickly sat down beside her, asking softly. A little Xu Mengyao's eyes darted around. She wanted to say something, but was too embarrassed to speak. Sob. How could she say something like this? Too much food wasn't good either. Sob. Xu Mengyao couldn't bring herself to say it, only looking at Lin Yang with teary eyes. Several times she tried to speak but then closed her mouth, only able to endure it alone. This broke Lin Yang's heart. Lin Yang also sensed Xu Mengyao's struggle and anxiety. So he simply called Aunt Lan over. Aunt Lan, after all, was a postpartum nanny with many years of experience. Seeing Xu Mengyao's actions and expression, she almost immediately understood. It's not a big problem. Just feed the babies regularly. You can put any extra in bottles and feed them when needed. However, you might need to adjust their diet for a while, eat more high-protein foods and avoid greasy foods. Aunt Lan spoke with the air of someone who had been through it all, very seriously, and offered many suggestions. Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder after hearing this, as if it were about to burst into flames. After all, she had never experienced these things before. Although they were all perfectly normal, they were still very embarrassing for her. Oh, I see. Lin Yang suppressed a laugh and glanced at Xu Mengyao. No wonder Xu Mengyao wouldn't say anything when he asked her earlier. It was because she was shy. Feeling Lin Yang's gaze, Xu Mengyao's heart raced with nervousness. She wished she could disappear into a hole. But it was so full of pressure. The babies are probably hungry too, go feed them some food first. I'll customize a menu for you at noon. Lin Yang silently memorized everything Aunt Lan said, intending to proceed step by step. Okay, Xu Mengyao's voice was barely audible. Blushing, she ran to the baby room to feed the babies. The babies were all crying for food, and instantly perked up. Sir, you're truly amazing. I've heard this method works, but I never imagined it would be so effective, Aunt Lan exclaimed, watching Xu Mengyao leave. Truly impressive for a young person. So capable. Lin Yang simply smiled and ignored her. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Yang glanced at the contact name. It was his mother calling. Why did his mother suddenly call at this time? It's not a holiday. She should be taking a nap right now, right? Lin Yang answered the phone with some confusion. Son, the baby's 1-month celebration is in about 10 days. We need to prepare well for the celebration. It's best to send out invitations to relatives 10 days in advance. How are you two doing with your preparations? As soon as the phone was answered, his mother's questions came like a storm. We haven't prepared yet, there's still half a month left. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. He had indeed thought about it. However, since there was still half a month, he felt there was no need to rush. So he put it aside for the time being. He didn't expect his mother to call specifically about this. It's better to do these things sooner rather than later. You still have so many things to prepare, every step takes time. I've already checked, and July 7th is an auspicious day. It'll be perfect to have a 1-month celebration for the babies then. Lin Yan listened to his mother's rambling while glancing at the time. It was only the summer solstice. July 7th was the minor heat, a full 17 days away. Mom, isn't this a bit too early? Lin Yang asked, a little helplessly. What do you know? We need to set the date first so everything else can be arranged more easily. This is my precious grandson and granddaughter's 1-month celebration. I have to introduce them properly to all the relatives. Mentioning this, Lin's mother beamed with pride. All her friends had grandchildren. She had been worried, unsure when she would be able to enjoy family life. But her son had been so lucky, giving her twins, a boy and a girl. She wanted to invite not only relatives but also her colleagues to show off. Okay, I understand. I'll take care of it these next few days. Get the invitations ready by next week. Lin Yang had also planned to hold a 1-month celebration for the babies. It was a very important occasion, with special significance for them. Then you handle it. If you encounter any problems, just come and ask me. Lin's mother repeatedly reminded him before hanging up the phone. Unexpectedly, just as Lin's mother hung up the phone, Shu's mother called. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, whether rich or ordinary, everyone is bound by these customs. Xiaolin, the babies are almost a month old, right? We have to make sure this full-month celebration is grand and spectacular. In my opinion, let her dad book the entire Fenglu Hotel, and we'll have a week-long celebration. Shu's mother was even more extravagant. Fenglu was one of the top hotels in Zhongcheng. A single meal there cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Booking it would cost who knows how much. If they booked it for a week, just for the baby's full-month celebration, it would probably cost at least $1 million. Even with money, you can't spend it like that. Lin Yang listened to the two mothers' plans one after another, feeling a slight headache. Mom, we don't need to make it so complicated. Yao Yao and I think we should keep it simple. We'll still have to have it, don't worry, leave it to us. Lin Yang quickly calmed Shu's mother down. Actually, he didn't care what she did. But if someone as socially awkward as Shu Mengyao had to do all this for a week, it might drive the baby crazy. He felt sorry for his own wife, but he couldn't bear to. Lin Yang, where did you go? After hanging up the phone, Lin Yang had just returned to the room when he saw Shu Mengyao guiltily put down her phone and deliberately run to his side. He glanced at the time. Sure enough, he had previously said he would give Shu Mengyao 2 hours of phone time each day. 2.5 hours had already passed. If he hadn't come back, Shu Mengyao would definitely still be playing. However, he didn't mind. The main reason for not letting Shu Mengyao play on her phone was that it wasn't good for her health during her postpartum period. A little extra playtime wouldn't hurt. I wasn't playing on my phone, I was very good. Seeing that Lin Yang didn't speak, Shu Mengyao became even more guilty. She quickly pointed to the phone on the playmat and waved her hands in front of Lin Yang. She gestured that her hands were empty, indicating she wasn't carrying a phone. Watching Shu Mengyao's series of actions, Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Sometimes he wondered if he could ever get angry with Shu Mengyao again. Who could get angry with such a cute girl? Just seeing her face and hearing her soft, sweet voice was enough to dispel any anger. I just answered the phone, Lin Yang said with a smile. Your mom and my mom are both urging us to prepare for the baby's 1-month celebration. Shu Mengyao's face fell. Can we not prepare for the 1-month celebration? She asked, her face full of resentment. We definitely need to prepare, but I'll try my best to arrange it so it doesn't take too long. Lin Yang shook his head. It was impossible to skip the baby's 1-month celebration. Besides, both families were eagerly anticipating it. They'd probably even contacted all the relatives. If he said he wouldn't hold it, he suspected Shu's mom and Lin's mom would come knocking on their door. Okay. Then, can I stay by your side the whole time? Shu Mengyao looked up, her eyes sparkling. The thought of facing so many people terrified her. But with Lin Yang by her side, the terror didn't seem so unbearable. Of course you have to stay by my side, where else can you go? I won't let you go anywhere else either. Lin Yang smiled indulgently. After receiving her consent, Shu Mengyao's smile returned. Lin Yang, wait for me here. As if remembering something, she dashed off to the kitchen. Although Lin Yang was a little curious, he patiently waited in the nursery. Babies, do you know what mommy is going to do? Yo! You have to grow up quickly and protect mommy with daddy. Lin Yang sat between the two babies. Both babies were awake, looking at the ceiling. After hearing this, Yun Yun raised her little hands and grabbed randomly in the air, as if in response. Xing Xing babbled. He responded in another way. Seeing this, Lin Yang's smile deepened. The two babies were truly adorable. After these past 2 weeks, the two babies are finally less yellow. They're gradually becoming fairer and more delicate, finally looking chubby and healthy. Looking at the babies, Lin Yang felt a great sense of accomplishment. These are his and Shu Mengyao's babies. He was filled with pride. A little while later, Shu Mengyao came running from the kitchen, carrying a small pink bowl. This bowl was from the apartment Shu Mengyao rented. It had a peach design engraved on it. Lin Yang always felt that the peach was just like Shu Mengyao, juicy, tender, and sweet. This time, Shu Mengyao proudly handed the bowl to Lin Yang. Inside was a peeled peach. Lin Yang had bought it before, because Shu Mengyao loved peaches, so they kept quite a few at home. Lin Yang didn't like peach skin and rarely ate it. Unexpectedly, this time, Shu Mengyao had peeled it perfectly clean. How was that? I learned how to do it from a video while you were on the phone. It turns out that the extra half-hour Xu Mengyao watched wasn't for TV. She was learning how to peel a peach for him. Lin Yang picked up the peach from the bowl. Under Xu Mengyao's gaze, he took a bite. Juicy and tender. So sweet. Sweeter than any I've ever eaten before, he said with a smile. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao felt relieved and smiled. Her eyes narrowed slightly, like a new moon. Looking at it, she felt a little hungry. She really loved peaches. Sweet and soft. Want to try a bite? So sweet. Lin Yang hadn't even taken a few bites when he saw Xu Mengyao's fixed gaze on the peach. She looked like she was drooling over it. He handed her the remaining half, bringing it to her lips. Xu Mengyao's cherry lips parted slightly, wanting to take a bite. But then, Lin Yang immediately withdrew his hand. Ugh! She took a bite, but got nothing. Lin Yang, you're mean. Xu Mengyao pouted in disappointment. Okay, here you go. Lin Yang chuckled indulgently, offering the peach to Xu Mengyao's lips again. Another mouthful of air. Xu Mengyao felt wronged. It was just a bite of peach. Wah! She really wanted a bite. The peach Yao Yao peeled for me is so sweet. So delicious. Lin Yang found Xu Mengyao's pitiful look incredibly cute and couldn't resist teasing her. So he deliberately took another bite, then exclaimed, "Was it really that sweet?" Xu Mengyao regretted it. She should have secretly taken a bite beforehand. Her gaze shifted from the peach to Lin Yang's lips. He was eating a peach. Would the peach flavor linger there? For some reason, this question filled her mind. She wanted to find out. So, Xu Mengyao secretly tiptoed and lightly pecked Lin Yang's lips. Chirp, so sweet. It really did taste like peach. Soft and still a little warm. I got it. Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes shone with pride, as if she were showing off her cleverness. Lin Yang, on the other hand, was completely taken aback by her reaction. Yao Yao, you're so proactive? Lin Yang touched his thin lips, still warm from the kiss. Everything had happened so fast. Xu Mengyao had just been immersed in the joy of tasting the peach. Hearing Lin Yang's words, she suddenly realized what she had done. This should have been their first kiss while they were conscious. And it had ended so hastily. What was she doing? How could she be so impulsive? Xu Mengyao was filled with endless regret, frantically trying to think of a way to make amends. Lin Yang. My mother used to tell me that girls shouldn't be too proactive, otherwise boys will think they've gotten it too easily and won't cherish it. Xu Mengyao's watery eyes were misty. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, her trembling appearance heartbreaking. Lin Yang was about to speak, but before he could, he felt another sweet, soft sensation. Xu Mengyao actually kissed him again. If the previous kiss was just a fleeting peck, this time, it was all tender affection. My mom's right, but I don't want to listen to her. After a long while, the kiss ended. Only then did Xu Mengyao finish her sentence. Lin Yang's smile deepened even more. He really hadn't expected that the legendary aloof school beauty could do something like this. Was this a confession? Lin Yang was about to sigh when he noticed that Xu Mengyao's social anxiety seemed to have improved a lot. But the next second, Xu Mengyao pounced on the bed and buried her face in the pillow. Oh my god. What was she doing? It seemed like she was making things worse. She had intended to salvage the situation, but instead, she kissed him again. Would Lin Yang really think she had ulterior motives? She really wasn't a womany. Zrr. She had only dared to think about it before. Just now, in her nervousness and anxiety, she actually did what she had in mind. Xu Mengyao buried her head tightly in the pillow, her heart filled with endless turmoil. This was the first time she had acted so impulsively. Her heart was pounding so hard, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. Is she sick? Sinus tachycardia? Yao Yao, how long are you going to hide? Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. She was so proactive just now, so bravely kissing him. All her courage was saved for that one moment. Now she's hiding like an ostrich. Lin Yang, don't you think I'm a pervert? Xu Mengyao slowly looked up, her eyes still streaked with tears. She had clearly cried. She didn't want to appear strange in front of Lin Yang. She desperately wanted to become stronger, to stand before him, not as a burden, and certainly not as some kind of pervert. How could I? I'm overjoyed that you kissed me. Seeing Xu Mengyao's pitiful appearance, Lin Yang felt a surge of protectiveness. He pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back, then affectionately ruffled her hair. Really? Xu Mengyao sobbed softly. She looked up at Lin Yang in disbelief. Of course. No matter what you are like, you'll always be my wife. And the only one I cherish most. Lin Yang's voice was deep, yet filled with a sense of security. His voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly sweeping away the unease and turmoil in Xu Mengyao's heart. Lin Yang gently wiped away her tears, and a smile returned to his face. Another week passed. Only 10 days remained until the baby's 1-month celebration. After Lin's mother called for the 100th time to urge him, Lin Yang finally decided to take action. It was a sunny summer afternoon. The sunlight was warm and gentle. A light breeze rustled the leaves, bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao each pushed a stroller along the road. Lin Yang, should I go too? Xu Mengyao's voice trembled slightly. Even her steps were not as light. Today they were looking for a hotel for the baby's 1-month celebration. After booking the hotel, we'll go for the food tasting. Once everything is settled, we can send out the invitations. Xu Mengyao has always been somewhat resistant to the idea of a full moon celebration. Even back in school, as the school beauty, she never participated in any activities. As for school beauty pageants, Huan always signed her up. She never cared about it herself, and she didn't even know she'd been number 1 for 4 years. Going out and seeing so many people is still quite a challenge for her. Yes, Yao. The baby's full moon celebration is very important, and so many people are waiting. You don't want our baby to have what others have, right? Lin Yang patiently persuaded her. What other babies have, our baby wants too. Xu Mengyao nodded emphatically. This was considered one of the top restaurants in Jiangcheng, second only to Fenglu. The prices weren't cheap, but they were respectable. It was currently working hours, so the Lotus restaurant was relatively quiet. Xu Mengyao walked nervously into the lobby, only secretly relaxing when she saw it wasn't too crowded. She still silently gripped Lin Yang's clothes. Lin Yang felt Xu Mengyao's movement and very possessively took her little hand in his large palm, feeling the warmth from his hand. Xu Mengyao also tried to compose herself. Sir and madam, would you like to eat? The restaurant's young lady greeted them warmly as they entered. Wow, the babies are so cute. Are they twins? Her heart melted when she saw the 2 babies. At this moment, Yun and Xingxing were lying quietly in their strollers, neither crying nor fussing. The little hands were still waving in the air. It was incredibly cute. We're having a full moon celebration for the baby and we'd like to reserve a private room. The celebration is in 10 days. Is it too late to reserve now? Lin Yang, the pillar of the family, calmly asked. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, clung nervously to his side, saying nothing. To the restaurant staff, it looked like a couple showing off their affection. The husband was the breadwinner, the wife the homemaker. How perfect! Sigh indeed, when a dog dies, no couple is innocent. Sir, how many tables do you need? We only have 1 small private room left for that day, which can hold about 4 to 6 tables. The staff patiently inquired about the situation. About 3 or 4 tables. Lin Yang had been thinking about this before. Both his parents and Xu Mengyao's parents wanted a grand celebration. Everyone wanted the babies to be recognized by everyone in a grand way. This was understandable. But Lin Yang had also considered. Xu Mengyao had just finished her postpartum confinement period. Her babies were also only a month old, and their immunity wasn't high. Plus, Xu Mengyao was a bit socially awkward. A big celebration wouldn't be good for either the babies or the new mother. Therefore, it was better to keep the invitation simple and have a large celebration later for her wedding. Each table at the restaurant seated about 12 people, 4 or 5 tables would be more than enough. That's no problem, sir. Do you have any requests regarding the dishes? We have 4 price points, 4888, 5888, 6888, and 8888. Each price point corresponds to different items. All dishes can be chosen and combined by the customer. Those who could afford to come to their restaurant were all wealthy. Therefore, the restaurant staff were very calm when announcing the prices. If it were before, Xu Mengyao wouldn't have even blinked upon hearing these prices. After all, her family was rich. She had never been nervous about money before. But everything changed after experiencing financial hardship. Hearing the exorbitant price, she immediately frowned. Lin Yang, how about we choose something cheaper? She quietly tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve and whispered, let's choose the 8888 per table, 5 tables in total. No problem, sir. We can choose our dishes first, or follow the chef's recommendations. The restaurant staff were very attentive. However, Xu Mengyao was already quite nervous. Although there weren't too many people, there was still a lot of coming and going. She didn't like this environment. If Lin Yang hadn't been there, she probably would have run away already. Let the chef decide. Lin Yang sensed Xu Mengyao's nervousness, so he quickly paid and pulled her away. They're so affectionate. Wah, another day of feeling full without even eating. The restaurant staff watched the two leave, unable to help but sigh. How could there be such a perfect match in the world? It's, all the good men have already been chosen by others. Lin Yang, thank you. The moment she stepped out of the restaurant, Xu Mengyao finally felt a sense of relief. She knew that Lin Yang had come out early specifically for her sake. Silly girl, why are you thanking me? Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair, his face full of doting affection. Even his voice was gentle, as if it could drip water. Xu Mengyao smiled sweetly, following him closely. The two walked along and happened to pass a pet store. The walls of the pet store were made of glass. A small cheese cat was perched on a cat tree, meowing at the two of them. What an adorable kitten! Xu Mengyao loved small animals, especially fluffy, ball-shaped ones. She loved them dearly. Unfortunately, her parents didn't like cats and were both obsessive-compulsive about cleanliness. They couldn't tolerate even a speck of cat hair in the house. She had thought about getting a cat before. She hesitated for a while, then gave up. She was afraid of having to talk to her parents about it, and even more afraid of being nervous going to the store alone to choose a kitten. Do you want one? Lin Yang had never seen Xu Mengyao so expectant before. She was peering at the kitten through the glass, completely mesmerized. Yes. I really want one. Xu Mengyao nodded subconsciously. Then she realized she hadn't even asked Lin Yang what he thought, nor did she know if he liked kittens. To impulsively say she wanted one like that, what if Lin Yang didn't like it? Wouldn't that make her seem so immature? Actually, I don't really want one that much, I just think they're cute. Kittens aren't important, it doesn't matter if you have one or not. Xu Mengyao quickly explained. Then, reluctantly, she turned back, pushing the stroller forward. But then, Lin Yang stopped. Aren't we going home? Xu Mengyao blinked, confused, watching Lin Yang push the baby into the pet store. She hurriedly followed. Wow, are you two here to buy a pet with your baby? This scene is so heartwarming, you two are such a sight for sore eyes. If you like any pets, we can give you a discount. The shop assistant's eyes never left Lin Yang when he came in. Xu Mengyao pouted, quietly snuggling close to him. She even secretly took his hand, asserting her ownership in this way. The shop assistant remained very enthusiastic, bringing over many animals to introduce. But Lin Yang didn't even glance at them. He went straight to the cheese cat on the far side. This kitten is only a month old, and it's usually quite resistant to people. But it seems especially affectionate towards you. The shop assistant came over enthusiastically to introduce the kitten. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up even more upon hearing this. She couldn't help but get closer, looking at the cheese kitten. How much is this kitten? Lin Yang could tell that Xu Mengyao really liked it. For so long, apart from some food items, she had never expressed her liking for it or asked for anything else. It was rare to see Xu Mengyao like it so much. Lin Yang simply asked the shop assistant. This is a purebred American short-hair cheese kitten. If you want it, it'll be 3,000 yuan. The shop assistant became even more enthusiastic upon hearing that things were going well and began to introduce the kitten. Xu Mengyao was both happy and conflicted. She was also very nervous and stood there looking very awkward. I'll buy it. Oh, and the bag and all the cat supplies too, should we buy those as well? Can you deliver it to my home? I can pay for it. Lin Yang didn't wait for Xu Mengyao to hesitate before making the decision. They were pushing the baby in a stroller, and pulling the kitten and the supplies was a bit inconvenient. If they could deliver to their door, it would be much simpler. No problem, sir. Please give us the address. The shop assistant was overjoyed. This was quite a large order, especially since they offered home delivery. Lin Yang paid directly and pulled Xu Mengyao away from the pet store before she could even fully process what was happening. Even as they were leaving, Xu Mengyao couldn't help but look back at the kitten a few more times. Yao Yao, by the time we get home, the kitten should be home too, Lin Yang said with a smile. Really? But the babies. Xu Mengyao lowered her eyes, looking at the baby in the stroller, still feeling conflicted. Don't worry, I already checked. The cat won't have any effect on the babies. Besides, as long as we feed them scientifically, the babies will be even happier with the cat's company. Lin Yang had checked before buying the cat, of course. As long as the cat is kept clean, there won't be any problems. Okay. Xu Mengyao was finally relieved. Her little face was full of smiles, looking forward to going home and seeing the cat. Let's take the babies for a walk in the park. The babies need some sunshine now. It was evening. The sunlight was no longer glaring, but soft and warm. Sunlight filtered through the roadside trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground, swaying gently in the breeze. The road was bustling with traffic, but not annoyingly so. The two walked quietly along the road and soon arrived at the park entrance. The park was lively at this time. Children playing games like jump rope, elderly people exercising, and young people sitting on benches listening to music and looking at the sky were all gathered here. Faced with this scene, Xu Mengyao's first instinct was still to run away. But before she could turn around, Lin Yang grabbed her hand. "I'm here with the babies. Don't be afraid." Lin Yang's voice was warmer than the sun, shining directly into the depths of Xu Mengyao's heart. She pushed the baby, walking closely beside Lin Yang. The two strolled together in the park. The park was noisy, but at that moment, it was incredibly quiet around them. Wow, are they filming some kind of variety show? These two are so good-looking. Are they some big stars? I never thought I'd meet celebrities. I don't think I've ever seen them on TV before. Could they be minor actors? They're pushing a baby. Are they filming a TV show? They can't be getting married, can they? The two chatted casually as they walked, completely unaware that they had become the center of attention. Many people even took out their phones to secretly take pictures of them. While on the way back, Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang were taking a leisurely stroll. But then, after only a few steps, they heard Xingxing crying, followed by Yunyun's sobs. "The babies have pooped." Lin Yang quickly touched the baby's diaper. Sure enough, the diaper felt heavier and warm. It was obvious they had pooped. What should we do? Xu Mengyao was frantic. They were still 10 minutes away from home. The babies had already pooped. If they were left unattended, their little bottoms would be very uncomfortable, and they would cry and fuss the whole way. The baby's discomfort would also bother others. No matter how she thought about it, she was very worried. At this moment, Lin Yang took out new diapers, baby wipes, and even talcum powder from his bag. Xu Mengyao stared blankly at all of this, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She remembered that Lin Yang never carried a bag when he went out before. This time, he was carrying a large canvas bag. She was initially a little surprised, since he was just checking into a hotel, he shouldn't need to carry a bag. Now she realized. It turned out he was just collecting baby supplies. He had already prepared everything. "Yao Yao, hold this for me, it's a trash bag. Change the baby's diapers. Put the old ones in the trash bag, we'll throw them away when we get home," Lin Yang said, taking out a large black plastic bag. Xu Mengyao obediently took the bag. Lin Yang then helped Xingxing take off her diaper. "Xingxing baby, wait for daddy. Daddy will clean your bottom right away. You'll feel comfortable once you put on a new diaper," Lin Yang said, his hands never stopping. After taking off the old diaper, he carefully cleaned the baby's bottom. Then, he gently applied baby powder. After finishing all this, Lin Yang changed the baby's diaper. Xingxing finally stopped crying. Next was Yunyun. He patiently repeated the process, going through everything. Finally, they changed both babies' diapers. The two babies were lively again, no longer crying. "Lin Yang, you're amazing. You even prepared everything." Xu Mengyao, standing to the side, was almost stunned. It felt like Lin Yang's canvas bag was a magic pocket. He took things out one by one. He had brought everything the babies could need. Was this guy Doraemon? The babies don't care where they are. These things, they have to bring. Lin Yan chuckled. Now the two of them could finally relax and walk home slowly. Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, the delivery staff arrived. Litter box, cat litter, cat food, and the cat. Everything was waiting for them. Both babies were asleep. Xu Mengyao squatted in the living room, looking at the kitten in the carrier. Ding, first time taking the babies to the park, reward, a large apartment. Lin Yang was startled. He hadn't expected such a reward, and such a generous one at that. A large apartment. They currently only had 3 rooms, and the apartment was quite small. This large apartment was different. It seemed much more convenient in the future. "Lin Yang, can we let the kitten out?" Xu Mengyao turned her head, her face full of excitement. Of course. Lin Yang's thoughts were pulled back, and he nodded. The kitten was still very small, a little one. Even its meow was soft. After being released from the carrier, it wandered around, sniffing the air every few steps, as if getting used to its new environment. "Yao Yao, do you want to give the kitten a name?" Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao followed closely behind the kitten. Looking around the room, Xu Mengyao slapped her forehead, as if suddenly realizing something. "Oh, I forgot about that. It's a little girl too, so how about we call her Shake Bell?" Xu Mengyao's beautiful eyes darted around. After a moment's thought, she said the name. "Shake Bell, I think it sounds nice." Lin Yang instantly understood. Xu Mengyao had combined her name with his, giving the cat both of their names. Such a thoughtful gesture was indeed adorable. The kitten wandered around the room a few times. Finally, seemingly tired, it ran to the sofa. It bent its hind legs, trying to jump up, but because it was too small, it only managed to grab the edge and slipped off. Seeing this, Xu Mengyao immediately picked up the kitten and placed it on the sofa. The kitten curled up on the sofa. Xu Mengyao squatted down beside it. "Kitty, from now on you'll be called Shake Bell," she said, teasing it. The kitten didn't respond. At this moment, Lin Yang also squatted down beside Xu Mengyao. The kitten seemed to wake up. It straightened up and walked straight towards Lin Yang. It rubbed its little head against his arm, looking like it wanted to be petted. "Xu Mengyao? Why does it feel like the kitten is just like a baby? Where did its aloofness go? Wah! Why does even the kitten like Lin Yang more?" Lin Yang noticed too. The kitten is really clingy. So he smiled and ruffled the kitten's head. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened when she saw this. A hint of grievance flashed across her face. The next second, she turned around and squatted down next to the kitten. Seeing Lin Yang's arm still on the kitten's head, she pouted and seriously grabbed Lin Yang's hand with both hands, placing it on her head. "Here it is. I want to pet it too." She squatted there seriously. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. He ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair again. This time, Xu Mengyao looked like she had one. She looked at the kitten again. It's like they're asserting their sovereignty. They're even jealous of the bell-ringing dog. Lin Yang couldn't help but tease. The main reason was that he really didn't expect Xu Mengyao to be jealous even like this. "I'm not jealous." Xu Mengyao raised her little face, resolutely denying it. "Not jealous? Ring, come let daddy hug you." Lin Yang deliberately said yes. He reached out to hug the ring. The next second, Xu Mengyao snuggled into his arms. I'm hungry. Lin Yang, I haven't eaten anything, my blood sugar is low." Xu Mengyao was a little guilty. Her eyes darted around when she said these words. She looked like she was lying. But Lin Yang didn't choose to expose her. They went out, chose a hotel, and took a walk. Now they were indeed hungry. "Then I'll cook for you." "Oh, right, I'll call mom and dad later and tell them about the full moon celebration." Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair again. The corners of Xu Mengyao's mouth unconsciously curved into a beautiful smile. "Lin Yang is mine. Although I like you, you can't cling to him." When Lin Yang returned to the kitchen, Xu Mengyao turned her head and said to Yaoling with a haughty air, "Meow." Yaoling just casually licked her paws and curled up on the sofa to sleep again. Why did it feel like she'd bought the wrong cat? Xu Mengyao looked at Yaoling, who seemed so content, and suddenly felt a little regretful. But the fluffy cat was really cute. She couldn't help but reach out and pet it. Then, she touched her own head. Her hair was definitely more comfortable. Much smoother than Yaoling's fur. Lin Yang would definitely prefer petting her head. As for Yaoling, she wasn't going to bother with her. Lin Yang stood at the kitchen doorway, took a deep breath, and then dialed his mother's number. "Son, how's everything going? The full moon celebration is in 10 days. Your mom's still waiting to send out invitations to the relatives, you'd better hurry. Let me tell you, if you don't get things done soon, your dad and I will come over and help." Mom and dad were already frantic. This was the baby's first time meeting relatives. It was a big day. They wanted it to be as grand as possible, so the whole world would know they had twin grandchildren. "Mom, Yao Yao and I booked the hotel today. The date is as you said. But we only booked 5 tables. Mom wanted to book a dozen or 20 tables, inviting all the relatives and friends they knew, even those they had no connection with. But he didn't plan to do that. Why are there only 5 tables? If our in-laws find out, they'll think we're stingy and unwilling to spend money on the baby. Son, tell Mom the truth, do you have any money left? If not, Mom can pay for it." Sure enough, hearing the number of tables, Lin's mother wasn't satisfied. "Mom, don't worry, I have money. It's just that Yao Yao doesn't like large groups, and besides, there's the wedding later. If we have such a big event now, how will we manage the wedding?" Lin Yang patiently explained, "That's true, the wedding should be lively. Okay, 5 tables it is, but don't embarrass yourself. Remember, if you don't have enough money, just ask your mother." Although his mother was still a little dissatisfied, she was persuaded. Now he had only passed the first hurdle. There was still the mother-in-law's hurdle to overcome. His mother just wanted to make the event bigger. His mother-in-law had originally wanted to celebrate for a full 7 days. Just thinking about it gave Lin Yang a headache. He took another breath and then made another call. "Mom, the full moon banquet is all set. We booked the Lotus restaurant, 5 tables in total." Lin Yang told her the situation first. Sure enough, his mother-in-law was a little surprised. "Why is it only this much? Are you too short of money?" Money is not a problem, we'll cover it all. This is for our grandson, it has to be the best. Goodness. Hearing his mother-in-law's words, Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These two mothers must have planned this together, right? They even said almost the same thing. I think we need to give Yao Yao some time to adjust. Lin Yang explained. It was much easier to talk to his mother-in-law. They knew Xu Mengyao's situation better than anyone else. But don't worry, I'll gradually help Yao Yao get used to these things, and I'll give her a grander wedding later. Lin Yang said seriously, as if making a promise. Alright, you young people have your own choices. Then I'll invite fewer people. Anyway, Yao Yao is the most important. No parent doesn't love their daughter. Although she wanted to introduce the two babies to everyone, Shu's mother compromised. Now the time for both parents was finally resolved. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As for the wedding, it would definitely have to wait a while. The babies are still too young. At least until they can walk and be flower girls, then they can give her a grand wedding. Right now, the important thing is this full moon celebration. Lin Yang cooked while pondering the baby's 1-month celebration. The ingredients were finalized, now it was just a matter of inviting friends. Both sets of parents had sent over their draft invitation lists, which had been carefully narrowed down. However, in the end, only a few spots remained. Yao Yao, do you have any friends to invite for the baby's 1-month celebration? Lin Yang asked Xu Mengyao at the dinner table. In his memory, Xu Mengyao didn't seem to have many friends. Since they got their marriage certificate, his friends and advisor had all come, but no one from Xu Mengyao's side, except for her parents, had attended. I want to invite one person, my good friend Yu Huan, Xu Mengyao said seriously, putting down her chopsticks. Sure, I'll invite Chao and the advisor too. I might also invite my 2 roommates, Lin Yang said with a smile. Since they weren't planning on a big celebration, the invitations would only be to close friends. There was no need for the rest. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised to hear that Xu Mengyao would also invite people. I never thought Yao Yao would have friends. After dinner, Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang sat on the playmat in the baby room. Both babies had just finished eating and were sleeping soundly. In their sleep, Xingxing's little hands were still reaching out in the air, as if trying to grab something. Rattle had somehow ended up on the playmat and nestled next to Lin Yang, sleeping comfortably. Lin Yang, can I go to the shop with you tomorrow? It's the baby's 1-month celebration, we need to pick out clothes. Xu Mengyao turned to look at Lin Yang expectantly. She had wanted to go for a while, but was refused because of her postpartum confinement. This was Lin Yang's shop. She wanted to know everything about Lin Yang. Now the baby's 1-month celebration was coming up. She had given birth more than 20 days ago. It should be fine, right? Sure, I'll take you tomorrow. Really? It was Xu Mengyao who brought it up first. After being given permission, she became nervous instead. Of course, go to bed early tonight. I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Lin Yang nodded again. This time, Xu Mengyao didn't even want to watch TV. She lay down on the playmat, covered herself with the summer blanket, and snuggled up next to Lin Yang. After a while, her breathing became long and even. Lin Yang knew she had fallen asleep. He stayed by the baby's side, coaxing them to sleep. The babies were already used to their father's bedtime stories. They could only fall asleep while listening to stories. With Lin Yang's soft narration, Xu Mengyao's sleep became more and more peaceful. Morning. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the blue sky and clouds onto the busy streets. The glass curtain walls of the high-rise buildings reflected dazzling light, as if the whole city was shining. Xu Mengyao was awakened by this light. She slowly got up and found Lin Yang packing his things. She was startled and instantly became alert. Lin Yang, where are you going? Xu Mengyao hadn't even had time to put on her shoes. Her bare feet touched the cold marble floor as she rushed to Lin Yang's side, her eyes filled with tension and fear. Are you leaving me? You're leaving me too. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes blurry with tears. Her small, white hands gripped Lin Yang's arm tightly, almost with all her might. At that moment, she was so afraid. Afraid of being abandoned. Afraid of being left alone again. Afraid that her life, which had just begun to brighten, would plunge back into darkness. Silly girl. We're moving. It's us, not me. Lin Yang quickly put down his luggage, took Xu Mengyao's hand tightly, and pulled her into his arms. He gently comforted her, don't cry. If the babies see you, they'll think daddy's bullying mommy. He said, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of Xu Mengyao's eyes with his fingertips. Weren't you going to leave me? Xu Mengyao's body was still trembling from sobbing. She hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Why would you think that? Lin Yang felt a pang of heartache for Xu Mengyao, realizing his unintentional action had caused her so much distress. He was also very curious. Xu Mengyao had always been socially awkward, but her parents weren't. So there must be a reason for her social anxiety. He hadn't asked because he wanted to completely respect Xu Mengyao's feelings. He would tell her when she wanted to. Lin Yang, have I ever told you this? When I was little, my parents were really busy with work. I always lived with the nanny. Xu Mengyao's voice drifted softly, as if from afar. Yes, I know. Lin Yang nodded in response, waiting for her to continue. Back then, my classmates mistook the nanny for my mother. They all thought I didn't have a father. They bullied me at school. I really wished my parents could come home and take me to school together. But they were too busy. Every time I woke up, they had packed their bags and were going to another place. Xu Mengyao's gaze drifted into the distance. Her voice was soft. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Those classmates bullied me and isolated me. Later, I never dared to contact anyone again, and Huan Huan was the only one by my side. She had never mentioned this darkest memory of her life. Not even her parents. The pain she endured made her socially anxious. The children's unintentional teasing, or their deliberate isolation, was like a thorn deeply embedded in Xu Mengyao's heart. So much so that when she saw Lin Yang carrying his luggage, she subconsciously assumed he was leaving too. In an instant, childhood memories flooded her mind, almost causing her to collapse. There's one more chapter. I'll post it shortly. Hee, I hope everyone likes it. Any opinions are welcome. I'm a humble author who listens to advice. Listening to Xu Mengyao's story, Lin Yang felt a pang of heartache. He only knew that her parents weren't around during her childhood, but he never imagined there was such a reason. No wonder she became so socially awkward. Despite her warm heart and undeniably adorable nature, she disliked interacting with people. She was too obedient and too considerate, swallowing her grievances. This led to her gradual forbearance, resulting in her current state. Yao, I swear I will never leave you. No matter when, as long as you're here, I will be here. Lin Yang spoke directly, his words resounding. This was his promise. He wanted Xu Mengyao to know that his love would never be absent. Then, why are we moving? Xu Mengyao's eyes were still brimming with tears. But Lin Yang's promise was like a calming agent for her. The tension and fear from before vanished. She tilted her head, looking at Lin Yang with confusion. They had only been here for less than a month. Could it be? Lin Yang, are you having financial difficulties? I still have the money my parents gave me. If you need it, I can give you it all. Xu Mengyao said, searching her pockets, trying to find the card quickly. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Did he really look like he needed money? From both sets of parents to Xu Mengyao, everyone thought he was in need? Yao, I'm not short of money, I've earned some. We have 2 babies, so a bigger house is better. Besides, your parents and my parents will be coming for the baby's 1-month celebration. We might not even have enough room then. Although their house had 3 bedrooms, it was too small, more of a functional house. If everyone came, it would become extremely crowded. That wouldn't be a good thing. Since the system had already gifted them a new house, and a large, single-level one at that, it would be more comfortable to move there. I see. But, houses are very expensive. Won't that be too much of a burden for you? Xu Mengyao nodded, seemingly understanding. She looked at him with a face full of heartache. She didn't care about the size of the house. As long as she was with Lin Yang, even a 1-bedroom apartment was fine. She had a husband and a baby, life was already perfect. Nothing else mattered. She would only feel sorry for Lin Yang if buying a house made him too tired. A friend of mine works in real estate. He'll sell it to me at the lowest price. I've called a moving company, we'll move today. After we've packed up, we'll go to a baby store this afternoon. If we don't have time, we'll go tomorrow. Lin Yang had already arranged everything. Now Xu Mengyao was finally certain. She hadn't been abandoned. It really was just a move. Her emotions gradually stabilized. She then remembered her impulsive behavior earlier. Crying her eyes out, her nose was still red. How embarrassing. Lin Yang. Xu Mengyao took off her necklace. What's wrong? Lin Yang stopped what he was doing and turned to look at her. Forget everything that just happened. Forget everything that just happened. Xu Mengyao muttered, shaking the necklace. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Did I do something wrong? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang's hearty laughter, her face full of confusion. It should be fine. That's how it's shown on TV. Doing this will hypnotize and erase memories. No problem, Yao, you're so cute. Lin Yang still couldn't stop laughing. Hearing Xu Mengyao's self-doubt, he quickly shook his head. Okay, Yao Yao, go watch the baby, okay? I'll pack a bit more. The moving company will take everything. I'll drive you and the baby to the new house. Lin Yang slowly suppressed his laughter, wiping away the tears of laughter. He said softly, okay. Xu Mengyao nodded, sitting obediently beside the babies, watching them. Yeah, the two babies seemed to be infected by Lin Yang's laughter. They didn't cry or fuss, just babbling. Lin Yang was quick. Since they hadn't been staying long, they didn't have much luggage. They were almost done packing in a little over an hour. Just then, the moving company's truck arrived. Everything was taken away. Only the family of 4 remained, along with Yaoling, who was still running around the room. Yaoling, we're moving. Xu Mengyao chased after Yaoling, trying to catch up and put her in her carrier. But she failed. Although Yaoling was small, she ran incredibly fast. She had only recently given birth and wasn't in great shape. She felt tired after just a few steps. Lin Yang, Yaoling is being naughty. Finally, Xu Mengyao ran to Lin Yang to complain. She had tried so hard to take Yaoling with her. This guy was so awful. He didn't even appreciate it. Really? Then let me give it a try. Lin Yang happened to have nothing to do anyway, so he simply handed over the reins and took over Xu Mengyao's responsibility. It's so disobedient, it needs to be properly disciplined. Xu Mengyao added fuel to the fire, her voice filled with anger. But who knew? Lin Yang had barely stood next to Yaoling when Yaoling wagged its little tail and stumbled towards him. Meow soon, Yaoling was at Lin Yang's legs, rubbing against them, begging for a pat. How could Yaoling have 2 faces? Xu Mengyao stared wide-eyed, incredulously at everything before her. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly realized. She had bought Yaoling because she liked it. Had she bought herself a rival? She felt like crying. Isn't Yaoling quite well behaved? Alright, Yao Yao. We need to get in the car now. Lin Yang easily put Yaoling into the cat carrier. Then, he pushed Yunyun and Xingxing out of the nursery. Xu Mengyao naturally accepted Yunyun's hand. Lin Yang pushed Xingxing in his stroller. Lin Yang, is the house over there finished being renovated? She tilted her head and looked at Lin Yang. Yes, it's finished. Lin Yang nodded. Was it Chao who helped again? Xu Mengyao asked again. That's right, that guy was just killing time anyway, so we gave him something to do. Lin Yang nodded again. Chao is really a man of action. Xu Mengyao sighed silently. She absolutely couldn't give herself away next time she saw Chao. Lin Yang was also making plans in his mind. The two walked out of the house, thinking as they went. They reached the car. Lin Yang first placed both babies in their carrier seats, making sure they were safe. Then he helped Xu Mengyao into the car. Xu Mengyao sat next to the babies, keeping an eye on them. The rattle was placed in the passenger seat. A rattle in the passenger seat. Let's go, we're going to our new home. The car drove smoothly all the way. Xu Mengyao looked at the ever-changing scenery outside the window. She felt a faint sense of anticipation. She wondered what their new home would be like. Soon they arrived inside the second ring road. Turning a street, Lin Yang drove the car to Waterfront Residence. This was a relatively high-end community in Jiangcheng. Although it was in the second ring road, not in the city center, the price per square meter was over 40,000 yuan, close to 50,000 yuan. The key point was that there were only large single-level apartments here. A house was at least 200 square meters. This meant that to buy a house, one would need to spend close to 10 million yuan. Lin Yang, are we going to live here from now on? Xu Mengyao knew about the houses here. She had heard about them from Huan Huan before. Huan Huan's dream was to live in this community one day. Yes. This is our future home. This time it's on the 12th floor. Lin Yang smiled as he parked the car in the garage. He put on the cat carrier with the bell and then got out of the car. They put the two babies back in the strollers. Each of them pushed one stroller as they walked through the residential complex. The highlight of Waterfront Residence was its green landscape. The complex boasted a rich variety of vegetation, including tall trees, low shrubs, flat lawns, and various flowers, creating a layered and beautiful effect. There was even a small stream within the complex, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. It's so beautiful here, Xu Mengyao exclaimed as she walked, admiring the view. The more she looked, the more she liked it. No wonder Huan Huan had said she wanted to live here. This environment had a calming effect on the mind and body. I'm glad you like it, Lin Yang said, leading Xu Mengyao to the entrance of the apartment building. They entered the building and took the elevator. This large, single-level apartment had a 2-unit per floor design, making it much quieter. They arrived at the 12th floor. Lin Yang took out his key. Click, the door opened. A spacious and bright living room came into view. The living room was furnished with large, comfortable sofas and chairs, all made of soft fabric. The overall color scheme was warm. It felt warm and comfortable. Yeah, the two babies seemed to feel the warmth of their new home, babbling and cooing. The babies are in their new home. Do you like it here? Lin Yang led the two babies to the nursery. Xu Mengyao followed beside them. This nursery felt much more spacious. Not only were there still two small beds, one pink and one blue, but even the play area was separated. Two small tables were placed on either side of the room, one for the girls' toys and the other for the boys. The entire room was still covered with a playmat. All the furniture had safety bumpers. The protection for the babies was very thoughtful. This was Lin Yang's first time in this new house. Seeing all this, he marveled at the system's thoughtfulness. This place is wonderful. Lin Yang, you're so thoughtful. I didn't even think of these things. Xu Mengyao looked at the safety bumpers and the baby's things, feeling a little guilty. As a mother, aside from checking on the baby and feeding him, she seemed to have very little influence. Lin Yang did everything, changing diapers, burping the baby, even bathing him. He was much more efficient at it. Although she was trying to learn, she didn't seem to be making much progress. Let me think about these things, she said. You just need to think about me, Lin Yang chuckled, playfully pinching Xu Mengyao's nose, his eyes full of affection. Let me show you around our new house. This house has 4 bedrooms, it'll be enough even if mom and dad come over. After putting the babies down, Lin Yang led Xu Mengyao around the rooms. Isn't this place too expensive? Xu Mengyao had been thinking that she'd need to tidy up the new place, but Lin Yang was being more thoughtful each time. He'd already bought everything. She felt like she could just drop off her luggage and not do anything else. But all of this cost money. Didn't you want to see my shop? Put your luggage down, I'll take you there right away. Mentioning this, Lin Yang quickly changed the subject. He had just received a call. The moving company was already at the door. Actually, there wasn't much luggage, just 2 suitcases and some miscellaneous items. Really? Okay. Xu Mengyao had wanted to go to the shop for a long time. They had originally planned to go today. But the sudden move disrupted their plans. She had even considered giving up on the trip. She hadn't expected Lin Yang to remember. Now she was full of energy. Lin Yang, which one is my room? Mentioning packing made Xu Mengyao suddenly conflicted. There were 4 rooms. Each room had a similar decorating style, yet each also had its own unique characteristics. She was overwhelmed and couldn't choose. Of course, it's the master bedroom. You're the lady of the house. Lin Yang pointed towards the master bedroom. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao smiled even more shyly. She carried her suitcase to the master bedroom and tidied it up briefly. She laid out all her clothes and put them in the closet. Originally, she had intended to fill the entire closet. Since this was the master bedroom, then it should also be Lin Yang's room, right? After thinking for a moment, she moved all her clothes to one side, leaving the other side empty. Are you all packed? Lin Yang also dragged his luggage over. Seeing the side of the closet Xu Mengyao had left, he smiled. This was a blatant reminder. It was a pity she wasn't out of postpartum confinement yet, so she had to endure it a little longer. All packed, when are we going? Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled. Her little face was full of longing. Although she was socially awkward, she wanted to be a part of Lin Yang's life even more. That hope had broken through her fear, making her brave. I'll put the clothes in there, then we'll go. Lin Yang directly opened his suitcase and placed his clothes on the other side of the closet Xu Mengyao had left empty. Xu Mengyao's clothes were all in warmer colors. Lin Yang's clothes were mostly black, white, and gray, simple and elegant. The colors of their clothes contrasted sharply, making them seem out of place in the wardrobe. But once filled, they created an unexpected harmony, much like Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao. One was cheerful and outgoing, the other socially awkward and introverted. Together, they always found a delicate balance. Xu Mengyao looked at the overflowing wardrobe and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. I just gave Aunt Lan the new address. She should be here soon. We'll go there after she arrives. There was a shopping mall nearby where the baby store was located. Since they were going to go there, they naturally had to check it out. The baby's 1-month celebration was coming up soon, and they needed to buy some clothes. It was a rare time for just the 2 of them. Xu Mengyao felt her heart pounding, as if a little deer was running wild inside. Was this a date? The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yang walked out of the bedroom and opened the door. Sir, you've moved? This place is so luxurious. Aunt Lan smiled broadly. She was genuinely happy for Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao. Such a good employer deserves to be happy. Good luck is with them. Aunt Lan, Yao Yao, and I are going out today. Please take care of the baby. Call me anytime if you need anything. Lin Yang also reminded Aunt Lan. No problem. Sir and madam, enjoy your date. Have a great time. It's okay if you come back late. I'll just work overtime today. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lan immediately showed a knowing look. Her smile was quite ambiguous. She even proactively said, "It won't be too late." Lin Yang smiled back. "Yao Yao, we can change and go now." He turned his head and said gently, "Okay." Xu Mengyao skipped to the bedroom. She opened the wardrobe, her gaze wandering over their clothes. At this moment, Lin Yang also came in. He picked up a white t-shirt and black shorts. This combination was very simple and comfortable, but it looked quite stylish on Lin Yang. That's the charm of a face, isn't it? Xu Mengyao secretly glanced at the clothes he had chosen out of the corner of her eye. Then she silently reached out her small hand and found a white dress among her many warm-colored clothes. The white dress had a black bow on it. She picked up the dress with satisfaction. When she looked up, she saw Lin Yang shirtless. His bronze skin and strong muscles were all on display. She subconsciously wanted to cover her eyes, but she was attracted by the beautiful sight before her. After hesitating for a moment, she finally covered her eyes with 2 fingers. She could still see through the blur. "Look if you want. These are all yours." Lin Yang had already changed his clothes. Seeing Xu Mengyao's hesitant expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. Besides, he'd already used everything he needed. There was no need to be so shy. I didn't see anything." Xu Mengyao tentatively opened her eyes. After seeing Lin Yang had changed, she straightened up, but felt guilty and didn't dare look at him. Wah! She saw it. She saw everything. "It's okay if you saw it. Hurry up and change, we're going out." Lin Yang stood there, showing no intention of moving. Xu Mengyao stopped her movement of taking off her clothes. She looked at Lin Yang shyly. "Aren't you going out?" She blinked, staring at Lin Yang expectantly. "Why should I go out? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Besides, some people have seen it, so shouldn't I have the chance to?" Lin Yang grinned mischievously. For some reason, Xu Mengyao looked like a little rabbit. It always made one want to tease her. Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder, almost flushed. She tried to ignore Lin Yang's presence and change into her new clothes. But she was so embarrassed. "Lin Yang." Finally, Xu Mengyao pouted, helplessly calling Lin Yang's name. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go check on the babies, you hurry up and change your clothes." Lin Yang chuckled. He turned and left the bedroom, going to the nursery. Xu Mengyao quickly changed her clothes and put on a simple makeup. Only after confirming everything was alright did she leave the bedroom. Just then, Aunt Lan came to get water. When she saw Xu Mengyao, her eyes widened in amazement. "Madam is so beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup, but with makeup, she's even more charming than a top female celebrity." Aunt Lan wasn't joking. Xu Mengyao's face was exquisitely beautiful, with elegant features. Her skin was as white as jade, smooth and perfect. Her long hair was silky smooth, naturally curly over her shoulders. Her figure was impeccable. Aunt Lan, though a woman herself and often praised for her beauty, found Xu Mengyao's appearance breathtaking. "Aunt Lan is joking," Xu Mengyao smiled faintly, a hint of aloofness in her expression. She still wasn't comfortable interacting with people, except for Lin Yang. "Have you changed? Let's go." Just then, Lin Yang came out of the nursery. Seeing Xu Mengyao's black and white dress, he smiled. He'd noticed her constantly glancing at him while he was choosing clothes. Sure enough, it was for matching. Lin Yang remembered Xu Mengyao's fondness for matching outfits. He'd kept that in mind too. "Lin Yang, do I look good today?" Xu Mengyao vaguely remembered girls asking this on first dates on TV. She mustered her courage and asked. "Of course. Yao Yao is the most beautiful woman in my heart," Lin Yang said without hesitation. Hearing such an answer, Xu Mengyao smiled contentedly. "Let's go." Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand and placed it in his large palm. The two set off. After moving, the maternity and baby store was now quite far. This time, they drove there. Xu Mengyao skipped to the passenger door. Lin Yang considerately opened the door for her. After she was seated, he got into the driver's seat. "Yao Yao, there's something you forgot." Lin Yang had just sat down when he turned to look at Xu Mengyao. "What is it?" Xu Mengyao looked blank, but didn't receive an answer. The next second, Lin Yang's handsome face was magnified dozens of times. Was it a kiss? The most romantic scene on TV. She subconsciously closed her eyes, but the imagined kiss didn't come for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she found Lin Yang was fastening her seatbelt. Just fastening the seatbelt? A trace of disappointment flashed in Xu Mengyao's eyes. All of this. Lin Yang saw everything. At first, he genuinely just wanted to help fasten the seatbelt. But now, things were different. Yao Yao, remember to fasten your seatbelt when you're in someone else's car. His eyes deepened, and his voice grew lower. What if I'm in your car? Xu Mengyao tilted her head, asking curiously. If you're in my car, of course I'll help you fasten it. But, there'll be some reward. Lin Yang's lips curled into a smile. What reward? Xu Mengyao hadn't quite grasped it yet, her eyes filled with curiosity. At that moment, Lin Yang's face moved even closer, so close that she could feel his breath. The next second, a soft touch. Xu Mengyao closed her eyes in bliss. After a while, I've received my reward. Lin Yang seemed unsatisfied. But Xu Mengyao was already breathless, her face as red as a boiled shrimp, her entire body flushed pink. I ate peach-flavored candy. Was it good? Lin Yang smiled at Xu Mengyao. So sweet. She couldn't help but stroke her soft lips, feeling the lingering warmth of Lin Yang's kiss. Then, her face flushed red. Unconsciously, Lin Yang had already driven onto Xingguang Road. Soon, they saw the maternity and baby supplies store. Lin Yang parked the car and got out, opening the car door for Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao then came to her senses and quickly got out of the car with him. When she saw the maternity and baby supplies store, she was stunned. This store is so big. Before, in Xu Mengyao's imagination, Lin Yang's store was probably just a small street-side shop, certainly not this luxurious. She hadn't expected it to be a full 500 square meters. Today was the weekend, and the customer flow was even greater. Xu Mengyao nestled tightly against Lin Yang, unable to help but exclaim in amazement. Don't worry now. Your husband isn't broke, he can earn money. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder. This was probably the first time Lin Yang had addressed her like that. Boss, you're here. And this is shop manager Bai Jie saw Lin Yang approaching from afar and ran to greet him. She hadn't expected such a stunningly beautiful woman to be standing next to her boss. If Bai Jie was merely considered pretty, then the woman next to her boss was absolutely breathtaking. She was instantly overshadowed and paled in comparison. This is my wife. Lin Yang pulled Xu Mengyao into his arms and introduced her directly. Xu Mengyao wasn't good at socializing and still felt nervous. She simply smiled slightly as a greeting. Bai Jie's smile froze instantly. She knew her boss had a wife, but she hadn't expected her to be so beautiful. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but take a second look. She was simply no match for him. Moreover, their outfits today seemed to be carefully coordinated couples attire. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Just standing there was a sight to behold. Watching their intimate interaction, Bai Jie felt as if she heard the sound of shattering glass somewhere. It sounded like her heart breaking. Oh, it's the shop owner's wife. She's so beautiful. What would you like to buy? Do you need me to show you around? Bai Jie tried hard to control her emotions, forcing a smile back onto her face. No need, we're just browsing. You guys go about your business. Lin Yang waved his hand. Then, he tightly took Xu Mengyao's hand and walked into the maternity and baby store. Wow, the owner and his wife are a match made in heaven. Are they sure they're not filming an idol drama? Every frame looks like it could be used as background. Handsome guys are always surrounded by beautiful girls, sob sob sob, they don't give us any room for fantasy. Several shop assistants huddled in a corner, collectively heartbroken. You guys, get back to work, Bai Jie ordered. The shop assistants scattered, continuing their busy day. This is so cute. Xu Mengyao's gaze lingered on a soft plush toy. The toy came in two colors, pink and blue, corresponding to the baby's genders. Let's take them then. Lin Yang smiled and picked up two plush toys, placing them in the shopping cart. Isn't this swaddle blanket nice? He pointed to the swaddle blanket next to him. It had a bear pattern printed on it. Isn't this pattern similar to the one on our matching pajamas? Xu Mengyao was pleasantly surprised. She had also searched for matching family outfits, but the babies were still too young. She decided against it. These things would have to wait until the babies were a bit older. But if the pattern on the swaddle blanket was similar, it would be very meaningful. Yes, it's perfect for the babies. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. The two strolled around, selecting items. Before they knew it, the shopping cart was full. Have we bought too many? Maybe we should put some back. Xu Mengyao was a little conflicted. She liked them all. But if she bought so many, she wouldn't be able to carry them all home. Even though it's their own shop, they can't just ignore it like this. Not much, just what the babies need right now. Their shopping cart is full of various items, toys, swaddles, and other maternity and baby products, all necessities. Bai Jia, call a delivery person to send this address later. Lin Yang called Bai Jia over and wrote her a note. Okay, boss. Bai Jia took the note and glanced at the address. It was actually Shuwei in Lindi. This is a well-known high-end residential area in Jiangcheng. The price per square meter is 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. The key is, they don't have small apartments. The smallest one is at least 180 square meters. They're definitely rich. Bai Jia looked at the intimate figures of the boss and his wife and sighed silently. She put the note away. Lin Yang, your shop is much bigger than I imagined. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang went to the rest area and sat down. She had walked around and felt her legs were a little sore. She was tired but satisfied. I really love this place. Lin Yang smiled. Didn't I show you the video before? But it wasn't as clear in the video. It looks even bigger here. Xu Mengyao explained earnestly. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled. Lin Yang, do you think I could invest in a shop? She really admired Lin Yang for running such a large shop. Seeing the shop, a small expectation welled up in her heart. She was eager to try it. After all, she was currently unemployed. And as a stay-at-home mom, she also had to feed her baby. It wouldn't be convenient for her to work for a while. If she invested in a shop, like Lin Yang, but she invested in a smaller one, that way she would have income without too much trouble. Wouldn't that be better? Xu Mengyao couldn't help but fantasize. She hoped that she could stand by Lin Yang's side based on her own abilities. Anyway, she still had her mother's money. She was already a little rich. If you really want to invest, don't worry about funds. Investment is risky. The good locations have already been invested in, the rest aren't profitable. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Xu Mengyao to have such an idea. Theoretically, he would support her, but he would also help mitigate the risks. I have no investment experience, but I want to give it a try. Xu Mengyao's eyes were still bright. She really looked forward to having her own business and being able to help Lin Yang. Okay, we'll study it together when we get home. I'll take a look for you too. But right now, we have more important things to do. Lin Yang nodded. Then he changed the subject. What is it? Xu Mengyao tilted her head, her delicate face full of confusion. Lin Yang pulled Xu Mengyao along. They arrived at the mall. Xu Mengyao was still bewildered. Lin Yang, is there anything else we need to buy? She felt that her home was already fully stocked. Her own needs weren't high. She was more worried that Lin Yang's extravagant spending might bankrupt him. She wanted to be frugal. She couldn't let Lin Yang really be impoverished by her. The babies are having their 1-month celebration soon. We need to prepare some dresses. When Lin Yang helped Xu Mengyao pack her things before, he had paid special attention. He guessed that during her pregnancy, for convenience, Xu Mengyao's clothes were mostly simple dresses or loose short-sleeved shirts. She didn't have a single dress. With so many relatives and friends attending the baby's 1-month celebration, she should at least dress up. This time, Lin Yang came specifically to pick out dresses for Xu Mengyao. Really, can't I not attend? Xu Mengyao pouted pitifully, tugging at Lin Yang's sleeve as she spoke. She looked exactly like a spoiled child, incredibly cute. Although Lin Yang felt his heart melt, he maintained a stern face. Anything else is fine, but not this. Since learning about Xu Mengyao's past, Lin Yang had become even more doting and heartbroken for her. But he also knew that this couldn't continue indefinitely. He hoped that with his support, Xu Mengyao could slowly overcome her inner turmoil and reconcile with her past. Some people need a lifetime to heal from their childhood wounds. He, then, intended to be Xu Mengyao's remedy, accompanying her throughout her life. Okay then. Xu Mengyao wasn't disappointed by the rejection. She knew very well that the baby's 1-month celebration was important. However, she still felt somewhat nervous and wanted to avoid it. Even when she arrived at the dress shop, she seemed rather uninterested. Sir, are you here to buy a dress for your wife? Our dresses are all handmade with high-quality fabrics, perfect for formal occasions. The sales assistant enthusiastically explained. Your wife is so beautiful, these dresses will definitely suit her perfectly. Although as a sales assistant, she often had to give insincere compliments, this time it was genuine. This was the most dazzling couple she had ever seen. She almost wanted to take a picture and hang it in the store. Yao Yao, what do you think of this one? Lin Yang pulled Xu Mengyao around the store. Finally, they saw a purple dress. The dress used light and dark purple as the main colors, making it elegant and mysterious. The fitted cut and wide skirt accentuated her temperament. Xu Mengyao had fair skin. Paired with such a dress, she gave off a sense of aloofness. Cool and stunningly beautiful. It's very beautiful. Xu Mengyao nodded unconsciously. She wasn't actually very interested in choosing a dress. After all, once she chose a dress, she would be facing her baby's 1-month celebration. There would be so many people there. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. However, this dress was indeed very beautiful. No wonder Lin Yang had such good taste. This one is fine. Oh, and remember to alter the size for me. Lin Yang very skillfully recited Xu Mengyao's measurements. The numbers were extremely precise. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I tell you? She racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't remember at all. She definitely hadn't. She didn't recall telling Lin Yang her measurements. Although you didn't say, Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. I measured them. He measured them? Could it be because of every hug, or every slightly intimate contact? Her eyes widened even more. How could Lin Yang be so amazing? That works too. Madam, Mr. Lin really cares about you. The saleswoman was also full of envy. This made Xu Mengyao blush again. She nodded slightly. Oh, sir, this dress costs 120,000 yuan. Please go and pay. The dress will be altered and delivered to your home within 3 days. The saleswoman spoke respectfully. This was a big sale. She was both envious and excited. Her attitude became even more enthusiastic and cautious. So expensive? Xu Mengyao was slightly taken aback when she heard the price. It's alright, not too expensive. This dress suits you well, I think it's just right. Lin Yang smiled and went to pay. The two left the store. Xu Mengyao thought it was time to go home. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang led her into another store. Didn't we already choose? She tilted her head. We've chosen the dress, but there's something else we haven't picked out yet. Lin Yang gently ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. What else is there? Xu Mengyao blinked. She couldn't think of anything for a moment. It felt like she had everything she needed at home. Lin Yang was truly a very thoughtful man, arranging everything perfectly. Of course, it's couple outfits. We only have couple pajamas, not couple outfits. I'm really looking forward to couple outfits. Don't you want them, Yao Yao? Lin Yang knew Xu Mengyao had been looking forward to it for a while, but he asked deliberately. And no, I don't. Xu Mengyao's face turned bright red. She suddenly remembered that day. She secretly searched for couple outfits on Taobao. Lin Yang caught her red-handed. Thinking about it now, she was still so shy. You don't have any? Then forget it, I can't force you. Since you don't want to wear them, let's go home. Lin Yang pretended to be disappointed and started to walk out of the store. But Xu Mengyao stood still. If you want to wear them, I can go with you, Xu Mengyao said with a blush. In fact, she was already overjoyed inside. She had been looking forward to it for a long, long time. Today, she even secretly coordinated her outfits with Lin Yang to look like couple outfits. Now she could finally buy real couple outfits. I want to wear them. Then Yao Yao, come with me to choose some. Lin Yang knew that too. Xu Mengyao was, after all, a young girl. She was rather shy. So she simply took the responsibility upon herself. Okay. Just moments ago, Xu Mengyao seemed listless and uninterested while choosing dresses. Now, starting to choose couple outfits, she instantly became cheerful and energetic. She wandered around the store, picking out one item after another, occasionally holding them up in front of Lin Yang. If you like something, let's try it on. I'll go with you. Lin Yang could tell that Xu Mengyao really liked several items. He guessed it was because she felt a little embarrassed to try them on in a physical store. No wonder she spent so much time choosing online. It was definitely her social anxiety. So Lin Yang took the initiative. But Xu Mengyao hesitated. She felt awkward trying things on here. Then let's not try them on. We'll buy everything you like. There were more pedestrians and vehicles on the street. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the street and bringing a touch of coolness. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao walked hand in hand along the tree-lined path. They were wearing matching t-shirts with a pair of cute little bears printed on them. However, Lin Yang's was blue, and Xu Mengyao's was pink. Yao Yao, how do you think of these matching outfits? Lin Yang asked as they walked. They're alright. Although Xu Mengyao said that, a beautiful smile was secretly curving up at the corners of her mouth. She couldn't suppress it. The matching outfits she had been dreaming of. They had finally come true. Lin Yang, shall we walk home? Xu Mengyao turned around and looked at Lin Yang seriously. Lin Yang sighed. If they were walking near Xinghe Bay, going home wouldn't be a big deal. After all, Xinghe Bay was Loca Tad on Xingguang Road. It was very close. Only about 10 minutes away. But now they've moved to the waterfront residence. It's not a short 10-minute walk anymore. You know, it took them more than half an hour to drive here. He's got the stamina, but Xu Mengyao isn't. If they walk back, she'll probably break down halfway. Yao Yao, let's go out for a stroll another time. Let's drive back today, it's not safe to leave the car here. Lin Yang knew that Xu Mengyao wanted everyone to see their matching outfits. But the idea of walking home was still a bit far-fetched. Okay then. Xu Mengyao was still a little unhappy. But Lin Yang felt very gratified. Sure enough, Xu Mengyao's problem stemmed from insecurity. Insecurity, coupled with those unpleasant past experiences, made her afraid of people and afraid of socializing. As long as she could feel safe enough, and know that there was no danger, she would slowly open up. Just like now, Xu Mengyao seemed less nervous. She even suggested taking a walk back. That's a big step forward. Yao Yao, get in the car, we're going home. The baby's still waiting. Lin Yang mentioned the baby. Xu Mengyao was also a little anxious. They had had so much fun today that she almost forgot about the baby. The two quickly got into the car. The car sped along and arrived at the waterfront residence. Sir and madam, you're back? Xiao cried for a while, probably missing her dad. She's tired from crying and just fell asleep. Aunt Lan had just finished speaking when she noticed Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang's matching outfits. She couldn't help but smile. The couple is so loving. So beautiful. Xingxing is so clingy. Lin Yang felt heartbroken hearing the baby cry. Thank you, Aunt Lan. There's nothing else here, you can go back now. Lin Yang nodded to Aunt Lan. Okay, I'll go back now. Aunt Lan didn't linger. Afterwards, Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang went to the baby's room. The two babies were already asleep. Yun Yun was still holding up her little hands in her sleep, as if trying to grab something in the air. Is Yun Yun trying to grab something? Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. Just looking at the babies made all his fatigue disappear. Lin Yang, I need to feed the babies in a bit. Xu Mengyao also glanced at the time. Lin Yang nodded and woke Xingxing up first, placing her in Xu Mengyao's arms. After Xingxing had eaten and drunk her fill, Lin Yang picked her up and gently patted her to help her burp. Then he let Yun Yun eat her food. The two babies are eating more and more now. They're trying to grow up. Lin Yang smiled beside her. Yes. It's good that they're full. Xu Mengyao smiled contentedly. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes secretly drifted towards Lin Yang. She had to thank Lin Yang for this. Otherwise, the babies wouldn't have had enough to eat before. Thinking about this made her blush. After the babies finished eating, she fell asleep again. The baby is still very young, in the prime of her growth and development. She sleeps a lot every day, almost always eating or sleeping. Occasionally she wakes up wanting her father to hold her. This adds a routine to Lin Yang's schedule. Lin Yang, my phone time is up. After the two babies fell asleep, Xu Mengyao approached Lin Yang expectantly. Her 2 hours of phone time every day was unwavering, basically spent watching TV. Each episode was half an hour long, so she could watch 5 episodes in 2.5 hours. She would even secretly watch an extra episode. Okay, here you go. Lin Yang smiled and handed the phone to Xu Mengyao. Actually, he wasn't that strict. Xu Mengyao was quite self-disciplined. This time, after Xu Mengyao got the phone, there was no TV sound. Her delicate little face became much more serious. She stared intently at the phone, scrolling through the screen, seemingly researching something. Have you encountered any problems? Do you need my help? Lin Yang sat cross-legged beside her, very close. Xu Mengyao slightly looked up. Lin Yang, investing is so complicated. Xu Mengyao sighed dejectedly. She had been researching investment information, trying to understand it thoroughly so she could invest in a shop herself. That way, she could have a more stable income. She also hoped to create some value. But she knew it was difficult. Plus, she was a complete novice when it came to investing. The difficulty of making money was unimaginable, it was practically a pipe dream. She wanted to use her free time to learn from scratch and analyze things carefully. I see. Yao Yao, do you really want to invest? Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. Actually, Xu Mengyao had already mentioned it at the baby store earlier today. He had indeed thought about it. But he hadn't expected Xu Mengyao to be so serious. She even gave up her favorite TV to come and learn about this. I really want to try, but I'm scared. Lin Yang, am I too timid? I found out that the failure rate for novice investors is incredibly high. I'm afraid if I fail, you'll be laughed at. Xu Mengyao pouted pitifully. It wasn't that she was afraid of failure herself, but rather worried that her failure would trigger a chain reaction. Lin Yang was involved in investing. If, as his wife, she failed in her investments, wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing? Because of this, her already low confidence almost vanished. Actually, if you want to invest, I can give you some advice. Lin Yang thought for a moment and then spoke. What advice? Are you really going to teach me? Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly. She had considered seeking her husband's help before, but the words wouldn't come out. She was worried she was too stupid and would be looked down upon. For Xu Mengyao, it was a huge surprise. She came directly to Lin Yang's eyes in an instant, and the two were very close. You can feel the breath you exhale. She was even able to see Lin Yang's clearly defined eyelashes. It's so dense. I was just too happy to notice this. After noticing, Xu Mengyao's face instantly turned red. He sat down quickly and upright. A pair of eyes glanced expectantly at Lin Yang. I can't talk about teaching you, but I think if you want to invest, there is indeed a good choice. Lin Yang smiled and took in all of Xu Mengyao's movements. Sometimes, these little moves are really fascinating. Especially every time, Xu Mengyao's subconscious movements. And their own nervousness and anxiety after coming back to their senses. Extremely cute. What is the choice? Can I go directly to invest? Xu Mengyao's eyes showed doubt and expectation. She really didn't just think about it. She has been spending Lin Yang's money. Lin Yang has been helping her and protecting her. She was really touched and happy. But I wish I could be a person worthy of Lin Yang. Being worthy is not just an appearance. She does not hope that one day she will become a burden. Now it is rare to find a direction. Of course more want to cherish. The brand of Fenghua is good. The national brand specializes in toiletries. Speaking of this name, I guess everyone knows. I think they need an opportunity. Now is the best time to invest. Lin Yang was in school. I have been studying these myself. He is optimistic about the national goods market. Because now consumption has been escalating. The skyrocketing prices are not proportional to the tortoise-crawling wages. Then sooner or later one day, we can no longer accept such a consumption upgrade. We'll choose to settle for the next best thing. Or choose a more comfortable lifestyle. That is to downgrade consumption again. The old national goods of Windflowers are not only low-priced, but also the quality is guaranteed. It happens to be the first choice of young people nowadays. He always felt. In the near future, these brands will be back in the public eye. Fenghua? I seem to have heard of it, but not much. Xu Mengyao was vaguely impressed by the name. Her family is rich after all, and the things they usually come into contact with are relatively high-end. I thought of it, Huan recommended it to me before. It's just that those things at home are procured by maids, so I didn't buy them. Xu Mengyao patted her forehead. Suddenly I remembered this. This brand is worth investing in. Go and open a store. It may not be profitable in the short term, but in the long term, small profits but high sales are fine. Lin Yang opened his mouth with a smile. The main focus of Fenghua's brand is low prices and quality products. That is, small profits but quick turnover. It has the same effect as sweet honey milk tea. Then, it could likely replicate the success of sweet honey milk tea. Good. Then Fenghua. Xu Mengyao nodded heavily. Should I help you find some information and do some research? Lin Yang affectionately ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. Seeing his wife working so hard, he felt very gratified. Lin Yang, I want to try it myself first. I'll do it, and you can check it for me, okay? This time, a hint of fighting spirit even rose in Xu Mengyao's watery eyes. This made Lin Yang feel a little novel, and he was very supportive. Of course, no problem. He readily agreed. Then, Xu Mengyao continued to search for information. Lin Yang, on the other hand, simply organized the things he bought at the baby store that day. He took out the 2 dolls Xu Mengyao had chosen. Just then, Xingxing woke up groggily. He picked up the pink one first and placed it in front of Xingxing. Baby, look, this is a doll. It's a pink doll. Lin Yang held the doll and slowly moved it in front of Xingxing, whispering as he did so. At first, Xu Mengyao was still diligently researching. Soon, she was drawn to Lin Yang's actions. Lin Yang, what are you doing? She blinked, her face full of curiosity as she watched his movements. Aren't the babies still very young? Would they recognize these things? Babies are almost a month old, and now we need to start training their visual perception. Although their vision isn't fully developed yet, they can still see things within a certain distance. Lin Yang patiently explained to Xu Mengyao. So, if you get very close, the babies can see me too. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up instantly. She leaned closer in surprise. Yes. But for now, it's best to use these brightly colored toys. Slowly move them in front of the babies to attract their attention and train their visual tracking ability. Lin Yang nodded. Then he continued to slowly move the pink doll in front of Xingxing. At first, Xingxing seemed a little confused. But later, it was clear that her gaze had begun to follow Lin Yang's hand. Wow, the babies can really see. The babies are so amazing. Xu Mengyao was even more surprised by Xingxing's reaction. So she reached out and took the blue doll. Yun Yun, baby, look, this is a blue doll. She imitated Yun Yun, gently waving the doll in front of her. Sure enough, Yun Yun's gaze slowly followed. The two of them helped the babies practice their vision in this way. Ding, helping the baby train visual perception ability, rewarded with a god-level investment skill. In the following days, besides taking care of the baby, Lin Yang was preparing for the full moon banquet. There were only a few days left for the banquet. In addition to making invitations, he also had to arrange the seating of the guests and contact both sets of parents from time to discuss the things to do at the full moon banquet. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, was looking at investment opportunities. Although the shops had been selected, there was still a lot of information to search for. She had no experience in investment at all. She was learning from scratch and doing her homework thoroughly. Although both were very busy, they were always busy together. In the evenings, they would tacitly put everything aside and spend time with the baby, sleeping on the playmat. Finally, the weekend arrived, the day of the full moon celebration. Early in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xu Mengyao was already up and getting ready. She changed her clothes, put on makeup, and then kept checking, trying to see if anything was missing or if anything wasn't done properly. Yao Yao, we're going to the hotel soon. The full moon celebration was being held at a hotel, so they definitely needed to get there early. Lin Yang could tell Xu Mengyao was nervous, so he took her hand, stopping her from checking the things she'd already looked at dozens of times. Lin Yang, I'm scared. I'm so nervous. Xu Mengyao's face fell, feeling her heart pounding. I'm here. He specially chose a purple bow tie to match Xu Mengyao's attire. Xu Mengyao's face fell when she saw the suit color. Such an important occasion. But her eyes lit up when she saw the purple tie. Let's go, Lin Yang said. The two of them, each pushing a baby stroller, headed to the hotel. Along the way, Xu Mengyao was extremely nervous, constantly taking deep breaths. Lin Yang, maybe I shouldn't go. She couldn't help but want to back out. She looked at Lin Yang pitifully, feeling a little guilty. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. And with me and the baby by your side the whole time, what's there to be afraid of? Lin Yang's voice was soft, yet it gave Xu Mengyao immense strength. Then let's hurry. Xu Mengyao's face was still a little droopy. She quickened her pace. Why are you walking so fast? Lin Yang followed behind her, a smile on his face. I'm afraid if we walk too slowly, I'll regret it. Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled. Her tone was extremely sincere, almost making Lin Yang burst out laughing. So the two quickened their pace. Fortunately, the restaurant wasn't far. Soon, they arrived. Oh dear, Xiaoyao and Xiaolin, why are you two so late? Come on over and get ready, we still have to greet the guests later. By the way, let us elders look after the baby for now. It was still early morning. Unexpectedly, both sets of parents had arrived. They were already waiting at the door. Seeing the two arrive late, they hurriedly took the two strollers and took the baby away. But, alright, you two go ahead, we'll take care of things here, don't worry. Before Xu Mengyao could say anything, she was interrupted by her mother and could only shut her mouth. And so, half-heartedly, she followed Lin Yang to the restaurant entrance. It's so early, will anyone really come? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang doubtfully. She felt both sets of parents were being a little too cautious. It's so early, surely not. Coming to pick someone up at this hour? Wouldn't that just be making them stand here as punishment? Perhaps, among so many people, there are always a few who stand out. Lin Yang smiled and looked to his left. Chao walked along the sidewalk, kicking pebbles as he went. He leisurely arrived at the hotel entrance. Just as he looked up, he saw Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao. Brother Yang, congratulations on your baby's 1-month celebration. The last time I saw the baby was when he was just born, time really flies. Chao immediately moved closer to Lin Yang. Hello, sister-in-law, long time no see. Then he politely greeted Xu Mengyao. Thank you for helping so much. Xu Mengyao thought that Chao had helped renovate their house. Although Lin Yang had paid for it, It must have taken a lot of effort to renovate it like that. Although she was a little nervous, she couldn't be impolite. She quickly thanked him. He'd helped so much? This sentence completely baffled Chow. What help had he given him? He had no recollection of it at all. Had he been too busy with work lately and his memory had deteriorated? Chow racked his brains, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Help? What exactly? Yeah, Chowzi, you were a huge help. Lin Yang quickly gestured to his pocket. Chow suddenly realized. So, it really was the money he had given him that had made a difference. He knew it. Both the school beauty and Yang Guo had only recently graduated. They probably didn't have much money. Although he had eaten instant noodles for a month after giving that money, it was worth it for his brother. It's nothing, sister-in-law, you don't know how much Yang Guo took care of us in the dorm. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to write this thesis, and I would have failed my previous exams long ago. Chow remembered Lin Yang's kindness. He talked on and on about it, showing no intention of coming in. A little while later, two familiar faces appeared. Weren't these Lin Fan and Zhang Chang? The four of them used to share a dorm. Lin Yang and Chow were the closest, but the others were also good friends. Yang Ji, when the hell did you manage to snag the school beauty? You kept us all in the dark. Speaking of which, the whole school's buzzing about this. I think you're in for a tough time defending your thesis. The two men crowded around, each pulling out a red envelope. While not particularly thick, it was still a considerable sum for a student. Don't be so formal. We're just here for the good news, no need for red envelopes. Lin Yang waved his hand, not intending to accept. Chow, however, readily took both envelopes. Hey Yang Ji, you can't be so concerned with saving face. You're short on cash, take these for now. We can always give some back to the brothers when you've made a fortune. Chow recalled Lin Yang's earlier actions. He figured Lin Yang was definitely short on money but too embarrassed to ask. So he took the initiative and stuffed all three of Lin Fan and Zhang Chang's red envelopes, plus his own, into Lin Yang's hands. No wonder people say that once you tell a lie, you have to tell countless more to cover it up. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. He could only accept the red envelopes. Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Yang, you're so lucky. Brother Yang, can you share some tips with us? How did you manage to win over the school beauty? We're all still single, let alone the school beauty or the class beauty. Zhang Chang and Lin Fan were still egging him on. Xu Mengyao felt even more embarrassed. Wasn't this something she initiated? I've just shown my personal charm. You guys still have a long way to go. Lin Yang just laughed and joked with everyone. Some things weren't convenient to say too explicitly. Alright, you guys go in quickly. They're all labeled on the table, just find them. After a few casual words, Lin Yang quickly ushered his brothers into the house. The area in front of the restaurant has returned to quiet. Yao Yao, are you nervous? Lin Yang asked considerately. He had been concerned about Xu Mengyao's physical condition. Social anxiety was making this kind of activity too strenuous. Just now, he felt Xu Mengyao gripping his hand tightly, her little hand squeezing hard. She must have been nervous. I'm much better, Xu Mengyao shook her head, leaning against Lin Yang. It all felt like a dream. This was their baby's 1-month celebration. They had to welcome so many guests. If it were before, she would have collapsed. But standing beside Lin Yang, a strength welled up inside her. It seemed like none of this was so scary anymore. As long as it was him, it didn't matter where they were. Not long after, Chen Tingting arrived as well. She was wearing a white short skirt today, looking like she had dressed up carefully. She was even more demure than usual. However, her composure crumbled as soon as she opened her mouth. Hey, your baby's already a month old, and I don't even have a boyfriend. It's tough being a counselor. Chen Tingting sighed. She was a few years older than Lin Yang and the others. She had no shortage of suitors before. But because of her personality, over time, she ended up just being friends with all of them. As a result, she's still single. Seeing her students already having children, she cried. Don't worry, Tingji, one day you'll meet someone blind to your looks. Lin Yan also joked with a smile. You really don't know how to talk. Although I can't compare to Yao Yao, I'm still a pretty girl. Chen Tingting rolled her eyes. But when she looked at Xu Mengyao, a smile instantly appeared on her face. Yao Yao, don't be polite when dealing with this kind of person. Just dump everything on him. Work him out. Chen Tingting earnestly instructed Xu Mengyao. Tingji, hurry up and go in, don't corrupt our Yao Yao. Lin Yan pulled Xu Mengyao into his arms. Not giving Chen Tingting a chance, he continued. Yao Yao, let's talk in detail next time. I'll teach you even more tricks. Before going in, Chen Tingting called out to Xu Mengyao. Hearing this, even Xu Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yang, your advisor is so interesting. Xu Mengyao slowly felt the kindness from Chen Tingting. Although she always talked a lot when she came over, she never did anything excessive. And she would leave after warming up the atmosphere, never making anyone feel awkward. It seemed that all of Lin Yang's friends were like this. Xu Mengyao suddenly felt less scared. Don't pay attention to them, they're all bad friends. Lin Yan laughed. At this moment, relatives came over one by one. Everyone was very enthusiastic, asking all sorts of questions. This was the situation Xu Mengyao found most difficult to handle. Lin Yang's friends never asked too many questions, they would just joke around and go inside. But these relatives never knew restraint. They wanted to ask about everything. Fortunately, Lin Yang always handled it well, slowly getting all the neighbors satisfied and letting them go inside. After a while, a girl wearing a white tank top and a red skirt walked over. This girl seemed to have a fiery personality. Her short, neat hair, paired with black boots, made her stand out. When Lin Yang saw this girl, he was a little confused. This wasn't his friend, and he didn't even know her. As for his parents, they probably wouldn't know a girl like this either. Could she be Xu Mengyao friend? But the girl in front of him looked completely different from Xu Mengyao. Could he have gone to the wrong place? Lin Yang wondered to himself. At this moment, the girl in front of him quickly took a few steps and came up to Xu Mengyao. Xiao Yao, why didn't you tell me about something this big sooner? I don't even know if your boyfriend is reliable or not. You've already gotten your marriage certificate. You're so worrying. The girl looked concerned, even a little reproachful. Huan, Lin Yang is really good to me. I'm so happy. Xu Mengyao took Lin Yang's hand. Their fingers intertwined. Standing side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, quite eye-catching. You're so naive, you've never been in the real world before. Who knows if you've been deceived? These men these days are very good at pretending. Maybe he's just putting on a good act, waiting for his true colors to be revealed later. Yu Huan sighed. When have you ever been so impulsive before? I'm really afraid you'll get hurt. And you two even have a child. How could you be so careless? Yu Huan was naturally a carefree person. She had just arrived and didn't know Lin Yan well. Her face was full of vigilance. After all, as Xu Mengyao's only good friend, she had never heard of her dating before. When she heard about it again, she was already married and had a child. No matter how she thought about it, it didn't make sense. She was genuinely worried, afraid that Xu Mengyao was too naive and would be deceived. Huan, come to my house in a couple of days, okay? Today is the baby's 1-month celebration, you should go inside first. Xu Mengyao was a little nervous. She really hadn't expected Huan to start scolding her right away. She wondered if Lin Yang would be angry about this. She quickly called Yu Huan inside. Okay then. I really should go over and check on things properly in a few days. Yu Huan reluctantly nodded. Inside the restaurant. Lin Yang, Huan has a rather fiery temper. She doesn't have a problem with you. She's been my only friend since childhood, and she's really protective of me. The reason she's like this is just because she's afraid I'll get hurt. Xu Mengyao was really nervous. She rarely spoke so much. This time, she was afraid Lin Yang would misunderstand and get angry over this. After all, Yu Huan's temper was really explosive. Sometimes, before you even have a chance to understand someone, they've already lost their temper. It's okay, I actually think it's great that you have a sister like this. The most lacking thing in life is a true, close friend. It's not easy to have one like this. Lin Yang smiled. He had seen Yu Huan's behavior. And could sense it. Although Yu Huan had a fiery temper, ultimately she wasn't looking for trouble, she was just worried about her friend. Aren't you angry? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang in surprise. Why would I be angry? I love you, and I hope you have good friends around you. Lin Yang's smile deepened. He comforted Xu Mengyao in a low voice. Hearing this, the previously tense Xu Mengyao finally felt relieved. Her heart slowly settled back into her chest, and a smile returned to her face. Lin Yang, she whispered, pressing close to Lin Yan, when Huan gets here, I'll definitely let her know how good you are. The guests had been greeted quite a bit. The two returned to the banquet hall. 5 tables were already full. Everyone was chatting and laughing. The parents of both sides were by the baby's side. Old Lin, you two are so lucky, having twins all at once. You bet. You're really lucky. Old Shu, I'm so envious. Please give us some good luck so we can have twins too. Countless relatives were teasing the baby, all expressing their amazement. Twins, and twins of different kinds at that. How many people dream of this? Listening to these people coming over to congratulate them and their envious words, both sets of parents couldn't stop smiling. Although they kept saying it was nothing, their smiles were harder to suppress than an AK. As the dishes were served, the full moon banquet officially began. Lin Yang and Xu Mangyao were about to toast everyone, but Lin Yang poured coconut juice directly into her glass. Lin Yang, isn't that impolite? Xu Mangyao never drinks alcohol, but her upbringing made her very particular about etiquette. Since it was time to toast, drinking coconut juice would be somewhat disrespectful. You still need to feed the baby, so you definitely can't drink alcohol. Don't worry, I'm here, let me handle the drinking. Lin Yang smiled and took it upon himself. They hadn't invited too many guests this time. And Lin Yang's own alcohol tolerance was quite good. He wasn't really worried about that. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded and answered softly. She felt sweet inside. The school beauty is really pretty, no wonder she's so many people's goddess. Before the toast even reached Xiao's table, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh from afar. Come on, brother, stop looking, we're all out of luck. Xiao immediately countered. The school beauty is pretty, but she belongs to Lin Yang. Of course I know, I'm just amazed at how this kid gets things done so quietly. We're all still busy finishing our papers, and he's already won over the school beauty. Lin Fan and Zhang Chang were both amazed. Just how efficient is Lin Yang? He's incredible. By this time, Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang had already toasted 3 tables. Many of Xu Mengyao's relatives were there, all of them quite wealthy. Everyone couldn't help but chat a bit more, and it was easy to drink a little more. Xu Mengyao disliked this kind of scene. She disliked this kind of socializing even more. Seeing Lin Yang down one glass after another, she became extremely nervous. Lin Yang, is this really okay? Xu Mengyao frowned, her face full of worry. It's fine. Lin Yang nodded. Luckily, he had a high alcohol tolerance, otherwise he might not have been able to hold on. After drinking at these 5 tables, everyone was a little half full. Afterwards, everyone ate, drank, chatted, and laughed. The happiest people at this full moon banquet were undoubtedly the parents of both sides. This was a chance to introduce the twins to friends and family. Although not many people came this time, word spread quickly. They were eager for more and more people to know. Ding, congratulations to the host for celebrating the baby's 1-month birthday. A Ferrari F8 is awarded as a reward. The car is parked in the garage, and the keys are in the host's pocket. At this moment, Lin Yang heard the familiar voice in his mind again. A Ferrari F8. This was considered an entry-level supercar. The total price would be around 3 to 4 million. Now the system was giving it away directly. It was quite generous. Although the only drawback was that the car only had 2 seats, there was also a minivan. They could use the minivan when going out together, and the sports car would be comfortable for just the 2 of them. Xu Mengyao. Lin Yang smiled slightly upon hearing the reward. Come on, let's shave the baby's hair. The photographer is all ready. Babies, you're finally growing up. By this time, everyone was basically full and satisfied. So both sets of parents took over the scene. The 2 babies were held in the arms of Lin's mother and Xu's mother. 2 baby chairs were already placed nearby. Here, it's a tradition to shave the baby's hair during their 1-month celebration. They had specially hired a professional barber to wait. The 2 babies were placed in the baby chairs, their eyes darting around, full of curios. Ity. Lin Yang, time flies. The babies are already a month old. Xu Mengyao watched the barber shave the baby's hair. This signified that the babies had left infancy and entered the growth stage. Friends and relatives enthusiastically participated. Watching all this, Xu Mengyao felt a little empty inside. So fast. In a daze, this difficult postpartum period was over. The babies were already a month old. It all felt like a dream. Yes, after having babies, life is fulfilling, and time naturally flies. Lin Yang also looked at the 2 babies, a doting smile on his face. These were his 2 little darlings. So what do you think the children will do when they grow up? Lin Yang, do you have any expectations for the children? Xu Mengyao blinked, looking at Lin Yang curiously. She seemed to have never had any wishes, but she really wanted to know Lin Yang's. I hope the children are happy. Whatever they choose in the future, I will support them. As parents, all we can do is let them have a carefree life. Lin Yang smiled expectantly. He knew nothing about the children's future either. But whatever they chose, he wouldn't interfere. These words were a shock to Xu Mengyao. From a young age, although her parents weren't around, the most common thing Xu Mengyao heard on the phone was their hope that she could study hard and make them proud. She felt burdened by her parents' expectations and always lived a tiring life. She always thought all children were like that. Hearing Lin Yang's words, she suddenly realized that children could also live a carefree and happy life. There was no need for them to bear so much at such a young age. Xu Mengyao's eyes flickered, as if she understood something. Yao Yao, what's wrong? Lin Yang noticed Xu Mengyao hadn't spoken for a while, so he turned his head to look at her. Lin Yang, if only I had met you sooner. Xu Mengyao nestled in Lin Yang's arms, her voice soft. Lin Yang simply rubbed her head. It's not too late now. There's still most of your life ahead of you. By this time, the baby's baby hair had almost been shaved off. Lin's mother and Xu's mother were both happy and moved, their eyes filled with tears. They chatted with the babies and relatives. The relatives were still chatting, and both families were talking animatedly. The entire banquet hall was quite lively, but Xu Mengyao felt out of place. She was also happy that the babies were growing up. But facing so many people in such a celebration, she still felt very uncomfortable. If only she had a choice. She preferred to have a simple celebration at home for the babies. Yao Yao, do you want to go out and play? Lin Yang asked softly. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up. Really? But it's not over yet. She had long wanted to leave. There were too many people, and the atmosphere was rather dull. Most of them were strangers, and she wasn't good at chatting. She was just worried about being impolite, so she had been forcing herself to stay. She was overjoyed that Lin Yang was actually going to take her outside. It's okay, I'll go tell Mom and Dad. Lin Yang winked at Xu Mengyao, then quickly whispered something in his mother's ear. Before his mother could react, he pulled Xu Mengyao outside. Although she was full of curiosity, her trust prevented her from asking any questions. They arrived at the underground parking garage. Now, Xu Mengyao couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Lin Yang, didn't we not drive here? And you've been drinking. Xu Mengyao blinked. Had Lin Yang drunk too much? I did drink, but you didn't. Lin Yang took out his keys and pressed a button. The headlights of a bright red Ferrari F8 lit up in front of them. What's this? Xu Mengyao was stunned. Lin Yang's car was clearly that minivan. What was going on? It's new. This car is for you. You can drive it whenever you want to go out. Of course, you can take me with you too. Lin Yang said as he handed the car keys to Xu Mengyao. During their previous conversation, Xu Mengyao had mentioned that she had a driver's license, but had never driven a car before. Lin Yang had remembered this. This just happened to be a good opportunity. So he simply gave the car to Xu Mengyao. Is this really for me? For a moment, Xu Mengyao was a little surprised, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her face was full of shock. She really couldn't believe it. Even though her family was very wealthy, she still couldn't help but be shocked every time she saw Lin Yang bring something new. Lin Yang. He was truly outstanding. Of course it's for you. Lin Yang smiled and directly put the car keys into Xu Mengyao's hand. How about it, miss, would you like to take me for a drive by the sea? After handing it over, he asked very seriously. Yes. Xu Mengyao answered almost immediately. This was the first time she had ever sat in the driver's seat when she went out with Lin Yang. It felt very strange. Lin Yang, I ain't driven in a long time. Are you really willing to trust my skills? Touching the steering wheel after so long, Xu Mengyao felt like everything was a lifetime ago. She turned her head to look at Lin Yang. It had been a really long time. So long that she herself felt nervous. She almost couldn't believe herself. What if she encountered danger while driving and couldn't handle it properly? I completely trust you. Yao Yao is the best driver. Lin Yang sat in the passenger seat, appearing completely calm and without a trace of worry. He was the complete opposite of Xu Mengyao. It was precisely because of Lin Yang's unconditional trust that Xu Mengyao felt she had the courage to drive to the beach. Lin Yang turned on the navigation. Xu Mengyao started the car and began driving directly according to the navigation. She drove very slowly, but very steadily. The journey that should have taken half an hour took almost an hour. By the time they reached the beach, it was evening. A summer dusk. The sea breeze carried a faint salty scent, blowing away the daytime heat. The waves lapped against the beach with a soothing sound. The sun set, and the sky was dyed golden. The clouds turned a vibrant orange-red, as if set ablaze, their reflections shimmering on the sea. So beautiful, Xu Mengyao exclaimed, stopping the car. The two got out and walked along the beach. Her long dress trailed on the sand, stained with dust, but they seemed oblivious. Lin Yang even took off his shoes and considerately removed Xu Mengyao's high heels. It was evening now, and the sand wasn't so hot anymore, just right for stepping on. Is this our first real date? They asked, sitting side by side on the beach, watching the waves rise and fall. Xu Mengyao couldn't help but sigh. She had just called Lin Yang over to take care of their child. Up until now, the two new parents had focused almost all their energy on their baby, barely paying attention to themselves. They had never had a date like this before. The beach was truly warm, a sanctuary for couples. Xu Mengyao cherished this date especially. The babies will grow up eventually. We can have more dates too. Lin Yang pulled Xu Mengyao into his arms. The two watched the sunset together, enjoying the moment and their intimate time together. Although they enjoyed it, they didn't dare linger too long. They stayed by the sea for a while, enjoying the breeze and their intimate time before heading home. After all, Xingxing was always the most attached to Lin Yang. Every night before bed, she needed him to tell her a story, otherwise she would cry incessantly. She was definitely a master of coaxing. Sometimes Xu Mengyao would feel envious. Her daughter was even better at coaxing than she was. It was just a pity that she, as the mother, couldn't compete with her. Each unit in this large apartment had 2 garages. They parked the new car in the garage as well. The two went upstairs. When did you two move to a new house? You didn't even tell your parents beforehand. But this house is much better than the old one. Lin's father came over as soon as he heard the door open. This was the address Lin Yang had sent them on the way. When he saw the address, the couple were still a little puzzled. Hadn't they just bought the previous house? Why were they suddenly moving again? Arriving at the new house, they were also surprised. It was a large, single-level apartment. From the location and the decor of the complex to the interior design, everything was quite high-end. This kind of house must have cost a fortune. We were thinking that Yao Yao's parents and you might come over in the future, so we moved to a house that could accommodate everyone, Lin Yang explained with a smile. Just then, stop talking, come and comfort Xingxing. It was inevitable. Lin's mother, looking flustered, carried Xingxing out of the room. She had been trying to comfort her for over 10 minutes, but to no avail. Xingxing seemed determined to be comforted only by Lin Yang. No one else could do anything. Let me do it, Lin Yang quickly took Xingxing. Xingxing, did you miss your dad? Daddy's back now, isn't he? Lin Yang comforted Xingxing as he carried her back into the room. At this moment, Lin's mother pulled Xu Mengyao to sit on the sofa. Yao Yao, I see you two have a kitten. Was it Lin Yang's idea again? That kid has loved these things since he was little. If you don't like it, just tell Mom, and Mom will help you deal with it. Lin's mother had seen the rattle. She knew her son had loved cats and dogs since he was little. Just because her son liked it didn't mean her daughter-in-law liked it too. She was worried that Xu Mengyao might have objections. After all, the two of them had a baby. Having a kitten might be inconvenient. Mom! Xu Mengyao still felt a little awkward calling her that, but she still said it. I also really like kittens. Lin Yang and I decided to buy the rat, Lu together. Although filled with curiosity, her trust prevented her from asking a single question. They arrived at the underground parking garage. Now, Xu Mengyao couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Lin Yang, didn't we not drive here? And you've been drinking. Xu Mengyao blinked. Had Lin Yang drunk too much? I did drink, but you didn't. Lin Yang took out his keys and pressed a button. The headlights of a bright red Ferrari F8 lit up. What's this? Xu Mengyao was stunned. Lin Yang's car was clearly that minivan. What was going on? It's new. This car is for you. You can drive it whenever you want to go out, and of course, you can take me with you. Lin Yang said, handing the car keys to Xu Mengyao. During their previous conversation, Xu Mengyao had mentioned that she had a driver's license, but had never driven before. Lin Yang had remembered this. This just happened to be a good opportunity. So he simply gave the car to Xu Mengyao. Is this really for me? For a moment, Xu Mengyao was a little surprised, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her face was full of shock. She really couldn't believe it. Even though her family was very wealthy, she still couldn't help but be shocked every time she saw Lin Yang bring something new. Lin Yang. He was truly outstanding. Of course it's for you. Lin Yang smiled and directly put the car keys into Xu Menyao's hand. How about it, miss, would you like to take me for a drive by the sea? After handing it over, he asked very seriously. Yes. Xu Mengyao answered almost immediately. This was the first time she had ever sat in the driver's seat when she went out with Lin Yang. It felt very strange. Lin Yang, I haven't driven in a long time. Are you really willing to trust my skills? Touching the steering wheel after so long, Xu Mengyao felt like everything was a lifetime ago. She turned her head to look at Lin Yang. It had been a really long time. So long that she herself felt nervous. She almost couldn't believe herself. What if she encountered danger while driving and couldn't handle it properly? I completely trust you. Yao Yao is the best driver. Lin Yang sat in the passenger seat, appearing completely calm and without a trace of worry. He was the complete opposite of Xu Mengyao. It was precisely because of Lin Yang's unconditional trust that Xu Mengyao felt she had the courage to drive to the beach. Lin Yang turned on the navigation. Xu Mengyao started the car and began driving directly according to the navigation. She drove very slowly, but very steadily. The journey that should have taken half an hour took almost an hour. By the time they reached the beach, it was evening. A summer dusk. The sea breeze carried a faint salty scent, blowing away the daytime heat. The waves lapped against the beach with a soothing sound. The sun set, and the sky was dyed golden. The clouds turned a vibrant orange-red, as if set ablaze, their reflections shimmering on the sea. So beautiful, Xu Mengyao exclaimed, stopping the car. The two got out and walked along the beach. Her long dress trailed on the sand, stained with dust, but they seemed oblivious. Lin Yang even took off his shoes and considerately removed Xu Mengyao's high heels. It was evening now, and the sand wasn't so hot anymore, just right for stepping on. Is this our first real date? They asked, sitting side by side on the beach, watching the waves rise and fall. Xu Mengyao couldn't help but sigh. She had just called Lin Yang over to take care of their child. Up until now, the two new parents had focused almost all their energy on their baby, barely paying attention to themselves. They had never had a date like this before. The beach was truly warm, a sanctuary for couples. Xu Mengyao cherished this date especially. The babies will grow up eventually. We can have more dates too. Lin Yang pulled Xu Mengyao into his arms. The two watched the sunset together, enjoying the moment and their intimate time together. Although they enjoyed it, they didn't dare linger too long. They stayed by the sea for a while, enjoying the breeze and their intimate time before heading home. After all, Xingxing was always the most attached to Lin Yang. Every night before bed, she needed him to tell her a story, otherwise she would cry incessantly. She was definitely a master of coaxing. Sometimes Xu Mengyao would feel envious. Her daughter was even better at coaxing than she was. It was just a pity that she, as the mother, couldn't compete with her. Each unit in this large apartment had 2 garages. They parked the new car in the garage as well. The two went upstairs. When did you two move to a new house? You didn't even tell your parents beforehand. But this house is much better than the old one. Lin's father came over as soon as he heard the door open. This was the address Lin Yang had sent them on the way. When he saw the address, the couple were still a little poos. Zled, hadn't they just bought the previous house? Why were they suddenly moving again? Arriving at the new house, they were also surprised. It was a large, single-level apartment. From the location and the decor of the complex to the interior design, everything was quite high-end. This kind of house must have cost a fortune. We were thinking that Yao Yao's parents and you might come over in the future, so we moved to a house that could accommodate everyone, Lin Yang explained with a smile. Just then, stop talking, come and comfort Xingxing. It was inevitable. Lin's mother, looking flustered, carried Xingxing out of the room. She had been trying to comfort her for over 10 minutes, but to no avail. Xingxing seemed determined to be comforted only by Lin Yang. No one else could do anything. Let me do it, Lin Yang quickly took Xingxing. Xingxing, did you miss your dad? Daddy's back now, isn't he? Lin Yang comforted Xingxing as he carried her back into the room. At this moment, Lin's mother pulled Xu Mengyao to sit on the sofa. Yao Yao, I see you two have a kitten. Was it Lin Yang's idea again? That kid has loved these things since he was little. If you don't like it, just tell Mom, and Mom will help you deal with it. Lin's mother had seen the rattle. She knew her son had loved cats and dogs since he was little. Just because her son liked it didn't mean her daughter-in-law liked it too. She was worried that Xu Mengyao might have objections. After all, the two of them had a baby. Having a kitten might be inconvenient. Mom! Xu Mengyao still felt a little awkward calling her that, but she still said it. I also really like kittens. Lin Yang and I decided to buy the rattle together. Xu Mengyao explained. She hadn't expected Lin Yang to like cats so much. No wonder he went straight to the pet store and bought the rattle without hesitation. Is that so? Since you two like it, I won't say anything more. Yao Yao, remember, Mom will always be your strong support. You can tell me anything. Lin's mother was very understanding. Since they both liked it, she naturally didn't need to say anything more. However, she really liked Xu Mengyao more and more. This daughter-in-law didn't talk much, but she was simple, cute, and kind. Her voice was always soft and gentle, making people feel sorry for her. Thank you, Mom. Lin Yang is really good to me. Xu Mengyao didn't want Lin's mother to misunderstand. Since being with Lin Yang, she felt like she had changed a lot. Before, let alone this, even sitting on the sofa chatting with someone, or even just sitting, would make her feel uncomfortable. She would try her best to avoid it. At most, she would just sit with Huan Huan and exchange a few words occasionally. But now, even when attending the full moon banquet, she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. At that time, all she could think about was Lin Yang. She didn't even have time to be nervous. That's good. It's more important for you two to be happy. After chatting with her daughter-in-law, Lin's mother felt much more relaxed. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. Just then, Xingxing had already fallen asleep. Lin Yang also came out of the baby's room. Mom, why don't you let Yao Yao go change her clothes first? Seeing Lin's mother and Xu Mengyao sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting about life, Lin Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His mother just loved to chat and talk, and she really liked Xu Mengyao. So much so that she hadn't even had time to change her clothes before they started chatting. Look at my memory. Yao Yao, go change into your pajamas. Lin's mother slapped her forehead. Only then did she suddenly remember that Xu Mengyao was still wearing a dress and must be uncomfortable. So she said with self-reproach. Xu Mengyao nodded and went back to her room to change. Lin Yang went to the nursery to look after the baby. Only Lin's mother and Lin Yang remained in the room. Son, don't think I'm being nosy. I still want to tell you, you absolutely can't spend money recklessly. I don't know how much spare money you have right now, but you still have 2 babies to raise. The expenses for these children will be considerable in the future, and there are also school district housing and other such costs. You need to have spare money for both of you. Don't buy things you don't need to buy for now, and don't be so extravagant. Lin's mother sighed. The reason she said this was because of the house. The house was truly luxurious. They both thought so too. Their son being able to afford such a house made them both very proud, and they even wanted to show it off. However, they still had 2 babies to raise. If they spent money recklessly and without restraint, how would they support the babies in the future? Mom, I know. Don't worry, Yao Yao is actually planning to invest in something too. Then we'll both have income, so you don't have to worry about money. Knowing his mother's words were out of concern, Lin Yang smiled and said, Yao Yao just finished her postpartum period, don't overwork her. Making money isn't that important, she needs to recover first. Lin's mother quickly added, I won't let her be too busy. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Lin Yang nodded. He had already thought of these things. Although there was an investment to be made, he couldn't let Xu Mengyao be too busy. That's good. By the way, son, do you have time to come to our hometown for a couple of days? Your dad and I have both taken leave. We plan to rest for a while and let the babies go back to see the relatives. This time, the baby's 1-month celebration wasn't a big affair. There were only 5 tables. Many relatives and friends didn't come. Lin's parents were known for their good relationships in the village. Everyone was eager to see Lin Yang's twins when they heard he was pregnant. Lin's mother even suggested the babies go to the countryside for a couple of days. Sure, but it'll have to be tomorrow afternoon. The babies are only a month old. They need to get vaccinated tomorrow. Lin Yang thought for a moment. He had planned everything in advance, and the hospital appointments were already made. Getting the vaccines on time was definitely the best thing to do. No problem, let's go back today then. We still need to tell our relatives and prepare. You can come over tomorrow when you're done. Lin's parents beamed. It was wonderful to see their babies meet their family and friends. That's fine too. By the way, I need to discuss this with Yao Yao. Lin Yang nodded. That's true. If it's inconvenient for Yao Yao, a couple of days is fine too. Lin's mother agreed. Alright, you two hurry up and take care of the baby while mom cooks for you. We'll leave after we finish making lunch. Lin's mother pushed Lin Yang directly into the baby's room, while she took over the kitchen. At this moment, Lin's father also ran into the kitchen to help. Why did Dad run so fast? Xu Mengyao blinked. It felt like the two of them had just arrived at the baby's room, and Lin's father seemed to have dashed over in a flash. This is the result of Mom's years of training. Lin Yang chuckled. Although Xu Mengyao didn't quite understand, she still nodded. Yao Yao, how about we go to our hometown after the babies get their vaccinations tomorrow? My parents also want the baby to meet their relatives. Lin Yang didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Will there be a lot of people? Xu Mengyao was still a little nervous and couldn't help but ask. There should be quite a few, but we're all family and friends. And with me here, if you feel unwell, just go back inside immediately. Lin Yang gently ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair, as if to give her strength. Okay, I'll try my best. To make everyone like me. Xu Mengyao seemed to have made a difficult decision. She nodded vigorously, looking full of enthusiasm. You don't have to do anything, everyone will love you. Our Yao Yao is so cute, who wouldn't like her? Xu Mengyao's adorable expression deepened Lin Yang's smile, and he couldn't help but show even more doting affection. At this moment, Xu Mengyao seemed to suddenly remember something. She slapped her forehead. Lin Yang, wait for me. After saying this, she ran to the master bedroom. This was the first time he had seen Xu Mengyao so energetic. It was quite a contrast. After a while, Xu Mengyao returned to the nursery. But this time, she was carrying a thick notebook. These are my notes on Fenghua. Xu Mengyao is very serious about her work. Since she said she would try, she started organizing her notes early on, afraid of missing anything. She hadn't shown them to Lin Yang the past 2 days because she was busy with her baby's 1-month celebration. Now that the celebration is finally over, she can finally show them to Lin Yang. Lin Yang took the notes. At the same time, he used his God-level investment skill. The system only rewarded him this once. He also wanted to see if his predictions were accurate. In his opinion, Fenghua is definitely a very promising investment. Perhaps it won't earn too much in the short term. But in the long run, it will definitely be a hot brand. After all, it's a domestic product, and the products are of high quality. It has hardly raised prices over the years. Just based on these points, Fenghua only needs marketing to take off. However, these are all just Lin Yang's guesses. He is, after all, a recent graduate. Although he has his own analysis, he is not entirely certain. Ding, God-level investment skill activated. Brand, Fenghua. Suggested franchise amount, 500,000, profit time, 1 week later. Store profit, 600,000/month in the first month, 200,000/month in the second month. Everything on the God-level investment system is displayed very clearly. The suggested franchise amount is 500,000. You can earn 600,000 in the first month. Even after that, you can have a stable income of around 200,000 per month. Perhaps it can't compare to those who are extremely wealthy, but with 2 stores combined, the monthly income can reach 500,000, which means they are in the group with an annual income of over 5 million. Daily food and drink are definitely not a problem. Raising children is also no problem at all. As for Lin Yang, the most surprising thing is that his guess was correct. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. Fenghua is indeed a worthwhile investment. He just didn't expect that the first opportunity would be in just 1 week. It seems that he really needs to speed things up. What do you think, Lin Yang? If possible, I'll do some more research and open a franchise store this month. Xu Mengyao stood beside Lin Yang, looking like a nervous elementary school student. Her notes resembled an exam paper, and she didn't know how many points she would get. She was also afraid Lin Yang would find her clumsy. Yao Yao, the things you found are great, and they're all pretty similar. However, if it's within this month, it's still a bit too late. Investing in a franchise like Fenghua is best done as early as possible. Lin Yang knew this himself. Opportunities sometimes come and go suddenly. If you catch them, you can make a fortune. If you miss them, you might even lose money. So the advice from the investment expert was correct. He naturally followed it. Is it really that urgent? But I'm afraid. Xu Mengyao was, after all, a socially awkward person. Investing in a shop was no easy task, especially since she had no prior experience. She would also have to contact various parties afterward. Just thinking about it terrified her. She was both afraid and excited. I believe in you, Yao Yao. If you feel uncomfortable doing anything, just tell me, and I'll fix it. Lin Yang smiled. He had always trusted Xu Mengyao, and now was no exception. I will definitely work hard. Xu Mengyao wanted to achieve something on her own. Only then would she be more qualified to stand beside Lin Yang. So this time, she hoped to rely on herself, even without Lin Yang's help. Tomorrow I'll take the babies to get their vaccinations, and you should organize these things carefully. When I get back, I'll go with you to contact those shops. In Xu Mengyao's notebook, there happened to be a shop for sale. The price was around 600,000. Lin Yang glanced at it. The location was actually quite good. However, the business hadn't yet reached its peak, so the income was mediocre, making it difficult to sustain. As long as I can negotiate the price down to 500,000, and then buy it, that'll be perfect. I'll go over tomorrow to finish the negotiations, sign the contract, and then I can go straight back to my hometown. When I come back, the market will be booming. So fast. But I will definitely work hard. Xu Mengyao felt like she was dreaming. From the moment she started thinking about making some investments until now, in just a few days, everything was already settled. Since being with Lin Yang, time has become incredibly precious. Her efficiency in everything she does has also increased. She's been adapting to this pace of life. Lin Yang still affectionately ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by his mother's loud voice. Come and eat quickly. Whatever it is, wait until we finish eating. Lin's mother's voice was loud and full of energy. Lin Yang quickly pulled Xu Mengyao into the living room. Your dad and I have already bought the tickets. We'll leave after we finish eating, hurry back and pack up. Wait until tomorrow afternoon, then you two can stay more comfortably. They had barely sat down when Lin's mother started her endless chatter. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang exchanged a glance. They weren't annoyed at all, instead, they felt a little happy. To still have someone nagging them at their age, wasn't that a kind of luck? Okay, Mom. But are you sure you don't want to come back with us? It'll be such a hassle to take a bus. Lin Yang had actually been advocating that his parents come back with them. It was a minivan, big enough anyway. Besides, even if it wasn't big enough, his dad could drive the minivan while he and Xu Mengyao drove the sports car. It would be the same. However, his parents weren't willing. The neighbors are all waiting, we need to tell them the good news quickly. Besides, there's still a lot of stuff in our village that hasn't been packed yet. Your dad and I still need to pack it properly tomorrow. The babies are going soon, we need to give them a good environment. Lin's mother smiled broadly, clearly looking forward to it. She seemed to already imagine the babies arriving in the village tomorrow. That's fine, I'll take you to the station later. Lin Yang nodded, saying nothing more. The meal was lively with Lin's parents present. The babies were very cooperative, eating and drinking their fill before going to sleep without any crying. After the meal, Lin Yang quickly took his parents to catch the bus. Xu Mengyao stayed by the baby's side, checking the door every now and then. An hour later, Lin Yang returned. Xu Mengyao heard the door open and practically ran to the door. I missed you, she said, her voice slightly muffled. She buried her face in Lin Yang's embrace. Lin Yang's shoulders were broad and strong, giving Xu Mengyao a strong sense of security. The weight she had been carrying finally lifted. Sweetie, I'm back now, aren't I? Lin Yang knew that Xu Mengyao had been anxious all day at the full moon celebration, and was still a little vulnerable. He had rushed back after seeing his parents off, and sure enough, he had just returned to find his little darling nestled in his arms. He was both adorable and heartbreaking. Lin Yang, we'll stay together for a very, very long time, right? Xu Mengyao nestled comfortably in Lin Yang's arms. Lin Yang gently patted her back. Of course, Lin Yang replied confidently. Then, can you stay with me? Xu Mengyao's face flushed. She had been sleeping with Lin Yang on the playmat. Sleeping there for too long can get uncomfortable. Now the babies are generally sleeping well at night. Besides, the master bedroom is right next to the baby's room, they can hear everything. She wanted to sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Of course, she hoped Lin Yang would be there too. It was a direct hint. Lin Yang had originally thought to wait a few more days until Xu Mengyao had recovered. Unexpectedly, this girl spoke first. Okay. Let's go take a shower first. Anyway, Xu Mengyao was already out of confinement and had recovered quite a bit. Lin Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. Besides, she was his wife. The two showered together. That night, they slept together in the master bedroom. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the thin curtains onto the bed. Xu Mengyao felt the warmth, lazily opened her eyes, stretched, and then a sweet smile appeared on her rosy cheeks. Last night was truly fulfilling. Yao Yao, you're up? You must be exhausted. Go have some porridge, I just made it for you. I'm taking the babies to get vaccinated later. You can stay home for a while, or go to the store and talk to them. Lin Yang said gently. He knew Xu Mengyao must have been tired yesterday. Anyway, there was no rush. He could just come back earlier. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded blankly. Her voice was a little hoarse. When she heard Lin Yang say she was exhausted, her face instantly turned red. Be a good girl and wait for me at home. Call me if anything happens. Any time is fine. Lin Yang couldn't help but ruffle Xu Mengyao's hair again. Xu Mengyao got up, washed up, and then sat down in front of the dining room. By this time, Lin Yang had already finished packing and gathered everything, planning to take the babies to get vaccinated. The babies were just a month old and needed to get the BCG and hepatitis B vaccines. Lin Yang had already made the appointment yesterday, so he just needed to go today. I'll wait for you at home. Xu Mengyao insisted on seeing them to the door. Then she said softly, go eat quickly, we'll be back soon. After saying that, Lin Yang took both babies to the hospital. This time, pushing the strollers was much more convenient because his parents had brought a new stroller. It was a tandem stroller, specifically designed for twins, saving him the trouble of pushing two strollers. His parents were definitely more reliable. The other stroller, despite costing a lot of money, was ultimately inconvenient to use. This stroller was much better. On the way, both babies were very well behaved, not crying at all. Many passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads, admiring them immensely. Several times, passers-by even stopped to look. They arrived at the hospital amidst the envious glances of onlookers. Because they had made an early appointment yesterday, there were only 2 people ahead of them today. Lin Yang, pushing the stroller, made the twins the center of attention. The 2 babies are so cute. May they bring us some good fortune. Twins like this are so rare these days. You 2 are so lucky. Are the babies really that adorable? So well behaved. The people in line couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The 2 babies Lin Yang was pushing were incredibly cute. Lin Yang smiled and occasionally responded to the compliments. He was very happy with everyone's praise for the babies. It was a kind of recognition for them. This time, there were fewer people ahead of him. After waiting for a short while, it was the baby's turn. Wow, are they twins? The 2 babies are so cute. The babies had their vaccinations here when they were born, right? I remember they were the most well-behaved. The doctor in charge of the vaccinations immediately recognized them when he saw the 2 babies. After all, twins are not very common. Plus, Lin Yang is so handsome that it's hard not to remember him. Yes, thank you, doctor. Lin Yang smiled. The doctor picked up the older baby first. But this time, before the injection even started, De Bao started crying. Yunyun's cries also startled Xing 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 Xing, who had been lying there obediently, also began to cry. The cries of the 2 babies rose and fell, weaving together a touching melody. What's going on? Have the 2 babies become afraid as they grow up? The injection doesn't hurt at all, babies, be good. Because the 2 babies were so adorable, the doctor couldn't stay angry. He patiently comforted them. Unfortunately, the babies weren't buying it at all. Let me do it. Lin Yang picked up Yun Yun and comforted her first. His embrace seemed to have a magical power. As soon as he held Yun Yun in his arms, before he could even say a few words, Yun Yun stopped crying. Then it was Xing Xing's turn. Xing Xing did the same. As soon as she was in Lin Yang's arms, she stopped crying and even babbled happily. The 2 babies are really attached to their dad. How enviable. Seeing this scene, the doctor was amazed. The babies are only 1 month old, yet they already recognize their father's scent. And they're so attached to him, this is extremely rare. The injections went smoothly. Amidst the doctors' and nurses' exclamations, Lin Yang took the babies home. You did so well, babies. You must be even braver next time. On the way home, Lin Yang felt incredibly proud. Although the 2 babies were a little afraid of needles, they were very well behaved. His smile never faded. From queuing to the injections, it took 20 minutes. Just walking home took another 20 minutes. The whole process took about an hour. Xu Mengyao had already finished eating and packed her things. She had considered going to the shop to talk to them herself. But the thought of facing a complete stranger made her nervous, and she ultimately backed down, waiting for Lin Yang to come home. Xu Mengyao sat on the sofa in the living room, staring longingly at the door. Hearing the door open, her eyes lit up instantly. She immediately ran to the door. The door opened. Yao Yao, I'm back. Lin Yang appeared before Xu Mengyao. Lin Yang, I wanna go. But I still don't have the courage. Xu Mengyao originally wanted to hug Lin Yang, but then she remembered how timid she was. She hadn't even mustered the courage to discuss cooperation. She felt there was no reason to hug him. I'll go with you. Lin Yang saw Xu Mengyao's timidity and patted his chest confidently. Really? Lin Yang, don't you think I'm useless? Xu Mengyao looked up with some surprise, staring at the man before her. She felt flustered. She always wanted to achieve something, hoping to be a woman worthy of Lin Yang. But when Mimi wanted to try, she felt nervous and scared. This feeling troubled her. She had been trying to overcome it. After all, it was a childhood trauma. Some people have to spend their whole lives healing from their childhood. Fortunately, Lin Yang was there for her. Why do I think you're useless? I think you're very useful. Being able to slowly change yourself is already very brave. A slow process isn't scary. What's scary is not having the will. Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. As he spoke, Yao Ling ran up to Lin Yang's feet. After a while, she ran to Xu Mengyao's legs and rubbed against them. I will definitely become like everyone else in the future. Lin Yang's encouragement gave Xu Mengyao confidence again. She nodded heavily. At this moment, Lin Yang pushed the babies back to the nursery. You were tired yesterday, so it's normal to rest all morning. I'll go with you after lunch. Lin Yang was very direct. Yesterday was indeed very tiring. Even now, Xu Mengyao still felt exhausted. After Lin Yang left, she was drowsy and almost fell asleep. She finally managed to stay awake by sitting on the sofa. She felt shy, yet satisfied. Okay. Xu Mengyao's cheeks were flushed. Her voice was very soft. Just then, Aunt Lan came over to help take care of the baby. Xu Mengyao followed Lin Yang to the kitchen. What can I make for you? She glanced at the various dishes in front of her, then looked down at her belly and couldn't help but pout. Lin Yang, could you cook something a little less appealing? She looked up and asked seriously. Huh? Lin Yang was a little confused. This was the first time in his life he had heard such a strange request. I've gained weight recently. Although it's true that it's okay to gain weight during breastfeeding, so that the babies have enough food and your own body is healthier, she's already out of confinement. Plus, what happened last night? This certainly couldn't be the last time. So, she couldn't help but start worrying about her figure again. Lin Yang's cooking was so delicious. If she got fatter and fatter, wouldn't she be disliked? She didn't want that to happen. Where are you fat? I think you look just right. Lin Yang tilted his head. Xu Mengyao was too thin before, looking very bony. Now she wasn't actually fat. She was just more proportionate. So she had a better feel to touch. Now she definitely had a perfect figure. Really? But I've gained a full 5 pounds since before. Xu Mengyao was still a student and a little worried. She looked at Lin Yang with suspicion. Then she lowered her head and pinched her little belly again. Wow! She could pinch out flesh. She didn't have any excess fat before. Lin Yang, I need to lose weight. Xu Mengyao's face fell. Tears were about to fall. She had never been this fat in her life. Girls really care about their figures. The food is all ready today, let's eat like this for now. When we get back from our hometown, Lin Yang said with a doting smile. Looking at Xu Mengyao's pitiful appearance, his smile deepened. Xu Mengyao was so much more lively than before. Every time he saw this change, he felt very gratified. Okay then. You promised me, you'll make me diet meals when you get back. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang pitifully. Then she held up her little finger. Let's pinky swear. No taking it back. She was very serious. Although this behavior was a bit childish, Lin Yang always cooperated. He also held up his little finger. The two pinky swore. Now, a satisfied smile finally returned to Xu Mengyao's face. So, what should I do for you? Her tone was much lighter. She took off her apron and hung it on herself. Then she turned around very proactively. Lin Yang smiled as he smoothly tied her apron. Their teamwork was seamless, as if this scene had played out countless times before. Then you can help wash the vegetables, Lin Yang said, giving Xu Mengyao the simplest task. Firstly, he didn't want to waste her time. Secondly, Xu Mengyao genuinely lacked talent in this area. Making her do anything too complicated would likely cause her to explode in the kitchen. However, she was getting better and better at these simple tasks. Cooking together like this definitely made the process much faster. An hour later, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. It was more than enough for just the two of them. Xu Mengyao, as always, loved the soup. Smelling the rich aroma, she couldn't resist and drank 2 bowls. Then she went to get more food. Lin Yang's cooking was always so delicious. He never made a mistake. Sometimes she wondered, where did Lin Yang find the time to learn so many complicated dishes? Or perhaps, was this what people called talent? They ate together. Xu Mengyao completely forgot about wanting to lose weight. She ate with such focus and concentration that she didn't even say a word. With her cheeks puffed out like a hamster, she chewed earnestly. She looked incredibly cute. After eating her fill, Xu Mengyao patted her stomach with great satisfaction, feeling a slight bulge. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She had promised to lose weight. It was all Lin Yang's fault. Why was his cooking so delicious? As soon as she started eating, she completely forgot about dieting. What was she going to do? She didn't want to, but she just couldn't control herself. Xu Mengyao was about to cry. Would she really become a big fat girl? Yao Yao, what are you thinking about? Lin Yang had already cleared the table. Turning around, he saw Xu Mengyao still sitting at the table, lost in thought. She seemed to be lamenting something. Lin Yang, I'm going to become a big fat girl. Will you still like me then? The more Xu Mengyao thought about it, the sadder she became. She threw herself into Lin Yang's arms, crying her eyes out. Does this word have anything to do with Xu Mengyao? To be honest, even though Xu Mengyao has been eating more lately, she still has a small appetite. This more is only compared to herself. Apart from drinking more soup, she doesn't actually eat much rice. This girl, she thinks too much. Of course I'll like you. No matter what you become. You'll always be my cutest Yao Yao. Lin Yang stroked Xu Mengyao's hair and gently patted her back. His voice came from very close to Xu Mengyao's ear, soft and gentle. But, Yao Yao. Lin Yang had just opened his mouth when Xu Mengyao was startled. But what? She quickly looked up, nervously looking at Lin Yang, waiting for his next words. I didn't see the little fat cat, but if you keep crying, you'll turn into a little tabby cat. Lin Yang said. He gently wiped away her tears. Postpartum emotions are indeed very unstable, just like Xu Mengyao's now. Her emotions often come and go quickly. What she needs is comfort and companionship. Lin Yang was very patient. Besides, Xu Mengyao was never unreasonable. Even when she was sad, she blamed herself. He even felt sorry for her, which is why he made a joke. Hearing this, Xu Mengyao immediately stood up straight, wiping her face haphazardly. She was so engrossed in crying that she completely forgot about her image. Why could she always lose control of herself in front of Lin Yang? Would Lin Yang think she was a crybaby? In fact, before she met Lin Yang, Xu Mengyao almost never cried. Because she was always alone. Her parents were always away on business trips or on their way to them. She wanted to cry, but didn't know who to cry to. So she simply stopped crying. But since Lin Yang came into her life, her tears flowed like a switch had been flipped. Whenever she was near Lin Yang, she would cry over the smallest things. This wasn't because she lacked security, quite the opposite, it was because she felt secure. She felt she had someone to rely on, someone she could freely express her emotions. Lin Yang reached out to stop her and gently wiped away her tears. It's okay, don't cry. I'll go with you to the shop. After wiping away Xu Mengyao's tears, Lin Yang spoke. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded heavily. Her mood had improved. She quickly changed her clothes and stood in front of Lin Yang, waiting to go out together. The two were wearing matching outfits, very simple t-shirts. But both of them were good-looking, and even the simple design looked quite elegant on them. Aunt Lan, we need to go out for a bit. Please take care of the babies. They were going to the shop to discuss business. Bringing two babies along would naturally be a little awkward. Before leaving, Lin Yang entrusted Aunt Lan with the task. Sir and Madam, don't worry, leave things here to me. Aunt Lan patted her chest and assured him. Seeing the matching couple outfits, a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. The couple were truly in love. They showed their affection in various ways every day. Aunt Lan watched them walk away and continued taking care of the baby. Lin Yang, do you think he'll make things difficult for us? On the way, Xu Mengyao gripped Lin Yang's large hand tightly. Her palms were sweaty. She was very nervous. She had been thinking about this and that for most of the day, and the more she thought, the more worried she became. This was her first time discussing a business deal. She had never done it before. No, Lin Yang said with great certainty. His certainty made Xu Mengyao very curious. Why? She didn't understand these intricacies and could only rely on Lin Yang. They're in a real hurry to sell this shop. That means, at least until now, the shop isn't making any money. For a shop that's not making money, being able to sell it is already a huge surprise. If we go there, she won't make things difficult for us, on the contrary, she'll be very happy. Lin Yang explained the situation to Xu Mengyao with a smile. Hearing this analysis, Xu Mengyao nodded, seemingly understanding, her admiration growing even stronger. How could Lin Yang know everything? He'd even thought of all this beforehand. The shop wasn't far away, just over a kilometer away. It was a half-hour walk for the two of them. It was a pedestrian street. However, it was a weekday, and they had just finished lunch. There weren't many people on the street. Following the address, the two quickly found the Fenghua shop. Both employees knew the shop was going to close down. Everyone was anxious and even lacked motivation to work, fearing they would be fired. When Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao entered the shop, they didn't think they would be their future bosses. After all, they were both so young and beautiful. Compared to the boss, they looked more like celebrities. What would you two like to do? We have all kinds of hair care products. One of the shop assistants came over, earnestly making a sale. I'm looking for Lu Feng, we spoke on the phone before. Lin Yang said casually. Looking for the boss? The shop assistant was startled. She had heard the boss say that someone wanted to visit the shop. She didn't expect it to be someone so young. The boss is waiting for you in the coffee shop across the street. The shop assistant swallowed hard. She couldn't help but look them up and down. She's really young and promising. Why does she have a boyfriend? What are you talking about? Look, that couple is actually our future boss. No way, so young? Will we get fired? The two shop assistants whispered among themselves. At this moment, Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao arrived at the coffee shop. There was only one person sitting in the corner of the coffee shop. She was a shrewd-looking career woman, very beautiful, with eyes that even had a hint of aggression. However, when she saw the two of them coming over, she couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. Are you Lin Yang? Her voice sounded calm, her pace moderate, without much inflection. Yes, it's me. Lin Yang nodded. Lu Fang raised an eyebrow. She had thought the voice on the phone, and he sounded a bit young, but seeing him in person still surprised her. Especially seeing Xu Mengyao beside her. Even as a woman, she felt a surge of protectiveness. You should already know the general situation of the shop. 600000, and everything after that is yours. Lu Fang was very direct. She didn't intend to exchange pleasantries. She got straight to the point. This attitude made Xu Mengyao a little uncomfortable. She wanted to speak several times, but didn't know what to say. 600000, it didn't seem like a bad deal. She turned her head, waiting for Lin Yang's opinion. This is a prime location, right at the corner of the pedestrian street. As soon as you enter this street, this is the first shop you'll see. This price is already cheap for you. I'm just in a bit of a hurry for money, that's why I'm offering such a low price. Lu Fang saw that the two seemed hesitant, so she quickly explained. As she said, the shop's location was indeed quite good. It was indeed at a corner, which seemed fine. But that's the problem. Despite being at a corner on a street with high foot traffic, almost no one had gone into the shop since they arrived. Although occasionally someone might look up and see it, there was no urge to go in. That's probably why they were so eager to sell it, since they weren't making any money. Lin Yang was indeed very optimistic about this place, and the system had confirmed it was indeed a good location. But that didn't mean he wanted to be a. The money should naturally be spent where it was needed. The highest price I can accept is 500,000. Lin Yang wasn't going to waste time, so he directly stated his expected price. Upon hearing this price, Lu Fang's expression changed. This was precisely her absolute bottom line. She had initially thought that since they were a young couple, they probably didn't have much experience. She figured she could just casually offer a price and make a little extra, so why not? But she hadn't expected this young man to be so insightful, able to see right through her bottom line. Your shop is indeed in a good location, but it's not very attractive. Otherwise you wouldn't be in such a hurry to sell. A long time has passed since we sat here, but not a single person has come in to buy anything, indicating poor sales. If 500000 isn't enough, then forget it. Lin Yang pointed to the shop across the street. He was stating the facts and reasoning, even his price was his absolute bottom line. Lu Fang's expression changed several times. She never expected this seemingly young man to be so astute. His observational skills alone were extraordinary. Now, with all these terms and conditions laid out before her, Lu Fang's face was grim, but she couldn't say anything. Besides, the price wasn't too far off from her expectations. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, her face filled with shock. Wasn't the asking price 600,000? A 100,000 discount right off the bat, wasn't that a bit too much? She'd never dealt with these things before, and was even worried the shop owner might kick them out. Even so, she still chose to trust Lin Yang. Alright then, let's go with the price you said. Let's sign the contract. The shop owner was actually quite clear-headed. Even if they didn't sell to Lin Yang now, they probably wouldn't get a better price later. Moreover, just as Lin Yang had said, this shop is truly unprofitable. Various expenses still need to be paid. If it's not transferred quickly, the losses will only increase, becoming a bottomless pit. Even considering this, it's essential to get rid of it as quickly as possible. No problem. Lin Yang had already anticipated this outcome. A faint smile graced his face. The two quickly signed everything. By the time Xu Mengyao realized what was happening, the shop was already theirs. Lu Fang didn't linger, she left immediately after signing. Lin Yang, is that it? Xu Mengyao stared wide-eyed at Lin Yang in disbelief. Yes, it's over. Our Yao Yao is a boss now. Lin Yang nodded with a smile, his tone full of affection, and handed the contract to Xu Mengyao. Although she had received the contract and completed everything, Xu Mengyao still felt dizzy. It all felt like a dream. It ended so inexplicably. She had only watched from the sidelines the whole time, not even realizing what had happened. She had initially thought Lin Yang had directly slashed the price by 100,000. It's definitely not going to work out. That's way too much, how could anyone agree? She couldn't believe he agreed after just a moment's thought. Was she dreaming? You're amazing, Lin Yang, how did you know he'd agree? 100,000 isn't a small amount. Although Xu Mangyao didn't have a strong concept of money, the total was only 600,000. He immediately offered 100,000 less. Wasn't that a huge difference? In fact, this shop isn't even worth that price. A shop that can't generate revenue is worthless. Lin Yang said with a smile. Now Xu Mangyao was even more curious. She tilted her head, a hint of doubt on her face. If it can't generate revenue, will I lose money if I invest? She blinked. It felt strange. If this was an investment that would definitely lose money, why would Lin Yang let her do it? Domestic brands need a boom. People's consumption levels are rising, but wages haven't increased much. If this continues, conflicts will inevitably arise. It won't be long before this boom happens, and then the opportunity for domestic brands will arrive. Lin Yang had always held this view, and the system just confirmed his thoughts. Now that he had invested in the shop, all he needed to do was wait for the boom to appear. This matter was temporarily settled. He could deal with the rest after returning from his hometown. I see. Xu Mangyao nodded, seemingly understanding, her admiration deepening. These were things she never even dared to dream of. Okay, Yao Yao, let's go home. Lin Yang took Xu Mangyao's hand. The two walked out of the coffee shop. It was already evening, and the sky was gradually darkening. The two strolled hand in hand in the sunset. Lin Yang, you're really amazing. Xu Mangyao's tone was full of admiration. She had actually felt that way before, but this time she witnessed Lin Yang handle things firsthand. He was really cool. Alright, let's hurry up and go, the babies are still waiting. Lin Yang just smiled. As they spoke, the two returned home together. Aunt Lan was still waiting at home. Aunt Lan, thank you for your help. We're back now, you should go back too. By the way, I mentioned before that I would hire you for a month, and now the babies are a month old. Thank you for taking care of them during this time. They had hired Aunt Lan to take care of Xu Mangyao during her postpartum period. Now that her postpartum period was over and the babies were a month old, there was naturally no need for Aunt Lan to continue taking care of them. Aunt Lan's eyes were filled with tears. As a postpartum nanny, she had served countless people. She was used to parting. But this time, she felt a little sad. Lin Yang and Xu Mangyao were definitely the best people she had ever met. Both babies were incredibly cute. This separation even brought a touch of reluctance. Aunt Lan, if you need any help in the future, feel free to call us. We're all friends. After seeing Aunt Lan off, it was already evening. Lin Yang, which clothes should I wear tomorrow? Xu Mangyao opened the wardrobe and sat on the bed, pondering. She had been agonizing over this for most of the day. Every piece of clothing in front of her looked beautiful. But she felt that wearing these clothes to the countryside wouldn't be very appropriate. She was a city girl and didn't really know much about these things. She didn't even know what to do after arriving there. Just find some light clothes. We'll probably be staying for 2 or 3 days after we get there. It's summer now, and there are a lot of mosquitoes there, so it's best to bring a sun protective jacket. The roads there might be a bit bumpy, so flat shoes will be more comfortable. Lin Yang said, taking a simple t-shirt and cropped pants from Xu Mengyao's closet. This was the simplest outfit she could manage. But isn't this too casual? We're meeting so many people. Xu Mengyao pouted. She wanted to make a good impression. This was their first meeting. Would dressing too casually make them think she wasn't taking it seriously? Don't worry, they're all relatives. They really want to see the babies, that's why they're letting us come. Everyone's very nice, they definitely won't make things difficult for us. Besides, Yao Yao is so likable. Lin Yang could sense Xu Mengyao's nervousness. Her voice was trembling. So he whispered to comfort her. But I'm still a little scared. Xu Mengyao's voice was muffled, unusually downcast. It wasn't that she didn't want to go. She was just worried that she wouldn't perform well enough. Would she disappoint Lin Yang? Would she disappoint her relatives? She rarely faced such a situation. If you're so worried, why not do something else? Let's distract ourselves. The babies had finished their food and were asleep. They wouldn't wake up until late at night. That meant they were free for a while. They'd already gotten used to it. Life always needs some variety. Xu Mengyao instantly understood. Okay. Her voice was almost inaudible, but she still agreed. So the two went back to their room and did some relaxing things. The next day. Early morning. Warm sunlight pierced through the thin morning mist, shining on the earth. Xu Mengyao was awakened by the sunlight, still feeling a bit tired. She shyly changed her clothes. Her attention had indeed been distracted, but perhaps a little too much. So tired. Yao Yao, get up and have some breakfast, we're leaving soon. Lin Yang had gotten up some time earlier, and was already washed and dressed. He was wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and shorts, a very simple and comfortable outfit. Since they were going to the countryside, comfort was the priority. Otherwise, they would definitely regret it. So early? Xu Mengyao was surprised. She patted her face. She had just woken up and was still a little groggy. Yes, we need to get there early so we can have lunch. Lin Yang nodded. Now Xu Mengyao was even more anxious. She was worried about leaving a bad impression on everyone. If she was late for lunch, it would be hard to explain. I'll go wash up right away. With that, she quickly ran into the bathroom. Lin Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her anxious look. No need to rush, we're not that far. It was only a little past 8 o'clock. Xu Mengyao wasn't too slow in packing. Plus, she was already feeding the baby, so she basically didn't wear makeup. That left only time for washing up and eating. Let's say it's an hour. They'd arrive there before 10 o'clock. No matter how you look at it, they'd have enough time. Xu Mengyao didn't know this and was already frantic. She hurriedly finished washing up and changed into the clothes Lin Yang had chosen for her yesterday. How about we skip breakfast? I'm afraid we won't have enough time. And I'm afraid I won't be hungry by lunchtime. Xu Mengyao looked at the food laid out on the table and pouted. She wanted to eat. Lin Yang's cooking was so delicious. She couldn't control herself. She would eat a lot. What if she wasted time and filled her stomach? Wah! So conflicted. It's okay. They're all family there, and it'll be a while before we eat. Lin Yang smiled and picked up a small steamed bun, handing it directly to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. She subconsciously opened her mouth. She bit into the steamed bun. It's so hot. She almost jumped up from the heat as soon as she took a bite. Lin Yang felt sorry for her. I told you to catch it, not to eat it directly. It was clear that Xu Mengyao was really anxious. But the more anxious she was, the more flustered she became. He couldn't help but laugh out loud several times. Wah, I thought I could eat it directly. Xu Mengyao pouted pitifully. This time, Lin Yang picked up another steamed bun. But this time, he didn't hand it to her like before. Instead, he blew on it to cool it down first. Only then did he put it back to Xu Mengyao's mouth. Now you can eat it. Lin Yang said with a smile. Xu Mengyao's face turned even redder. How embarrassing. She actually jumped up and down from the heat of the food. She ate the steamed bun miserably. Then, her mood was instantly healed by the food. As expected of Lin Yang's cooking, it was delicious. After eating 3 steamed buns, Xu Mengyao patted her already full stomach. Lin Yang, let's go. She walked straight towards the door. Without even turning his head, Lin Yang asked with a helpless smile, Yao Yao, did you forget something? He pointed to the nursery. Both babies were still lying in their cribs. Their mother hadn't looked after them since they woke up this morning. Ah, I forgot about the babies. Xu Mengyao felt her mind go blank. She was supposed to take the babies with her today, but she'd completely forgotten about them. Let's each push one in a stroller, Lin Yang said, putting both babies in the strollers. Since they were going out with Xu Mengyao, they used the strollers Chen Tingting had brought. The 2 strollers left the room one after the other, and they made their way to the underground parking garage. First placed the 2 babies in the carrier-style baby seat. Xu Mengyu sat next to the baby. Subsequently, he just went to the driving seat. We have to leave and go to Grandma and Grandma's house. Lin Yang opened his mouth with a smile. Finished. Start the car. The car drives all the way. Xu Mengyao was also nervous all the way, watching the scenery outside disappear in a flash. Keep taking deep breaths to avoid their own tension. Fortunately, the distance is not far. This is more than an hour's journey. It already made Xu Mengyao nervous. She conceived it many times in her mind. Imagine seeing everyone when you get off the bus. I'm also thinking about what to say. The car is moving fast. We got to the place quickly. Lin's father and Lin's mother were already waiting. A group of relatives couldn't wait. When everyone heard that Lin Yang had a twin, they all wanted to see it with their own eyes. I also want to be happy. After all, in the village, these twins are not too common. Yao Yao, we have arrived. Lin Yang stopped the car. Xu Mengyao became even more nervous when she saw the battle outside. fought before though. But I really didn't expect there were so many people. Don't be nervous. Feeling Xu Mengyao because she was too nervous. The body is trembling slightly. The fingers began to stir again. To know. This is her inherent movement when she is nervous. So, Lin Yang comforted in a low voice. Good. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. At this time, Lin Yang had gotten out of the car. Xiaoyang, I heard from your mother that you even bought a house in Zhengcheng? You just graduated. Not only do you have a car and a house, but also twins, and you're also a twin. You're so happy. Do you remember? I held you when you were a child. They were surrounded by their neighbors. These 7 ants and 8 ants, each with one mouth. The atmosphere is already very lively. He responded from time to time. Open the car door at the same time. You guys don't scare my daughter-in-law. Xu Mengyao came down when Mother Lin hurriedly opened her mouth. We have been together for such a long time. Mama Lin can see it too. My daughter-in-law is very good wherever I am. It is more afraid of people. That is social fear. This time I finally brought my baby to the countryside. If you are frightened by these 7 ants and 8 ants. Not good, she reminded hurriedly. Just then Xu Mengyao came down. Lin Yang took down the 2 strollers again. After it is done, the 2 babies are placed in the stroller. Oh, these 2 babies are so cute. When will I have this pair of grandchildren? Old Lin, your daughter-in-law is really good looking. Everyone was amazed again. Xu Mengyao is the school beauty after all. Where have I seen such a beautiful girl in the village? One by one, they were almost stunned. Everyone's gaze made Xu Mengyao even more nervous. She stood awkwardly beside Lin Yang. Lin's mother, beaming, enthusiastically introduced the place to everyone. Mom and Dad, we just arrived, let's take the babies for a walk first. And let them get acquainted with the place. Lin Yang quickly made an excuse. Look, I almost forgot something so important. That's right, you haven't been here before. Let's go take a look first, I'll call you when it's time for lunch. Lin's mother slapped her forehead. Mom, how about I help with the cooking? Xu Mengyao was nervous, but didn't want to be impolite. Even though it was her first time here, she was the daughter-in-law. Wouldn't it be impolite to leave without helping? There were so many people here. Xiaoyao, you two just have fun this time. Mom will take care of everything else, you don't need to worry. It's just cooking, there are so many people here, why would we need you? Lin's mother smiled warmly. It was the baby's first time here. The relatives and neighbors were incredibly envious. She was beaming with pride. Yes, Yao Yao, one of them said. Let's go for a walk and introduce the babies to the area. This is Grandpa and Grandma's house, Lin Yang added. After their persuasion, Xu Mengyao finally nodded. The 2 of them, each pushing a baby in a stroller, planned to wander around the village. Old Lin, what good deeds have you done? One of them exclaimed. Your son is handsome and filial, and your daughter-in-law is so beautiful. They just graduated, and not only do they have a car and a house, but they also have twins, a boy and a girl. That car is huge. It must have cost a fortune. As soon as Lin Yang left, the neighbors couldn't help but chime in, their voices filled with envy. Just as Lin Yang had guessed, in the village, people might not recognize sports cars or luxury brands. To them, the bigger and more impressive the car, the more expensive it was. Lin Yang's car was a large and impressive minivan. It's obvious he's made a lot of money. Everyone was incredibly envious. It's just good luck, I made an investment and earned a little money. Lin's mother's smile grew even wider. She was genuinely proud of her son. After all, Lin Yang had just graduated. What happened next was something she hadn't expected at all. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, let's hurry up and cook. Later, let's let our daughter-in-law try our local specialties too, one of the relatives suggested. The other relatives nodded in agreement. The group started cooking in a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao were strolling around the village with their babies. The 2 came to a field. In the summer field, the rapeseed flowers were blooming golden. Under the sunlight, they looked particularly dazzling. This place is so beautiful. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up. This was completely different from the countryside she had imagined. In her mind, the countryside would be all dirt roads, not so well maintained. She hadn't expected that there would be 2-story houses here. Lin Yang's parents lived in a small villa, which looked very luxurious and grand. Everyone in the village had similar villas, and the roads were all wide. There were just some fields along the roads. This wasn't bad at all. Looking at the golden expanse before them, it could even relax one's mood. Yeah. Even the stars seemed more lively here. Yun Yun, on the other hand, didn't seem to react much. He wasn't interested in the rapeseed flowers. Do you like it here? Lin Yang stopped. Yes. I've never seen anything like this before, it's so beautiful. Xu Mengyao nodded excitedly. Her eyes and brows were full of love. She had already fallen in love with this place. The air in the countryside is much fresher. There are no city lights, no bustling traffic, and no noise. Here, all is peaceful. Walking along the winding country road, looking at the golden rapeseed flowers on both sides, is a wonderful experience. And among them, Xingxing is the one enjoying it the most. As soon as Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao stood there, Xingxing was already impatient. She stretched out her little hands, grabbing at the air, and occasionally babbling. She looked extremely cute. Baby, do you want a flower? Lin Yang quickly saw what Xingxing wanted. You know, before this, Xingxing had never been so lively. So, he picked a rapeseed flower and put it in Xingxing's hand. Sure enough, after getting the rapeseed flower, Xingxing stopped waving her hands. She was still babbling, and a smile seemed to be on her little face. Sure enough, no matter how old a child is, they can't resist the allure of flowers. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't given Xu Mengyao any flowers yet. Their relationship had developed too quickly, even faster, to the point that many steps had to be skipped. Lin Yang glanced at Xu Mengyao and noticed her eyes were also sparkling, fixed on the rapeseed flowers, seemingly lost in thought. It seemed that Xingxing had inherited this trait from her, hence her particular fondness for rapeseed flowers. Yao Yao, this flower is for you. Lin Yang picked another rapeseed flower and handed it to Xu Mengyao. Seeing the flower, Xu Mengyao was clearly delighted. What kind of flower is this? It's so beautiful, such a large patch of it. Is it specifically for ornamental purposes? She looked at Lin Yang curiously. She had never seen this kind of flower before. It was small, and didn't seem particularly beautiful. But planted here in such large quantities, it was truly beautiful, especially under the setting sun. The golden light was simply perfect. A gentle breeze occasionally blew by. The golden waves of wheat even evoked a sense of joy, a feeling of impending harvest. Actually, these are rapeseed flowers, they'll produce rapeseed later, Lin Yang explained with a smile. You can press them for oil, it's delicious. Xu Mengyao grew up in the city. It was normal that she hadn't seen these things before. So they're not flowers, but someone's farmland? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to pick them like this? Xu Mengyao's eyes widened. She never expected this. Such a beautiful sea of flowers wasn't planted specifically for viewing. It was a field. She never imagined that fields could be so beautiful. She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At the same time, she felt a little guilty. Since this was someone else's farmland, weren't their actions a bit unethical? This was farmland. They were practically stealing, even though they only picked 2 flowers. Don't worry, this is my family's land. But for now, I'll leave it to your uncle's family to plant. Picking a couple won't be a problem. No problem. Lin Yang's smile deepened. Is this whole field yours? Xu Mengyao's eyes widened even more. This rapeseed field was quite large. Yes, this is all the land I conquered for you. Lin Yang pointed to the rapeseed fields, speaking very generously. Xu Mengyao's mouth formed an O shape. She was clearly shocked. Actually, these fields in the village are very cheap. These things aren't even as expensive as our toilet. Lin Yang explained again. Ha! Xu Mengyao felt like she had been shocked too much that day. Such a large area of land. Not even as expensive as a toilet? It's hard to imagine. That's how it is in the village. Actually, everything is very cheap, and the cost of living is low. It's just that because there aren't many good development opportunities, everyone is desperate to go to the big cities to drift. Lin Yang shrugged. If we're talking about quality of life, the quality of life in the village is definitely higher. It's a pity we can't keep them here. There's nothing we can do about it. Is that so? Xu Mengyao nodded thoughtfully. She felt like she'd received too much information in one day. Her brain was about to crash. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's take the babies somewhere else to play for a while. Lin Yang smiled. This rapeseed field was indeed something Xingxing really liked. However, Yun Yun didn't seem very interested. There were so many other places in the village. They'd only just started exploring and hadn't seen much yet. Okay. Xu Mengyao was becoming more and more interested in the countryside. She discovered that the countryside was completely different from what she had imagined. Everything the city had, they had here too. And things the city didn't have, they had here as well. She couldn't wait to explore. So the two of them pushed the baby along the winding path. After passing this wheat field, there was an open space, currently being cultivated. There were tractors in the fields, about to start planting. Yeah. Now. Then it was Yun Yun's turn to start babbling. She seemed quite interested in the sounds. Yun Yun, do you want to see? Lin Yang smiled, holding Yun Yun in his arms so she could see the tractor plowing the fields. Sure enough, Yun Yun's spirits lifted immediately. She was still very happy, babbling happily, a smile on her little face. Why is the tractor here? Xu Mengyao tilted her head. She knew what a tractor was, but she hadn't expected to see it in a farmland. Wasn't that something you only see on construction sites? These are the things we use for farming now. The days of toiling in the fields are over. From now on, we'll enter the machine age. Lin Yang felt that Xu Mengyao was like a curious child. Because she had nothing, she wanted to ask everything. Xu Mengyao was unusually lively, so he was very patient, answering every question gently. Oh, I see. It's so high class. Does Yun Yun like it here? Xu Mengyao nodded, seemingly understanding. She wasn't really interested in these things. But it seemed that Lin Yang and Yun Yun both really liked it. The two boys' eyes were practically lit up. Yeah, no boy can resist the temptation of a tractor, right? Such a cool thing. Lin Yang smiled. Was that so? Xu Mengyao didn't really understand. But since Lin Yang said so, she didn't doubt it. Lin Yang liked tractors. She silently remembered this in her heart. Yun Yun, baby, we're going to eat soon. Can we go home? Lin Yang noticed that Yun Yun really liked the tractor. She was completely absorbed in watching it, but it was getting late. He was just about to leave when Yun Yun started babbling. The baby doesn't seem to want to leave? This is the first time I've seen Yun Yun like a place so much. Xu Mengyao was stunned. You know, it's usually Xingxing who doesn't want to leave. Xingxing loves crowds and doesn't want to leave no matter where they go. But Yun Yun is different. He always acts like a big brother. Like a little adult. No matter where he goes, he usually keeps quiet and never makes a fuss. This is the first time something like this has happened. Baby likes cars, so daddy will buy you a car. Lin Yang smiled, his face full of doting. The babies are still young and can't make demands. Now that they've finally expressed their liking, of course, he wants to cherish it. Baby is still so young, he can't drive a car yet. Even Xu Mengyao laughed when she heard this. Even Lin Yang only dotes on the baby. He wants to give the baby the best of everything. The baby is only a month old now. Even if we actually bought a car now, the baby still wouldn't know when they'd actually use it. Then let's buy toy cars for the babies first, Lin Yang thought. It was indeed the case. Although the babies couldn't drive a car, toy cars would do. Just then, the phone rang. It was his mother calling. Lin Yang immediately answered. Son, you can walk around a little longer, then come back soon. Dinner's almost ready, we're waiting for you. His mother's tone was full of anticipation. This meal was a formal introduction of the babies to everyone. Such an important event naturally deserved attention. I know, we'll be right back. Lin Yang hung up. Are you going to eat? Xu Mengyao was right next to Lin Yang and could hear the conversation. She wasn't so nervous during the walk, but now, the thought of going back made her nervous again. Facing so many people. It would be embarrassing if she made a mistake. And if she couldn't satisfy everyone, just thinking about it made her want to collapse. Don't be afraid, it's just a simple meal. If you feel unwell, just call me and we'll leave immediately. Lin Yang held Xu Mengyao's hand tightly. It was already a great favor that Xu Mengyao agreed to come alone. Of course, he couldn't force her. If she felt even slightly unwell, they would leave immediately. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded weakly, her voice trembling with nervousness, but she didn't intend to run away. Being with Lin Yang gave her inexhaustible courage. She wasn't afraid. The two pushed the baby, winding their way along the narrow path, back home. By then, there were hardly any people outside. The house was especially lively. Relatives and neighbors filled 3 tables, chatting and laughing. Oh, Xiao Yang's back. Sit down quickly. Xiao Yao, are you settling in well here? You've never been here before. If there's anything you're not used to, please tell us. That's right, you've all been living in the city for so long, you're bound to find this village a bit unfamiliar. Everyone chimed in with their concerns for Xu Mengyao. It's very nice here, I like it very much. Thank you. Xu Mengyao responded nervously. Although a little tense, she remained very composed. As they spoke, the relatives took out red envelopes and gave them to the children. These are all for the babies, you have to accept them, otherwise it's disrespectful to us. Yes, we're also hoping for good luck, these are twins. Everyone was very enthusiastic. They even forgot about their meal and gathered around the two babies. When the two babies saw so many people, they weren't flustered at all. Instead, they stretched out their little hands and waved them around in the air, occasionally babbling a few words. These two babies are so lively and adorable. Can I hold the babies? Everyone was eager to hold them, seeing how cute they were. However, since they were Lin Yang's babies, they asked for permission beforehand. Of course, no problem. Lin Yang knew these people were experienced and wouldn't let anything happen to the babies. So he nodded in agreement. As soon as the relative heard Lin Yang agree, he couldn't wait to pick up Xingxing. It was Xingxing. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang exchanged a glance, both feeling a little helpless. You see, Yun Yun, as the older brother, was very obedient and rarely cried. He only cried a little when he saw the tractor. He really liked it. But Xingxing was different. She was a little princess. She often cried. The most important thing was that Xingxing only wanted Lin Yang to hold her. Even Xu Mengyao could only hold her when feeding her. Wah! Sure enough, as soon as the relative picked up Xingxing, the baby burst into tears. Did I hurt the baby? I haven't held the baby in a long time. I'm a little rusty. Baby, don't cry. The relative was quite startled. Xingxing recognizes people. She'll cry no matter who holds her, unless it's Lin Yang. You'll see. Lin's mother also thought of this. So she took Xingxing and held her in her arms. Sure enough, Xingxing was still crying loudly. There was no sign of improvement. Helpless, Lin's mother handed Xingxing to Lin Yang. Okay, sweetie, don't cry, daddy's here. Lin Yang held Xingxing and gently patted her back. He just casually comforted her a couple of times. Xingxing seemed to understand. She slowly stopped crying. It's really amazing, this child is so clingy at such a young age. What a cute child. The relatives were relieved. The scene also made everyone laugh. Alright, let's all eat quickly. Today, we're celebrating the baby's 1-month birthday here. Lin's parents quickly got to work. The relatives also took their seats. As for Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao, she sat next to Lin's mother. They began eating. Everyone chatted and laughed, appearing very warm and friendly. Although they occasionally asked Xu Mengyao questions, they were all quite normal and not difficult to handle. At first, Xu Mengyao felt nervous, but she gradually got used to it. She even became much more composed in her speech. By the end of the meal, Xu Mengyao had become much more lively and even chatted with everyone a bit more. The meal started at noon and lasted for over 3 hours. After everyone was full, they left first. Lin's parents remained all smiles. Yao, just like you said earlier, they said, if you feel uncomfortable here, be sure to tell us. This is your first time here, we don't know if we've prepared enough. Feeling the warmth of Lin's parents, Xu Mengyao was increasingly moved. Her parents were busy with work and life, constantly traveling from one country to another. Every day when she woke up, they might have already been to a different country. She knew she was loved, but mostly in a material way. This kind of spiritual fulfillment hadn't been common before. Lin's parents were always so attentive, asking her many questions to make her feel comfortable. This made her truly experience this warmth. Mom and Dad, it's really nice here, I love it. She nodded very seriously, completely satisfied with everything. If you like it, that's good, that's good. Your dad and I were worried you wouldn't be used to it. Lin's mother nodded with a smile, even seeming relieved. This was her daughter-in-law's first time visiting, and they wanted to treat her well. Oh, right, this is your room. Everything has been replaced with new stuff. Do you need anything else? Have your dad buy it. Lin's mother led the two to another room. It was large, clean, and tidy. Everything was newly replaced. No need for all that trouble, Mom. Everything's almost ready, Lin Yang said with a smile. He hadn't expected his parents to be so thorough. It's a rare occasion for the children to come, we can't let them down. By the way, could the children stay in our room tonight? Lin's mother asked somewhat shyly. After all, this was the children's first time visiting. As grandparents, they truly adored the children and wanted to spend as much time with them as possible. Before, the children had their own rooms, so they didn't feel comfortable saying anything. But now it was different. The children had finally come all this way, and they wanted to spend as much time with them as possible. Of course, no problem, isn't that what I should do? But Mom, are you sure you can handle it? The babies are so fussy at night these days, they're hard to manage. Lin Yang didn't want to refuse, but he also felt that his parents were getting old. If the babies were tormenting them like that, he really didn't know if they could withstand it. You're underestimating your mother. You were definitely more troublesome than these babies when you were little, and I still made it through, didn't I? Lin's mother chuckled upon hearing this. Lin Yang then scratched his head awkwardly. She did have a point. Alright then, you can take care of the babies. I'll take Yao Yao out for a walk. His parents loved the babies so much. This was a rare opportunity for them to come over, so naturally they should spend more time with the babies. No problem, you two have a great time. We're enough for the babies. Lin's parents smiled broadly. They had long wanted to have more opportunities to spend time with the babies. Now that they finally had this chance, they certainly couldn't miss it. After saying that, Mr. and Mrs. Lin left with the two children. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang were left standing there. How was it? Were you nervous just now? Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand and held it in his palm, asking softly. You see, Xu Mengyao had performed very well just now. Although it was obvious she was still a little nervous, she tried her best to control herself. Her speech was natural and didn't seem inappropriate at all. I was so nervous, but everyone was really nice. They didn't give me any trouble, and they all asked caring questions. Lin Yang, I can feel everyone's friendliness. Xu Mengyao looked up at Lin Yang, her eyes shining with excitement. She always felt instinctively afraid when meeting people. She had never felt so relaxed before. For a moment, it seemed like there was really nothing to be afraid of. I also received so many red envelopes. Look, these are all from everyone. Xu Mengyao proudly showed off the red envelopes, placing them in her palm. There was a whole stack of red envelopes. Perhaps considering Xu Mengyao's family's financial situation, these weren't many. They probably only amounted to 10 or 20,000 yuan in total. Some might even be considered insignificant. But this was the first time she'd received so many red envelopes. Just thinking about it made her happy. Everyone likes Yao Yao very much. Yao Yao has gained everyone's approval. Lin Yang also gave a thumbs up, making no attempt to hide his affection and praise. Just as he said, Xu Mengyao was not only beautiful but also very sensible. Who could resist such a girl? Everyone is so enthusiastic. It's completely different from what I imagined. Xu Mengyao was somewhat surprised. She had never thought that one day she could chat with everyone so comfortably. It seemed like she didn't have to worry about anything. She could just focus on chatting. Yes, as long as you bravely take that step, you'll find that everyone is actually different from what you imagined. Everyone is very friendly. Lin Yang smiled. What Xu Mengyao had always lacked was the courage to take that step forward. In fact, it wasn't difficult. So what are we going to do now? Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up. Clearly, she was happy about this. Since the babies aren't here, I'll take you to see the village market. Lin Yang thought for a moment and then spoke. With the babies around, there were indeed many inconveniences. There were many things they couldn't do. They couldn't go to places they wanted to go. After all, the babies were only a month old. Too much contact with people might be bad for their health. But now that their parents had taken them, they had more options. Market? Xu Mengyao tilted her head, feeling like she'd only heard this term in textbooks. Yes, I'll take you to the market, to see the village market. Lin Yang planned to strike while the iron was hot. You see, Xu Mengyao previously disliked going out because she was afraid of crowds. But after this experience, her confidence had increased significantly. Taking her to a market now would be the best option, letting her know that it's actually safe outside. Will it be crowded? Sure enough, that was still Xu Mengyao's first thought. Years of fear wouldn't be cured in just a few hours. There will be a lot of people, but everyone will be busy with their own things, and no one will pay attention to anyone else. Besides, there are lots of interesting things at the market. Lin Yang didn't intend to lie to Xu Mengyao. The market was indeed very crowded. If he deceived her, even if he took her there, it wouldn't leave a good impress. Shaun. It was better to be clear beforehand and prepare her mentally. Are you scared? Lin Yang asked Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao hesitated for a while, then finally shook her head. No. It's good to have you here. With Xu Mengyao's confirmation, Lin Yang no longer hesitated. He took Xu Mengyao home directly. Weren't we going to the market? Why are we going home? Looking at the familiar place in front of her, Xu Mengyao seemed a little curious. Didn't we agree to go out? How did we end up here? We're going to the market, it's still in town. It's quite difficult to get there without a car. Lin Tian smiled. The inconvenience of the village is that there are definitely not as many things as in the city. No matter where you want to go, the distance is quite far. Having a car might be more comfortable. Without a car, going out is troublesome. Oh, I see. Xu Mengyao nodded as if she understood. She didn't really understand these things. She had never experienced them before and wasn't very clear about them. Anyway, just follow Lin Yang's advice, it can't be wrong. After having this thought, Xu Mengyao felt much clearer. so the two of them got into the car directly. Lin Yang drove along, and the scenery outside widened the narrow road. More stalls appeared on both sides, scattered sparsely, but selling a wide variety of goods. Xu Mengyao stared blankly at the scenery and the stalls. She had never seen anything like this before. While there were occasional stalls in the city, this was completely different. Is this the market? It looks really interesting. Xu Mengyao exclaimed excitedly, pointing around. There were more and more vendors. She'd seen them before when she was in school, but back then it was always a food street. This seems so different, a jumble of things, so interesting. We're not even at the market yet, this is just the outside. You'll see once we go inside, it's much more interesting than this. Lin Yang could tell that Xu Mengyao was incredibly curious. Because of her curiosity, she had even forgotten her fear. This was definitely a good thing. If he could slowly divert Xu Mengyao's attention and help her recover from her fear. Social anxiety can be improved from now on. Really? But there seemed to be so many people. Xu Mengyao blinked. She was indeed very excited. But along with the excitement, she was also a little worried. She wasn't good at talking to people. Although Lin Yang was with her, she rarely went to markets like this. Even when she was in school, she had never been to those food streets. She had only looked at them from afar, her eyes filled with envy, but she didn't dare to go any further. Huan told me that places like this are always crowded, and that it's a scary place. Lin Yang, can I really go? Xu Mengyao remembered what her friend had told her before. These places were really scary. And, if you weren't careful, there could be danger. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. Of course you can, I'm here, don't worry. Lin Yang smiled slightly. They finally arrived at the market entrance. They parked the car in a nearby spot and got out with Xu Mengyao. It was a weekday, and they were at work, so there weren't too many people. But even so many people still felt a bit intimidating to Xu Mengyao. She couldn't help but purse her lips, clinging tightly to Lin Yang's side. What are we going to do now? Her voice was much softer, and her face wasn't looking good, but her beautiful eyes still held a hint of curiosity. After all, this was her first time at a market. There were all sorts of stalls, neatly arranged, each with different items. People were laughing, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares filled the air. When someone approached, they would even wave. This feeling was both enthusiastic and terrifying to Xu Mengyao. She had never experienced anything like it before, and at this moment, she felt extremely flustered. Yao, is there anything you want to buy? There are many things here that you can't find in shopping malls, Lin Yang said deliberately. Things you can't find in shopping malls? Xu Mengyao tilted her head at this. Her curiosity grew even stronger. In her mind, a shopping mall should be a place where you could buy everything. What could be so special that even a shopping mall didn't have? She found it hard to understand. Yeah, look at this. Lin Yang led Xu Mengyao a couple more steps forward. They saw a sugar figurine shop. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. What is this? She usually stayed at home by herself. Although she had a nanny, she didn't like to bother people, and her personality meant she rarely went out. She had never seen many things before, especially sugar figurines. She had never even heard of them. After all, she had no way of knowing about them. These are little sugar figurines, blown from sugar. Aren't they interesting? Boss, make me a dragon on. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang were both 22 years old, born in the year of the dragon. Perfect timing, they could make the same one right now. Alright, I'll get it for you right away. I've worked here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen two people as good-looking as you. And I'll give you an extra one. The shopkeeper at this market already makes a good living. There aren't that many good-looking people in the village. It has to be said that Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao's looks are absolutely eye-catching, the kind that would turn heads wherever they go. The shopkeeper rarely sees such a handsome man and beautiful woman, and he seems very happy. Then thank you, boss. Lin Tian also smiled. Xu Mengyao watched eagerly. She saw the shopkeeper take out a piece of candy, fiddling with it, and then slowly, it actually took shape. In the end, it really did become a dragon. She was dumbfounded. She just stood there, stunned. Isn't it incredible? Little girl, have you never seen a sugar figurine before? The shopkeeper saw Xu Mengyao's expression and became even more smug. In this line of work, he loves to see people surprised. The more surprised the expression on their faces, the more they looked at each other, the prouder they felt. Xu Mengyao nodded. It felt like the shop owner was performing magic. Out of nowhere, a little sugar figurine appeared. And the figurine was slowly becoming more detailed, more and more like a dragon, and more adorable. Making sugar figurines is a skill, the shop owner said with a smile. If you like it, young lady, take a look. You can ask your boyfriend to buy you more later. But Xu Mengyao's expression became a little strange. It seemed like she was struggling with something. After a while, Xu Mengyao glanced at the shop owner again. He's my husband, she whispered. Although a little nervous, she still wanted to announce it. They were married. They weren't just boyfriend and girlfriend, he was her husband. You look so young, I didn't expect you to have entered the grave of marriage so early. The shopkeeper was also surprised to hear this. After all, the two were both recent graduates. They looked like bright, innocent students. They didn't look married at all. He had always thought they were two young people who had no classes today and came to go shopping. He didn't expect them to be a couple. Marriage is not a grave, it's very happy. Xu Mengyao pouted. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the shopkeeper's words. To her, marriage was never a grave. Being able to be with Lin Yang was really something to be happy about. She couldn't wait to be with Lin Yang forever. Graves and such were simply an insult to marriage. It seems that you two are really happy. These days, not many young people can say such things. The shopkeeper also laughed. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. He was quite surprised. He actually felt a little admiring of these young people nowadays. Marriage and love have gradually become like games. Very few people truly value marriage. The two people before me are clearly young, yet they have this kind of heart, which is truly remarkable. These two are finished for you, consider them a blessing for your marriage. The shopkeeper, without anyone noticing, had already made two dragons. These two dragons looked incredibly lifelike. Without close inspection, they resembled a painting. It was completely unimaginable that they were sugar figurines. Wow, amazing! Xu Mengyao exclaimed, taking the sugar figurines. Although small, they were incredibly skillful. Without considerable expertise, one absolutely couldn't make them. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lin Yang paid as well. It's nothing, you young people should come often. I enjoy interacting with you young people, it makes me feel younger too. The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic. After leaving the stall with the sugar figurines, Xu Mengyao continued to observe them, her eyes filled with curiosity and delight. So, have you ever seen this in a shopping mall before? Lin Yang smiled at her. She was still observing the sugar figurine very carefully, seemingly trying to figure out how it was made. Yeah, I've never seen it before. Lin Yang, how did you know? Xu Mengyao nodded emphatically. She looked at Lin Yang with wide, curious eyes, her gaze full of surprise. These things are usually only found in small stalls. Big shopping malls rarely sell these. Lin Yang said casually. Are there other things like this? I want to see more. Xu Mengyao became even more curious. She was really interested in these things. Then I'll take you to see some other things, but are you still scared? Lin Yang looked at Xu Mengyao before leaving, his face still showing concern. Although he did want to go shopping again, it mainly depended on Xu Mengyao's current state. I'm scared, but I'm also very curious. Xu Mengyao said honestly. Fear is something hard to control. It's not that you can just say you're not afraid and then you're not afraid anymore. But if a thought has surpassed fear, then it doesn't seem so hard to control. Okay, let's go for another look. This was the effect Lin Yang wanted. So he pulled Xu Mengyao and continued to stroll through the market. There were so many things at the market. They sold all sorts of things. Every stall was different. Xu Mengyao looked at these stalls with longing eyes. She felt like she wanted to take a closer look at every single one. Lin Yang, I want to see that. Xu Mengyao pointed to a snack stall in the distance. You want to eat these? Lin Yang was a little surprised. This place was full of snacks, and they were all the kind of snacks from his childhood. They looked like they had no nutritional value. It has to be said that these kinds of things are not something to boast about. And they're not exactly good stuff either. He never expected that what Xu Mengyao wanted to eat most wasn't those delicacies, but these things. I was already tired of eating these when I was little. Yeah, I want to eat them. Xu Mengyao nodded emphatically. Her expression was serious. She didn't seem to be joking. Okay, but only this once. Lin Yan thought for a moment. He guessed that Xu Mengyao had never eaten these before. It was normal for her to be curious. Although he couldn't let his child eat these junk foods every day, it was okay to have them occasionally. Xu Mengyao was even more excited. Her little face seemed to be glowing. Her face was full of curiosity. Even her steps became lighter. Lin Yang led Xu Mengyao to the snack stall. The stall was filled with all sorts of things, but they were all childhood snacks. It looked very nostalgic. What would you two like to order? Are you here to find your childhood? We don't have anything else, we only have memories. The owner saw the two of them come over. His face immediately lit up with a smile. Judging from their clothes, the two of them must be rich. There was only one possibility for them to come here. They were here to find their childhood memories. Actually, these places are all for kids like that. Even though it's childhood, those children don't actually spend much money. Ultimately, it depends on the adults. Yao Yao, what do you want to eat? Lin Yang asked Xu Mengyao with a smile. I don't know. Xu Mengyao shook her head, looking somewhat embarrassed. She genuinely didn't know. What kind of snacks did you like to eat before? Lin Yang continued to ask. Xu Mengyao shook her head again. I've never eaten them. She looked somewhat embarrassed, her watery eyes filled with tears. Her childhood seemed devoid of joy. She had seen many children buying snacks, while she simply sat quietly at her desk. Because her parents had always told her that those things were forbidden. The nanny would never dare buy them for her. She ate very well at home, and the nanny always brought her many things to school. She had many things to eat, but she had never tried these before. Oh, I see. Lin Yang nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly understood. No wonder the first thing Xu Mengyao saw after arriving at the market was this. He had found it strange before, but now that he thought about it, the more unseen something is, the rarer it seems. These were unknown territories for Xu Mengyao. Boss, then one of each, please. Lin Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. Really? We have quite a lot of things here. The boss was surprised. This was the first time he had heard such a strange request. These snack shops always made their living by quantity. There must be at least several hundred kinds of food. One of each? The request was strange, but it didn't stop them from making money. This kind of customer was considered a big customer in their snack stall. The owner took a large bag and packed all the snacks in front of him one by one. There were over 100 kinds. Lin Yang, isn't this a bit too much? Xu Mengyao watched the owner's actions. Her pupils dilated. She really wanted to try them. These were all unknown to her. They were very attractive. But she could only try them. Lin Yang bought so many at once. She couldn't finish them all. Moreover, she didn't know how much all these snacks would cost. Xu Mengyao swallowed. You don't know the price of oil and salt until you're in charge. She now had her own investment. Although Lin Yang had helped her the whole time, she was still a boss. She had to save money and work hard to make money. Little girl, what do you know? This is all your husband's love for you. The owner smiled as he packed the snacks into bags. Lin Yang's smile deepened. This owner really knew how to do business. That sounds nice, Lin Yang said with a wave of his hand. Pack more, pack more. The shopkeeper didn't stand on ceremony and started stuffing the snacks into the bag. Voila! RGE bag was quickly filled. The shopkeeper even took out another bag. In the end, the snacks filled 3 large bags, completely full. Later, Xu Mengyao felt a little numb. Staring at the snacks, she couldn't help but wonder, when will this last? Will it expire? Many thoughts popped into her mind. But the biggest thought was, how much will this cost? 3 large bags full of snacks. In her mind, snacks were very expensive. The nanny had mentioned before that the snacks she ate each month were enough for the nanny's monthly salary. But she couldn't eat this many snacks in 2 months. Young man, it's a little over 200 yuan in total. I'll round it down to 200. At this moment, Xu Mengyao heard the shopkeeper's price. Originally, when she saw the shopkeeper hold up 2 fingers, Xu Mengyao had a guess in her mind. Was it 2,000 or 20,000? But to her utter surprise, it was only 200. Could 200 yuan really buy so much stuff? At that moment, Xu Mengyao felt her world collapse. The snacks were supposed to be expensive. Had she been scammed before? Could it be that the nanny's salary was only 200 yuan a month? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yao Yao, let's go. At this moment, Lin Yang had already paid. He picked up the 3 large bags of snacks. Although it looked like a lot, they were all small items. Each one was very cheap, basically 50 cents or $1. The more expensive ones were only $2. For over 100 items, 200 yuan was a normal price. Lin Yang wasn't surprised. Lin Yang, are these things really that cheap? Xu Mengyao tugged at Lin Yang's sleeve, following behind him, and asked in a low voice. She was a little embarrassed, feeling like everyone had already eaten them. She was the only one who hadn't tried it. Yeah, these are all childhood snacks. I ate them when I was in elementary school. They've always been this price, don't be fooled by the cheap price, they taste pretty good. Besides being unhealthy, there's nothing wrong with them. Lin Yang smiled and pulled out a bag of tang monk meat. Don't believe me? Look, they even have tang monk meat. Shu Mengyao? This seems to be another area outside her understanding. But, how cool! She excitedly took the tang monk meat from Lin Yang's hand. Although there were still quite a few people in the market, she didn't even have time to be afraid. Her mind was full of surprise. It was curiosity about these little things. How interesting. Want to walk around some more? Lin Yang originally wanted to take Shu Mengyao to walk around the market more to get used to the feeling of crowds. He didn't expect her attention to be completely focused on these childhood snacks. This was unexpected. Let's go home. I want to eat. Shu Mengyao looked longingly at the tang monk meat in Lin Yang's hand. As she spoke, she glanced down at the 3 large bags again. She was already eager to go home. Okay, let's go home first. I'll show you other things next time. Lin Yang smiled indulgently. He never expected that Shu Mengyao would be captivated by such things. The two drove back home. Lin's parents were playing with their baby. Seeing the car return, they each carried a baby and came out to greet them. Look, babies, Mommy and Daddy are back. Where did Mommy and Daddy go this time? Did you bring back any treats for the babies? Lin's mother interacted with Lin Yang and Shu Mengyao while holding the baby. The two had barely gotten out of the car when Lin's mother saw the 3 large bags in Lin Yang's hands. At the same time, she also saw the 2 small sugar figurines in Shu Mengyao's hands. Both were shaped like dragons and looked quite cute. You two went out to play? Why did you buy so many snacks? These things aren't healthy. Lin's mother was shocked when she saw these things. These were all little trinkets. Lin Yang hadn't bought any for over a decade. Seeing them again suddenly felt a little strange. And buying so much was really excessive. Were the two of them planning to open a small shop? Mom, I've never eaten any of these before. I want to try them all. Shu Mengyao explained softly. She felt a little embarrassed. She really wanted to try them all, but she hadn't asked Lin Yang to buy them all. Trying them all and buying them all, there's a big difference, okay? She's not a pig. She can't eat that much. Even explaining made her feel guilty. Would people really think she could eat that much? Wah! It seems like she's going to be misunderstood. Oh, I see. If Xiaoyao wants to eat them, it's okay to buy more. Xiaoyao, don't feel guilty. Just tell Mom what you want to eat. Upon hearing that it was Shu Mengyao who wanted to eat them, Lin's mother's attitude instantly changed. With an understanding smile, she nodded kindly and began to speak. Mom, is your double standard really that obvious? If I had bought it, you would have scolded me. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. His mother's tone wasn't like this. Just now. But as soon as she heard it was Shu Mengyao who bought it, her tone changed instantly, almost like a complete change of expression. Can you compare yourself to Xiaoyao? She's never eaten these before. Lin's mother said with a smile. Indeed, it's different. It's only when someone cares that you stand out. Lin Yang pretended to be disappointed. Should I not have bought it? I won't eat it anymore. Shu Mengyao looked at the person in front of her nervously. She was extremely worried. Could it be that because of her, Lin Yang and her mother were going to argue? She didn't want that. But now it seemed there was nothing she could do. What should she do? Shu Mengyao was restless and couldn't sit still, so she could only weakly speak up from the side. It's okay, Yao Yao, we were just joking. Lin Yang also sensed that Shu Mengyao was a little nervous, even her back was straight. It was obvious. She was frightened by what had just happened. He quickly explained. Xiaoyao, don't feel pressured or burdened. Treat this place as your own home. Everyone jokes around occasionally, there's no bad intention. Lin's mother also quickly spoke up. In any case, she didn't want Shu Mengyao to be too nervous. After all, it's a rare opportunity to come. Of course, she should leave a good impression. Okay. At this moment, Shu Mengyao also felt a deep sense of relief. All the previous tension disappeared. She really thought that Lin Yang and her mother had quarreled. Now that she was sure they hadn't, she didn't need to be nervous anymore. You young people, go do what you need to do, don't worry about us. We're fine here. It's a rare opportunity to spend time with the babies. Lin's parents seemed very calm. He didn't even bother with Lin Yang and Shu Mengyao. Watching his parents and the babies play, Lin Yang took Shu Mengyao's hand and led her into the house. You see, Shu Mengyao had been drooling over these things. If left unattended, she'd be dying of craving. Try this first, it's Tang Monk's flesh. Lin Yang said with a smile. Tang Monk's flesh. Hearing the name, Shu Mengyao felt it was a bit far-fetched, yet incredibly appealing because she'd never eaten it before. She took the bag of Tang Monk's flesh from Lin Yang. It didn't look particularly special, except it seemed spicy. Shu Mengyao blinked, her face full of curiosity. What is this? She tilted her head, looking at Lin Yang, pointing at it, and couldn't help but ask. It was supposed to be a snack, but it looked spicy. She couldn't tell what it was at all. It's actually just bean curd skin, but it's made spicy. You'll know once you try it, Lin Yang explained simply. Then, under Lin Yang's gaze, Shu Mengyao opened the bag of tang monk meat, a type of spicy snack. She took a small bite and put it in her mouth. Her taste buds exploded. It's so spicy. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Clearly, she was overwhelmed by the spiciness. But at the same time, her eyes brightened. Is it too spicy? Maybe you shouldn't eat it. These kinds of snacks are usually made quite spicy. It depends on individual taste. Some people really can't handle it, Lin Yang said seriously. These things are meant to be enjoyed by different people. It's normal for some to be able to eat it and others not to. Shu Mengyao didn't seem like someone who could handle it. He originally wanted to stop her, but unexpectedly, she became nervous. She almost immediately shook her head and held the snack close to her. It's edible. It's really delicious. It's a flavor I've never tasted before. She practically protected it in her hands, her face full of seriousness as she spoke. This looks like a child trying candy for the first time. She's clutching it tightly, not wanting it taken away. Lin Yang even feels that if he were to take it again, Shu Mengyao might cry from envy. You can't eat too much. These snacks are delicious, but they're not good for your health. Eating too much is unhealthy. Lin Yang knows it's Shu Mengyao first time eating them, and she's experiencing a pleasant surprise. But letting her be like this isn't a good thing. She's his wife, he can only spoil her. He should try to prevent her from eating too much. But what if we don't eat all of this? Shu Mengyao pouted, looking at Lin Yang with a pitiful expression. It wasn't her who asked him to buy it. Lin Yang wanted to buy so much. She was happy, but she didn't want to be wrongly accused. There are many children outside who also like these. If we can't eat the extra, we can give them to the children. Lin Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Shu Mengyao's eyes widened. A devil. This guy is a devil. Such delicious food, and he's giving it away. No, I don't want to. She really wanted to eat it too. Can't you just give it to someone else? I want some too. Shu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang with a pitiful expression. She was practically clutching the food in her han. DS. After all, it was such delicious food. She should cherish it, right? If you want to eat it later, I'll buy it for you depending on the situation. Eating so much at once is not allowed. Lin Yang spoke again. This time, his tone was very firm. Clearly, there was no room for negotiation. Shu Mengyao lowered her head helplessly. She was obviously extremely disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. Okay then, but you must remember to buy it for me. She frowned, looking pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She looked so pathetic that it made one's heart ache, but Lin Yang still insisted. If it were anything else, he would let it go. But this was different. These things were inherently very unhealthy. Eating them occasionally was just for novelty. Eating too much would easily cause problems. Okay. Lin Yang's smile widened. Just then, he heard that familiar voice again in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for bringing the babies to the countryside for the first time. Reward, a toy store. Lin Yang had indeed considered the possibility of some reward for bringing the babies this time. However, he felt the chances were slim, since the babies had already met their grandparents. Unexpectedly, their first trip to the countryside actually counted as a reward. It was definitely an unexpected surprise and gain. Lin Yang specifically checked out the toy store. He was surprised to find that it was actually located inside a shopping mall, a very impressive place. Compared to a maternity and baby store, it was far superior. Although maternity and baby stores were large and luxurious, they were still just street-side shops. Even as a chain store, they couldn't compare to those large supermarkets with well-established locations. This toy store is conveniently located right next to a large supermarket, on a corner, in a prime location. The total monthly income here is around 500,000 yuan. This is more than double the income from his previous baby product store. With a store like this, he won't have to worry about money anymore. This means his guaranteed monthly income will be at least 700,000 yuan, and likely even more. Lin Yang calculated his income and glanced at the new store. Although he couldn't go there now, this news was indeed good. It seems there will be new things to do when he gets back. He'll need to check out the store first and also check on the situation with Fenghua. During those 3 days, Lin's parents were radiant with joy. They were incredibly happy, spending almost every moment with the babies, wanting nothing more than to be with them. Over those 3 days, their love for the babies deepened. Today was finally the day to go home. Lin's mother had been busy since morning, not stopping for a moment. "Mom, we're leaving soon, won't you spend more time with us?" Lin Yang said helplessly. His parents truly loved the babies. They were absolutely enamored with them, cherishing every moment together. They had even taken time off work to be with the babies. But now that it was finally time to leave, they were so busy they didn't even have time to spend with the babies. "I just wanted to make you more things to take back with you, didn't I? You two young people don't know how to cook these things, so I had to make you some." Lin's mother finally stopped. Her hands were full of flour, and she had a smile on her face. Her parents were always like this. No matter when, every time they came home, they always brought big bags and small bags. "You can buy all these things, don't bother with all this. The children are going back soon, let's spend some time with them first." Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. You see, after spending this time together, the children were very close to their grandparents. Every time Grandma played with the children, they laughed. Now that they had to part, the children would probably be reluctant to leave. "What you buy can't compare to what you make yourself. I used all the ingredients I prepared myself. You can't buy this kind of healthy stuff anywhere else," Lin's mother said earnestly. This was the stubbornness of the older generation. They always felt that things sold outside weren't good. Only what they made themselves was the healthiest. Lin Yang had refuted this view more than once. Later, they realized it was indeed hard to explain, so they simply let it go. They let Mom do as she pleased. After all, parents of this generation always have some stubbornness. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. You've done enough, the baby misses you, the baby's going to be worried later. Lin Yang simply pulled out his trump card. His parents seemed very stubborn in other situations. But every time they mentioned the baby, it was like touching a nerve. No matter how stubborn they were, they all disappeared in that instant. Their hearts melted. Lin's parents quickly put down what they were doing and went to the baby's side. Both babies were lying in the stroller. Their big, dark eyes darted around, as if they were looking around. "The babies are leaving soon, will they miss Grandma? We'll come to see you again in a few days when Grandpa and Grandma are free." Lin's mother squatted down next to the stroller. She choked up a little as she spoke. As the saying goes, grandparents love their grandchildren more. From the moment she saw the two babies, Lin's mother was filled with joy. She was overjoyed to be able to bring her babies to the countryside this time. But this separation became the most painful thing. Yeah, the two babies seemed to understand. Their little hands kept waving in the air. It looked like they were really responding to Lin's mother. "Do the babies miss Grandma too? Good boy/girl." Seeing the baby's eager reminiscence, Lin's mother smiled again. At this moment, the two babies also smiled and giggled. Look, the babies really do love Grandpa and Grandma. The baby's smiles directly healed Lin's parents. "It's getting late, Mom and Dad, you should rest. We'll go back first." Lin Yang glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. It would be evening by the time they got back. "Okay, you two hurry up and go, be careful on the road." "Oh, right, take all of this with you. If we can't finish these dumplings, freeze them in the refrigerator and take them out to eat whenever we want." Lin's mother took out the dumplings she had just made and all the vegetables she had prepared. There were 7 or 8 bags, big and small. The supplies were quite comprehensive, containing everything imaginable. Most of these things could be bought at a supermarket. But a parent's love couldn't be bought there. Lin Yang took the bags, a faint smile on his face. "I know, Mom, don't worry, I'll take all of this." As he spoke, the two of them, carrying the bags, filled the trunk to the brim. Then, they placed both babies in their infant car seats. Xu Mengyao sat beside the babies. "Is this safe? Won't the babies fall off?" Lin's father pointed to the seats, his expression worried. "Don't worry, it's safe. This is the safest infant car seat. Mom and Dad, you should go back inside quickly, it's so hot outside." It was July, the hottest time of year. The scorching sun beat down on the earth, as if trying to evaporate all the moisture. Standing outside for a while, one felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Okay, we're leaving right away. Be careful on the road, don't drive too fast, it'll be dangerous." Mr. and Mrs. Lin nodded, though they looked reluctant. They eventually turned away. In that instant, tears welled in Mrs. Lin's eyes. They were so reluctant to leave. They were already reluctant to part with their son. Now there was their daughter-in-law and 2 babies. Who could bear to leave them? "All right, we'll go see them in a couple of days. The babies are so well behaved now, they'll definitely remember us whenever we go. Mr. Lin comforted them, but his eyes held an indescribable bitterness. At this moment, Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang drove off together. Lin Yang, I think I've completely forgotten about the shop. Xu Mengyao suddenly remembered, looking flustered. She had been having so much fun these past few days. She had completely forgotten about something so important. She wondered how things were going at the shop lately. If they were losing money, wouldn't that be even worse? Don't worry about that, I've been keeping an eye on it lately. Lin Yang remained remarkably calm. But those simple words brought a sense of peace to Xu Mengyao. Thank goodness. No matter what, Lin Yang was there to help. With Lin Yang around, it seemed like there was nothing to fear. Everything became much simpler. Will I be able to make money? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang expectantly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. This was her first investment, and she was still unsure of the situation. So, she could only ask Lin Yang anxiously. Her heart was filled with growing trepidation. She really didn't know how to judge the current situation. Would it work? That was the question. It won't be long before it completely changes, and everything will move in a better direction. Lin Yang spoke rather tactfully. But this time, Xu Mengyao understood, which was rare. Does that mean I can't make any money right now? She looked even more pitiful now. She thought she could make money. She even used up the little savings her mother gave her. But why does it seem like she can't make any money now? This is only temporary. You'll be able to make money in the next couple of days, don't worry. Lin Yang smiled. These things can't be rushed. Investing is essentially a gamble. But this time, they are definitely going to win. There's nothing to be nervous about. As Lin Yang said, public opinion is already shifting towards domestic products. And this means that in a few days, domestic products will slowly take over the market. As for Fenghua, it is already a leading brand among domestic products. For so long, it has never raised prices and has never had any negative news. This value is actually quite substantial. Therefore, making money from this investment is only a matter of time. The possibility of not making money is completely out of the question. It won't happen. Really? Xu Mengyao pouted silently. Of course. Lin Yang smiled. Xu Mengyao had been preoccupied with this matter the whole way home. She didn't even realize it when they arrived. Come back to reality, why is our Yao Yao daydreaming? Lin Yang smiled and waved in front of Xu Mengyao. I'm still so worried. Lin Yang, I hope I can stand by your side. I don't need your protection, just to stand together as equals. Xu Mengyao looked up, gazing expectantly at Lin Yang. She had never been so serious before. Because of love, she truly didn't want Lin Yang to always protect her, to depend on him for everything. Perhaps living like that would be easier, but a voice inside her wanted to change. Yao Yao, you've always stood by my side as an equal. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Hearing Xu Mengyao's earnest words, Lin Yang was somewhat moved. Xu Mengyao was always like this. Sometimes it was heartbreaking. She often didn't realize it herself, and even always felt she hadn't done enough. In fact, in Lin Yang's eyes, Xu Mengyao had been incredibly brave. A girl, after finding out she was pregnant, actually chose to quietly prepare for childbirth and quietly give birth to the baby. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't afford the expenses later, and wasn't too embarrassed to tell her parents at the time, Xu Mengyao even felt that he might have gone all the way. After getting home, the first thing Xu Mengyao did was check the news online. She trusted Lin Yang. Never before. Since Lin Yang said that he hadn't made money yet, but would definitely make it later. Xu Mengyao believed it too. Lin Yang first settled all the babies in before returning home. The babies were clearly in good spirits and quickly fell into a sweet sleep. Only then did Lin Yang leave the house and check the online news with Xu Mengyao. Lin Yang knew that Xu Mengyao valued this shop very much, so naturally he wanted to help and check the current situation. He hadn't been paying much attention these past few days in the village, and he planned to keep a closer eye on things today. He couldn't let Xu Mengyao worry. He was surprised to learn that a certain live streaming host had made a mistake last night, saying some hurtful things to working-class people. At that moment, netizens were discussing domestic brands. Domestic brands had been forgotten for a very long time. Now, it suddenly felt like everything had happened recently. This was definitely a golden opportunity. If they could seize it, domestic brands were poised for a rise. Lin Yang's intuition was quite sharp, and he suddenly understood. No wonder the system's answer was so certain. This is a top-tier live streamer online, with top-notch sales skills and a huge number of loyal fans. Now, the live streamer's words have broken the hearts of all her fans, making them targets of everyone's envy. Lin Yang, I just asked around. I haven't earned a single penny lately, I've even lost 2,000. Xu Mengyao returned to her bedroom, looking dejected. She sat down next to Lin Yang. She had even mustered the courage to ask the shop manager. The manager was equally helpless. The brand Fenghua might be well known, but that was in the past. It was once incredibly successful, but now it's gone. As a result, while people occasionally come into their shop, very few actually buy anything. She felt like she had failed. Yao Yao, didn't I tell you? We had to wait for the right opportunity. But don't worry, the right opportunity has arrived. Lin Yang pointed to his phone. Xu Mengyao became even more curious. What's that? She didn't understand what her investment in the shop had to do with a phone. It seemed like there was absolutely no connection between the two. I just registered an account, it's Fenghua's shop account. Now that a big streamer has had a major scandal, that's when domestic brands rise to prominence. Lin Yang calmly stated. As he spoke, he directly used the newly registered account to comment under the streamer's post, gaining followers. I'm dying of laughter, is this Fenghua's shop? No way, I haven't seen this brand in ages. I remember using it a lot when I was a kid. I feel like my parents use it more. I'm not really a fan of this kind of shop. Guys, do you guys not know how cheap Fenghua is? A tub of conditioner is only a dozen yuan, enough for me to use for a long time. Really? By the way, is this shop on this street? I want to check it out too. After all, this was the comment section of top fans. The traffic was huge. Commenting here made it easy to be discovered. Furthermore, Lin Yang directly included the shop's name and address in his Weibo ID. This made it very straightforward, clearly indicating what he did. This caused a huge stir. Many people recalled the brand, stirring up deep memories. Some young people were unaware of the brand and were educated by other netizens. The Yin Yang account was originally newly registered and had no followers. To appear more authentic, he posted a Weibo post and bought a few hundred followers. This wave of buying followers under the failed post resulted in a gain of over 10,000. These people spread the word, and the name Fenghua once again came into the public eye. Coupled with the famous streamer's mishap, the controversy escalated. All domestic brands seized this opportunity, starting to learn from Lin Yang's approach, operating online and promoting their brands. In fact, for consumers, the brand isn't important, usability is. If it's both usable and cheap, that's even more important. This incident also made everyone aware of these affordable domestic products. Lin Yang also took the opportunity to call Bai Jia, asking her to take some time to go to Fenghua and provide guidance. Bai Jia is very capable. Since she came, she directly doubled the store's sales. Providing guidance to Fenghua would certainly come with a bonus. That evening, Xu Mengyao was still urgently researching how to operate the store. Lin Yang, however, was thinking about something else. Today is July 6th. In 2 days, it will be Xu Mengyao's birthday. He had been paying attention to this date since they got their marriage certificate, keeping it in mind. With only 2 days left, it was time to prepare properly. After all, this was their first birthday together. It needed to be a surprise, but Xu Mengyao couldn't find out too early. Fortunately, Xu Mengyao was preoccupied with making the shop bigger and better. Since her postpartum period, Lin Yang hadn't interfered with her phone use much. She simply spent her time taking online classes, learning about shop management. Meanwhile, Lin Yang called Yu Huan. What's up? Yu Huan, Xu Mengyao's only good friend, harbored a lot of hostility towards Lin Yang, even feeling that he had stolen her friend. Seeing Lin Yang call her this time, she was quite annoyed. Yao Yao's birthday is coming up, and I want to surprise her. I think we should team up in this regard, Lin Yang said calmly. Even though Yu Huan's tone was unpleasant, his emotions remained unchanged. Yu Huan, on the other hand, hadn't expected Lin Yang to be here for this. Of course, I've always spent her birthday with her. I'll be with her this year too. Yu Huan said earnestly. I think it's fine, but I'd like to arrange some other surprises. Lin Yang seriously discussed with Yu Huan for a long time, making the most of their time to prepare the surprise. The two were deep in their discussion when, at that moment, Xu Mengyao yawned, put down her phone, and turned back into the house. Then let's do it this way. Lin Yang hung up the phone immediately. Lin Yang, is something wrong? Xu Mengyao blinked, her face full of curiosity. She felt that Lin Yang hung up the phone a little too quickly. It was as if he was avoiding her. A company wants to discuss a collaboration in the next couple of days. Does Yao Yao want to come with me? Lin Yang asked casually. Sure. I want to study too. Xu Mengyao had been very motivated lately. Her eyes lit up when she heard it was about a collaboration. No matter how much you see, it can't compare to the impact of being there in person. She was already looking forward to it. Okay, then you can learn more about it these next few days. In a couple of days, I'll take you with me. Lin Yang smiled indulgently, ruffling Xu Mengyau's hair. Xu Mengyao snuggled forward like a kitten. Seeing this, Yao Ling quickly ran to Lin Yang's side, rubbing her head against his leg and meowing, as if trying to get his attention. Xu Mengyao noticed this too and jumped into Lin Yang's arms, mimicking Yao Ling's actions. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected that this man and cat could get jealous. Xu Mengyau's jealousy was truly legendary. He rubbed his leg against Yao Ling, a perfunctory touch. Xu Mengyau's reaction was meaningful. Yao Yao, if you keep doing this, you know the consequences. Lin Yang's voice was lower. Xu Mengyao acted as if she hadn't heard him, nestled in his arms like a kitten. Then, she was lifted into the air and carried inside. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, the sky gradually brightened. A few sparse stars disappeared, swallowed by the sunlight. Xu Mengyao slowly woke up, stretched, and found the space beside her empty. Lin Yang always woke up very early. She, however, was tired and sleepy, wanting only to stay in bed. After dawdling for a while, she finally got up. After washing up, she sat groggily. At the dining table, breakfast was already prepared. Hurry up and eat breakfast, then feed the babies some food. The babies are getting impatient. Lin Yang smiled gently, placing chopsticks in front of Xu Mengyao. At times like this, she always felt like she was dreaming. So happy. Being by Lin Yang's side, pampered like a princess, carefree. Okay. Another day full of energy. After finishing breakfast, Xu Mengyao went to feed the babies. Since they had massage techniques, her food supply increased dramatically. Now both babies are well fed, with even some left over. She no longer worries about them not having enough to eat. The two babies are also growing up quickly. Lin Yang's meticulous care means she doesn't have to worry about anything. Once she finishes all that, she'll seriously focus on learning about investing. These past 2 days, Xu Mengyao has been immersed in studying, creating an excellent opportunity for Lin Yang. He occasionally checks out the venue when he goes out to buy groceries and discusses with everyone how to prepare the birthday surprise. Although he comes back a little late, Xu Mengyao is focused on reading and watching videos, so her sense of time naturally diminishes. She doesn't even notice that Lin Yang seems really busy lately, probably because of his investments. Earning so much money at such a young age must require more hard work than most people. She feels sorry for him. As a supportive wife, she must work even harder to share his burden. Thinking this, Xu Mengyao becomes even more motivated, even studying more intently. 2 days pass like this. Finally, Xu Mengyao's birthday arrived. She was engrossed in her studies. Completely forgetting about her birthday, she did what she always did, fed the babies after waking up, grabbed her phone and notebook to take notes and learn new things. This time, Lin Yang also did a final check with everyone to make sure everything was ready. So, she pretended to be flustered. Yao Yao, I think I've lost the address the client gave me. Hurry and help me find it, I need to meet the client today. Lin Yang said anxiously as he searched around. Having been together for so long, this was the first time Xu Mengyao had seen Lin Yang so flustered. Her heart tightened. I'll help you look. We'll definitely find it. She quickly put down her phone and joined the search. Finally, Xu Mengyao suddenly remembered that Lin Yang frequented the babies' beds the most. So, she searched the babies' beds and found a note with a restaurant address on it. Lin Yang, is this it? Xu Mengyao excitedly ran to Lin Yang, proudly presenting the note. Yes, this is the address. Yao Yao, where did you find it? That's amazing. Lin Yang smiled with relief upon seeing the address, giving a thumbs up and showering her with praise. It's on the babies' beds. You must have accidentally fallen off while holding them. Xu Mengyao pointed to the babies' beds, a hint of pride on her face. She had helped Lin Yang too. So happy. By the way, Yao Yao, come with me, this collaboration is very important. I need you by my side to cheer me on. Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand. His tone was very serious. Was this being needed? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang with her watery eyes, a hint of surprise and satisfaction in them. This was Lin Yang's recognition. It was incredibly precious to her. Okay, I'll go with you. But should I dress up? Since she was going, she couldn't let Lin Yang down. She glanced at her pajamas. They were a couple's outfit. Very cute. She didn't want to change. But she couldn't go in her pajamas. Since you don't know what to wear matching outfits. We bought so many, they're all meant to be worn. Lin Yang said, taking out a matching outfit. The two of them had bought several sets while shopping. This one was purple. It was also Xu Menyao's favorite color. The pattern on the front was a heart. Lin Yang thought it was a bit cute, but Xu Mengyao really liked it. Let's just buy it. Should we wear this? But we're meeting a client, won't that be inappropriate? Seeing the matching outfits, Xu Mengyao's lips curled into a smile. She couldn't stop smiling. Although she liked it, she was worried. It was fine for casual outings, but this was for meeting a client. Would wearing such cute matching outfits make them seem unprofessional? It's okay. As long as you're capable, nothing else matters. Lin Yang ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair again, reassuring her. Okay. I'll go change now. With Lin Yang's assurance, Xu Mengyao wasn't worried anymore. She immediately grabbed the clothes and ran to change. After changing, she put on some simple makeup. By this time, Lin Yang had also changed. Purple didn't look strange on him at all. His face alone was enough to match. What about the baby? Xu Mengyao slapped her forehead. She was so busy leaving that she almost forgot about the baby. Aunt Lan had already left. They were going to discuss business. They couldn't take the baby with them. It's okay, I've already spoken to the client. You stay here and watch the baby while I talk to them, Lin Yang said with a nonchalant smile. They're so nice. Xu Mengyao was stunned. Isn't business a serious matter? It turns out they can even bring a baby. Perhaps this is Lin Yang's ability. Because he's so capable, many things no longer hold him back. The two of them were still pushing strollers, their steps light and quick. They arrived at the restaurant entrance, bathed in sunlight. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Yang again. With me here, you can leave if you feel uncomfortable. Don't be nervous. Lin Yang knew Xu Mengyao was probably scared again. After some recent training, her social anxiety had improved, but it wouldn't be completely gone. It would take time. He had plenty of patience. Okay. Xu Mengyao nodded firmly, and the two of them entered the restaurant together. They arrived at a private room. Yao Yao, I'll send a message, go open the door. Lin Yang usually opened the door himself. This time, however, she picked up her phone and took 2 steps back. Xu Mengyao didn't suspect anything and reached for the door. Before her hand even touched it, the door opened. Yao Yao, did you miss me? A smiling Yu Huan greeted her. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in shock. Huan, you're doing business with Lin Yang? When did you start doing business? I had no idea. Xu Mengyao asked in surprise, completely oblivious to anything else. Yao Yao, have you been too busy lately? Today is your birthday. Yu Huan pulled Xu Mengyao into the private room. Then Lin Yang pushed in the 2 babies. Besides Yu Huan, Chao and Shen Tingting were also in the room. Lin Yang knew Xu Mengyao didn't like too many people, so he only invited a few close friends. It was a small birthday party, which would be more comfortable for Xu Mengyao. That business. Xu Mengyao felt dizzy. Still thinking about business. No business, we're here to celebrate your birthday. Yu Huan pointed behind her. A sign on the wall read Happy Birthday, Xu Mengyao. A large cake sat on the table, topped with a picture of a little princess. The princess was wearing the same dress Xu Mengyao was currently wearing. Lin Yang, did you deliberately make me wear this? Xu Mengyao stared incredulously at everything. Her birthdays used to be simple. Huan would be with her, they'd eat cake, blow out the candles, and that was it. Then there were her parents' birthday gifts. Each gift was luxurious but impractical. And her parents only came back a few times to celebrate her birthday before rushing off again. This was the first time she'd had such a grand birthday party, such a big surprise. At that moment, on another wall, a projector began to appear. The projector showed photos of the two of them together. Initially, they seemed a little reserved. Later, the two of them gradually opened up. The photos became increasingly intimate, even a little playful. Xu Mengyao loved taking photos. She loved documenting things. She would even secretly take pictures of Lin Yang. But unexpectedly, Lin Yang would also secretly take pictures of her. And every single one of them made her look beautiful. Their smiling faces were frozen in every photo, appearing so warm. Even the babies giggled at this time. Oh dear, did the baby sense mommy and daddy's emotions? They're even smiling, so cute. Shen Tingting was the first to notice the smile on the baby's face. She exclaimed in surprise. Oh dear, stop being so sentimental, we single dogs can't take it. By the way, Yao Yao, this is a gift for you. Shen Tingting and Yu Huan took out gifts one after the other. One was a beautiful dress, and the other was a pair of high heels. Both gifts looked quite valuable. And Chao behind them looked a little uneasy. You guys didn't say it had to be this formal. He was holding a birthday present in his hand. At this moment, he wished he could find a place to crawl into. Usually in the dormitory, although everyone would celebrate birthdays together, the gifts were usually the quirky kind. Anyway, everyone would prank each other, so it didn't seem strange. Since Lin Yang had invited him this time, he simply continued the usual style. But he didn't expect everyone's gifts to be so thoughtful. Compared to this, he felt like an idiot. Chowzi, what did you bring? Lin Yang saw Chow's expression and basically guessed what was going on. Chow was good at pranks. His gifts used to be the most bizarre in the dormitory. Sister-in-law, I really didn't mean anything by it. It's just that everyone in the dormitory used to give gifts like this, and I thought it would be the same this time. Chow silently took out the clapping device in his hand. It was just a small hand that could clap with a shake. It looked quite festive. However, giving such a gift was indeed a bit embarrassing. I'm dying of laughter. Chowzi, are you alright? You gave me something like this? When you go out, don't ever say I'm your advisor. I can't bear the embarrassment. Seeing the gift, Chen Tingting laughed so hard she almost fell over. Then she remembered the incident and quickly gave her a warning. Yu Huan was also shocked, but seeing Chow's regretful look, it seemed like he was genuinely in pain. So, was this gift something he prepared seriously? Thinking about it, Yu Huan was also a little stunned. What kind of hopeless bachelor could prepare such a gift for a girl? Alright, stop making fun of me. We always gave gifts like this in the dorm, and there was nothing wrong with it. Who knew you guys wouldn't follow the script this time? Chow was also aggrieved. After so many birthdays, didn't everyone just prank each other? You deserve to be single. Even Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. By the way, Yang Ji, what gift did you prepare for your girlfriend? To change the subject, Chow finally managed to get the conversation to Lin Yang. Lin Yang picked up the 99 roses he had pre-ordered. Yao Yao. I realized I've never given you flowers before, back in the rapeseed field. Happy birthday. As he spoke, Lin Yang handed the flowers to Xu Mengyao. This was the first time Lin Yang had given her flowers, and also the first time Xu Mengyao had received flowers from a boy. After all, the boys she'd met before hadn't even had a chance to give her flowers before she left. She accepted the flowers with a look of surprise and delight, holding them like a precious treasure. Lin Yang, thank you, this is the most special birthday I've ever had. Xu Mengyao smiled contentedly. But Yu Huan, standing beside her, frowned. What do you mean? Did you only give Huan a bouquet of flowers? Lin Yang, that's so insincere. Who only gives their girlfriend a bouquet of flowers for her birthday? Yu Huan already felt that Lin Yang had stolen her best friend. She had been very angry about it. This time, Lin Yang had taken the initiative to suggest half a birthday party. Her anger subsided considerably, and her opinion of Lin Yang improved somewhat. But she never expected the gift to be just a party and a bouquet of flowers. Wasn't that too perfunctory? Huan, Lin Yang is really good to me. I feel so happy. Xu Mengyao looked contentedly at the bouquet of blooming flowers in her hand, taking a deep breath. The fragrance was intoxicating, even improving her mood. But this is so insincere. Yu Huan's brows were still furrowed, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Xiao and Chen Tingting exchanged a glance. They wanted to help, but didn't know what to say. So they simply went to the baby's side. The baby has grown so much in just 1 month. So cute. Yes, look. The baby's smile is so adorable, I love it. The two awkwardly changed the subject. Although Yu Huan also loved the baby, she was more worried that Xu Mengyao would be wronged. Lin Yang, you really didn't prepare a gift for Yao Yao? She found it hard to understand. If she couldn't even receive a gift, was this true affection? Faced with Yu Huan's accusations, Lin Yang wasn't angry. He just smiled faintly. Actually, I prepared a gift, but I couldn't bring it all, he explained simply. Yu Huan scoffed. How could that be? What could you have prepared that you couldn't bring? This hotel is so big, I think you can bring anything. She clearly didn't believe Lin Yang's explanation. She felt he was just dodging the question. Anyway, he'd stall for time. Once things calmed down, it would be over. After all, Xu Mengyao would never question it. If you really want to see it, then I'll take you there. Lin Yang shrugged, not caring at all. It was a gift he prepared for Xu Mengyao anyway. He never intended to hide it. At worst, it would just be made public. Come on, I want to see what you prepared for Yao Yao. Yu Huan had a fiery temper, and now she was even angrier, her tone harsh. Lin Yang, where are we going? Xu Mengyao blinked, full of curiosity and a little worry. In her opinion, Lin Yang had already prepared such a birthday surprise for her, so whether or not she received a gift didn't really matter. but now things seem to be slowly getting out of control. Yao Yao, it's your birthday today. Let's go see the birthday present I gave you in a little while. But before that, we need to cut the cake here first, eat it, and then go over. Lin Yang smiled and ruffled Xu Mengyao's hair. This gentle smile made Xu Mengyao's heart slowly calm down. Okay, Yao Yao, don't worry. It's all my fault for almost ruining your good mood. Yu Huan had also been a little anxious just now. Now, slowly coming back to her senses, she realized that she had indeed been a bit impulsive. So she simply didn't mention it again. Then let's hurry up and blow out the candles and make a wish. Chao and Chen Ting saw that the atmosphere had been built up. So they immediately came forward, drew the curtains, and lit the candles. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Neither Chao nor Chen Ting were very good at singing. The four of them sang Happy Birthday. There were 3 different tunes. It sounded a bit comical, but Xu Mengyao didn't find it funny. Instead, her eyes welled up with tears. She looked expectantly at the cake in front of her, at the cute little figure. Yao Yao, come blow out the candles and make a wish, Lin Yang said. Xu Mengyao immediately closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, made a wish, and then opened her eyes to blow out the candles. The next second, a smear of cream was smeared on her cheek. It was Chen Ting who did it. After that, everyone started smearing cream on each other. In the end, no one was spared. Everyone looked like a little kitten, their faces covered in cream. The gift is right here. After playing around for a while, everyone was tired. Xu Mengyao sat next to Lin Yang, gently wiping the cream off her face. After cleaning it up, she comfortably leaned her head on his shoulder. Ah, it's so good to have a boyfriend. Yao Yao has a shoulder to lean on, unlike us who have no one behind us. Chen Ting said sourly. Brother Ting, with your personality, even if you find a boyfriend, you'll be the one being leaned on. Lin Yang's words immediately caused everyone to burst into laughter. Brother Yang is awesome, every word he utters is a golden quote. Chao laughed so hard he almost fell over, snot bubbles were about to come out of his nose. Even Yu Huan, who had been irritable just now, couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. The atmosphere was great. Xu Mengyao was more ladylike and was too embarrassed to laugh out loud. She leaned on Lin Yang's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. She was clearly secretly laughing. Lin Yang, shouldn't you show us the birthday presents you prepared? Despite the playful banter, Yu Huan had kept this matter in mind and hadn't forgotten. However, her tone was clearly much better than before. All right, it's getting late. Let's take everyone for a walk. Lin Yang nodded with a smile. Everyone quickly tidied themselves up, mainly wiping their faces. After all, everyone had patches of cream on their faces. If they went out like that, people would think they were crazy. Especially since they were a group of crazy people on a team-building trip. Once everyone was ready, Chao and Chen Ting were the first to claim the baby's stroller. Let us push it, the baby is so cute, I want to play with him a little longer. Chen Ting chuckled. Tingji, if you like babies so much, why don't you just have 2? Chao retorted without hesitation. Get lost. He received a concise reply. Then you can push it, I'll lead the way. Lin Yang held Xu Mengyao's hand. The two walked in front, their fingers intertwined. Yu Huan gritted her teeth behind the two. How infuriating. She used to have a place next to Xu Mengyao. But ever since Lin Yang came along, she's practically lost her place. Ugh. This is outrageous. Yu Huan thought, grinding her teeth even harder. Chen Ting and Xiao followed at the back, each pushing a stroller, carefully avoiding bumping or hurting the baby. They walked with extreme caution, completely oblivious to everything else. Luckily, the toy store was very close to the hotel, only a 10-minute walk. They arrived at the store quickly. Yu Huan was even more puzzled. You promised to take us to see birthday presents. You're not going to buy them here at the store, are you? Yu Huan considered this possibility. Her teeth clenched even tighter. This guy. Is he playing them for fools? Xu Mengyao, after all, is a rich girl, she doesn't lack money or gifts. But Yu Huan was genuinely worried that Lin Yang was only after her money. If he wouldn't even give a gift, how could he be sincere? Yang Ji, Bullfrog, this actually works? Chao gave a thumbs up. He suddenly felt like he'd learned something. If you don't know what gift to buy, just take the girl to the mall. Girls always want something. What a great idea. No wonder it's Yang Ji. He silently admired him. Xu Mengyao, however, blinked in confusion. Lin Yang, is my birthday present here? She tilted her head, looking somewhat puzzled. Don't rush, just follow me. Lin Yang said calmly, leading everyone to the 3rd floor via elevator. The toy store was located at the corner of the elevator. This toy store was the largest in the entire mall, its area comparable to a baby product store. But keep in mind, this was in the most bustling mall. The prices were predictably high, and the profit margin was naturally much higher than in a baby product store. Wow, the babies are at the toy store. Do you like it? Chen Tingting couldn't help but interact with the babies. Wow, this car is so cool. Yang Ji, why don't you buy it for the baby? At this moment, Chao suddenly forgot about the baby. Seeing a cool car model, he rushed over. He admired it closely for most of the day. Tears of envy streamed down his face. So cool. But the price. It's really cool too. It's just a car model, and it costs over 1,000 yuan. Are you crazy? It's more like robbery. If you like it, take it. Don't use baby as an excuse. Lin Yang waved his hand generously. Okay, brother Yang, I'll take it then. Wait a minute, if I just take it like that, wouldn't that be stealing? Brother Yang, you've got me in trouble. Chao hugged the car and was about to leave. Suddenly he came to his senses and quickly put it back. Then he patted his chest. He almost made a mistake. You talk so generously, as if the toy store is yours. How dare you? Yu Huan rolled her eyes from the side. This toy store is quite famous in this mall. Many toys can't be found in other toy stores. People come here to strike it rich. They're willing to spend more money. Even she had heard of this place. Of course, she knew how valuable it was. Lin Yang, weren't you going to show us Yao Yao's birthday present? Why are we here? Yu Huan was a little impatient. She felt Lin Yan was stalling for time. He never gave a straight answer. He said he was coming, but they ended up at the toy store. Was he going to give Xu Mangyao a toy? My birthday present for Yao Yao is already in front of you. Lin Yang shrugged innocently. What is it? Is it this car? Oh my god, it's not one of these toys, is it? There are so many things here, which one is it? Are we here for a treasure hunt? Chao and Chen Tingting were both excited. This huge toy store had all kinds of toys. Suddenly, they felt a bit excited. The present is this toy store, Lin Yang said with a smile. However, Chen Tingting and Chao froze on the spot. They had originally wanted to look for the present, but now they were a little at a loss. Yang Ji, are you kidding me? You think you could buy this whole toy store? Chao swallowed hard. He spoke with difficulty. Lin Yang, I've known you for so long, how come I didn't know you were actually a hidden tycoon? Chen Tingting was also shocked. No wonder everyone says you shouldn't flaunt your wealth. Lin Yang looked like an ordinary person when he was in school. Now he's just living a slightly more comfortable life than the average person. She never expected him to actually buy out this entire toy store and give it to Xu Mangyao. Really? Even Yu Huan was stunned. She was probably the one who knew the toy store best among them. Although she had considered that Lin Yang might buy some toys here for Xu Mangyao, she never imagined that the gift would be the toy store itself. It's too extravagant. It's really too extravagant. Lin Yang, are you serious? Yu Huan swallowed hard. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. She didn't have a good impression of Lin Yang. The main reason was that she felt Lin Yang didn't seem to care much about Xu Mangyao. She cared about her best friend. It would be too much if she couldn't even get a gift, but she didn't expect this gift to come. And such a big gift at that. How much is this toy store worth? She didn't even dare to think about it. But she was sure that her monthly income was at least several hundred thousand. For ordinary people, this was almost a year's income. Of course I'm serious. Yao Yao, wait for me. Lin Yang directly called the store manager. He brought the contract and everything else with him. The store manager knew that the boss had changed, but she was still a little surprised when she saw Lin Yang. This boss was too handsome. And so young. It's a pity he married young. Boss lady, please take whatever you need. The store manager came over respectfully. This completely confirmed what Lin Yang had just said. He had given the entire store to Xu Mangyao. Everyone was still in shock. Holy, Yang Ji, you're actually a hidden millionaire. I've known you for so long, and you didn't even tell your buddy. I was worried you didn't have enough money, so I used my living expenses to support your kids. Chao slowly accepted the fact. He almost jumped up and down. When he first met the kids, Chao was genuinely worried that Lin Yang couldn't afford to raise them. They had just graduated. Where would they get so much money? He never expected this guy to be from a wealthy family. He owned such a large toy store. And he just gave it away like that. It's insane. I also made some money from investments. Chaozi, don't worry, brotherhood is in my heart. Lin Yang said with a smile. Wow, can I brag to people now? My student is actually a millionaire. Chen Tingting was also surprised. After thinking about it, she felt pleasantly surprised. Was this an unexpected gain? This added a significant chapter to her entire career as a counselor. She'd be proud to mention that she'd mentored a student who became a millionaire. Whatever you say, Tingji, Lin Yang shrugged indifferently. Then he turned his gaze to Xu Mengyao. Yao Yao, Fenghua is already profitable. But I don't think that's enough. This toy store is yours. You'll have to support me from now on. Lin Yang smiled as he handed the documents to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao was stunned, not yet fully processing the news. Her birthday present was a toy store? Even her parents had never been so generous. Looking at the documents in her hands, although the papers were light, they felt heavy. It was the weight of love. Now you can't find fault with it, can you? Our Yang Ji has never been close to any girl at school. The only one I know is the school beauty. Such a good guy is hard to find even with a lantern. Chao also relentlessly mocked Yu Huan. Although Yu Huan was very pretty, that wasn't a reason to criticize his brother. Now that Lin Yang had brought out the gift, she felt she had finally gotten her revenge. Sorry, I misunderstood you. But I'll say it again, if you make Yao Yao unhappy, I'll definitely take her away immediately. Yu Huan was a woman of her word. She had suspected Lin Yang before because he hadn't brought anything. Who could stand it when he went to Xu Mengyao's birthday party like that? Since it was a misunderstanding, her apology seemed very sincere. It's okay. You're Yao Yao's good friend, it's only right that you stand up for her. Lin Yang simply waved his hand magnanimously, not taking it to heart at all. This made Yu Huan feel even more guilty. At this moment, without her previous prejudice, she suddenly realized that Lin Yang seemed to be a really good person. I will make Yao Yao happy. Lin Yang smiled faintly. But when he said this, his dark eyes were full of determination. This was not just a sentence. It was also a promise. All right, it's getting late. It's windy at night, the kids might catch a cold. You guys can play here as you like, take whatever you like, we need to go back now. Lin Yang glanced at the time. This gathering, plus shopping, and the huge shock after arriving at the toy store, had already made it afternoon. It was approaching evening. The sky was gradually darkening, and the sun was slowly sinking. The buildings and streets outside the window were illuminated by the afterglow of the sunset, as if they were draped in a golden coat. A gentle breeze blew, dispelling the afternoon heat and bringing a touch of coolness. Brother Yang, can I really take this? Chao was still holding the model car worth several thousand yuan. This was something that boys couldn't refuse. But the price was so high that it could make one addicted. He hesitated for a long time. He wanted to take it, but he felt that taking advantage of his brother like this seemed too perverted. Wah! A little embarrassed. Of course. Take it. It's yours. Lin Yang waved his hand. Brother Yang is so domineering. I love you so much. Car, from now on I'm your new owner. Chao hugged the stroller even tighter. Yu Huan and Chen Tingting couldn't help but roll their eyes. Come on, I don't like men. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh and retorted directly. This time even Xu Mengyao laughed. The two of them pushed a stroller each and walked home. Dusk is a romantic time. Many couples strolled on the street, hand in hand. The city under the setting sun became warm and peaceful. Xu Mengyao also wanted to walk hand in hand with Lin Yang, but she was held back by the baby. She could only walk shoulder to shoulder. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two of them. Even the babies were enjoying the comfort and peace at this moment. When they got home, the babies were actually sleeping soundly. They didn't wake up at all. Lin Yang quickly took the two babies out of the stroller and put them on the bed. Yun Yun was still fast asleep. Xingxing, however, opened her eyes and started crying loudly. Baby pooped again? Daddy will change your diaper. Lin Yang's face was full of doting. He gently took off Xingxing's old diaper, dried her bottom, applied talcum powder, and then put on a new diaper. He held her in his arms and gently rocked her, murmuring a fairy tale in a very soft voice. Xingxing's eyelids seemed to be drooping. After a while, they closed completely. Is she asleep? Xu Mengyao, who had just changed into her pajamas, came in and asked softly. Lin Yang made a shushing gesture, indicating that she should leave. The two left the nursery and sat in the living room. Lin Yang, thank you for the birthday present you prepared for me. This is the first time I've had a birthday surprise. Xu Mengyao nestled on the sofa, resting her head on Lin Yang's shoulder. She had simply repeated each day endlessly, seemingly without any pursuit or even dreams. It was only after meeting Lin Yang that her life underwent a dramatic change. Yao Yao, you're not allowed to say thank you to me anymore. Don't use such formal words. Lin Yang held up his index finger, stopping her from continuing. Lin Yang, ask me quickly, what is my dream? Lin Yang had asked her before. At that time, she didn't even know what her dream was. But after this period, she felt it had become clearer. What is your dream? Lin Yang hugged Xu Mengyao and asked softly. My dream is to be with you every day. To let the babies grow up quickly, so they don't interfere with our time together. Xu Mengyao raised her little face and said seriously. Lin Yang chuckled. He hadn't expected her ultimate dream to be this. The babies are definitely taking up most of their lives right now. They're still so young. Every part of them needs careful attention. The slightest mistake could lead to problems. It seems Xu Mengyao is still jealous about this. Lin Yang, I see couples on TV doing so many things together. I want to do that too. Xu Mengyao nestled in Lin Yang's arms. Her eyes dimmed slightly at the mention of this. Everything between her and Lin Yang progressed too quickly. There was no courtship, no other getting to know each other. They got together, raised a baby together, and then got married. They skipped so much. They don't even have many memories. This is what she regrets most. The couples on TV often go on dates, create all sorts of memories, and do all those things together. They seem to have done none of those. Thinking about it carefully, besides going to the beach together and cooking together, what else have they done? Then write down what you want to do on a piece of paper. Then we'll stick them on the wall and do them one by one. Put a check mark next to each one you complete, and in the end we'll have lots of memories. Lin Yang hugged Xu Mengyao and said with a smile. Xu Mengyao instantly perked up. Okay, I'll go get a pen and paper now. She got up from Lin Yang's arms, put on her slippers, and ran to the bedroom. She rummaged through drawers and cupboards. Finally, she found a large poster. Then she turned the poster over, revealing a blank space. Don't we have blank paper at home? Lin Yang was a little surprised when he saw the poster. If he remembered correctly, there should be some blank paper at home, so they didn't need this. Those sheets of paper are too small. I'm afraid they won't be enough to hold my wishes, Xu Mengyao said seriously. After saying that, she opened the pen cap and began to think about what the two of them wanted to do together. Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Not even a whole sheet of blank paper was enough? After pondering for a while, Xu Mengyao solemnly wrote down her first goal on the poster, to watch the sunrise together. The second goal, correspondingly, was to watch the sunset together. After writing down the first two goals, it was as if Xu Mengyao's imagination had been unlocked. She began writing down everything she wanted to do with Lin Yang on the large poster, one after another. In no time, the poster was half full. But Xu Mengyao showed no sign of stopping, continuing to ponder. After writing down a few more goals, Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang with a slightly guilty expression. Am I being too greedy? But there are so many things I want to do with you. She wrote down dozens of goals in succession. Even so, she still seemed unsatisfied. Many of these were things she had seen on TV, things that young couples did. And some were things she had longed for since childhood. Now that she had Lin Yang, if she could be with him, she would be very happy. They're all just small things, they won't take long. Just write them down, and we'll complete them one by one. Lin Yang watched from the side the whole time. Although Xu Mengyao had a lot of small goals, they really were just small goals. Each one was an insignificant little thing. Flying kites together, going to concerts together, drawing together, having picnics together, making handicrafts together. They were all just the dreams of young girls in love. Xu Mengyao didn't have much of a childhood, so he would make up for it. Really? Xu Mengyao felt that she had too many wishes, that it was too greedy. Lin Yang's words made her eyes light up again. Of course. Lin Yang nodded. Now Xu Mengyao continued to write while thinking. They were all very ordinary little things. These were also very sweet interactions between couples. She finally filled an entire poster. A full 100 things. Lin Yang, I'm done. Xu Mengyao looked at what she had written with satisfaction. He even checked it carefully once to make sure it was correct. Then let's stick it on the wall. So we can look at it anytime. That way we can do one thing whenever we think of it. Lin Yang also got up and found some tape. He stuck the 100 things the couple wanted to do on the living room wall. Although Xu Mengyao's handwriting was beautiful, it still looked a bit out of place. Maybe we should just put it away. Xu Mengyao also felt that it looked strange sticking it on like this. It's okay, let's leave it like this for now. Lin Yang smiled, having already made a mental note of it. Yao, since today is your birthday, let's do one thing together today. Lin Yang had already noticed Xu Mengyao's second item. It was watching the sunset together. It was dusk now. Okay. Lin Yang took two small stools and placed them on the balcony. The two sat side by side, looking at the dusk outside the French windows. The summer sunset was exceptionally beautiful. The sun gradually sank, dyeing the surrounding clouds golden red. It was as if the entire sky was ablaze. The sun continued its slow descent. The sky grew increasingly dark, changing from orange-red to deep blue. At this moment, the distant building outlines began to blur. City lights came on, and stars appeared. What a huge city! Darkness descended completely. Outside the window, countless lights shone. It was rush hour. Busy and crowded. Pedestrians hurried along. Cars streamed down the streets. This was the first time Xu Mengyao had observed the city so intently. She suddenly realized that everyone seemed so busy. She took Lin Yang's arm and leaned against him, seeking a sense of groundedness. Leaning against Lin Yang, Xu Mengyao had actually fallen asleep. Lin Yang glanced at her sleeping face. So he gently picked her up and put her on the bed. He then went to check on the baby first. After confirming that the baby was sleeping soundly, he returned to the living room. Today, he didn't choose to sleep in the baby's room, nor did he plan to sleep in the master bedroom. Instead, he lay down directly on the sofa in the living room. 4:30 in the morning. The crisp alarm clock woke the sleeping Lin Yang. He quickly turned off the alarm clock, got up and looked out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The morning light gradually filled the sky. The sunrise was about to come. After watching the sunset last night, Lin Yang kept the sunrise in his heart. Every wish of Xu Mengyao was very small, so small that it felt wrong not to help her fulfill it. The world was still asleep. The babies were also very sleepy. Lin Yang returned to the master bedroom. Xu Mengyao was also asleep. Yao Yao, wake up. Lin Yang's voice was low and very gentle. He called out while gently patting Xu Mengyao's back. Xu Mengyao was a light sleeper. Hearing the sound, she slowly opened her eyes. She was awake, but not yet fully conscious. Lin Yang, what's wrong? She rubbed her eyes, a little confused. Her voice was hoarse and somewhat languid, yet possessed a unique sexiness. Didn't you want to see the sunrise? The sun will be rising soon. Lin Yang smiled broadly. Today was a rare beautiful day. The sun was already slowly climbing. Now was the most beautiful time. Sunrise, Xu Mengyao murmured softly. Her brain hadn't fully started working yet, and her reaction was slow. When she slowly came to her senses, she slowly sat up. Her eyes were finally fully open, but her beautiful eyes were still full of sleepiness. Yes, do you want to see the sunrise? Lin Yang took Xu Mengyao's hand and asked softly. Okay. Although she was still half asleep and her mind wasn't fully clear, Xu Mengyao nodded instinctively when she heard Lin Yang's question. Lin Yang then pulled her up and led her back to the small stool in the living room. At that moment, a faint red glow began to appear on the horizon outside the window, indicating that the sun was about to rise. Gradually, the red glow expanded and brightened, eventually forming a red sun that slowly rose from the horizon. Xu Mengyao stared blankly at the scene before her. It felt as if the world had become quiet at that moment. The sun slowly returned to the sky, casting its light upon the earth. The entire city was gradually awakening. So beautiful. Xu Mengyao looked at the scene before her. As the sun rose, the clouds in the sky were dyed golden red, like a ball of flame in the sky, beautiful and breathtaking. We can put another check mark on our to-do list. Seeing the sun rise, Xu Mengyao smiled sweetly. She was now fully awake. She skipped off to grab a pen and put a big check mark on the list she'd written yesterday. After watching the sunrise, Xu Mengyao went to catch up on her sleep, completely satisfied. Lin Yang went to make breakfast. And so, morning arrived. Xu Mengyao was woken up by a phone call. Huan? What's up? She asked, still sounding weak. She'd gotten up so early, and even after her nap, she hadn't caught up. Little lazybones, Yao Yao, still not up at this hour? Yu Huan couldn't help but laugh on the other end of the phone. No way. Lin Yang and I watched the sunrise. I only went to sleep after watching it. Xu Mengyao immediately retorted. Oh well, whatever, I want to come to your house today. I didn't even give a gift when the baby was born. You know, it's such a big thing, and you were the last to. Tell me. Yu Huan stated her purpose directly. Previously, she had harbored preconceived hostility towards Lin Yang and hadn't had a good impression of him. So she hadn't come over to properly see the baby. Yesterday was Xu Mengyao's birthday, and the babies only came briefly before leaving. This time, she wanted to see the babies properly. Okay, then come on over. Xu Mengyao gave the address to Yu Huan directly. After getting up and quickly washing up, she followed the aroma to the restaurant. There was that familiar smile, making her mouth water. Yao Yao, wake up. Breakfast is ready, come and eat. Lin Yang was already sitting by the restaurant waiting. Xu Mengyao skipped over and sat beside him, then looked him up and down. Her beautiful eyes seemed full of questions. What's wrong? Noticing Xu Mengyao's question, Lin Yang just chuckled gently and flicked her nose. Lin Yang, are you made of iron? How come you never get tired? Or are you a robot? Xu Mengyao's bright eyes stared straight at him, her face full of confusion. Last night, the two watched the sunset and chatted for a long time. Later, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, and she couldn't stay awake any longer. She didn't even know how she got back to bed. Anyway, Lin Yang was there. She wasn't afraid. But Lin Yang had also stayed up so late. He even got up very early this morning to wake her to watch the sunrise. How come he's so energetic now? Does Lin Yang have a charging port? The kind that can recharge. Otherwise, how can he always have so much energy? I don't need much sleep, just enough is fine. Lin Yang chuckled. Considering Xu Mengyao was a science fiction fan, it wasn't surprising she'd say something like that. Is that so? Hearing this answer, Xu Mengyao's face fell slightly in disappointment. What, do you really want your husband to be a robot? Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated by her reaction. He wondered what was going on in this girl's head. No way. I hope Lin Yang is like me, an ordinary person. That way we can live the same life. Xu Mengyao quickly shook her head. Okay, let's eat. Lin Yang smiled and ruffled her hair. As he spoke, Xu Mengyao slapped her forehead. All right, Huan Huan said she was coming over. Before she could finish speaking, there was a knock at the door. It was very rhythmic and energetic. It must be Yu Huan. It seems Huan Huan is already here. Xu Mengyao was stunned. It had only been a dozen minutes. Wasn't that a bit too fast? You eat first, I'll go open the door. Lin Yang wasn't surprised and got up to open the door. Sure enough, he saw Yu Huan as soon as he opened the door. Come in, the slippers are in the shoe cabinet. Lin Yang opened the door and let Yu Huan come in by herself. Yu Huan didn't stand on ceremony. After changing into her slippers, she rushed to the dining room. What's that smell? It smells so good. Yao Yao, where do you guys buy breakfast every day? I want to buy it next time. Obviously, she was attracted by the aroma of breakfast. This was made by Lin Yang. We never buy breakfast. Xu Mengyao said with a little pride. Ever since she met Lin Yang, she has become less and less interested in eating out. Lin Yang's cooking skills are much better than those outside. Really? Lin Yang is such a good cook? Yu Huan was stunned. She was obviously still a little incredulous. The aroma just now made her mouth water. She hadn't felt hungry at all, but now her stomach was rumbling. She had originally wanted to ask where the breakfast was bought so she could buy it too. She didn't expect it to be a love-filled breakfast. A pure limited edition. Let's eat some together. I made quite a lot, and we can't finish it all. At this moment, Lin Yang also came to the dining room. This sentence made Yu Huan feel a little embarrassed. She had never been very nice to Lin Yang. She didn't expect Lin Yang to repay evil with kindness. Not only did he never get angry, but he could also be so gentle. Now Yu Huan's opinion had completely changed. It seemed Xu Mengyao had truly married a good husband. Huan Huan, try it, it's really delicious. I don't think even Aunt Lu's cooking is this good. Aunt Lu was Xu Mengyao's cook. Her cooking was exceptionally good. When Yu Huan was little, she would always eat 2 bowls of rice whenever she went over. That caused her weight to skyrocket. She never expected Xu Mengyao to give Lin Yang such a high evaluation. Then I won't be polite. Yu Huan couldn't hold back anymore. She sat directly opposite the two of them, picked up a small steamed bun, and put it in her mouth. The moment the bun entered her mouth, the soup burst out like fireworks. The rich aroma spread irresistibly. The taste was both gentle and intense. Even the fragrance filled the air. Yu Huan couldn't help but close her eyes, feeling her love for food surge within her. This taste. Unforgettable. This is so delicious. It's the first time I've ever had such delicious Xiaolong Bao. Lin Yang, how did you do it? Is there some secret? Yu Huan had only eaten 1 Xiaolong Bao and felt tears welling up in her eyes. It was the satisfaction of tasting such delicious food. The secret? It's just making it with heart. Lin Yang smiled and shrugged. Yao Yao, you're so lucky. You get to eat such delicious breakfasts every day? At this moment, Yu Huan's foodie nature was fully unleashed. She even became more talkative. I feel so lucky too. Xu Mengyao also had a satisfied smile on her face. During this meal, Xu Mengyao didn't eat much. Lin Yang only ate a couple of bites as a token gesture. But Yu Huan completely disregarded her image. She ate heartily. In the end, even Lin Yang was dumbfounded. This girl looked quite slender, but he didn't expect her to have such a big appetite. It smells so good. After finishing her meal, Yu Huan couldn't help but pat her stomach. Only then did she finally remember the important matter. Alright, Yao Yao, these are 2 longevity locks. They're for the baby. She came here specifically to give the baby something. Okay, then I'll accept them on behalf of the baby. Xu Mengyao didn't stand on ceremony with Yu Huan and readily accepted the longevity lock. Let me see the babies. Both of your babies are so cute. Yu Huan exclaimed expectantly. Although she had only seen the babies twice, she was sure they would adore them. By the way, Yao Yao, we talked about this before. I'll be the baby's godmother. Yu Huan was Xu Mengyao's only friend. The two had discussed this a long time ago. If one of them had a baby, the other would definitely be the godmother. Of course. Xu Mengyao nodded emphatically. Just as they were about to head to the baby's room, they saw Yao Ling run to Lin Yang's feet and rub against him, meowing as she did so. Wow, when did you get a cat? Such a cute kitten. Yu Huan's eyes lit up when she saw the cat. She had always been a staunch non-marriage advocate, even feeling that dating was unnecessary. So seeing Xu Mengyao enter the grave of marriage so early, she was actually quite worried. Xu Mengyao was too naive. What if she got hurt? But after spending these past few days together and seeing what was happening now, Yu Huan felt her thoughts had changed slightly. Marriage didn't seem so terrible after all. After entering the hall of marriage, Xu Mengyao didn't give up on herself or focus solely on raising the baby. On the contrary, she was even happier. She still had time to manage the shop. She had someone she loved, 2 adorable babies, and even a kitten. Wasn't this the ideal life? When I booked the hotel, Lin Yang saw I liked it, so he bought it. But this kitten isn't affectionate towards me at all, it only sticks to him. Xu Mengyao still felt a little aggrieved when she mentioned this. That wretched kitten. She clearly liked it, yet it still tried to steal Lin Yang from her every day. Humph, so cute. Yu Huan couldn't help but reach out and pet the kitten a couple of times. The kitten didn't resist, but still stood beside Lin Yang. They followed the others to the baby room. Once there, the kitten immediately lay down on the playmat and began leisurely licking its paws. Yu Huan, however, was attracted to the babies. The sleeping baby is so cute, those eyelashes are so long. The baby has double eyelids, does he have dimples? She kept looking at the baby intently. She couldn't have been more enamored. More than an hour passed like this. Yu Huan showed no signs of getting tired of watching. The babies woke up once in the middle of the hour too. Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao each took care of one baby, wiping their little bottoms clean and applying baby powder. Then they changed their diapers. Yu Huan watched longingly from the side. Several times she wanted to help, but she was worried about hurting the baby, so she had to give up. Yu Huan even ate lunch there. She sighed again. She now completely trusted Lin Yang's cooking skills and was even impressed. In the afternoon, Yu Huan still showed no sign of leaving. She stayed with the babies. If you two have something to do, go ahead and do it. I'll take care of the babies. I've already watched a lot of videos to catch up. I'm now completely proficient in taking care of babies. Yu Huan knew she'd been here a bit too long. But the babies were just so adorable. The more she interacted with them, the more her heart melted. Besides, she was their godmother. She hadn't spent much time with them when they were first born, so now she definitely wanted to make the most of it. Speaking of which, we actually have something to do. Yao Yao, I'll take you out for a bit. After spending these past few days together, Lin Yang knew Yu Huan's personality. She was straightforward and couldn't hide anything. She wasn't scheming either. What she said was what she meant. This kind of personality is actually easier to get along with, and quite comfortable. Since Yu Huan had offered, Lin Yang didn't intend to stand on ceremony. Yu Huan? She was indeed quite impolite. She didn't expect Lin Yang to be so impolite to her. She, the guest, hadn't even left yet, and the host was already leaving? Where are you going? How long will you be back? Yu Huan felt like she was checking up on him. She asked, forcing herself to be polite. About an hour or two. Lin Yang thought for a moment and gave this time. What, do you think you can't take good care of the baby? He asked Yu Huan with a smile. This time, Yu Huan immediately raised her head. How could that be? Taking care of the baby is simple, okay? Don't say an hour or two, even if you're gone for half a day, I can still take good care of the baby. Yu Huan seemed very serious. This amused Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang. They were just teasing her, but they didn't expect her to take it so seriously. Even if Yu Huan really dared to take care of the baby for an afternoon, they wouldn't feel at ease. Then we'll trouble you, godmother. We'll be right back, Lin Yang said with a smile. Hey, where are you two going? Yu Huan didn't expect these two to actually turn around and leave. They trusted her way too much. Weren't they afraid she might accidentally hurt the two babies? Going to the housing bureau. To add Yao Yao's name to all my houses. Lin Yang chuckled. He spoke casually. A simple sentence. Yu Huan froze on the spot. Not only was she being a nanny, helping them take care of the babies, but she also seemed to have been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. She had actually been quite against Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang being together before. But now, she really wanted to be a fan of their pairing. Alright then, you two go and come back quickly. I'm worried the babies will be too clingy, and then I'll have trouble handling them. Yu Huan was clearly extremely nervous. She had never taken care of babies before. She had just been imitating Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao interacting with the babies. She had learned a few things. It's going to be needed right away. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Okay, we'll be right back. You're in charge here. Lin Yang grinned. Then he took Xu Mengyao's hand. The two walked out of the house together. Lin Yang, are you really going to leave the baby with Huan Huan? Xu Mengyao hesitated. She and Yu Huan had been friends for so many years. She knew her best friend's personality very well. Usually carefree and unconcerned with details. Because of this, wouldn't it be easy to spoil the babies? We'll be quick. Yao Yao, I want to put your name on the house deed. It's all our shared property. From now on, don't think about how great you are anymore. You're my wife, we're a match made in heaven. The most perfect couple. Lin Yang held Xu Mengyao's hand tightly. Lately, he noticed that Xu Mengyao seemed increasingly anxious, constantly thinking about how to improve herself. Ultimately, this is because Xu Mengyao simply didn't understand her own abilities. She wasn't just the school beauty. She put her whole heart into everything she learned. Just her focused expression was captivating. Besides, they were husband and wife. Why bother with such trivial matters? Lin Yang, how did you know? Xu Mengyao blushed, her secret exposed. She was a little afraid to look Lin Yang in the eye. She had indeed been thinking about these things lately, secretly working hard to impress him. She hadn't expected Lin Yang to see it all. You can't hide your feelings at all, they're all written on your face, Lin Yang smiled indulgently. Xu Mengyao had always been very innocent. Her feelings and thoughts were always written on her face. It would be strange if he didn't see them. Lin Yang, Xu Mengyao stared blankly at the man before her. A feeling of happiness filled her heart. Every little thought of hers was valued. She wanted to do things couples do. So Lin Yang would accompany her to watch the sunrise and sunset. She wanted to make some investments and hoped to earn some money. That way, she could stand more confidently by Lin Yang's side. Lin Yang simply gifted her a toy store, so she wouldn't have to fear anything. Having a husband like that is perhaps the happiest thing in the world. This time, the babies were all at home, leaving only Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang. So they chose to drive a sports car. The car sped along, attracting a lot of attention. Finally, it stopped in a parking space at the Housing Management Bureau. It was afternoon, and many people were passing by. Everyone was drawn to the sports car. Many passers-by stopped and stared, looking at the car and Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang. What a handsome couple, and so rich. Life is so unfair, how come all the good things fall on their heads? Feeling the gazes, Xu Mengyao seemed a little nervous. Fortunately, Lin Yang quickly took her hand, and the two went to the Housing Management Bureau. Xu Mengyao's name was added to both of Lin Yang's houses. Perhaps for Lin Yang, this was just a small matter, a ritual. But for Xu Mengyao, it was pure happiness. The process wasn't difficult. The two quickly finished their paperwork and walked out of the housing bureau. Xu Mengyao had a happy smile on her face. Her family was very wealthy. She didn't really care about money or houses. However, Lin Yang's kindness was priceless to her. It made her feel valued. It was a spiritual satisfaction, unrelated to material things. Lin Yang, meeting you is my greatest fortune. Xu Mengyao originally wanted to say thank you, but then she thought that thank you sounded a bit too formal. So she changed her words. Meeting Lin Yang. Lin Yang. He changed her life. Okay, let's hurry back. I bet Yu Huan is getting anxious. Lin Yang chuckled. Yu Huan was inexperienced after all. Taking care of the baby for a while was fine, but if it went on for too long, she might not be able to handle it. Right, Huan always likes to be strong. Xu Mengyao slapped her forehead. The two hit it off immediately. There was no time for shopping anymore. They needed to hurry home to relieve Yu Huan, lest she worry herself sick. They walked home, their moods much lighter than before. The moment they opened the door, they saw Yu Huan rushing to the entrance. Less than 2 hours had passed since they left, yet Yu Huan looked much more haggard than before. "Children aren't little angels, they're little devils," she said, looking at Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao with utter helplessness. Even her voice was a little hoarse, and her whole body radiated exhaustion. This sight startled Xu Mengyao. "Huan, what happened? I don't know what's wrong with Xingxing. She started crying after you two left. I've been trying to find out, doing everything I can to comfort her. But it's all in vain. Not only does she not listen, but she's crying even harder." Yu Huan sighed heavily as she spoke. "It's not that I want to mistreat the child, I've tried my best." She was truly aggrieved. The babies didn't know what had possessed them. Before, when Lin Yang and Xu Mengyao were here, both babies were very well behaved. They didn't cry or fuss. They were very obedient. Lin Yang and the others had just left. Less than 10 minutes later, Xingxing started crying. Yun Yun was quite well behaved at first and didn't cry. But as Xingxing cried for a long time, Yun Yun was also affected by her emotions. In the end, the two babies started singing a symphony. And Yu Huan was completely overwhelmed by the variations woven by the two babies. "I forgot to tell you, Xingxing is very clingy, and only clings to Lin Yang. I think it must be because Lin Yang isn't here, so Xingxing is anxious." Xu Mengyao patted her head again, looking a little annoyed. "Could you tell me earlier next time something so important? I thought the babies might have something wrong with their health." They didn't, and they just finished eating. Their crying was so heartbreaking. Yu Huan was also helpless. She was still feeling a bit scared. Seeing the baby's incessant crying, she broke out in a cold sweat. With Xu Mengyao's words, she finally felt relieved. "Oh, let's not talk about this. Since you two are back, I have to hurry home. My mom just texted me and she's waiting for me." Yu Huan immediately gave up her seat. She felt she had no choice but to accept it. She couldn't bear to watch the babies. It had already been chaotic in such a short time. If it had been any longer, who knew what would have happened? "Okay, then go ahead." Xu Mengyao nodded and saw Yu Huan to the door. Time passed day by day. The babies grew little by little. Almost 2 months had passed. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang had accomplished many things couples do. But compared to the 100 things hanging on the wall, there was still a long way to go. Today was another sunny day. Xu Mengyao and Lin Yang had just changed the babies' diapers. They sat side by side on the sofa. "Yao Yao, do you want to go on a trip?" A romance drama was playing on TV. This was Xu Mengyao's favorite type of TV show. She watched it almost every day. She used to envy those female leads who had perfect male leads. But now she envied herself more. Having Lin Yang was even better than all those perfect male leads. Lin Yang's sudden question startled Xu Mengyao. She didn't react for a moment. Okay. She was a bit socially awkward. She absolutely couldn't travel alone. But it's different if Lin Yang is with her. With Lin Yang around, she feels reassured. She also wants to go out for a trip. But isn't it inconvenient for us to travel with the baby? Before she could even feel happy, Xu Mengyao thought of this. They have a baby. We can take the babies with us. The babies have never traveled before. Lin Yang smiled. He didn't care about that at all. The babies are almost 2 months old now. They are indeed still very young. It's not suitable to go to faraway places. But going to nearby places is not out of the question. It's summer now. It won't be too cold, and we don't have to worry about their health. It's the best time. Really? Where should we go? Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled. She was full of anticipation when she thought about traveling. She really wanted to go. "I looked at the places near us, and Hangzhou is pretty good. Not only is it closer to us, but it also has more things to do." Lin Yang had been searching and thinking in his mind. After thinking about it, other places were either too far away or didn't have as many activities. Since they were going on a trip, they naturally wanted to choose a nice place. Hangzhou was arguably the best choice. "Wow, I've always wanted to see West Lake. Then let's go to Hangzhou." Hangzhou is a very romantic city. It's great for both tourism and dates. As soon as Lin Yang suggested it, Xu Mengyao nodded repeatedly, eager to go right away. Lin Yang was also a man of action. Since it was still early, they figured they might as well go. "Yao Yao, go pack your luggage. I'll pack the baby's things. We're leaving today." Lin Yang immediately started assigning tasks. Xu Mengyao then ran to the bedroom, took out a huge suitcase, and started packing. Since it was a trip, she definitely needed to bring several outfits. What kind of clothes? Matching outfits, of course. She folded all the matching outfits she had bought that day and put them in the suitcase. Then she started to agonize over it. After agonizing for a long time, she finally filled the suitcase to the brim. Lin Yang, I'm all packed. Xu Mengyao dragged her suitcase out of the room, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Let me see. Lin Yang laid the suitcase down. Just as he was about to check it, he noticed it was full of matching couple outfits and some daily necessities. How's that? I only picked the things I use most often. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Yang proudly, expecting praise. However, Lin Yang was somewhat amused and exasperated. Yao Yao, don't you think there's anything wrong? Lin Yang turned to look at Xu Mengyao. The smug look on Xu Mengyao's face vanished, replaced by a hint of panic. Is something wrong? I spent ages packing. She tilted her head. She only brought everyday necessities. She didn't bring anything unnecessary. To make it lighter, she even reduced the amount she packed several times. What could be wrong? She tilted her head and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Lin Yang, tell me, what's wrong? Since she couldn't figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it and started to whine to Lin Yang. Anyway, she still had Lin Yang. Even if something went wrong, someone would be there to cover for her. Look at what's in this suitcase. Lin Yang tilted his head and pointed to the suitcase. It's all our luggage. Xu Mengyao blinked innocently. Isn't that the problem? We're going on a trip with the babies. We've packed all our luggage, but what about the baby's luggage? Lin Yang asked with a smile. Ah, I forgot to pack the baby's luggage. Xu Mengyao exclaimed in surprise. She was only thinking about matching outfits. She almost forgot about the babies.